Why does pain persist even after death? This question lacks scientific grounding. Xiao Yang found himself bewildered, completely unprepared for the situation at hand. How did he meet his end? He attempted to save someone, only to seal his own fate. Yet, he soon realized he was not entirely dead. The throbbing ache in his head sent sharp sensations coursing through his ocular nerves. As he attempted to open his eyes to assess the surroundings, he quickly shut them again. The pain was excruciating. His consciousness gradually returned, and his physical strength slowly resurfaced. After a brief moment, the sensation of complete exhaustion began to dissipate. Enduring the agony, Xiao Yang finally opened his eyes as he beheld a ceiling, wallpaper, and a chandelier. The surface beneath him felt hard and uncomfortable against his back. From the tactile feedback of his palms, it seemed to be smooth marble. Wait. A sudden realization struck Xiao Yang. The numbness in his hands and the pain in his wrists alerted him to the fact that he was bound. He also noted that his left eye felt sticky when he blinked, his vision clouded and tinged with red. A warm fluid trickled down his face, reaching the corner of his mouth. He extended his tongue to taste his lip, and his complexion shifted dramatically. He recalled the intense pain in his forehead. Injury, blood, confusion, bewilderment. A myriad of expressions flickered across his face. Suddenly, an overwhelming tide of unfamiliar memories inundated him. There was no time for him to respond. They surged into his consciousness. Xiao Yang, 22 years old, hailing from the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, with a grandfather, father, and mother all serving as police officers. He had traversed realms. Xiao Yang was left speechless. The memories in his mind confirmed that he had indeed crossed over, assuming the identity of another person. Or perhaps this person was indeed himself, in another world, or perhaps a parallel universe, sharing the same name, the same surname, and a body that mirrored his own. Xiao Yang distinctly remembered that in his former life, he had never dabbled in antiques, nor had he been laughed at by an elderly man while patting a dog's head. To transmigrate after death, was his luck truly this fortuitous? The memories in his mind suggested that he currently resided in a Western restaurant within a 5-star hotel. His presence here was due to a blind date? At 22, engaging in a blind date seemed rather excessive. Xiao Yang grimaçait. The ex was coerced by his mother to attend the blind date. Failure to comply would result in the cessation of his ex's living expenses. And then, calamity struck. The blind date had yet to arrive, but a group of thugs appeared instead. Now, it is essential to elaborate on Xiao Yang's ex. Born into a family of police officers, it was no surprise that this ex also gained admission to the police academy. Upon graduation, he aspired to become a police officer through examination and selection. A young man filled with righteous fervor, dreaming of becoming a people's policeman like his parents and grandfather. What would he do upon encountering a gang of thugs? As he shouted, "I am a police officer!" In an attempt to thwart their actions, a metal bat struck his head, and then silence. What a uniquely reckless ex. Truly, the audacity of youth, ignorant of the harsh realities of life. Xiao Yang found himself both amused and exasperated, his heart a tumult of emotions. He silently vowed, "Rest easy, I shall take care of your sister-in-law and niece." Wait, the ex was still single? Well then, after sorting through his ex's memories, Xiao Yang once again surveyed his surroundings, his pupils dilating in shock. Upon witnessing the scene around him, a chill raced down his spine, and his heart sank. First and foremost, his gaze fell upon a group of individuals bound with zip ties, their hands and feet restrained. Expressions of terror spread swiftly among them, as if swept away by an invisible wave of fear. They resembled trembling lambs. Xiao Yang also spotted a bomb. Of course, he could not ascertain definitively whether it was a bomb. He merely observed that several individuals had spherical objects strapped to their chests. These spherical objects were known as fireworks. When placed in a firework tube and ignited, they would ascend and burst into vibrant colors. The reason Xiao Yang speculated they could be bombs was simple. These fireworks were adorned with steel balls and metal fragments. He recalled 3 obscure terms: shrapnel, steel ball projectiles, and cluster munitions. In his former life, Xiao Yang was somewhat of a military enthusiast. He had once read a post by someone claiming to be a retired Special Forces soldier. According to this individual, formidable special forces operatives could utilize readily available materials to fabricate weapons and explosives in the shortest possible time. Among these methods was the creation of bombs using large firecrackers embedded with steel balls, nails, and metal fragments. The explosive power of fireworks is substantial. The blast radius can extend approximately 20 to 50 meters. If these fireworks were affixed with steel balls and fragments and detonated, the horror loomed. The objects before him, suspected bombs, were not triggered by open flames. It appeared they were equipped with remote detonation devices. Xiao Yang, pale-faced, recognized this detonation mechanism as familiar. It resembled the base of a children's remote-controlled toy car, with the wheels still intact. Could this device really detonate the bomb? Xiao Yang began to perspire profusely. The answer was, indeed, a remote-controlled toy car could be operated from a distance. By activating the toy car's receiver, integrated circuits, and battery with the remote control transmitter, the motor could be initiated. If the motor's activation process were replaced with a heating or instantaneous heating device, it could serve as an igniter for explosives. Familiar with heating wires? And then, boom! Xiao Yang felt a jolt to his scalp, icy dread enveloping him. Where was the detonator? As his gaze shifted, he spotted two masked assailants. One stood at the entrance of the restaurant, while the other positioned himself by the window. Both wielded weapons in one hand and remote detonators in the other. As Xiao Yang had surmised, the so-called detonators were indeed the remote controls for the toy cars. Even more alarming was that within Xiao Yang's line of sight, one of the buttons on the detonator held firmly in the hands of the assailants was being pressed down. Those unfamiliar with military terminology and detonation devices might not grasp why the button was pressed and the bomb remained inert. In truth, there exist numerous methods for detonating explosives. One such method is the bump detonation. This implies that when the button on the detonator is pressed, the bomb does not explode. Rather, it detonates only after the button is released. It is said that this detonation technique was invented by certain terrorists. The purpose is to take hostages and instigate terror, using threats. When terrorists stand among a crowd, the bomb is also within that crowd. Even if military or police forces have the opportunity to shoot them, they would hesitate. If a person dies, their grip will loosen and the bomb will detonate. Would you dare to act? Unless you can control them closely to prevent the detonator button from being released. Such a scenario is nearly impossible to achieve. Would they be foolish enough to allow you to approach? The game had begun in hell mode. Xiao Yang's heart felt as if it were encased in ice. How terrifying! Suddenly, ding, biological ability replicator activated successfully. An emotionless proclamation echoed within his mind. Xiao Yang. His expression mirrored that of a person who had witnessed a ghost in broad daylight. What on earth is going on now? Chapter 2. What a devious game you were playing, who was whispering in his mind. Xiao Yang's mouth hung open, feeling a bit dazed. Suddenly, a virtual template materialized before his eyes. Host, Xiao Yang system. Biological ability replicator ability. None replication. 1. Note. By contacting living beings, replicate their ultimate talents, top-notch skills, and unparalleled abilities. The host must explore and utilize these abilities independently. One replication point is generated every 10 days and can be accumulated. System space, empty, note, a storage space of 10 cubic meters. Capable of holding non-biological items that the host has physical contact with, not exceeding 10 cubic meters in volume. System? Xiao Yang swallowed hard. A large exclamation of disbelief echoed in his mind. Following the initial shock came overwhelming joy, causing him to tremble with excitement. Is there anyone unfamiliar with such a system? However, after the initial thrill, Xiao Yang felt a tinge of confusion. Even if one has never seen a pig run, they certainly know what it looks like. And his system appeared rather haphazard. First, let us discuss the system space. It is, in essence, the fabled storage space. 10 cubic meters is equivalent to a rectangular volume measuring 5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 1 meter in height. What can one possibly fit into such a modest space? Is this truly the work of a system devoid of conscience? Then there is the system's ability, replication. By coming into contact with living beings, one can replicate their ultimate talents, top-notch skills, and unparalleled abilities. While this is articulated clearly, it remains somewhat ambiguous. What precisely constitutes ultimate talent, top-notch skills, or unparalleled abilities? The crux lies in the phrase the host must explore independently. I have neither the time nor the inclination for such exploration, especially when death could be just a heartbeat away. Ah, yes, death. Xiao Yang was jolted back to reality. He glanced at the bombs and felt a cold sweat break out on his brow. There was still a chance for rescue, but he must first save himself. He did not wish to be the unfortunate soul who perished the moment he crossed into this new realm. As he blinked, the system template vanished from sight. How can he save himself? He was bound, as were those around him, despite the seemingly crude weapons wielded by the two assailants. They possessed bombs that he dared not approach, for a single misstep could lead to collective doom. At that moment, Xiao Yang observed one of the assailants standing by the window, flinging a spherical object, presumably a bomb, outside. In less than 3 seconds, boom, the terrifying explosion resounded like thunder, shattering the tranquil night, sending hearts racing in panic. It felt as if the entire world trembled at that instant, with an atmosphere thick with fear and unrest. Xiao Yang gasped. He had been right. It was indeed a bomb. Listen up outside. Don't come any closer, or I'll detonate the bomb beside me. The assailant shouted. Keep your eyes on me. If I die, the detonation switch will spring free, and the bomb will explode. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try. I warn you, don't even think about rescuing anyone. If I see anyone daring to approach the 3rd floor, no matter who it is, I will detonate the bomb immediately. Xiao Yang, his complexion paling, quietly scrutinized the assailant shouting from the window. Another confirmation. This was indeed a jump-triggered detonation. Was there truly no solution? No, there must be a way to counteract it. For instance, some signal jamming device could disrupt the ignition signal of the detonator, rendering the remote bomb half-functionless. The term half-functionless implies that it cannot be remotely detonated, but can still be triggered manually. The dilemma lies in whether such signal jamming devices are readily available. He could hear the wails of police sirens and shouting outside, deducing that the area surrounding the building was likely swarming with officers. Even if the police had thought of utilizing signal jamming devices, could they deliver them here? Even if they could, countless variables could arise during the process. One must not underestimate the intellect of those two assailants. Xiao Yang had once heard a saying, the vast majority of criminals possess a higher intelligence than the average person. The logic was evident. For example, lockpicking, counterfeiting, credit card fraud, and forging antiques. Too many instances to count. It is folly to think that one can commit crimes without a shred of cleverness. Consider the bombs before him. Firework shells, toy cars, heating wires. These are all familiar items that many have encountered or even played with. Yet, would an ordinary person be capable of concocting a bomb in a short span of time? If these two assailants were clever, wouldn't they anticipate that the police might resort to using signal jamming devices against them? A chill enveloped Xiao Yang. He felt as if he were plummeting into an icy abyss. Something was amiss. What if, hypothetically, these two assailants had indeed contemplated this? Would they not fear the police employing such tactics against them? Yet, they remained armed with the remote detonator, showing no signs of alternative methods. Could they truly be that foolish? No, that couldn't be right. There must be something he had overlooked. Xiao Yang's eyes widened as he began to survey the assailants. His gaze darted back and forth, analyzing and scrutinizing. They had only the detonator, with no other means of ignition, and they were at least 10 meters away from the bombs. In the event of an emergency, they would have no time to reach the explosives, let alone manually detonate them. After all, no matter how swift a person may be, can they outrun a bullet? The assailants were terrorists. In confronting terrorists, special police and armed forces would be deployed. If they were activated, snipers would undoubtedly be involved. It was possible that snipers were already positioned outside the hotel, ready to take aim. They had not yet acted, likely aware of the potential devastation posed by the detonator in the assailants' hands. However, they would formulate a counter-strategy in the briefest of moments. Why was he contemplating such matters? Xiao Yang's eyes widened in surprise. He then realized why. This was not his own experience or reasoning, but rather that of his predecessor. But that was irrelevant. Such matters could be unraveled over time. For now, he needed to devise a means to navigate through this immediate crisis. Survival was paramount. Surely, the police would soon take action? Xiao Yang's complexion turned a shade of green. He had yet to uncover the assailants' additional methods for detonating the bombs. If those two were not imbeciles, then alternative means must exist. If the remote detonation failed, what other methods could trigger the explosion? Manual detonation was out of the question. He had seen no wired connections. The likelihood of anti-jamming devices was nil. He had not detected any such equipment in the vicinity. What exactly were their methods? Xiao Yang's mind felt as though it might explode from the sheer effort of thought. Suddenly, his expression froze, veins bulging on his forehead, a chill washing over him like a tidal wave. His neck creaked like rusted gears as he turned, his eyes inching toward the crowd. Hostages? Xiao Yang finally discerned what was amiss. There were not just two assailants, at least one of them was concealed among the hostages. There was at least one accomplice who could manually detonate the bomb at any moment. What a devious game you are playing. Xiao Yang tightened his resolve, adrenaline surging through him. He needed to save himself and uncover this individual before the police took action. He had no desire to die again. Chapter 3. How is this even possible? Is this science? Xiao Yang's gaze was stealthily fixed on the group of hostages. Counting himself, there were 17 individuals in total, but he focused intently on 4 of them, for each bore a bomb strapped to their chest. If his deductions were correct, at least one of these individuals was an accomplice, perhaps even more. How could he identify this person? If the accomplice was responsible for detonating the bomb at the first sign of trouble, wouldn't they need to keep a close watch on the explosives? Just as one would glance at food before a meal, ensuring they had their chopsticks at the ready, this individual would need to observe the bomb closely. One might argue that constant vigilance isn't necessary. However, if both the chopsticks and food were alive and mobile, uncertainty would arise. To grasp the chopsticks and seize the moving, unpredictable food, one must observe carefully. In the eyes of the accomplice, the 4 individuals strapped with bombs were akin to that living food. To ensure immediate contact for detonation, they would have to keep a watchful eye. Yet, curiously, there was no such vigilance. This indicated that the 13 individuals without bombs were likely not accomplices. The most probable suspects were, in fact, those 4 individuals. For only they could detonate the bomb in the shortest span of time. However, soon, Xiao Yang's expression darkened, revealing his distress. It was not just his countenance that appeared grim. His heart sank, feeling as if it were encased in ice. He had meticulously observed the zip ties binding the hands and feet of the 4 hostages. There were no signs of damage or breakage. For an ordinary individual, it was nearly impossible to sever those ties with sheer strength alone. Was that individual not among the hostages? Xiao Yang couldn't help but curse under his breath. This was a battle of wits, indicating that the adversary was no fool. They likely anticipated that someone would uncover this detail. They predicted that hiding the assailant among the hostages would eventually be discovered and had devised a plan accordingly. Was there no accomplice among the hostages? No. My conjecture must be correct. A flash of insight struck Xiao Yang's mind, dispelling the fog, illuminating his eyes. The individual must be among the hostages, or at the very least, capable of appearing among them at a moment's notice. If this hypothesis held true, what method would this person employ to materialize? Xiao Yang's gaze glimmered with intensity, his eyes darting. Suddenly, he raised his head, struck by realization. He had found it. His attention was fixated on the ceiling. More precisely, on the ventilation grill. These vents were specifically designed for the central air conditioning system to circulate air and expel heat. Many had seen movies depicting scenarios where someone crawls through air ducts. It was indeed feasible. If someone were hiding within the duct, concealed behind the vent, they could simply remove the grill and drop down, swiftly landing amidst the hostages to detonate a bomb. Such a maneuver was audacious. Xiao Yang chuckled coldly, then grimaced. There was a significant problem. Even if he discerned this plot, what could he do to prevent it? Xiao Yang was neither a police officer nor a soldier. He lacked any form of training. How could he stop them? Not to mention the system, which was currently rendered useless. There was no time to replicate biological abilities and gain strength. As for the system space, it could be of use. Xiao Yang could employ physical contact to transfer the zip ties into the system space. He could even utilize physical contact to touch the bomb, transferring it into the space. Yet, there were 4 bombs before him. The hostages were not clustered together, but scattered. Could he physically make contact with these bombs in time? If not, the variables were too numerous. If Xiao Yang proceeded with such a course of action, he would be finished. His secret regarding the system would be exposed. Eyes were everywhere, not to mention surveillance. Even if he survived this life and death crisis, did he believe that the days ahead would be easy? What a delusion. Xiao Yang felt weary. He deeply realized that fortune does not simply fall from the sky. He recognized this as a test. It seemed as though fate had granted him a chance to traverse time and space, bestowing upon him a system. All appeared to be blessings. Yet, if he could not navigate through this perilous ordeal and conceal the system, all was for naught. Stay calm, even if there truly was no way out. At worst, he would be exposed. The priority was to resolve the crisis. His life was paramount. Surviving came first, and he could ponder the rest later. Strength. He must acquire strength. If he could evade this crisis, he would fervently seek power to fortify himself. This experience of crossing over made Xiao Yang realize that some aspects of the world, invisible to ordinary people, were utterly terrifying. Wait, what? Is there something strange in my line of sight? Xiao Yang paused momentarily. At that moment, his gaze was fixed on the ceiling, yet he caught a glimpse of something that seemed to move from the corner of his eye. With a face full of confusion, Xiao Yang shifted his perspective and began to observe. The ceiling, the chandelier, the wallpaper. Wallpaper? Good grief. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he discovered a piece of human-shaped wallpaper slowly shifting. A moving wallpaper? No, it wasn't the wallpaper that was moving. Someone had affixed a piece of wallpaper to themselves and was crawling on the ceiling. Realizing this, Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. How was this even possible? Was this science? He hadn't even noticed how this person had appeared in the dining room and made their way onto the ceiling. At the moment Xiao Yang recognized the individual, a fleeting sensation coursed through his eyes, sharp pain, as if an invisible blade had pierced them. Those eyes were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, exuding a chilling ruthlessness that sent shivers down his spine. It was but a moment. The coldness in those eyes gradually dissipated as they blinked. Xiao Yang, winky face, what the hell? Shortly thereafter, a hand emerged from the human-shaped wallpaper. It appeared to be a woman's hand, yet it lacked any semblance of delicacy. The lines were just right, long and powerful. Subsequently, that hand gestured towards him. First, a single finger pointed at Xiao Yang, then it formed a fist, raising a thumb upward. Xiao Yang understood. Sign language. Hello. I am currently in a dire situation. He restrained his excitement, pondering the identity of the individual. A criminal investigator? A special police officer? A paramilitary officer? Regardless of who they were, one thing was certain. They were there to rescue them. Why could they not be an assailant? Because the assailants would not need to strip down to let loose. In the next moment, the individual executed a second gesture, still pointing at Xiao Yang, then retracting their finger to indicate their face. Though the wallpaper obscured their features, Xiao Yang could still discern that they were pointing at their mouth. Then, the finger directed towards their ear, followed by a shaking motion. Finally, it pointed at their eyes and head. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Me? Mouth. Ear. Eye. Head. In an instant, he widened his clear eyes and understood. The individual was indicating him, pointing at their mouth, suggesting he should speak. Then pointing at the ear, shaking their finger, implying that he should speak without making a sound for others to hear. Finally, pointing at the head, indicating that even if he spoke silently, they would comprehend. Lip reading. Xiao Yang was astonished. Lip reading, understood. The individual's gesture. Clever. Chapter 4. Am I crossing over with the wrong posture? Xiao Yang lip read. Are you here to rescue us? The other person nodded affirmatively. Yes. Xiao Yang. Have you devised a rescue plan? The other replied. Yes. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. It was not that he doubted the police's ability to rescue the hostages. Rather, he was reluctant to entrust his fate to others. Xiao Yang, when will you act? The other, immediately. Xiao Yang. Have you prepared counter-signal devices to incapacitate the bomb detonators? The other, yes. Xiao Yang. There may be more than 2 assailants. Have you discovered anything else? The other extended a finger, pointing to the ventilation grill on the ceiling ahead. Impressive. My friend. Xiao Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, he had a feeling that a capable ally had arrived, allowing him to relax. This definitely deserved a thumbs up. But was it really that simple? Xiao Yang's nose twitched slightly, catching a whiff of a certain scheme. People always have a purpose when undertaking actions. Since the emergence of this group of assailants, they had not articulated any clear objective. Don't spout nonsense about instigating terror. If it were an act of terrorism, they could have simply killed people. Why take hostages? Yet after taking hostages, they did not engage in negotiations with the police, nor did they disclose their demands. Was this operation logical? At that moment, the other made a gesture. Close your eyes. Xiao Yang hesitated momentarily, but obediently shut his eyes. Suddenly, bang. The sound of shattering glass echoed. 2 objects resembling aluminum alloy receiver antennas flew into the dining room from the shattered window. Those in the know could immediately recognize these as 2 electromagnetic radiation signal jammers. Such devices emit electromagnetic radiation covering a range of approximately 25 to 50 meters. One was sufficient, but to prevent unforeseen circumstances, the police had prepared an extra. As the radiation jammers flew into the dining room, grenade-like objects followed suit, landing beside the 2 assailants. Boom. Explosions erupted. A blinding flash of light accompanied by sound exceeding 200 decibels ensued. The two assailants had no chance to react, collapsing to the ground. Not only them, but the hostages were also left disoriented by the cacophony. Stun grenades? Xiao Yang finally grasped why the person had instructed him to close his eyes. Simultaneously, the individual on the ceiling resembled a raccoon, almost performing acrobatics. With just their hands gripping the ceiling, their legs kicked toward the ventilation grill. With a loud bang, not only did they shatter the protective grill, but their leg also entered, burrowing into the duct. At that moment, Xiao Yang, now opening his eyes, understood how this person was able to crawl on the ceiling. He observed two suction cup-shaped objects left behind on the ceiling. These two were originally affixed to the individual, while another two were in their hands. A sudden jolt startled him, momentarily making him think he was facing Spider-Man. A smile spread across Xiao Yang's face, knowing that the impending crisis was about to be resolved, and his life was finally spared. Nonetheless, a sense of unease lingered within him, recognizing that the current situation was far from ordinary. In the next moment, the smile on Xiao Yang's face faltered. He noticed a hand rising from among the hostages. It was crucial to remember that all the hostages had their hands and feet bound. The strength of an ordinary person was utterly insufficient to break free from those restraints. Upon seeing that hand, Xiao Yang realized the dire predicament. There were accomplices among the hostages. This was not his fault. After all, in his previous life of 22 years, he was merely an ordinary individual, not a professional. How could he possibly discern who was a thug and who was not? The unexpected turn of events left him reeling. Xiao Yang understood he needed to take action as a woman staggered up from the pile of hostages, crawling towards a hostage bound with explosives. It was evident that she had been affected by the stun grenade. Her body weakened. In just a few seconds, she would reach the bomb, her hand poised to touch it. At that moment, Xiao Yang exclaimed, "Damn." Instantly, he sat up, a singular thought flashing through his mind. The system space. The storage space that only he could perceive materialized in his mind. In an instant, the bindings restraining his hands and feet vanished, transported into the storage space. Battling against the ringing in his ears and the frantic beating of his heart, he stood up quickly, only to collapse again. His feet had been bound for too long, leaving them numb and weak, unable to support him momentarily. Frustrated, Xiao Yang thrust his hands against the ground and shouted, "Snipers, shoot now." How could he know that even if the snipers outside noticed something amiss, they would hesitate to fire? The woman was still crawling among the hostages, and a single misfire could lead to collateral damage. With no gunfire arriving, Xiao Yang summoned all his strength, launching himself towards the woman. For the sake of survival, he erupted with a desperate force, using every ounce of energy he had. Perhaps it was only for a second or two, but he reached out, grabbing the woman's wrist just as she was about to touch the bomb. Damn it! He charged his head into the woman's face. A loud thud echoed as blood splattered from her face. Her nose shattered, and she fell sideways from the impact. This scene brought a profound sense of relief to Xiao Yang. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he was confronted with a sharp, glinting edge, a dagger. The blade's light stung his eyes as it sliced across his neck. The color drained from Xiao Yang's face. It was over. Two thugs had hidden among the hostages. There was no chance to evade now. Was he to die again? Xiao Yang felt both exasperated and resigned. Was his method of traversing to another world flawed? He never expected that even after crossing over, he would still be a mere victim of misfortune. Just as he braced for the blade to pierce flesh and the arrival of death, a hand landed on his shoulder, pulling him back. The dagger narrowly missed his neck. Stunned, Xiao Yang was not merely shocked by the fact he had avoided the blade, but, "Ding, top-tier skill detected. Would you like to copy it?" The system's voice echoed in Xiao Yang's mind. What was this top-tier skill, and where did it come from? Suddenly, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up as he gazed at the hand on his shoulder. Humans, like all living beings, were capable of possessing exceptional skills. As the pinnacle of creation, it was only natural for a person to harbor numerous top-tier abilities. Copy, Xiao Yang silently urged. In that instant, an indescribable sensation flowed from the hand on his shoulder into his body, impacting his mind, bones, and flesh, creating a peculiar imprint. Or perhaps it was an extension, a duplication. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened tremendously. He felt as though he had grown stronger, terrifyingly so. An overwhelming influx of military techniques surged through him, encompassing special skills, combat techniques, mobility tactics, infiltration methods, reconnaissance skills, survival strategies, all crashing into his mind, body, and even his soul. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Top-tier skill copying complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring. King of Soldiers Techniques. Chapter 5. I have grown stronger. Yet I have not lost my hair. I have grown stronger. Yet I have not lost my hair. Xiao Yang mused internally, gazing ahead. He beheld a pair of long legs clad in specialized camouflage pants, resting upon the face of a child of around 10 years old. A fleeting glance at the unconscious child and the dagger in their grasp left Xiao Yang's mouth twitching. He self-deprecatingly thought, I almost got taken out by a child. How embarrassing. Reflecting on his initial observations of the hostages to identify the thugs, he realized he had indeed overlooked the presence of both women and children. Reality had proven to be cruel. Carelessness could be fatal. Shifting his gaze, Xiao Yang noticed a woman in military attire. Her short hair stylishly clung to her scalp, framing a face that, devoid of makeup, exuded an air of defiance, beauty, coldness, and resilience. Her deep-set eyes resembled a tranquil winter lake, radiating a captivating charm akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a mountain peak. Xiao Yang was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the individual before him would be a soldier king. Indeed, a soldier king. The top-tier skills the system had copied stemmed from this very woman. What astonished Xiao Yang further was her height. She appeared to be around 1 meter 80. Even accounting for the 5 centimeters added by her military boots, she must have been at least 1 meter 75. However, something felt off. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yang forced his gaze away from her strikingly enchanting face. Why was there a soldier present? Many people are often misled by films and television. Witnessing special forces officers engaging in various operations, apprehending criminals, and tackling crime. In reality, such portrayals are so absurd they could grind an audience's intellect into the ground. Do directors and screenwriters think that all special police and armed police have been rendered obsolete or are completely incompetent? They must be aware that certain elite special police and armed police units are on par with, if not identical to, special forces. It should not be necessary for military personnel to intervene in regular cases, let alone terrorist attacks. The mere presence of such lowly scoundrels does not warrant their attention. Thus, the current situation was all the more terrifying. A top-tier soldier, a soldier king, had appeared. What kind of event could compel a nation to deploy a soldier king? It was unfathomable. Suddenly, Xiao Yang? The female soldier regarded him, her eyes dark as deep pools, flickering with a hint of recognition. Xiao Yang felt both puzzled and astonished. Do you know me? The female soldier did not respond directly. Instead, she uttered a name, Chu Dongchan. Who? Xiao Yang's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a UFO. This name seemed vaguely familiar, but not from his own memories. It belonged to the previous incarnation. In that moment, Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the striking military woman before him. His matchmaker. Yes, she was indeed the matchmaker. Xiao Yang's traverse to this parallel world was due to the demise of the original Xiao Yang. He had arrived at this hotel restaurant for a blind date with none other than Chu Dongchan, the very woman he was destined to meet. A look of realization mingled with confusion spread across Xiao Yang's face. He understood why a soldier king would appear, realizing that he had misjudged the situation. It was not as dire as he initially thought. Yet, he remained bewildered that his blind date would be a soldier king. Before either could say much, footsteps echoed as a group of special police stormed into the restaurant. They surrounded, secured, and defused the bomb. The thugs were apprehended, and the police even retrieved a body from the ventilation ducts along with a discovered bomb. Outside the hotel, in the parking lot, Chu Dongchan conversed with several police leaders. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang, with a few band-aids plastered on his forehead, felt a knot lodged in his throat, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Surviving felt incredible. However, Xiao Yang's expression gradually darkened. Was the ordeal truly over? Allow me to interject. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Yang surveyed those present. Your time is limited. You may already be too late. All eyes turned towards Xiao Yang, including Chu Dongchan's. Those who first encountered Xiao Yang were struck by his remarkable appearance. Standing at approximately 1 meter 87, with a model-like physique, handsome features, a sunny disposition, and eyes that sparkled like stars, he was undeniably captivating. Many remarked that it was a pity he wasn't pursuing stardom or relying on others for support, given his striking looks. However, to the group of leaders present, Xiao Yang was merely a youngster, too youthful for their serious discussions. They were intrigued by his cryptic statement about their time running short, questioning what he meant by the impending threat posed by the group of rioters or potential terrorists. Xiao Yang, however, had no time for idle chatter. He remarked that during his abduction, he observed that these assailants were not merely causing chaos. They had not engaged in dialogue with the police, nor had they made any demands. He stated, in any endeavor, there must be a purpose. Eating arises from hunger, drinking from thirst, and even crime must have a motive. A group of assailants creating terror surely has a purpose. Some faces paled and brows furrowed at this insight. Did they not understand this fundamental truth? Surely, anyone capable of leadership would be astute enough to recognize it. This query had likely been pondered before, but it seemed insignificant now that the crisis appeared to have been averted. Yet, with this young man's sudden insistence on the matter, they began to sense something amiss. Did they truly believe the danger had passed? Xiao Yang bluntly interjected, I suspect a possibility, a bait. The crowd fell silent. Bait? In an instant, several policemen's expressions shifted dramatically, and beads of cold sweat formed on foreheads. His suggestion had triggered a realization among them. A band of assailants was both taking hostages and instilling fear without ever revealing their intentions, yet they had managed to draw a significant police presence. Upon reflection, their motives became strikingly clear. Indeed, it was a bait. Someone was fishing. Delving deeper, one could surmise a strategy to lure the tiger from its den. By feigning an attack, they aimed to divert all police resources to one location. Xiao Yang continued to elucidate, in the event of an attack, the local law enforcement will mobilize all available personnel. Once they do, their forces will be depleted, and then he could have simply walked away, remaining uninvolved. After all, who was unaware of the adage, not my circus, not my monkeys? Yet, Xiao Yang possessed a rather unfortunate trait. He could not tolerate injustice and bore grudges that did not linger. He was the sort who retaliated against anyone who dared to cross him. His temperament was undeniably volatile, having narrowly escaped death upon his arrival. There was no way he could endure without taking down the mastermind behind this incident. He would find no peace until justice was served. Chapter 6. How to deal with my frustration. A serious-faced captain of the criminal police team hung up the phone, grinding his teeth as he uttered those fateful words. He had just attempted to contact the unit, only to find no one answering the call. Each precinct is staffed around the clock to address emergencies promptly. The absence of a response clearly indicated trouble. The captain had also tried reaching his subordinate on duty, but the silence continued. Recalling Xiao Yang's earlier warning that their time was limited, sent ripples of alarm through the assembled crowd. A grave situation was unfolding. It was evident that a group was willing to instigate terror to draw all available police forces away from their posts, possibly even invading or attacking a precinct. Could they even fathom the implications of such a scheme? The perpetrators were cunning, using fear to redirect not only local, but even external law enforcement resources. Should the criminal police team face an attack, and should others be contacted for assistance, the majority of officers would still be preoccupied with the terror incident, unable to divert personnel to support their colleagues. Furthermore, their focus would be consumed by the crisis, leaving little room for concern over minor matters. In Bin City, the streets were alive with the flow of traffic, neon lights flickering like fallen stars, illuminating the pavement with an ethereal glow. The piercing wail of sirens shattered the night, as a convoy of police vehicles sped toward the criminal police headquarters. Inside a police van, Xiao Yang gazed out at the nocturnal landscape, memories swirling in his mind. His predecessor had lived in this city for 4 years, the same place where he had attended police academy. Even rebellious enough to consider a career here rather than return home, yearning for independence from parental constraints. Having escaped a life-threatening crisis, Xiao Yang finally found solace to ponder philosophical questions about his future. Should he follow in his predecessor's footsteps and become a police officer? Absolutely not. As a time traveler, his foremost duty was to survive, followed by amassing wealth, enjoying life, and perhaps even relishing the chance to flaunt his success. As for the perilous profession of law enforcement, he had no interest in it. Why not live as a handsome gentleman who enjoys the finer things in life? Moreover, Xiao Yang felt invincible, possessing extraordinary skills that made him feel as if he could take on 10 foes single-handedly. This was merely in reference to his close combat techniques. If he were to find himself on a battlefield with access to weaponry, a terrifying scenario would unfold, one beyond the imagination of ordinary people. All these formidable abilities stemmed from a woman. Xiao Yang turned his gaze to the side, secretly observing the woman beside him, Chu Donchan. His eyelids fluttered involuntarily. What a formidable woman. Suddenly, Chu Donchan opened her eyes, locking gazes with him. Chu Donchan. Xiao Yang. Winky face. The atmosphere grew awkward. embarrassed at having been caught staring. Xiao Yang attempted to break the silence. You wouldn't happen to be here just to rescue me, would you? The statement felt utterly foolish. Who did he think he was to presume such a thing? Chu Dongchan's icy glare pierced through him, and after a moment of silence, she replied, coincidence. This was indeed the legendary Ice Queen. Xiao Yang dared not imagine that such a stunning goddess could also have her flaws. If he were to meet such a beautiful woman in his previous life, he would have done anything for a chance to win her over. Yet, considering she was his blind date, he thought better of it. The thought of a potential domestic dispute made him shudder. Why not just enjoy life? As Xiao Yang lost himself in thought, the criminal police headquarters came into view. With a sudden halt, the doors swung open, and a throng of detectives rushed inside. I want to do something big. Xiao Yang contemplated whether to join them. What? Chu Dongchan glanced at him. The restroom, he replied earnestly. What for? Chu Dongchan blinked in confusion, unable to connect restroom with doing something big. What else? To relieve myself. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Did she expect him to elaborate? Given the day's events, time travel, a terror attack, bombs, and life-and-death crises, it had all been overwhelmingly exhilarating. He desperately needed to relieve himself after holding it in for so long. Chu Dongchan's expression flickered with annoyance before turning cool. Aren't you concerned about the case? I'm not a cop. Why should I be? Xiao Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, I already mentioned it's too late. From the moment the captain of the criminal police had called and received no response, he realized that certain individuals had already concluded their business and made their escape. The ensuing chaos would likely see the police combing the city for suspects. The assailants behind the terror attack, although apprehended, were merely bait, pawns in a larger game. It was improbable they would yield any useful information. Considering the extent of their planning, they must have anticipated an escape route. Finding the culprits would prove a daunting challenge. As Xiao Yang shared his deductions and thoughts with the female warrior beside him, Chu Dongchan gazed at him, her expression becoming increasingly complex. He was exceptionally intelligent, a true manifestation of intellect. Indeed, some matters become evident to everyone eventually. It merely varies in speed. It is akin to two individuals solving a mathematical problem. One takes 5 seconds, while the other takes 6. Both arrive at the correct answer, with only a 1-second difference. Yet, that single second signifies a monumental disparity in intelligence. On the battlefield, a second can lead to the demise of many adversaries. Soon, the truth was unveiled. Just as Xiao Yang had stated, intruders had breached the criminal police team, subduing all the personnel on duty and sabotaging the surveillance. However, no one knew what they had done within the precinct. They neither committed murder nor caused destruction. It appeared that nothing had been stolen. Moreover, they meticulously cleaned the entire scene before departing, leaving no trace behind. Faced with such an enigmatic situation, the on-site personnel were bewildered. They orchestrated a terror attack as a decoy, infiltrated the criminal police team, yet left without taking anything or causing harm. How could that be? Yet, indeed, nothing was lost, nor was there any damage. And there were no casualties. Was this not akin to encountering a ghost? No fatalities, no destruction, and the scene was cleaned up. Xiao Yang squinted, murmuring to himself, it must have been an item. Chu Dongchan's gaze grew even more intricate as she looked at him, wondering what it could be. What it was, for now, was not important. Xiao Yang took a deep breath, thinking it crucial to contact a friend. He could hardly contain himself. If he didn't head to the restroom soon, he might perish. Chu Dongchan thought, how I wish to strike him. What should I do? Chapter 7. Young man. Has anyone ever told you that you're asking for it? At times, what causes one to loathe attending school or going to work? Xiao Yang had gained profound insight into this question, uncovering one of the most exasperating reasons, the inability to relieve oneself comfortably. After resolving his urgent need, Xiao Yang exhaled deeply, standing before the sink and peering into the mirror. He bore the same appearance as in his previous life, with a physique that was identical. There was no need for a blood test. It was evident his blood type would surely be the same. Delving deeper, it was possible that even their DNA mirrored one another. The deceased from his past life was indeed his counterpart from a parallel universe. I must continue to live as Xiao Yang, mustn't I? Xiao Yang self-deprecatingly murmured, well then, let us continue living. With his mindset adjusted, he exited the restroom. Outside, not only was Chu Dongchan present, but 3 police inspectors and 4 police captains were also standing by. What was this? Xiao Yang chuckled. It was merely a trip to the restroom. Did they truly need to form a welcoming line? Everyone. Young man, has anyone ever told you that you're asking for it? Just a jest. Xiao Yang's lips curled upward, a radiant smile illuminating his handsome face, infusing the atmosphere with youthful vigor. I intend to return to rest. The leaders have noticed my injuries, and it feels rather uncomfortable. Feigning confusion, Xiao Yang inquired, "Do you still have matters to discuss?" A silence enveloped the group. Chu Dongchan cast a deep glance at Xiao Yang before turning her gaze toward the officers. In her eyes, reminiscent of a serene pool after rain, a flicker of amusement appeared. A police inspector in a white shirt smiled, addressing him. "You are Xiao Yang, a native of the capital, a graduate of the Liaoning Police Academy, and your father is Xiao Jianhua? What is this, a background check?" Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Coming from a family of police officers, you must have a strong desire to become one yourself, right? The inspector in the white shirt replied with a grin. An opportunity has arisen, allowing you to bypass examinations, interviews, and initial training, entering directly through special recruitment, with a chance for commendation. Care to consider it? Isn't this simply a pie falling from the sky? Xiao Yang twitched his mouth. The issue is, if one mishandles this pie, it could be deadly. While becoming a police officer is undoubtedly beneficial, being a civil servant, a secure job, the flip side entails solving cases, high risks, and the ever-present threat of sacrificing one's life in the line of duty. As a transmigrator, as long as my mind remains intact, would I choose to become a police officer? Having faced death once, Xiao Yang now harbored a singular desire, to live well, even if it meant living a mundane life. Is this desire too much to ask? Who says that graduating from a police academy necessitates becoming a police officer? Xiao Yang looked at the inspector, his smile frozen on his face, and said, "I'm afraid I have no interest in becoming a police officer." Upon hearing this, the scene fell silent. Chu Dongchan gazed silently at Xiao Yang, her previously indifferent expression turning somewhat frigid. Her visit to Binhai City was for vacation, to see her parents, and also because she had reached an age where arranged meetings felt ludicrous. She had grown accustomed to living alone. No, she had a group of comrades, partners. She was prepared to dedicate her life to the military, to the people, and to the nation. She had intended to meet her match, engage in superficial pleasantries, and then return to her unit. However, a terror attack had occurred, and her intended match had been abducted. Chu Dongchan recognized the close relationship between their families. She could not bear to witness Xiao Yang's demise. She made a phone call, utilizing military channels to intervene in the incident, saving him. Indeed, it was a deliberate rescue, not a mere coincidence, as Xiao Yang had surmised. Yet now, Chu Dongchan was starting to think she might have rescued the wrong person. She prepared to leave, too apathetic even to feign politeness. Just as silence enveloped the group, Xiao Yang spoke. "Let us not discuss the matter of becoming a police officer. I understand why you're looking for me. First, I was the first to discover that this terror attack was a decoy, with their true objective being the criminal police team. Second, you currently lack leads and are uncertain of their purpose, which led you to consider me. You think my mind is still agile, and you're willing to use me as a tool, is that correct? That's all right. I too wish to uncover the mastermind behind this." Xiao Yang surveyed the crowd, stating, "If I'm to be involved, it must not be in vain. Such is human nature. When one is unencumbered by fear and devoid of desires, they dare to upend the world. I have no intention of becoming a police officer. I do not seek your approval, nor can you impose upon me. If you wish to utilize me, let us collaborate. If not, we part ways without hesitation." Xiao Yang would not hesitate to turn and leave. Is this truly the case? Despite having transmigrated, the values instilled in him during his previous life remained intact. Revenge is one aspect. How many men do not aspire to be those who uphold justice and protect their homeland? Xiao Yang was resisting. He was battling the allure of becoming a police officer, acutely aware that once he ventured into that realm, escape would be impossible. With that in mind, have you already made some discoveries? The inspector in the white shirt's eyes glimmered with amusement, his gaze piercing. Indeed, they did intend to use him as a last resort. Xiao Yang's displayed intelligence was undeniably high. Initially, no one had considered it a decoy. He had. No one had anticipated that their target was the criminal police team. He had. Just these 2 points alone demonstrated that his intellect surpassed theirs. They were now exceedingly anxious, desperately needing to suppress the incident and resolve the case. They wished to ascertain whether Xiao Yang's intellect was genuinely as formidable as it appeared, hoping he could unearth additional clues. Another crucial aspect was Xiao Yang's family. There were those who aimed to intentionally involve him, presenting him with an opportunity for merit. In truth, whatever I could conceive, you could as well. Xiao Yang never considered himself particularly clever. In the realm of criminal investigation, these seasoned detectives could easily outshine him. Surely, you have noticed many discrepancies. The adversary did not commit murder, cause destruction, nor take anything. Given that they orchestrated a terror attack, their scheme must hold considerable significance. Remember the adage that circulates online: when the potential gain reaches 50, people are willing to take risks. When it reaches 100, they dare to trample the law. When it reaches 500, they are willing to disregard life, including their own. The adversaries not only trampled the law, but also life itself, indicating that the benefits they sought were likely terrifying. The amusing question arises: what kind of benefits could possibly exist within a criminal police team? Everyone nodded. Just as Xiao Yang had surmised, none present were fools. Especially in the realm of criminal investigation, they were the experts. Xiao Yang's observations had long been contemplated by others, which was indeed perplexing. One might wonder what a criminal investigation team possessed that warranted such elaborate schemes, even employing a terror attack as bait. The audience's eyes turned expectantly towards Xiao Yang, including Chu Dongshan, who was initially preparing to leave but became intrigued, eager to discover what this young man had uncovered. There remained only one possibility. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, his expression grave. At some point, the members of the criminal investigation team had inadvertently acquired something that appeared ordinary and went unnoticed, yet its value was profoundly alarming, thus triggering this incident. This was a tautology, yet it rang true, and some had already surmised it. Yet the current dilemma was that the item had been taken away, and no one knew what it was. However, Xiao Yang's subsequent remarks struck the crowd like a thunderbolt, leaving them in stunned silence. Had the item truly been removed? His expression was so peculiar. The seasoned detectives had scrutinized the criminal investigation team thoroughly, seemingly finding nothing amiss. Wasn't that odd? Is the item still there? The people present exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a tableau of disbelief. What a preposterous notion! To orchestrate such a grand spectacle, involving terror attacks, explosives, hostages, and an assault on a law enforcement unit, only to be told that nothing had been taken, and perhaps some crucial item remained within the criminal investigation team? If that were the case, how could such a ruthless act be conceived by humans? Was this not madness? Amused by the ghostly expressions on their faces, Xiao Yang suppressed a laugh. If he were to jest, saying, "I was merely joking," would he risk a violent backlash? Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Turning to see Chu Dongshan, her phoenix eyes narrowed, exuding an icy demeanor akin to a beautiful statue of ice. Her gaze sparkled like cold stars, seemingly capable of unearthing the deepest secrets of the soul. Faced with those eyes, Xiao Yang's heart raced, feeling a twinge of guilt. Humph, what are you staring at? Do you not realize that if I were to close my eyes, you would be in dire straits? As for what Xiao Yang might do once his eyes were shut, that remained a mystery to all. Chu Dongshan appeared to sense the peculiarity in Xiao Yang's gaze. A flicker of cold light shot through her eyes, sharp as a military dagger. Damn. Xiao Yang averted his gaze, unwilling to meet hers. Not worth the trouble. The police officer in a white shirt, regaining his composure, furrowed his brow, casting a quizzical glance at Xiao Yang. Wouldn't it be better to test if he's joking? Xiao Yang was also keen to validate his hypothesis. How to verify? I know you have ways to reconstruct the scene, to recover their footprints, correct? Xiao Yang's tone was remarkably assured. The knowledge gleaned from his predecessor's time at the police academy had now become his own. He was no novice in the realm of criminal investigation. Do not be deceived by the notion that criminals can erase all traces from a scene. Disregard the mindless portrayals in crime dramas. For instance, at a murder scene, as long as there are bloodstains, no matter how much one cleans, the police possess methods to recover the evidence. As for restoring footprints, that is even simpler, requiring merely a microscope or a high-powered magnifying glass. Consider a scenario in the northern regions during snowfall. When people shovel snow, it is seldom done perfectly. Footprints left behind compact the snow onto the ground, making it difficult to clear completely with a broom. The principle holds true for footprints. The air contains fine dust and particles that settle on the ground, accumulating over time. When a foot presses down, it compresses these particles into the surface. Simply sweeping away dust cannot eradicate the footprints, especially since individuals frequently move, and their shoes collect various substances, such as grease, bacteria, dust, and dirt. During their movement, they carry these substances to the places they tread. Ordinary individuals may remain oblivious to this fact, yet seasoned detectives, particularly the veteran ones, are well aware. By employing this method, could the shoe prints of those who infiltrated the criminal investigation team not be revealed? Then, by analyzing their footprints, one could ascertain where they had been and what they had interacted with. thereby determining whether they had taken any items or left everything untouched. Does this not provide an answer? Every passerby leaves a trace. Every person leaves a mark. This saying has never been a mere jest. Restoring footprints is not particularly challenging, but requires time. This had no bearing on Xiao Yang, who sat on the curb, consuming fast food and sipping mineral water. His gaze aimlessly fixed on the distant sky, chewing his food. As dawn broke, a gentle mist enveloped the scene, resembling a delicate watercolor painting. As if nature had wielded its softest brush, it depicted a hazy canvas upon the tranquil earth. Xiao Yang had once contemplated witnessing a sunrise, a desire unfulfilled in his previous life. A figure quietly approached him. Had it not been for Xiao Yang's warrior king skills, which inexplicably endowed him with heightened perception, he would have lacked the awareness to perceive this presence. His once vacant eyes regained their vibrancy, realizing that perhaps this was a moment for a rendezvous. When Chu Dongshan had rebuffed his inclinations towards law enforcement, the disdain in her gaze and the indifference on her face had been crystal clear. He could also discern that she had no intention of pursuing any romantic entanglement with him, much like his former partner, who had also approached the matter with insincerity. Who in their right mind seeks a blind date? If one had no desire to become a police officer, why bother attending a police academy? Chu Dongshan slowly settled beside him, gazing at the golden glow illuminating the horizon. One day, I caught a whiff of a putrid odor in my room. Xiao Yang set aside his fast food container, searching for the source but finding none. Until one day, he discovered a decaying ideal hidden within his pillow, along with a rotting dream. Yet, neither of these had been the source of the foul smell. He continued searching, following the stench until he reached beneath the bed. There, he stumbled upon a corpse. Xiao Yang grinned, having unearthed the essence of his youthful self. Chu Dongshan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was this truly a 22-year-old youth? She suddenly perceived Xiao Yang as enigmatic, shrouded in a mist that obscured his true nature. And you? Xiao Yang queried, gazing at the emerging dawn. Where did you serve? Classified. Chu Dongshan shook her head, her demeanor growing increasingly aloof. Xiao Yang found himself at a loss. Why bring up classified matters when discussing military service? He inquired casually. What prompted you to enlist? It wasn't my choice to join the military. Chu Dongshan seemed to ponder what could be disclosed. At 7, I became a soldier. She had been a child when she was sent to serve. Xiao Yang was flabbergasted. How old are you now? 27. Chu Dongshan regarded him with a look of incredulity. You came here for a blind date, and still don't know my age? 20 years of military service. Xiao Yang's gaze turned blank. His expression seemed to convey disbelief. Are you pulling my leg? After several seconds of astonishment, Xiao Yang furrowed his brows, realizing the potential truth. Did one truly become a warrior king after merely a few years of service? Yet to have been a soldier since the age of 7 was rather exaggerated. Xiao Yang recalled Chu Dongshan's earlier mention of classified. Many matters remained unknown to the average person, as they lacked the qualifications to comprehend them. Perhaps the nation or military had secretly trained a cadre of children, molding them into formidable soldiers. So that was it. No wonder she was a warrior king. Xiao Yang suddenly understood, recalling rumors from his past life, such as the National Defense Youth Program. How reasonable. At that moment, a uniformed officer emerged from the criminal investigation team, casting a nod in Xiao Yang's direction. Time to get to work. Xiao Yang rose to his feet. You little brat, I've come to find you. Chapter 9. A complete shift in atmosphere within the precinct's courtyard. Xiao Yang crouched down, examining the shoeprints marked for reconstruction on the ground. There were 3 distinct sets of prints. The stride, gait, and direction were meticulously catalogued. 2 pairs were size 41, and 1 was size 43. Through the shoe prints, one could deduce the suspect's height, weight, and gender. In the criminal science program at the police academy, instructors meticulously elucidate such formulas. Among the 3 suspects, 2 possess heights exceeding 1.7 meters, while 1 surpasses 1.8 meters, all exhibiting normal physiques and male attributes. Their gait and stride suggest they may have undergone specific training. Yet the precise nature of this training eludes our understanding. An elderly superintendent, his expression grave, conveyed this to Xiao Yang. The fact that the police have not encountered such individuals implies they are not ordinary people. A person's walking posture can reveal an abundance of information regarding their age, profession, and specialization, be it a child, youth, middle-aged individual, or an elder. For instance, soldiers, due to their extensive military training, display distinct walking patterns compared to the average person. Similarly, professional athletes and models also exhibit unique strides. Xiao Yang's demeanor turned cold, a foreboding sensation creeping upon him. Nearby, Chu Dongshan slowly crouched down, scrutinizing the shoe prints on the ground. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Can soldiers engage in criminal investigation? No, they cannot. However, certain specialized soldiers are adept in reconnaissance and espionage skills. These unique operatives possess exceptional surveillance capabilities, including camouflage, infiltration, eavesdropping, and the capture and interrogation of prisoners, enabling them to gather intelligence effectively behind enemy lines. In foreign nations, such personnel are referred to as agents. Domestically, they are known as special operatives. Xiao Yang felt a pang of self-reproach. Having acquired the skills of a martial arts master from Chu Dongshan, he had momentarily forgotten that he too was well-versed in reconnaissance and espionage. Upon employing his investigative prowess to examine the footprints, his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Simultaneously, Chu Dongshan's countenance transformed into one of icy resolve, a fierce killing intent flickering in her eyes. At that moment, both raised their heads and locked gazes, uttering in unison, "Agents." Chu Dongshan's eyes widened in surprise, her expression shifting. Xiao Yang felt an urge to curse. Was he insane? How could he deduce the presence of agents from their shoe prints without ever having encountered them? What would he say if someone questioned him? Fortunately, Chu Dongshan merely cast him a cold glance without inquiring further. Her silence stemmed from Xiao Yang's unblemished background, being of impeccable character. His grandfather and parents held esteemed positions, all serving as police officers. His father's work was also linked to national security, making his familiarity with agents unsurprising. Xiao Yang exhaled in relief. His gaze fixated on the shoe prints. 3 special operatives? More accurately, 3 suspected enemy spies. This was serious. Meanwhile, the police had also concluded their interrogation of the captured rioters. Those apprehended were not terrorists, but rather a group of individuals brainwashed by a cult. As for their motives behind the terror attack, they were instructed by higher-ups within the cult. Xiao Yang envisioned a scenario where someone had infiltrated the cult, manipulating them with promises of gain to instigate chaos. In essence, these cultists were being used as pawns to divert the police's attention. The true mastermind behind it all. Xiao Yang scrutinized the 3 distinct shoe prints before him. What a cunning stratagem. If these were indeed enemy spies from certain nations, the situation could escalate drastically. The emergence of such entities suggests that their plans are undoubtedly formidable. It was particularly unsettling that this ominous presence manifested within a criminal investigation unit, evoking a profound sense of discord in Xiao Yang's mind. The atmosphere felt entirely incongruous. Yet, this matter did not concern him. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yang followed the shoe prints into the criminal investigation unit. These imprints revealed how the 3 suspected agents had managed to control the personnel on duty within the unit. The entire operation occurred with remarkable swiftness, leaving no opportunity for ordinary individuals to resist. Unarmed police officers are merely average individuals in comparison to certain specialized professions. This group had subdued 3 officers, assigning one to keep watch while the other 2 searched for something within the unit. The shoe prints indicated their movement through numerous rooms, storage areas, interrogation rooms, and various offices, even the evidence room. They had rummaged through several items. Even though they wore gloves during this process, traces remained. While officers typically don shoe covers and gloves to avoid contaminating a scene, it does not guarantee that evidence remains intact. As previously mentioned, air carries minute dust particles that can settle on various surfaces at any moment. Unless in a sealed environment, dust will inevitably accumulate, though imperceptible to the naked eye. The issue is that even if one wears gloves while handling objects, those minuscule particles can still adhere to the gloves and be removed. Thus, traces will invariably remain, regardless of gloved handling. Analyzing the evidence, it appeared that no items had been lost or taken. The entire episode likely transpired in under 20 minutes before they departed. This was perplexing. After Xiao Yang recounted the investigation process, Chu Dongshan furrowed her brow. If even someone like you, an outsider, can discern the oddities, it must indeed be strange. Xiao Yang scoffed, as did the surrounding investigators. If this group were truly agents, how could they leave behind such ample evidence? Were they unaware that a professional could easily unveil their identities? If such individuals were indeed this foolish, could they be entrusted with intelligence work? This only indicated one possibility. All the traces were deliberately left behind. But why would they do so? Could it be that? Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, realizing that they were also unaware of what the object was. Yet, they knew for certain that it resided within the criminal investigation unit. Someone had previously brought that object into the unit, and upon their departure, the item was not found on their person, leading to the conclusion that it was concealed within the unit. However, they remained ignorant of the nature of this object or that it was hidden within another item, the specifics of which eluded them. Yet, if even they were unaware of the object's form and orchestrated a terror attack as an elaborate ruse against the criminal investigation unit, it implied. Chu Dongchan's eyes sparkled with insight, akin to stars in the night sky. The eyes of the seasoned investigators also began to glimmer with understanding. Xiao Yang's words nearly conveyed a revelation to them. Someone had intentionally staged this grand performance with a clear objective in mind. The mastermind sought to leverage the police's efforts to uncover the object. Chapter 10. Never have I encountered such brazen individuals. Waiting for an imbecile. This is urgent. Xiao Yang found himself nearly amused by the antics of certain individuals. Really, do they dare to play such games? Others, however, could not muster a laugh. Their audacity was palpable. These individuals would dare to instigate a terror attack against a police unit. What else could they possibly fear? Until an arrest is made, myriad variables remain. Having deduced that a significant item may be concealed within the criminal investigation unit, the priority was to locate it. The police commenced a thorough search. Xiao Yang refrained from participating, instead sitting at the entrance in a daze. Chu Dongshan stood beside him like a shadow, observing him without pretense. I know I am quite charming, but must you gaze at me so intently? Xiao Yang chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood while maintaining his composure. Chu Dongshan. Never have I encountered such shameless individuals. Could he be the fabled fool? Why not join in the search? Chu Dongshan shot him a cold glance. She did not wish to flail about aimlessly. Xiao Yang shook his head, proclaiming, I am searching for someone. Searching for someone? Chu Dongshan queried, puzzled. What person could you possibly be looking for while sitting here? Well, Xiao Yang rubbed his temples, contemplating the identity of the individual who had brought the object into the criminal investigation unit. Who could traverse the unit's confines? Officers, internal staff, auxiliary police, suspects, informants. There were numerous possibilities. For an outsider to conceal something within the unit without detection is exceedingly challenging. It must be an insider. Earlier, it was analyzed that the object in question was formidable enough to have attracted the attention of suspected agents. It is not that Xiao Yang underestimates ordinary police officers. They might encounter such a thing. However, it is highly probable that this object was neither retrieved by a police officer nor accessible to an ordinary person. However, it just so happens that this occurs within the criminal investigation team, and some individuals are aware of it. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Xiao Yang like a bolt of lightning. It felt as though his very soul had been jolted awake. He understood. A hint of a smile crept onto his lips. Suppose there exists an individual who possesses a certain object, only to have it discovered by another group intent on seizing it. What would they do? Capture the person and rob them. That individual likely realizes this and attempts to flee. But escape is futile, for the pursuers are a cadre of operatives. In desperation, the individual conceives a plan, the criminal investigation team. By seeking refuge here, even the operatives would hesitate to make an arrest. But what guise would he assume to enter the precinct? A suspect? A whistleblower? Or perhaps something else? Ultimately, it matters not. The crux is that he has gained entry. The operatives, intent on apprehending him, also witness his arrival. Soon after, the individual departs the criminal investigation team, only to be captured without incident by the operatives. The object has vanished. This process may have encountered unforeseen complications. The individual apprehended by the operatives is likely dead. Consequently, these suspected operatives harbor suspicions that the object is concealed within the precinct. Some may inquire why they do not simply raid the precinct to search for it, resorting instead to a terror attack. Does that not seem irrational? Who says they haven't tried? For a group of operatives seeking to infiltrate the criminal investigation team in search of an object, it is indeed a formidable challenge. They must have made attempts, yet regrettably, found nothing. However, they are convinced that the object remains. Should the police acquire it, it would surely trigger some abnormalities. Yet, the criminal investigation team exhibits nothing out of the ordinary, confirming that the object is still present, albeit elusive. Thus, they devise a bold plan. They will enlist the police as assistance in locating it. This is what leads to the terror attack and the assault on the criminal investigation team. Is this not foolish? If the police were to discover it, would they not have a chance to seize it? Indeed, they surely possess a method to extract the object. What could this method be? Xiao Yang's expression grew unusually grave. The criminal investigation team is not merely composed of officers, but also elite SWAT members, and seasoned soldiers. He pondered what could possibly give them such confidence in their ability to procure the object. Moreover, how could they possibly ascertain in real time whether the police have made a discovery? Damn! Xiao Yang abruptly rose, realization dawning upon him. There is something amiss within the criminal investigation team. Eavesdropping? Surveillance? What means could they be employing? This implies that the police's every move is already under their scrutiny. Suddenly, Xiao Yang halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Rather than act hastily, he could observe and perhaps turn the tables to his advantage. By utilizing their own methods, he too could fish for information. Of course, Xiao Yang entertained another hypothesis. Is it possible that the perpetrators of the terror attack and those assaulting the criminal investigation team are two distinct factions? The assailants wish to locate the object, while the other group aims to thwart them. Thus, they intentionally orchestrate a terror attack to divert the police's attention, wanting to ensure that no one can lay claim to the object. Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. The individual capable of inciting the operative's pursuit would hardly be a benign character. It's a classic case of dog-eat-dog. But let us set that aside for now and focus on locating the object. Xiao Yang continued his reasoning. Assuming the initial deduction holds true, there must be an individual under pursuit who has entered the criminal investigation team. Utilizing some means, he has left behind a particular object within its confines. However, he is not a police officer. Even if he gains entry, his movements would be limited. The lobby, the interrogation room, the restroom, each potential hiding place echoed in Xiao Yang's mind. None of these fit. The entire precinct has been thoroughly searched. What sort of individual could succeed in concealing something right under the noses of seasoned detectives? Could it be that the object truly does not reside within the precinct? Otherwise, how could those operatives not find it? And why have the police been equally unsuccessful? Does the object possess the ability to conceal itself, to vanish into thin air? Suddenly, Xiao Yang's eyes widened. Move? Indeed, the object could very well be mobile, which is precisely why it has evaded detection. Living? No, it need not be alive to possess mobility. Within the precinct, aside from inanimate objects, what else is capable of movement? Humans. The police. The object is not hidden within the criminal investigation team at all. That individual has cleverly concealed it on a police officer's person within the ranks of the criminal investigation team. And this officer remains oblivious, as does everyone else. Is that not the case? Truly, what an ingenious mind. Xiao Yang found himself somewhat in awe. The execution of such a plan is remarkably cunning, even to conceive of such a method. Nevertheless, this remains mere conjecture on Xiao Yang's part, requiring validation. He resolved to summon the personnel of the criminal investigation team. Xiao Yang glanced at Chu Donchong beside him and remarked, "I've stumbled upon something rather intriguing." "How intriguing?" Chu Donchong inquired as she entered the criminal investigation team. It wasn't too long before the entire team gathered outside, standing before Xiao Yang. "Let us go. I'll treat you all to a meal. Though you'll have to foot the bill yourselves." Xiao Yang turned to leave, adding, "I'm just a freshly graduated, broke student. I don't have much money." The crowd collectively responded, "Are you a clown sent to entertain us?" Chapter 11. Indeed, one must always maintain a facade in a restaurant. 6 tables were occupied by police officers. Everyone was eating and drinking, yet silence reigned. Occasionally, glances would flicker towards Xiao Yang, who was engrossed in his meal. Their expressions a blend of curiosity and incredulity. What was Xiao Yang's identity? Only those in white shirts might grasp the implications. A young man, freshly graduated from the police academy and not even an officer yet, somehow finds himself involved in this case. Does he truly belong here? Isn't that peculiar? However, when 3 individuals in white shirts vouched for this young man, everything suddenly seemed more plausible. Initially, some speculated that Xiao Yang was the scion of a prominent family, fortuitously drawn into this affair. A gilded opportunity? But as Xiao Yang demonstrated reasoning that astonished even veteran detectives, no one dared to underestimate this young man any longer. As for dining, let us not kid ourselves. They are seasoned detectives, none of whom are fools. Only an idiot would fail to recognize that Xiao Yang had summoned them for a purpose. They were keen to observe what this young man had in store. Yet, throughout it all, Xiao Yang remained silent, simply focused on his meal. The others were left bewildered, pondering if he had genuinely gathered them merely for a meal, without ulterior motives. "What are you all looking at?" Xiao Yang finally broke the silence, lifting his head to say, "Hurry up and eat. The more you consume, the better prepared you will be for work." The crowd responded with incredulity. Is he joking? After 5 or 6 minutes, a figure entered the restaurant. The eyes of the crowd brightened, turning towards the tall silhouette that had just appeared. It was Chu Dongchong, now dressed in a new outfit. Sporting canvas shoes, a white shirt, and jeans, her height exceeding 175 centimeters accentuated her enchanting curves. The gaze from her starry eyes bore an air of defiance, free-spirited and cool, devoid of any hint of fluctuation. She approached Xiao Yang and took a seat beside him. Truly, a formidable presence, her entrance was nothing short of impressive. But that figure, it defied logic. Surely, she must be at least a 36D? Xiao Yang diverted his gaze back to his meal, noticing her scrutiny. Chu Dongchong narrowed her eyes, regarding him with an icy stare. Don't look at me like that. It's easy to guess. Xiao Yang mumbled through his food, in my experience. Formidable individuals tend to be intelligent. If she is indeed clever, she must have suspected that someone is surveilling her and would take a moment to investigate. If she were to truly uncover something, as a wise person, she wouldn't act impulsively, but would first consult with others on how to proceed. Am I mistaken? Chu Dongchong stared at him, aghast, as if standing before him in the nude, stripped of any secrets. How many? Xiao Yang swallowed his food, casting a sidelong glance at the stunned beauty beside him. Indeed, one must always maintain a facade. The elite soldier is impressive, yet she has merely fallen into my trap. One, Chu Dongchong replied after a moment, about 200 meters away, being cautious. It's likely one of theirs. Not moving is wise, Xiao Yang nodded, licking his lips. Perhaps it's a perimeter alert. A perimeter alert can be a warning device or personnel. If you move, it will surely startle the prey, just as he had deduced. The movements of personnel within the criminal investigation team are likely under surveillance. Not only that, within the internal precincts of the criminal police team, there may exist means of surveillance and eavesdropping. Lu, I have a question. Xiao Yang turned to the captain of the criminal police team beside him, inquiring with a smile. In the past 6 months, have there been any renovations, repairs, or maintenance of electrical systems or plumbing within the criminal police unit? Captain Lu's expression suddenly shifted, and he nodded. Being astute individuals, Lu understood the gravity of Xiao Yang's inquiry. Someone had exploited maintenance procedures to infiltrate the criminal police team and install certain devices. What was repaired? Xiao Yang's lips twitched slightly. The surveillance equipment within the unit had inexplicably malfunctioned, necessitating repairs by an external technician. Captain Lu's demeanor darkened, gritting his teeth in frustration. Now, he finally comprehended why Xiao Yang had summoned them under the guise of a dinner. He also surmised the presence of surveillance within the criminal police unit. This is not your fault. After all, the opposing party may consist of operatives, Xiao Yang reassured him. He posed a second question. In the past 6 months, have there been numerous individuals who reported incidents to the criminal police team or were brought in as suspects? A case handling unit encounters a staggering number of incidents and police matters annually, far beyond the imagination of the average person. For instance, a local police station might respond to over 80 calls daily, which is quite alarming. However, the nature of work within the criminal police team differs significantly from that of a police station, typically dealing with more serious criminal cases such as murder, robbery, kidnapping, violent crimes, economic offenses, and drug-related crimes. Consequently, the number of cases is relatively lower. It's not as if they are in a quaint town with a high prevalence of serious crimes. There are dozens of cases, at least. Captain Lu quickly replied. Investigate how many individuals entered the criminal police unit in the past 6 months, particularly those who have spent time in interrogation rooms, inquiry spaces, or the lobby, and interacted with your officers. Xiao Yang contemplated, emphasizing those who had been able to exit the criminal police unit after their stay. This particular detail is relatively easy to verify. Although 6 months may pose a challenge for some to recall, the criminal police unit is equipped with surveillance. Unlike other locations where video retention lasts only 7 to 30 days, monitoring footage in a case handling unit, which pertains to case details and interrogations, is typically preserved for an extended duration, even permanently. Xiao Yang, holding Captain Lu's phone, accessed the internal network of the criminal police unit and reviewed several segments of surveillance footage. He found 6 recordings featuring suspicious individuals who fit the description of those entering and subsequently leaving the unit. Among them were 4 suspects and 2 individuals who reported incidents. The surveillance footage revealed that they had all interacted and conversed with the police. Xiao Yang scrutinized the 6 video segments repeatedly, but found no anomalies. He did not observe any physical contact between them and the officers. How could they have surreptitiously placed items on the officers? Xiao Yang slapped his forehead, scolding himself inwardly. If the opposing party were indeed operatives, how could they possibly perform any actions under surveillance? Setting the phone down, he instructed Captain Liu to summon the officers who had interacted with the 6 suspects, asking them to recall whether there had been any physical contact or indirect interactions during their conversations. The criminal police officers exchanged confused glances, trying to recollect, and eventually shook their heads. Suddenly, one officer's expression grew serious as he recalled, "I remember the individual borrowed my phone because their battery was dead. Does that count?" In an instant, the restaurant fell silent. Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. At last, he had found a lead. Chapter 12. A boy remains a boy until death. Xiao Yang, intrigued, focused on the phone in his hand. The officer recalled that the individual borrowed the phone to make a call, which lasted less than a minute. However, for professionals, a minute is ample time to accomplish much. Xiao Yang lifted the phone to his ear. Without a protective case, the angle of the phone against his face could conveniently obscure certain elements, such as the SIM card slot. It is well known that some phones can accommodate not only a SIM card, but also a TF card for expansion. Through the act of making a call, or feigning a call, could one open the SIM card slot and discreetly insert something? For an ordinary person, it would be quite challenging. However, for an intelligence operative, it should pose little difficulty. Setting the phone down, Xiao Yang accepted a card ejector from one of the officers and inserted it into the SIM slot. With a click, the slot sprang open. He removed the tray and flipped it over, revealing a memory card. "I must admit, you are more cunning than I," Xiao Yang remarked with a wry smile. Speaking to himself, the other's pupils dilated in astonishment, their eyes widening in realization. They shared a tacit understanding of the implications. "Take the items to national security," one officer stated gravely, acknowledging that some matters were not suitable for police scrutiny. Simply put, they were not qualified to observe such things. Without further ado, Xiao Yang rose and exited the restaurant. A profound glimmer flickered in Chu Dongchan's eyes as she followed closely behind him. The two boarded a police vehicle and, under the watchful gaze of numerous officers, drove away. "Are you truly going to do this?" Chu Dongchan asked, her tone nonchalant as she drove. "You claimed you no longer wish to be a police officer. Why risk your life?" "Because I hold no grudges. Most of the time, I will confront my enemies head-on," Xiao Yang replied, eyes closed in contemplation. "If I cannot resolve it on the spot, I will devise a plan to track them down and confront them again." Chu Dongchan's lips twitched involuntarily. It was her first time encountering someone who could so openly express such a petty mindset. That mentality is quite perilous. "Are you certain they will show up?" she queried, her gaze flaring with intrigue as she cast him a sidelong glance. "Do you not already possess the answer?" Xiao Yang replied with a smile. "Indeed, my blind date." Chu Dongchan opened her mouth in silence, having deduced the truth. Xiao Yang was fishing, and he was performing a play. From the moment he gathered a large group of officers for dinner, the act had commenced. He was well aware that someone was monitoring the police. Consequently, an individual indeed followed them, and she had noticed. The most fascinating part was how a group of police officers would willingly participate in his charade. The scene in the restaurant was all a performance. Otherwise, why were only the two of them driving to the National Security Bureau in Binhai without any escort? Because with police escorting certain individuals, the latter would be deterred from appearing. But would such an obvious trap entice them? Yes, humans are inherently gamblers. When faced with immense temptation, they cannot resist the urge to take a risk. Win, and it's paradise. Lose, and it's hell. Some individuals navigate the delicate line between heaven and hell as part of their profession. When an opportunity arises, how could they let it slip away? Xiao Yang had adeptly seized this psychological tendency, setting a trap. Perhaps he was fishing for more than one big catch. He had previously deduced that those orchestrating the terror attack and those targeting the criminal police team might not be affiliated. If his conjecture held true, an intriguing drama was about to unfold. From this moment onward, Xiao Yang would no longer be a mere pawn. He would be the master of the game. Once a young boy, was he not transformed into a lifeless corpse? For the first time, Chu Dongchan smiled coyly in the presence of a man, her dimples deepening. She recalled his words. "The dream-chasing boy has already perished." Have you ever heard this saying? Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with a radiant glow, exuding warmth. A boy remains a boy until death. A smile blossomed on Chu Dongchan's cheeks, her demeanor softening, transforming her into a captivating beauty. At that moment, she bore an ethereal quality. Suddenly, Chu Dongchan whispered a caution. "They've arrived." Behind their police vehicle, two black vans sped towards them. "What? So soon?" "Just a moment ago." Xiao Yang had been exuding confidence. Now, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. his mind racing with a flurry of chaotic thoughts. "Are you afraid?" Chu Dongshan teased, her eyes glimmering with mischief, as he gripped the steering wheel and veered into an intersection, leaving the main road behind. Xiao Yang spoke in a tone that belied the absurdity of his words. "I'm not a soldier, nor am I a police officer. Isn't it perfectly normal to feel fear?" His audacity stemmed from the presence of a formidable female soldier by his side. Moreover, he had assimilated a martial skill from Chu Dongshan, gaining a direct understanding of what it meant to be a soldier. With a soldier nearby, Xiao Yang felt a sense of security. Coupled with his reckless demeanor, he believed he could effortlessly navigate any situation. Yet, when actual danger loomed, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Many people can drive, but the vast majority operate ordinary vehicles. If one day someone handed you a supercar, would you not take the time to familiarize yourself before getting behind the wheel? That was precisely Xiao Yang's predicament. Although the soldier's skills were formidable in combat, they had become instinctive to him. However, he had never engaged in battle and lacked any experience in life-or-death confrontations. "I admit I acted impulsively just now. It's only natural to feel flustered the first time," he reflected. At that moment, Chu Dongshan's clear, dark eyes sparkled with amusement. "Stop pretending." Xiao Yang hesitated. "You'd best sleep with your eyes open tonight, or I might just surprise you." Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the rear of a police car was struck by the front of a nearby commercial vehicle. The police car lost its balance, soaring into the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, flipping over and tracing a remarkable arc in the sky. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Yang remained composed, his gaze meeting Chu Dongshan's. They exchanged surprised smiles, a silent understanding blossoming between them. Then came the thud. The car's roof crashed to the ground, wheels up. A shocking sight. 2 commercial vehicles screeched to a halt behind them, and 6 men leaped out, rushing toward the police car. When they reached the vehicle, one man crouched to inspect. He saw only Xiao Yang, whose eyes were tightly closed, while Chu Dongshan had vanished without a trace. The crouching man's expression shifted, and just as he was about to alert his comrades, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, grinning at him. "Hey, are you here to take a dump too?" Chapter 13. This system is terrifying. Xiao Yang discovered something peculiar about his body. At the moment he prepared to strike, numerous weak points appeared on his target's body, each capable of causing severe injury, disability, or death. A single blow could either kill or incapacitate. This was the ability bestowed upon him by the soldier's skill. In that instant, Xiao Yang's hand shot out like lightning, extending through the car window to grasp the man's neck from behind. His thumb pressed into the man's right eye. With a sickening pop, Xiao Yang's thumb burst the man's eyeball, and with a swift pull, thud, the man's head collided with the car's frame, producing a dull thud. He had no chance to scream, collapsing like a broken rag doll. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, perhaps even less. A grown man felt as fragile as an ant in Xiao Yang's grasp. There was no exhilaration or excitement, only an indescribable horror. This was the might of a soldier. Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed. One could say this was the capability of an elite killing machine from the Dragon Country military. He could not afford to be dazed or hesitate. He forced himself to act. The moment he moved, he became like a leopard, using all 4 limbs. He burst through the window, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, moving with a speed that was truly terrifying, an explosion of physical prowess and bodily limits. For an ordinary person, such speed would be nearly impossible, but for a top-tier soldier, pushing the human body to its limits was merely routine. Xiao Yang's velocity was astonishing. Yet there was a ghostly figure even faster than him. As the other 5 men were momentarily distracted by Xiao Yang bringing down their comrade, the figure leaped into the air, soaring over the overturned police car. In their blurred vision, they caught a glimpse of a leg spinning gracefully in the air, like a large axe cleaving down upon one man's face. Thud, crack. The terrifying force seemed to render the leg unstoppable, crushing the man's head against his shoulder and snapping his neck. Yet before the figure landed, she swung her arm, and a glimmering object appeared in her hand, a weapon approximately 30 centimeters long, resembling an iron cone with 3 sharp edges like a triangular dagger. With a fluid motion, the soldier thrust the weapon into one man's eye, piercing through to the back of his skull. In the blink of an eye, 2 lives were extinguished. The figure landed gracefully, crouching low, taut like a drawn bow, and then sprang forth again, appearing before another man. Her pale hands grasped the back of his neck, while her knee surged forward to collide violently with his face. Blood splattered, bones cracked, and the man fell backward as if struck by a truck. In that instant, she stood before 2 more men, seizing their necks and crashing their heads together. Their eyes dulled, and they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, Xiao Yang had just begun to rise but witnessed the entirety of Chu Dongchan's lethal prowess. There was no hesitation, no unnecessary motions, only a seamless combination of strength and speed. Akin to a well-oiled machine. Everything was sacrificed for efficiency, and more efficiency. This was not mere combat, nor was it violence for the sake of aesthetics. It was a stark, unadulterated deprivation of life, as if crushing ants beneath one's heel. How terrifying. Xiao Yang's heart raced. He was not frightened by Chu Dongchan's overwhelming power. Rather, he realized that with the soldier's skill, he too could unleash such violence. What terrified him was the system. Was this what they called the replication of supreme skills? And what of the ultimate talents and unparalleled abilities? Xiao Yang dared not contemplate further. They were all ordinary people. Chu Dongchan shot Xiao Yang a glance, her brows furrowing. Testing the waters? In essence, she understood that the 6 attackers were mere pawns. If capturing a 007 were that simple, would anyone still watch the movies? Returning to his senses, Xiao Yang taunted, "Some fish aren't so foolish. They won't bite the bait immediately but will tease the hook. They might nibble at it bit by bit, avoiding the hook altogether. The battle of patience lies between the angler and the fish, but the angler always holds the advantage, for he has the bait. Let us go." Xiao Yang approached a commercial vehicle, disregarding the corpses and injured assailants. Though he appeared calm, his heart raced with trepidation. People had died, several of them. This was no film. He had witnessed the slaughter firsthand. With a pale face, Xiao Yang suppressed his nausea and climbed into the commercial vehicle. Chu Dongchan, her expression unfazed, took the wheel and started the engine. "What happens next? You should be well aware." "Indeed," Xiao Yang nodded. "Those people are still watching us." The word watching was pronounced with emphasis. "When they realize that mere numbers and surprise tactics cannot subdue us, what comes next?" Xiao Yang's expression turned serious. His tone severe, "Will likely be weapons. I question whether you are a graduate of a police academy." Chu Dongchan regarded him intensely. The more she interacted with him, the more she realized Xiao Yang possessed an alarming level of intelligence. How could a young man just out of school have such intellect? "Once we resolve this incident and both survive." Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, jesting, "Are we still going to arrange a blind date?" Chu Dongchan. She was tempted to pry open Xiao Yang's skull to see what thoughts lay within. "At a time like this, you're still thinking about a blind date? What about?" Xiao Yang leaned back in his seat and murmured, "What?" Chu Dongchan raised an eyebrow. "With my looks, I might as well settle for being a kept man." Xiao Yang squinted playfully, pondering whether it would be delightful. Haha, Chu Dongchan couldn't help but chuckle, her bright eyes resembling 2 crescent moons. Indeed, this was a rather narcissistic little jokester. Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter echoed overhead. Xiao Yang was taken aback, while Chu Dongchan's gaze turned icy. Why would a helicopter appear? Suddenly, a spherical object plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the windshield of a business vehicle. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in shock as he fixated on the object, for it seemed strikingly familiar. He had encountered such a thing recently, covered in steel balls and plates of fireworks shell. However, the fireworks shell before him was coated with a thick layer of glass glue, which adhered firmly to the windshield upon impact. "Damn!" Xiao Yang cursed under his breath, but before he could react, Chu Dongchan lunged at him, her hand already pulling open the car door. Using the momentum of their leap, she propelled Xiao Yang out of the vehicle. Boom! The fireworks shell detonated suddenly, erupting in a kaleidoscope of colors that soared into the sky. Steel balls, metal shards, and flames consumed everything, darkening the day. Chapter 14. My companions and I were stunned lying on the ground. Xiao Yang struggled to breathe, as someone was atop him. His face was buried in a magnificent yet terrifying bosom. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, contemplating whether he could take a bite. His expression mirrored that of someone utterly astonished. So large. Could it possibly be a cow? As the weight lifted, Chu Dongchan stood up. Xiao Yang surveyed his surroundings. The modified firework shell had unleashed an immense explosion, reducing the business vehicle to a honeycomb structure. Fortunately, Chu Dongchan's reflexes were remarkably swift, and their evasion skills ensured they remained unscathed. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang's gaze fell not only on the helicopter circling above, but also on an outstretched arm and a gun emerging from the open cabin door. The weapon was substantial, with a thick barrel resembling a short-barreled shotgun. Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he extended his palm, for Chu Dongchan had already reached for him. With a firm grip, their hands clasped, Chu Dongchan retreated violently, not only pulling Xiao Yang along, but also propelling them 2 meters away. Bang! A gunshot rang from above. Countless bullets swept through the air like a tempest, striking the very spot they had just vacated, sending sparks and craters flying from the hardened concrete. Xiao Yang lamented. Such a fierce production from a small workshop possessing the skills of a military expert. He was familiar with contemporary weaponry, yet none compared to the one that had just fired. There was only one possibility: a homemade firearm. This was why he referred to it as a small workshop. It required no precision nor rifling. It merely relied on gunpowder and shot. In close combat, it was far more formidable than a handgun. Xiao Yang felt a sheen of sweat form at his back. Regardless of whether it was a homemade weapon or not, it was still a gun. At that moment, the helicopter-esque gun barrel aimed once more at them, but Chu Dongshan refused to grant the assailants another opportunity to fire. With a swift movement of her arm, a gleaming dagger sliced through the air, soaring skyward. Thud! It struck the gunman squarely beneath the jaw, embedding itself deep. Yet, the danger was not averted. Two cars appeared on the road, rapidly approaching. One of them sped towards them, intent on collision. Dodge! Chu Dongshan grasped Xiao Yang's collar, her arm sweeping as she hurled him toward the wrecked business vehicle. Damn, Xiao Yang thought, flipping his eyes in exasperation midair. Was he not deserving of some respect as a person? With a resounding thud, Xiao Yang's body collided with the side of the vehicle. His eyes fixated on the car barreling towards Chu Dongshan. He watched as her agile form lunged forward like a leopard. Before her body even touched the ground, she curled into a ball, utilizing her momentum to roll swiftly out of harm's way, evading the oncoming vehicle by several meters. As the car screeched to a halt, Chu Dongshan sprang from the ground, her legs bending before launching her upwards. Thud crack! Her feet shattered the car window, striking the driver's head. Harnessing the force of her entire body, she barreled into the vehicle's interior. Impressive sister. Xiao Yang, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, was utterly in awe. This was no mere female soldier. She was a veritable force of nature. Anyone brave enough to marry such a woman? Xiao Yang shuddered. How terrifying. Meanwhile, another car came to a halt, the door swinging open. Should I hide? Impossible. Hiding is not an option, not in this lifetime. It was time to showcase his skills reminiscent of kicking down a kindergarten door. Xiao Yang charged forward, having spotted a man emerging from the vehicle with a gun in hand. As he ran, Xiao Yang's demeanor shifted, and his body underwent a transformation. The military skills he had absorbed from Chu Dongshan fully awakened, turning him into a lethal weapon, a human weapon. Just as the gunman extended his leg from the car, Xiao Yang's foot slammed against the door. Thud! The door clamped down on the man's ankle. Crack! The sound echoed as the man's ankle twisted at an unnatural angle, breaking. Before he could scream, the door was yanked open, and Xiao Yang's hand seized the gunman's wrist, not to wrest the weapon away, but to swiftly rotate it, altering the angle of the barrel. Simultaneously, a finger of Xiao Yang pressed against the trigger finger of the man. A quick pull. Bang! The gunfire erupted, sending a cascade of bullets into the driver's face. Blood and flesh exploded across the driver's visage, the impact causing his head to crash against the door window. Xiao Yang momentarily lost himself in the moment, but quickly regained focus. His arm swung, striking the gunman in the neck with a resounding crack, indenting his throat. Xiao Yang then glanced at the rear passenger door, where two men had emerged. One raised a short-barreled shotgun toward him. Before he could fire, Xiao Yang executed a lightning-fast kick to the man's calf. Thud! The man's leg was propelled backward, lifting off the ground and causing him to topple. At the same moment, Xiao Yang seized the shotgun's barrel. With a powerful push, crack! The stock slammed into the man's nose, sending a jolt of agony through his body. The intense pain brought tears to his eyes. Before he could blink, the weight in Xiao Yang's hands shifted, and suddenly, the barrel was thrust into his mouth. The man's eyes widened in terror. Boom! The horrifying sound of gunfire erupted from within him, exploding the back of his neck in a shower of blood, flesh, vertebrae, and bullets, all spewing forth toward the man who had just lifted his shotgun. The explosion impacted the man's face, knocking him to the ground as if struck by an invisible hammer. Yet, whether it was luck or the homemade shotgun's lesser power, or perhaps the bullets detonating in his comrade's mouth had diminished their force, the fallen man was not dead. Clutching his face, he rolled on the ground in agony. Xiao Yang seized the now empty shotgun and charged forward. As he approached, he lifted the shotgun as if wielding a hefty club. Thud! The stock crashed down upon the man's head, silencing his cries. Xiao Yang did not pause, instead grabbing the shotgun discarded beside the man. With a swift motion, he aimed it skyward, targeting the hovering medical helicopter, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The cold shotgun unleashed a torrent of fiery pellets, showering the helicopter with sparks. Unfortunately, it proved futile as the helicopter ascended rapidly, fleeing the scene. Suddenly, a cacophony of ringing phones erupted beneath him. Xiao Yang glanced down to see the source, the phone on the man's body. After a moment's thought, he crouched and rummaged until he found the device. He answered the call. A voice, cold and ominous, spoke. There's a building filled with people and a powerful bomb within. You have a choice. Come alone with the items, or I will detonate the bomb. Choose wisely. Xiao Yang chuckled. Was there truly a choice? Yes, there was. He could simply disregard the lives of others, abandon the current predicament, and walk away. But could he swallow that indignation? With a cold smile, Xiao Yang replied. Where are you? Chapter 15. Little brother, you sure know how to play. Do you think I would tell you? The voice on the phone sneered. Or do you think I'm oblivious to the trap you've set? If I'm not a fool, then why would I send someone to their doom? Xiao Yang nearly burst into laughter. Was it the case that a pig collided with a tree, or had he collided with a pig and rear-ended it? The other party. One must admit that Xiao Yang's sharp tongue left the other speechless. After a while, the opponent sneered, expressing disdain for boorish and irascible youth. But if one is not boorish or irascible, can they still be considered young? Xiao Yang had no desire to engage in idle chatter. Since the other party had the audacity to leap forth, did they seek their own demise? The other party laughed heartily, asserting that Xiao Yang was oblivious to his own vulnerabilities, truly believing that the national security of Long Country could apprehend him. Xiao Yang's lips twitched. Had the other party discerned his intentions? Perhaps this was a question many had not contemplated. The unfolding events had long since encroached upon matters of national security. The appearance of suspected foreign intelligence agents hinted at the involvement of multiple factions. So why had the personnel from Long Country's national security not made an appearance from the outset? Another crucial point, when Xiao Yang and Chu Donchan departed, escorting a memory card to the local national security office, where had the criminal police, special police, and armed police vanished? And why was the memory card being delivered instead of allowing national security to retrieve it? The scene was rife with chaos, with over a dozen villains wreaking havoc, and casualties exceeding 2 digits. Was it not strange that the police had yet to intervene? Coupled with the absence of national security's presence, there was an abundance of implications to consider. This was a trap, one that Xiao Yang had unearthed. A pit aimed at ensnaring certain individuals. Whoever leaped into it would meet their demise. Times had changed. As Xiao Yang himself had opined, do not presume that you are the only clever one. There are countless intelligent individuals in this world. No more pretense. Xiao Yang wore a smile that was not quite a smile. The other party had unveiled their intentions, inadvertently exposing their identity. If earlier suspicions regarding these individuals being foreign intelligence agents remained unverified, it could now be confirmed. Was it significant? The other party chuckled. You possess bait, while I hold a hostage. Will it be an exchange, or shall you watch those innocent lives perish? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. This was precisely why he was reluctant to assume the role of a police officer. It was exceedingly frustrating to be led by the nose by villains. Police must operate within the constraints of the law, unlike criminals who act without restraint, disregarding rules. I still lack sufficient cleverness. Xiao Yang felt a moment of shame, followed by a cold laugh. Did you truly believe you had mastery over this game? Or else? The other party laughed joyfully. I suspect there are some individuals who will not allow you to feel so triumphant. Xiao Yang's smile widened. There is a saying in Long Country. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. The other party's laughter abruptly ceased, and silence enveloped them. Did you think I was unaware of another group aiming to thwart your acquisition? Xiao Yang's tone was resolute. The item was initially seized by that group, and yet you seek to usurp it. Have you considered this? Aside from thwarting you once, why has the other party refrained from further actions? If I were to hand over the item to you now, are you certain you could escape with it? Could it be that they are waiting for you to secure the item before striking? The other party fell silent once more. Why the silence? Do you not enjoy conversing? Xiao Yang teased. Perhaps you are right. The other party resumed, but stalling was futile. It was impossible to trace my location, so do not waste your efforts. The phone belongs to an accomplice, and it is a wireless call. Hence it can be tracked? The answer is yes. By utilizing the signal towers near Xiao Yang's location, one could examine the ongoing communication frequencies and leverage the signal source to trace the originating point. This would enable a rough approximation of the other party's position. It is akin to calling the police. Your location is immediately pinpointed by the emergency services. Even if you hang up, the police will swiftly arrive at your location. This principle is the same. While ordinary individuals may not understand, for some professionals, this is common knowledge. As long as the object remains in my possession, you will inevitably appear before me. Is tracking necessary? Xiao Yang's smile faded. Now, you face but two choices. Do you wish to be the mantis or the oriole? What is your decision? The other party's words carried a hint of mirth. Calm and composed. How about this? Xiao Yang pondered his tone. We shall divide the item equally, while I shall capture that group. Do you comprehend my intent? The identity of the other faction remains a complete mystery, which is precisely what Xiao Yang feared most. The unknown enemy is indeed the most formidable. In stark contrast, the individual on the other end of the line. From the moment they chose to reveal themselves, they were destined to become a corpse. Did they truly believe that the police and national security of Long Country were a bunch of fools? No, their strength is beyond imagination. They are merely biding their time, allowing Xiao Yang to make his move. Would Long Country truly deliver a portion of the item to me? The other party scoffed. Do you still believe you have choices? Xiao Yang, equally dismissive, retorted with a cold laugh. Unless you turn and walk away now, but would you be willing to? After losing so many subordinates, even if they were mere pawns, they were still yours. With the task unfulfilled and numerous subordinates perished, will your superiors let you off the hook? If you genuinely wish to leave, would you still be here conversing with me? The other party's voice deepened. Then what do you propose? Accompany me in a performance. We shall act as bait to lure that group out. You have no choice. Xiao Yang's tone turned icy. In 1 minute, reveal the location of the hostage. The call ended, and he set down the phone. Turning around, he unexpectedly encountered Chu Dongchan, her gaze piercingly cold, as if demanding an explanation. Little brother. Care to enlighten me? Explain what? A single individual confronting a vehicle full of thugs, 3 of whom were armed. The result, 3 dead, 1 gravely injured. The injured party had suffered a shattered throat, teetering on the brink of death. Yet Xiao Yang emerged unscathed. Could anyone believe that? Upon realizing these circumstances, Chu Dongchan felt her hair stand on end. While she could achieve similar feats and was aware of many exceptional individuals capable of the same, ordinary people could not. Even special police or tactical units might struggle to surpass Xiao Yang's performance. Yet Xiao Yang was merely a 22-year-old fresh graduate from the police academy. What had suddenly rendered him so formidable, even terrifying? Science. Suddenly, Xiao Yang extended his arms, enveloping Chu Dongchan in a tight embrace. Under normal circumstances, such an act would be impossible. Yet at this moment, Chu Dongchan was slightly dazed, forgetting to evade. What was he planning? To eliminate witnesses? This time, he truly seemed intent on playing with fire, yet she was reluctant because she had never encountered a woman in her lifetime. Xiao Yang held her tightly, inhaling her scent with fervor. If I survive, I shall offer you an explanation. He finished, releasing her, leaving Chu Dongchan frozen in place as he stepped into a car. Upon starting the engine, he sped away. After a moment, Chu Dongchan regained her composure, biting her lip. Her expression transformed. Her eyes gleamed with something unusual, her lips curled, and her cheeks flushed. She felt a mix of anger, irritation, embarrassment, and a hint of amusement. Was he employing tricks to ensnare me? Little brother, you certainly know how to play. Chapter 16. An anonymous tycoon swore, I have never touched a woman in my life. Behind the wheel, Xiao Yang wore a sheepish grin. Excluding his previous life, he recalled a certain anonymous tycoon who once remarked, if one day your secret is uncovered by a woman and you wish for her silence, what should you do? The best approach is to make her fall in love with you. The most effective method is to make her your woman. The most shameless tactic is to make her question her very existence, rendering her unable to part from you even for a moment. What became of that tycoon in the end? It is said that he met a tragic fate. Is there still hope for me? Xiao Yang thought of the terror that was Chu Dongchan, shivering slightly. No hope, just await death. Suddenly, his phone rang. Xiao Yang's expression shifted to one of annoyance as he answered. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he inquired, location? XXX District, XX Street, Eugene Garden Community. The voice on the other end was cold. You have only 10 minutes. Xiao Yang retorted, are you kidding me? The other party hung up. 9 minutes later, at a certain street in a certain residential area, the car came to a halt, and Xiao Yang exited. At that moment, his phone rang again. Upon answering, the other party stated, Building 31, Unit 3, top floor. Xiao Yang, lost in thought, entered the residential complex and observed the rear of the building before arriving at the entrance of a particular apartment block. Upon noticing a slight gap in the door of Unit 3, his eyelids fluttered. He pulled the unit door open and stepped into the corridor. The residential building was a modest 8-story structure. Upon reaching the 8th floor, his phone rang. Go to the rooftop, the voice instructed. The old fugitive. Xiao Yang glanced up towards the access ladder leading to the rooftop. He climbed up to the ceiling, where a metallic rain shield awaited, and gently pushed it aside. Slowly, he ascended to the rooftop, surveying the surroundings, desolate and devoid of life. His phone rang again. Aren't you surprised? The voice chuckled. Cut the chatter, what about your cooperation? Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly. Hey. The other party sneered. Suddenly, Xiao Yang furrowed his brows, hearing a buzzing sound. A drone emerged from the side of the building, hovering momentarily before gliding towards him, landing at his feet. Place the item on it, the voice commanded, enunciating each word. This operation is quite audacious. Xiao Yang, intrigued, crouched down, observing the drone and noticing a small box beneath its belly. Suddenly, he asked with a smile, is there really a bomb inside the building? You wouldn't gamble with innocent lives, would you? The voice chuckled in response. Old trickster, Xiao Yang sighed with a smile. If you guess correctly, the next turn of events may not be in your favor. The malicious glee in the other's tone was palpable. Indeed, it would be quite disastrous. Xiao Yang replied cheerfully. If it were a face-to-face exchange, he would have handed over the item, potentially avoiding any mishap. Yet, now the other party utilized a drone. Forcing certain individuals to act prematurely, he could not allow Xiao Yang to place the item onto the drone, for it might never be found again. Would another group appear? Or was there even a second group? Xiao Yang reached into his pocket, slowly retrieving a memory card no larger than a fingernail. His movements were deliberate, as though intended for certain eyes to witness. Suddenly he paused, a smirk forming on his face. Game over. Huh? The voice was taken aback. In truth, there is no second group, is there? Xiao Yang stood up, calm and resolute. What do you mean? The tone of the other party grew cold. Imagining scenarios is indeed humanity's greatest fear, Xiao Yang mused, self-deprecatingly. Perhaps I overestimated your intelligence, but you are not as clever as you think. The other remained silent. Do you know how I figured it out? Xiao Yang inquired cheerfully. From the medical helicopter's appearance to the explosion of that firework bomb, I began to suspect something was amiss. The terrorists who took hostages in the hotel employed similar firework bombs. Yet, I dismissed it when I deduced that the 3 individuals who attacked the criminal investigation team were agents, as indicated by their footprints. If they were indeed a group, there was no need for such absurdity. Using the police to locate their own items was illogical. However, upon seeing the drone before me, I realized my error. You are indeed a cohesive group, or perhaps there is a problem within your ranks. Xiao Yang pronounced each word deliberately. Someone has betrayed you. Is that so? The other replied coldly. Xiao Yang picked up the drone, scrutinizing the small box beneath it. The box was compact enough to hold a memory card or a USB drive, indicating that the other party had long anticipated what Xiao Yang had acquired. Otherwise, they would not have prepared such a diminutive container. Yet, therein lay the critical issue. How could they know it was a memory card? If they were already aware it was a memory card, why not simply retrieve it from that police officer? At this moment, some might be bewildered, struggling to comprehend the implications. For instance, consider a family possessing an invaluable treasure. Would they disclose this to others? If they would not, and yet discover the treasure stolen, one might wonder who could have stolen it. To clarify further, within an intelligence organization, there exists a crucial item. However, a traitor absconds with it, pursued by the organization, desperate to reclaim it. Yet, the organization may overlook a significant issue. There is more than one traitor. The accomplices of the defector seek to prevent the organization from capturing the traitor, as doing so could spell disaster for everyone involved. Thus, they devise a plan to utilize the Dragon Country's police force to obfuscate matters, ensuring that the one who absconded with the item vanishes from existence. Another possibility arises. If the item can be stored on a memory card, it may exist in multiple copies. Should this item fall into the hands of the Dragon Country, it would not pose a significant threat. However, if it were to land in the hands of the organization, severe consequences would ensue. Yet, Xiao Yang's unexpected involvement complicates matters. Instead of quietly profiting from his acquisition, he aims to ensnare them all. Those traitors, now frightened of the item falling into the organization's possession, find themselves compelled to intervene to thwart his efforts. Xiao Yang's keen insight stems from a crucial factor. Even those within the organization might not know where the item is hidden. Only the traitors are aware it is a memory card or a USB drive. The box beneath the drone is perfectly suited to contain such an item. Now, who is conversing with Xiao Yang? If he is not mistaken, the organization's members would soon make their appearance. Then, someone seeks to erase him, the members of that organization, and the memory card from existence. Thus, there truly is a bomb within the residential building. Chapter 17. What do you have to fight me with? Is this your scheme? A sardonic smile crept onto Xiao Yang's lips, laced with condescension. What a foolish thought. Is it? The voice on the phone scoffed. Even if you see through it, it may already be too late. You should not have come. Xiao Yang discerned the intricacies of his opponent's plan, yet the other also seemed to perceive Xiao Yang's predicament. Young man, you are still too naive. Bang. The rooftop access point of the residential building was violently flung open, and a group charged onto the rooftop with haste. 7 individuals in total, for brandished long knives, while 3 revealed makeshift shotguns. Xiao Yang did not turn back, composedly raising his phone. Was he showing off? No, for he had no interest in witnessing the demise of a group of men. The 7 quickly encircled him, a black barrel aimed at his head. Hand over the item. The gunman snarled. Xiao Yang smiled and uttered 2 words, kneel down. The 7 were momentarily stunned. Even the one conversing with Xiao Yang seemed to be caught off guard. Has he gone mad? Do you want to kneel? Xiao Yang grinned, then go ahead and die. Bang. Approximately 400 meters away, atop a commercial building, the sound of a terrifying gunshot echoed. In an instant, the head of the man who had been aiming at Xiao Yang exploded. As if an invisible hand had struck it, shattering flesh and skull, reminiscent of a watermelon bursting and splattering everywhere. This was the power of a 12.7 by 108 millimeters bullet. Not only was it effective against equipment, but it also yielded astonishing results against humanity. Impressive. Xiao Yang gazed at the headless corpse, then glanced at the ghastly crater left in the ground, his lips twitching. He knew who had fired the shot, Chu Donchong. Such a sniper rifle would not be found in the hands of ordinary police or special forces. It was reserved for border defense and military personnel, unsuitable for urban or close-quarters combat. What purpose would it serve to use a cannon to swat a mosquito? Border defense units would not be deployed, and soldiers typically would not carry heavy weaponry into the city. Considering the prowess of Chu Donchong, the answer became clear. Yet, Xiao Yang's notion of impressive did not merely pertain to the sniper rifle. Imagine the implications of a soldier carrying heavy weaponry within a city. There would be no absolute loyalty, no extraordinary identity. Regardless of how much trust the state places, such actions would be deemed reckless. This also signified that Chu Donchong was more than just a soldier, far more than merely a soldier king. As the body fell, the remaining 6 individuals appeared ensnared by an invisible hand of terror. Their faces reflected sheer panic and unease, their eyes betraying profound fear. As if witnessing something truly spine-chilling, someone suddenly attempted to flee. Bang! In the distance, the gunfire echoed once more. In an instant, the individual's waist erupted, as though an invisible maw had clamped down upon him. Flesh and blood were devoured, nearly severing his body in 2. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, still alive, but a significant portion of his midsection was missing. A harrowing wail escaped his lips, blood and entrails spilling from the gaping wound. The horrific scene sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. The man convulsed a few times before succumbing to stillness. The remaining 5 individuals stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, as if contagion had spread through them. Some squeezed their eyes shut, while others trembled incessantly. Kneel. Xiao Yang's gaze bore into them as he uttered those 2 words once more. Those words seemed imbued with a sinister power. Thud. The 5 knelt on the ground, relinquishing their weapons, resembling a flock of quaking quail awaiting slaughter. Why the silence? Xiao Yang then smiled at his phone and inquired, "Are you frightened?" "Huh." A cold chuckle emanated from the device. "In truth, I have a question that has long lingered in my mind." Xiao Yang raised his other hand, brandishing the memory card. It was crucial yet not of utmost importance, merely a bait, perhaps? The other party fell silent. Your true intention must have been to utilize the Dragon Kingdom's military police to eliminate individuals within your organization, ensuring certain items vanish, along with those privy to the knowledge, even. Xiao Yang's gaze sparkled with mirth, including yourself. The other party remained silent for an extended period before asking, "How did you figure that out? Did you press the detonator?" Xiao Yang teased, "Isn't it disappointing that nothing exploded?" The other party snarled, "Indeed. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. Xiao Yang self-deprecatingly remarked, "Ever since I was once kidnapped and encountered a bomb, I have become particularly sensitive to explosives. Knowing there would be a bomb at my destination, do you think I would come unprepared?" He lifted his hand, revealing an object the size of a fingernail from beneath his collar. A listening device, also serving as an earpiece. Do you see? Xiao Yang's gaze fixed on the listening device. Since you called me using the phone on the corpse, our conversation has been overheard by many. When you spoke of a building teeming with people and a bomb within, threatening me with such confidence, I was merely stalling for time because I knew someone was preparing. The device to jam the detonator's remote signal was readily available, having been used just once during the hotel terror incident. As I drove alone to meet you. The moment you revealed your location, someone was already en route with the necessary equipment. Did you truly believe I was a reckless fool, unafraid of death, charging headlong into danger? Your objective was to eliminate everyone and erase certain items, ensuring your own disappearance from this incident, vanishing without a trace. Those aware of the items would die, and the items themselves would either vanish or fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, with certain individuals too fearful to pursue the matter. This encapsulated the crux of your entire scheme, did it not? The other party remained silent, gripped by a chilling realization that coursed through him. He had never anticipated that someone could orchestrate such a meticulous plan. From the outset, he had been under complete control, never granted a moment to resist. From the instant this trap was laid, from the moment he entered it, he had already lost. Yet, do you truly believe you have triumphed? Do you still wish to struggle? Xiao Yang seemed to discern the other party's thoughts. Have you considered why I have engaged in so much idle chatter? The other party questioned, perplexed. I am merely confirming your location. Xiao Yang tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his features as he surveyed the surroundings. From the moment I stood on this rooftop, I have been verifying whether you could see me. If you could, where would you hide? What vantage point would you employ? In criminal psychology, there exists an intriguing phenomenon. Criminals often relish returning to the scene of their crimes. Some even enjoy spectating their nefarious accomplishments. After several confirmations, I realized you were indeed watching me. Xiao Yang's gaze fell upon the two lifeless bodies on the ground, particularly at the moment they were shot. You were horrified, silenced by fear, for you were nearby. Should you be discovered by the sniper, you would meet your end. You see, since I ascertained your proximity, knowing you were observing me, deducing your approximate position was not a challenge. You must be stationed at a considerable height, for otherwise, you would not have a clear view of the rooftop. Nor could you see me. The distance separating us cannot be too vast, as you desire to appreciate your handiwork up close. Naturally, there is another crucial point. The drone is unsuitable for single-handed operation. Thus, it is highly probable that you do not wield a telescope with one hand while controlling the drone with the other. This leaves us with two possibilities. Either a telescope lies before you, or none exists at all. Elevated, nearby, concealed, with or without a telescope. Xiao Yang grinned. I have provided so many hints, my dear. If you cannot locate him, you are unworthy of the title King of Soldiers. What is the situation? The truth is that Xiao Yang's subsequent words were not intended for the other party, but rather for Chu Donchan. Xiao Yang was stalling for time, allowing Chu Donchan to pinpoint the individual's location. What would the outcome be? Target locked. A cold, melodious female voice resonated from the listening device in Xiao Yang's hand. He laughed with joy, while others could not share in the mirth. Do you believe you have won? The other party's tone finally lost its composure, tinged with a frenzied timbre. I will not lose. In terms of intelligence, you cannot match me. In terms of means, you fall short. In terms of strategy, you are still inferior. A hint of contempt curled at the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth. What do you possess to contend with me? Practice more. Chapter 18. How wonderful. Another day of life. A 24-story residential building loomed majestically, resembling a colossal fortress. At this moment, the structure was encircled by numerous special police and armed police units. Inside the building, several special police officers had convened before the entrance of a unit on the 13th floor, poised for a swift incursion. Outside, armed police were positioned on the exterior wall of the 14th floor, ready to shatter windows at a moment's command. Xiao Yang stood in the corridor, staring at the entrance, internally lamenting, I should just run. But that was not an option. To flee would trigger the detonation of the bomb. And there was indeed a bomb, not just any bomb, but a homemade one of tremendous power, capable of obliterating the 13th floor, perhaps even the entire building. This was a type of explosive few could fathom, a gas canister. Those unfamiliar with the explosive potential of gas canisters might scoff. Is that nonsense? Can this really kill? Yet, those who understood the ramifications of such explosions would pale at the thought. Each blast could equate to the power of 150 kilograms of TNT. effortlessly reducing a villa to rubble. Yet what was truly terrifying was what Chu Dongshan had just revealed to him. Within the residence lay 5 gas canisters, alongside a device capable of detonating all 5 simultaneously. Moreover, a pressure-triggered detonator was clutched in the target's hand, not wireless, but wired. Chu Dongshan had informed him that the other party had deliberately shown her this, and then drawn the curtains. Clearly, the other party possessed a heightened awareness of counter-sniping. However, this was laughable to Chu Dongshan, for there exists a high-tech device known as an infrared penetration sniper scope, colloquially referred to as a penetrating infrared thermal imager. However, Chu Dongshan could not act, as previously mentioned, due to the pressure-triggered detonator. This device does not detonate the bomb merely by pressing down. Rather, it must be pressed down and then released to trigger the explosion. Eliminating the target is simple, but should the target die, their hand would loosen, causing the bomb to detonate. This was the crux of the matter. Now, the other party had one demand. The demands placed upon Xiao Yang were dire. He was to enter the residence within 3 minutes alone or face the detonation of a bomb. 3 minutes was scarcely enough time for the police to evacuate the residents within the building. Thus, it was understandable that Xiao Yang contemplated fleeing. Indeed, one should not boast excessively. Such arrogance may lead to dire consequences. Do you not wish to enter? The voice of Chu Dongshan resonated in Xiao Yang's ear, emanating from the earpiece nestled within. Is this not a bit redundant? Xiao Yang seethed. I am but a child. A mocking laughter followed, leaving him uncertain whether she was amused or ridiculing his predicament. However, her tone softened. You need not go inside. And will you expose my secrets? Xiao Yang swallowed hard, presenting himself as vulnerable and helpless. He referenced a scenario wherein he single-handedly faced 4 armed assailants, defeating 3. No, all 4 perished, he corrected himself. Indeed. Chu Dongshan replied with a laugh. What if I enter and emerge alive? Xiao Yang's anxiety began to mount. It would be the same outcome, she reassured him, her voice adopting a sisterly warmth. Frustrated, Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. You are insufferable. Women are truly unpredictable. At that moment, Chu Dongshan posed an unexpected question. Can you reveal your true feelings? What do you mean? Xiao Yang glared in response. Do you truly not wish to be a police officer? Her tone was laden with implication. Xiao Yang was taken aback, lost in thought for an extended moment. No one could discern his internal struggle, and he chose not to pursue the topic further, instead advancing towards the entrance. Outside, in the distance, atop a commercial building's rooftop, Chu Dongshan beamed with a captivating smile. At that moment, Xiao Yang had earned the right to be her romantic interest. As he approached the door, he found the security door ajar. Inside, a man wielding a detonator awaited him, a nondescript middle-aged man, so ordinary that he could easily blend into a crowd. Yet, this very man had orchestrated a series of bomb attacks, targeting a police station and resulting in numerous fatalities. Looks like I've emerged victorious, the man sneered. Is dragging me down with you your idea of winning? Xiao Yang squinted, stepping over the threshold. What else could I do? The man retorted as he entered the living room, laughing with abandon. Xiao Yang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the gas canisters arranged in a pentagram, resembling a blooming plum blossom. Centrally placed was an odd device connected to a wire, the other end held firmly in the man's hand. Xiao Yang's heart raced. He sensed the danger. Do not even think about it, the man warned, seemingly aware of Xiao Yang's intentions. If I sever the detonator wire, the bomb will explode. Care to test your luck? Try it if you dare. Xiao Yang shot back, his eyes cold as he regarded the man. Is that truly your only desire, to die together? Yes, and no, the man sighed, revealing a hint of regret. I merely wish to converse with a worthy adversary before my demise. Desperate to salvage your pride, are we? Xiao Yang quipped. Let me pose a question. Do you understand the essence of freedom? Freedom? Xiao Yang pondered. Life spans but 30,000 days. One should relish each moment. The man fell silent, realizing he had misjudged his interlocutor. I have a friend, he began, but Xiao Yang interrupted. Brother, that reference is far too antiquated. Are you certain you wish to invoke it? He felt as though he were trapped in a cesspool, akin to a maggot. The man continued his soliloquy, oblivious to Xiao Yang's presence as he lamented his futile attempts to escape his fate, until one day, he had discerned an opportunity, transforming into a chrysalis, ready to break free and soar above his squalid beginnings. Yet, he feared exposure, wishing to obliterate the cesspool and all its inhabitants to conceal his origins. As the man's eyes reddened with madness, he fixated on Xiao Yang, his ambition thwarted, realizing he had lost everything in his desperate pursuit. What do you suppose will happen next? A most repugnant tale, Xiao Yang scoffed. So, you are but a maggot, feasting upon filth. The man's laughter was tinged with malice. I relish your futile struggles, knowing you cannot alter your fate. Cannot alter my fate? Xiao Yang chuckled derisively. Have you heard the saying, the supporting character perishes due to excessive dialogue? The man faltered, not from Xiao Yang's words, but from his actions. To his astonishment, the youth grasped the bomb's wire and severed it. The man was left dumbfounded. Wait, the bomb did not detonate? In an instant, he was rendered speechless as he realized the bomb he had constructed had not only failed to explode, but had vanished entirely. Indeed, it had simply ceased to exist. How could this be? Yet, he would never comprehend the existence of a system, a realm known as the system space, nor the nature of those who wield such power. I have indulged you far too much, granting you countless opportunities to flaunt your prowess. Yet you are utterly ineffectual, Xiao Yang declared, rising to confront the man. Remember this for your next life. Do not flaunt. Such behavior is beneath you. The man snapped back to reality as Xiao Yang leapt behind the nearby sofa, waving farewell. Suddenly, the man felt an unfamiliar weight in his hand, an object that had once resided among the gas canisters, now functioning as the detonator for their demise. With a resounding explosion, the man was obliterated, his body reduced to fragments, akin to shattered porcelain, scattered amidst the smoke and debris. In the next breath, the gas canisters reappeared around Xiao Yang, who grinned silently from his hidden refuge. How delightful! I have lived another day. As numerous armed officers stormed in, witnessing the chaos and carnage, they fell into silence. When the sofa was lifted, Xiao Yang remained motionless, too weary to move. The tumult of the past 2 days had drained him of every ounce of energy and spirit. He had once reveled in tales of protagonists who feigned ignorance to outwit their foes, but reality had delivered a harsh lesson to Xiao Yang. Traversing realms and systems was indeed alluring, yet such pursuits demanded a steep price, one's very life. Fortunately, I am clever enough, otherwise. The tale would have concluded with a tragic ending, Xiao Yang consoled himself. Lost in thought, he was unaware of the passage of time until a figure obscured his vision. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiao Yang blinked and swallowed hard, captivated, not by the figure's physique, but by her formidable arsenal. Chu Dongshan stood before him, resembling a mobile armory. Her tactical vest was adorned with a compact submachine gun, grenades, magazines, and flashbangs. On each thigh, she carried a sidearm and combat knife, while a remarkably oversized anti-material sniper rifle rested upon her back. Anyone with a modicum of military knowledge would recognize that such an array of weaponry indicated her proficiency in combat at close, medium, and long ranges. Handguns and knives were perfect for close quarters, submachine guns for medium-range suppression, and sniper rifles for long-distance engagements. Recalling the terrifying hand-to-hand combat skills of Chu Dongshan, whose lethal prowess was as effortless as slicing vegetables, Xiao Yang couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He had never been a staunch advocate of male superiority, nor had he ever considered women to be weak. Yet, was her strength not a tad excessive? Chu Dongshan cast a cool glance his way, seemingly inquiring, "Are you feeling chilly?" Xiao Yang's expression reflected disbelief, as if to say, "How dare you question my strengths?" His gaze was laced with disdain. "Your pants are a tad dirty." A flicker of amusement danced in Chu Dongshan's eyes as she reached out. Xiao Yang took her hand and stood up, appearing rather listless. "Could you elucidate why the gas canisters did not explode?" Chu Dongshan scrutinized the gas canisters, narrowing her eyes. The presence of curtains obstructed her view, preventing her from discerning the situation at the time. However, that did not imply she had not detected, through specialized optics, the intense heat energy of an explosion emanating from the target, leading to their demise. Based on the explosion's force, Chu Dongshan deduced that it was not the gas canisters that had detonated, but rather some explosive device, likely a detonator, which had been situated among the 5 gas canisters. How had it suddenly appeared on the target, causing their death, while the gas canisters showed no signs of explosive impact? What exactly had Xiao Yang done, and how had he achieved it? This operation left Chu Dongshan with a singular impression, perplexing yet impressive. "You aren't planning to interrogate me, are you?" Xiao Yang feigned indignation, brimming with bravado, suggesting that before posing any questions, he should consider his conscience, for he was now a hero, a benefactor. His demeanor was intentional. When certain matters defied explanation, creating confusion served as a useful tactic. In retrospect, Xiao Yang felt a twinge of anxiety concerning the events that had unfolded. Initially, He had intended to take a risk. As he severed the bomb's wires, he had simultaneously cast the explosive material into the system space, hoping to absorb the blast. Miraculously, it had not detonated. This indicated that the system space could effectively freeze objects placed within it, akin to halting time and space. Xiao Yang experienced a thrill of relief and exhilaration. He then leaped behind the sofa, utilizing the system space to bring the explosive material before the target. Without any unforeseen circumstances, it detonated upon appearance. Such a feat could not be disclosed to others. It was akin to self-incrimination. Xiao Yang was no fool. Unable to provide an explanation, he resolved to feign madness. Besides, he felt no fear. After all, he was a benefactor. Who would dare to challenge him? Chu Dongshan regarded him coldly, her silence imposing. Faced with the gaze of a seasoned warrior, a chill crept into Xiao Yang's heart. His mind raced with countless methods to escape this predicament. Outside a residential building, Xiao Yang encountered numerous officials, police, national security, armed forces. He offered various smiles, handshakes, and polite gestures, since he had no intention of becoming a police officer. Engaging with these individuals was unnecessary. His sole desire was to survive. Inside a business vehicle, Xiao Yang watched in fascination as Chu Dongshan deftly disassembled an array of weapons, transforming them into a pile of components that she packed into a large suitcase. Chu Dongshan remarked. Xiao Yang responded. After a moment, she stated, "Let us discuss the incident at hand." With a serious expression, Chu Dongshan acknowledged that although she had been a bystander throughout, there were aspects she still did not comprehend. This was not due to a lack of intelligence. One could not attain the status of a top-tier soldier without considerable intellect. Rather, the events had transcended the grasp of ordinary understanding. One had to concede that some individuals possessed exceptionally high intelligence, their every thought meticulously calculated. Their schemes were designed to ensnare the unwary, much like a predator feasting upon its prey. There existed an intelligence organization with an insider who had betrayed them. Xiao Yang organized his thoughts. During this process, the traitor had acquired something immensely beneficial to him. He recognized that if he did not eliminate all those in the know, he would be hunted for life, no matter where he fled. To escape this pursuit, while securing his newfound treasure, the only option was to silence the witnesses. He had to eliminate them all. However, relying solely on his own strength was insufficient. Hence, he devised a plan to utilize the might of the Dragon Kingdom's military and police. It was evident that they had indeed assisted in the silencing. Yet, while the traitor had successfully employed others to do his bidding, he had also wielded a double-edged sword, bringing ruin upon not only others but himself as well. Xiao Yang humorously noted that this is how humanity often operates, relishing in self-destruction. A critical question arose. Chu Dongshan inquired. If his plan had succeeded and they apprehended members of the organization, would not all his schemes be laid bare? No need for concern, Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Even if the Dragon Kingdom were aware of his existence and the valuable item he possessed, they would keep it discreet, seeking him out in secret. Not to mention, official actions, especially abroad, could not be reckless or relentless. Even if they captured him, the worst-case scenario would be merely handing over the item, possibly resulting in a single death. Conversely, members of the organization could act with impunity, employing every possible method to locate him. Should they find him, his fate would be dire, potentially leading to a living hell. Faced with these two choices, how would you decide? Moreover, this individual had been cunning, attempting a strategy of feigned death and rebirth, but all his plans had been disrupted. Xiao Yang beamed brightly, declaring his misfortune to be rather poetic. Understanding dawned upon her as Chu Dongshan regarded the young man with a complex gaze. Was it fate? If a certain individual had not chosen that particular hotel for their terror plot, they might have succeeded. Yet, Xiao Yang had been the unforeseen variable. The crux of the matter, Xiao Yang was a man who never let a grudge linger overnight. Why provoke him? If he harbored animosity towards you, it would be folly to expect mercy. Suddenly, a radiant smile graced Chu Dongshan's face, causing an involuntary shudder in Xiao Yang, his expression faltering. Now, we may address your queries. How did you become so formidable? Her smile was flower-like, yet devoid of warmth. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall hand you over to the state, and others shall have their turn with you. Xiao Yang. He forcibly imbued himself with a fade of unflappability. Internally, however, he was a tempest of confusion. What to do? Why the silence? Chu Dongshan mimicked Xiao Yang's previous teasing tone, asking if he was reticent. Xiao Yang. Have all the bamboo shoots of Qingzhou Mountain been harvested by you? A desire to strike her surged within him. Yet fear of inadequacy held him back. An idea struck him. If I claim to possess photographic memory, would you believe it? Chu Donchan. Little brother. Are you serious? Chapter 20. A true man must always follow through on his word. Could Xiao Yang truly possess such memory? What a farce. Yet, he had no choice but to attribute his actions, having killed 4 individuals, to this supposed gift of memory. This implied that his prowess stemmed from having witnessed Chu Donchan in action. He dared to assert such a claim due to his soldierly skills. He essentially mirrored her capabilities. Had he considered the ramifications? Chu Donchan's unwavering gaze bored into Xiao Yang, silently conveying, "Have you never faced the harsh realities of life?" Xiao Yang remained silent, unwilling to elaborate. Chu Donchan's expression grew increasingly frigid. "In my life, I need not justify my actions to anyone." Xiao Yang adopted the demeanor of a beleaguered soul, believing that even if he explained, she would not believe him. Huh. Chu Donchan, amused yet exasperated, replied, "All right. Exit the vehicle." Outside, the two stood facing one another. "Now, whatever I do, you shall follow suit," Chu Donchan stated with a cool smile. "If you succeed, I shall believe you. If you fail, consider the consequences." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang felt a wave of relief. He anticipated that Chu Donchan would demonstrate her combat skills publicly, allowing him to emulate her. Instead, Chu Donchan threw a punch. What the hell? Xiao Yang was taken aback, hastily dodging. Why was she deviating from the expected script? Following closely behind, Chu Donchan resembled a furious lioness, relentlessly targeting the vital points of Xiao Yang. Her strikes aimed at his eyes, throat, armpits, lower back, and groin, each move venomous and lethal. Did Chu Donchan intend to kill Xiao Yang? Certainly not. She was merely attempting to intimidate him. In a sudden and unanticipated situation, one reveals their most genuine reactions. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yang was well-versed in every combat skill she possessed. Moreover, Xiao Yang was exceptionally astute. The moment she launched her surprise attack, he discerned her intentions. In an instant, he began to evade frantically, retreating with haste, his gaze fixed intently on her movements, feigning vulnerability. In truth, her strikes lacked lethal intent. Her power was insufficient, her speed lacking. Had she unleashed her full strength, barring self-detonation, Xiao Yang would have surely perished. After several exchanges, the expression on Chu Donchan's face shifted, astonishment and shock etched upon her features. Xiao Yang, who had been dodging, finally retaliated. His counterattack mirrored her earlier techniques. Anyone witnessing this scene would be left bewildered. Was the fantastical realm of novels truly manifesting in reality? With a sudden shift, Chu Donchan unleashed an even more terrifying series of assaults. Overwhelming power, unparalleled speed, and deadly precision descended upon him like a tempest. Once more, Xiao Yang found himself desperately evading, aware that she would not kill him. In terms of speed and strength, she was considerably weaker than when she was intent on taking a life. Nonetheless, Xiao Yang was still left in excruciating pain, his eyes locked onto her fists and feet as time stretched on. 10 seconds, half a minute, a minute. Suddenly, he bellowed in frustration. Damn it, is this never ending? His fist whirled in a furious dance. Chu Donchan's countenance shifted abruptly. His counterstrike was yet again a reflection of her own recent techniques, identical. At that moment, their assaults collided like a deluge breaching a dam, revealing to the world a novel method of slaughter. Speed, power, efficiency, all aimed solely at the act of killing. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered around, comprising police, national security, and armed forces, all wide-eyed, transfixed by the brutal confrontation. To their astonishment, the two combatants resembled not humans but rather two relentless machines of destruction, colliding with full force. It was madness, a complete frenzy. Then, with a thud, Xiao Yang collapsed to the ground, exhaling a sigh of defeat. He had lost. There was no alternative. Firstly, his physical capabilities were far too feeble. Compared to a seasoned soldier, he was akin to a frail chick. Secondly, he possessed a photographic memory. If one could learn and immediately apply what they observed, it would be preposterous to think he could surpass someone with years of training. Ultimately, regardless of his desire to win, he was no match for Chu Donchan's overwhelming strength, a force akin to a monster, seemingly impervious to fatigue, pain, or error, resembling a true humanoid machine. It was utterly terrifying. Yet, Xiao Yang smiled. A virtual template, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Host, Xiao Yang system, biological ability copier ability, techniques of the warrior king copies, 08. Note, can copy the ultimate talents, top skills, and unparalleled abilities of biological entities through contact, requiring exploration by the host. Generates 1 copy point every 10 days, which can accumulate. System space, zip ties X2. Note, 10 cubic meters of storage space for non-biological items requiring physical contact, not exceeding 10 cubic meters. What on earth are zip ties? Oh, right. Those were what bound him as a hostage, almost forgotten. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, fixating on the 08. Originally, when he acquired the techniques of the Warrior King, it was 010, indicating that 2 days had elapsed. In 8 more days, that 0 would transform into 1, granting him 1 copy point. At that moment, he could begin to replicate ultimate talents, top skills, and unparalleled abilities. What did Xiao Yang desire most at present? Power, or more accurately, physical prowess. With absolute strength, he could easily lay Chu Dongshan flat with a single punch. Any fancy techniques would pale in comparison to sheer power. Chu Dongshan, momentarily dazed, struggled to comprehend the reality of photographic memory. How could one explain Xiao Yang's ability to execute those techniques? Alarmingly, he not only possessed photographic memory, but could also apply what he learned instantaneously. It was crucial to note that these techniques were not easily mastered. They could not be learned in a day or two. Furthermore, ordinary individuals could not acquire them. They were exclusive to a certain realm, the Special Forces. Those aware of what the Special Forces entailed understood the sheer terror associated with it. Suddenly, Chu Dongshan crouched down, tearing at Xiao Yang's shirt. Xiao Yang. Onlookers. Is she really going to play poker in broad daylight? Ignoring the curious gazes of the crowd, Chu Dongshan meticulously examined Xiao Yang's upper body, then lifted his arm to scrutinize his palm. After a prolonged silence, she queried, "Can you truly remember everything you see? You've seen it yourself." Xiao Yang feigned calmness. "Not everything can be remembered. I only have an interest in combat." "Is that so?" Chu Dongshan remarked with a knowing smile, pulling Xiao Yang up. "It must be." A shiver ran down Xiao Yang's spine, and he swallowed hard, fearing that she would drag him into a martial arts class or boxing session, where his so-called photographic memory would be exposed. "I believe you," Chu Dongshan nodded. "You don't appear convinced at all." Xiao Yang nearly wept. "Let me take you home." Chu Dongshan's eyes sparkled as she glanced at him. Anxious, Xiao Yang dared not speak, following her into the vehicle. In Binhai City, a certain apartment complex. After exiting the car, Xiao Yang gazed at an apartment building. Memories flooded his mind, recalling that his predecessor had rented a place after graduating from the police academy, not for romantic encounters, but to prepare for exams, interviews, and training to become a police officer in Binhai City. As always, it was driven by a rebellious spirit. "Care to come in for a bit?" Xiao Yang asked politely, glancing at Chu Dongshan inside the car. "No, you should rest well," she replied nonchalantly. "I'll pick you up tomorrow." Is this never ending? Xiao Yang felt a swell of irritation, his gaze icy as it bore into Chu Dongshan's eyes. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to adopt the Sigma male stance. "Have you forgotten something?" Chu Dongshan returned his icy stare. "Forgotten what?" Xiao Yang paused, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity. "Wait, are we talking about a blind date? If you've already figured out how to explain it to your parents, then there's no need to meet." Chu Dongshan donned a bemused smile, resembling a startled deer. Immediately, Xiao Yang caved. When shall we meet tomorrow?" His capitulation stemmed from a memory of his predecessor's mother, who had sternly warned her about the importance of sending a photo from the blind date to avoid any deception. If she didn't receive a photo, she would cut off financial support. Newly graduated and unemployed, that would be catastrophic for Xiao Yang. His face paled at the thought. "Let us do it in the evening. You'll be busy during the day." Chu Dongshan implied something. "Remember to apply ice to your face." With that, she drove away. Face. Xiao Yang instinctively touched his cheek. Ouch. The pain reminded him that he had just fought with Chu Dongshan, beaten by a woman. "Believe me, I'll get my revenge," he gritted his teeth. A true man must follow through on his promises. Chapter 21. The sensation of a fluttering heart. Xiao Yang stepped into a small apartment. The space was modest yet orderly. He made his way to the bathroom, shedding his clothing and standing beneath the showerhead. As hot water cascaded over him, a wave of comfort enveloped his entire being. For the first time, he felt truly alive. After showering, he entered the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. When he next opened his eyes, he was jolted awake by a knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he found a group of police officers waiting outside, four in white shirts and one in an administrative jacket. "What is this, a raid?" Xiao Yang blinked in surprise. Aren't you going to come in for a visit? The middle-aged man in the administrative jacket chuckled. Xiao Yang stepped aside, recognizing the man as the top official of Binhai's police system, the deputy mayor. Binhai holds a sub-provincial administrative level, making the mayor's position equivalent to a deputy minister. The vice mayor, concurrently the head of the Public Security Bureau, a prominent figure indeed. This reminiscence stems from a previous administration. If one wishes to thrive within the police system of Binhai City, it is inconceivable not to be acquainted with the top brass. The four gentlemen in white shirts are no ordinary individuals. Two of them bear the insignia of national security on their uniforms. As the assembly settled in the modest living room, the five distinguished leaders regarded Xiao Yang with smiles. Xiao Yang, however, maintained his composure, inquiring if there was a matter at hand, an obvious question, an extraordinary case, or rather an incident, entangled with an intelligence organization involving lives, explosives, and acts of terror. Furthermore, Xiao Yang had been intricately involved in this affair, commanding the situation. And one might even assert that he was the architect behind the resolution of the case. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he had fled the scene the day prior. The leaders present were taken aback by Xiao Yang's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Exchanging glances, it became evident that he truly harbored no desire to remain a policeman. This was no jest. The complexity of their expressions deepened, with Xiao Yang truly unaware that, should he choose, he could easily be awarded a first-class merit? What? He had merely graduated from the police academy and was not yet an officer? Should any of those present desire it, Xiao Yang could bypass the civil service examination, the interviews, and even the year-long probationary period, being directly appointed as a formal officer through special recruitment. Moreover, the case would not conclude any time soon. Once it was resolved, the commendations would take months, perhaps half a year, to materialize. The accolades would undoubtedly fall upon Xiao Yang, potentially earning him provincial or municipal honors. This was no idle jest. Securing a first-class merit would not only yield a monetary reward, but would also guarantee a promotion in rank, an increase in salary, and enhanced benefits. They had reviewed Xiao Yang's record. He joined the Youth League at 15, applied to join the Communist Party at 18, and by the time he graduated at 22, he was already a formal party member. He could be promoted to a section chief without hesitation. Yet, all of this hinged on Xiao Yang's willingness to serve as a police officer. They would undoubtedly assist him in this endeavor. Why? As previously mentioned, the Xiao family, aside from Xiao Yang himself, was comprised entirely of police officers. His mother held a position in the public security sector, while his father served as a senior official in national security. His grandfather was the executive vice minister of the Ministry of Public Security. This was precisely why, upon Xiao Yang's involvement in this incident, several distinguished figures were eager to vouch for him. It explained why national security would collaborate with him in their operations. However, at present, Xiao Yang had no intention of pursuing a career in law enforcement. He had boldly articulated this in front of the assembled dignitaries. Their visit today encompassed two matters: the case and Xiao Yang's potential enlistment in the police force. They initially inquired about the details of the case, to which Xiao Yang responded candidly, relaying the same account he had shared with Chu Dongshan. Subsequently, the leaders rose to take their leave. Was that all? As they departed, they left behind a special recruitment document for joining the police force. Special recruitment refers to the unique process through which public security agencies enlist police officers, primarily targeting veterans and urgently needed personnel with specialized skills. Once Xiao Yang affixed his signature and imprint on this document, the necessary procedures would be handled by designated personnel. Many might fail to comprehend the significance of this gesture. It could be perceived as Binhai Police's attempt to recruit exceptional talent, a display of social courtesy, or even a fig leaf. A fig leaf? A youth who is not a policeman has resolved such a significant case. Does this not render the Binhai Police somewhat embarrassed? Thus, the leaders departed, for the humiliation was too great. They placed this fig leaf in Xiao Yang's hands, allowing him the choice. For if Xiao Yang were to become a police officer in Binhai, the fig leaf would cover the blemish, effectively attributing the case's resolution to the Binhai Police, preserving their dignity. Conversely, should he decline the offer, the fig leaf would be cast aside. Xiao Yang, seated on the sofa, regarded the special recruitment document with a mix of amusement and exasperation. A true man stands by his word. He had declared he would not become a police officer, and that was an absolute. He picked up the document, poised to discard it into the trash. But after a lengthy hesitation, ultimately returned it to the coffee table. Closing his eyes, he murmured, "What is happening? It must be the influence of my predecessor, surely. He has tea completely departed. Yes, it must be his desire to be a police officer, not mine." Opening his eyes, Xiao Yang fixed his gaze ahead. A blend of defiance, disdain, and mischief gracing his features, a smirk playing on his lips. Let them do as they wish. I shall not risk my life. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Frowning, Xiao Yang wondered who it could be. He rose and walked to the entrance, opening the door to reveal an unexpected figure, Chu Dongshan. Surprised, he noted her attire remained unremarkable: canvas shoes, jeans, and a white shirt. Yet, the simplicity of her outfit contrasted sharply with her flawless physique. Her unadorned face bore an imperceptible frost, reminiscent of a snow queen emerging from a winter realm. "Isn't this a tad disrespectful?" Xiao Yang chuckled, teasingly remarking. "Can't you change into something nicer?" "What do you mean?" Chu Dongshan replied, her tone cool and melodic. "Dating, dear sister, dating." Xiao Yang jested. "What girl goes on a date without dressing up? Are you afraid your date won't find you appealing?" "Oh." Chu Dongshan's voice was crisp and pleasant. "I can forego the date." "Surely you're saying that on purpose." Xiao Yang smirked, suppressing his irritation. While he wished to avoid the date, his finances did not permit such luxury. "Let me change my clothes," he said, gesturing towards the sofa before they proceeded to dinner. After changing, he entered the living room to find Chu Dongshan seated on the sofa, gazing out the window. The setting sun cast a warm glow through the glass, illuminating her form, as though she were an exquisitely crafted ice sculpture, delicate and untouchable. Xiao Yang found himself captivated. "What are you thinking?" Chu Dongshan did not meet his gaze, but remained focused on the special recruitment document on the coffee table. "Not much," she replied. Xiao Yang moved towards the entrance. "Shall we go? It's time for the date." Unbeknownst to him, as Chu Dongshan stood, a subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes narrowing slightly, momentarily shedding her frosty demeanor, resembling a cat just roused from slumber. At the old Binhai restaurant, they sat opposite each other at a window table. "Shall we begin?" Xiao Yang inquired, his tone laced with jest. "Sure," Chu Dongshan replied, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. They had shared experiences of terror attacks, pursued criminals, and faced death together, akin to comrades in arms. Yet now they were to feign the awkwardness of strangers on a date. Did they not find this amusing? "What is the first step in a date?" Xiao Yang continued, maintaining a light-hearted banter as he perused the menu. "Can I ask you a question?" Chu Dongshan interjected, casually picking up the menu. "Are you inquiring about my qualifications?" Xiao Yang grinned, his signature cheeky smile lighting up his face. "I have no job, no savings. Only 300 yuan in my pocket, no car or house in the foreseeable future, as I cannot afford either. I've never had a girlfriend, nor have I ever been in a relationship. As for my future income..." "Stop," Chu Dongshan interrupted. "That is not what I meant." "What?" Xiao Yang's smile faltered, confusion washing over him. "What I want to know is, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Chu Dongshan's eyes sparkled as she regarded him. "Do you eat cilantro?" Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned, staring at her in disbelief. Time seemed to stretch as his heart raced. He recalled a question he had seen online. "Has it been long since someone cared about your feelings?" Sometimes, it takes little to stir a man's heart. Just a word, a gesture, an unbidden display of concern. Chapter 22. Spending money feels worse than losing it as Xiao Yang gazed at the 4 dishes and soup being served. His expression shifted. Sweet and sour pork, 3 delicacies, braised pork strips, stir-fried eggplant, and clam soup. These were all ordered by Chu Dongshan. She certainly had a taste for good food. Once the drinks and rice arrived, the two who were initially on a date transformed into voracious diners. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Chu Dongshan take a swig from a beer bottle, finishing it off with a burp. Had he ever seen a woman drink alcohol before? Chu Dongshan cast him a sidelong glance, having never encountered a woman who could drink straight from the bottle. Xiao Yang grinned, revealing a hint of camaraderie typical of soldiers. Can soldiers indulge in alcohol? There exists a prohibition against excessive drinking. Military personnel must refrain from overindulgence and public disturbances caused by intoxication. Reflect on the essence of this statement. Not only did Chu Dongshan drink, but she also inquired of Xiao Yang whether he could handle strong liquor. Xiao Yang, maintaining his composure, nodded affirmatively, indicating he could manage a bit. The waiter then presented a bottle of 60-degree white liquor. Xiao Yang and Chu Dongshan clinked their glasses, exchanging toasts. Before long, the bottle was emptied, and they found themselves pleasantly satiated. In a tipsy state, Xiao Yang summoned the waiter to settle the bill. After the payment was completed, Chu Donchan unexpectedly stated, "Actually, I intended to treat you." Xiao Yang was instantly struck by a sense of discomfort, feeling that spending the money was more disheartening than losing it. "Then why didn't you mention it sooner?" On a September night, the streets were caressed by the gentle moonlight. Leaves danced with the soft breeze. "Stop pretending. I know you're not drunk," Chu Donchan remarked coldly. "I truly am intoxicated," Xiao Yang replied with a silly grin. "Uttering foolish words, if you wish to pry into my thoughts, now is a splendid opportunity." Chu Donchan scoffed. "You indeed caught on." She had intended to take advantage of their dining occasion to get him drunk. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to drink in public. Unfortunately, he remained sober, and some truths eluded her grasp. "I possess an excellent memory. Don't ask," Xiao Yang declared, shifting his neck, exhaling the scent of alcohol, and raising 4 fingers. "I'm on my 4th. He attempted to swear with a straightened tongue. Chu Donchan huffed in response. Xiao Yang gave an awkward smile and wandered over to a nearby long bench, patting the space beside him. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Donchan sat down beside him. "We are both cunning foxes. Feel free to ask whatever you wish." Xiao Yang tilted his head back, gazing at the moon above. Chu Donchan shook her head. "It has lost its significance." "Then allow me to ask," Xiao Yang said, half closing his eyes, "why protect me? We are not related." "Do you believe you are worthy of a soldier's protection?" Chu Donchan queried, her identity likely being formidable, not that of an ordinary soldier. Imagine someone wielding an anti-material sniper rifle roaming the city. You can ponder the implications. To exaggerate, even my grandfather might not possess such qualifications. You heard correctly. An assistant minister might not even qualify. My grandmother and yours share a good rapport. Chu Donchan maintained her serene demeanor, exuding elegance. Xiao Yang smacked his forehead in realization. Although his family was renowned in law enforcement, it was rather unremarkable. However, his grandmother was indeed formidable. Memories flooded back, recalling how his grandfather was once a grassroots figure who, by a twist of fate, performed a melodramatic rescue. In those days, such narratives were romantic. A humble policeman falling in love with a young lady, how kitsch. Often, the sappy tales we see are derived from reality. One cannot deny his grandfather had remarkable fortune, encountering his grandmother in that era. Nowadays, one would struggle to even touch the threshold of a wealthy family, let alone meet a young lady. How could your family bear to send a 7-year-old you into the military? Xiao Yang had always been curious about this. My grandfather was a soldier. The entire family consists of military personnel. Chu Donchan replied, her expression calm. Xiao Yang felt a surge of respect. I see. With your background, do you still need to resort to arranged marriages? This perplexed Xiao Yang greatly. Do you believe I can fight? Chu Donchan asked, a smirk playing on her lips. Xiao Yang silently covered his face, overwhelmed by embarrassment. As a time traveler, a mere novice, he had been bested by a woman yesterday. How could he not feel humiliated? Let me pose another question. Chu Donchan, devoid of any intent to mock him, inquired earnestly. If granted an opportunity to exchange a third or even half of your life for my current abilities, would you do it? Xiao Yang's expression shifted abruptly. He finally comprehended the source of Chu Donchan's strength. It was paid for with life. Some might not grasp this. So let us phrase it differently. It involves extracting one's latent potential. Many have likely heard of terms like motorized infantry and physical transcendence within military contexts. In his past life, Xiao Yang had heard tales of 4 types of physical training. Regular health training occurs in peacetime, while enhanced training targets specific units. Wartime training involves high-intensity preparations for national conflicts. As for extreme physical training, it is akin to the old generation's motorized infantry and physical transcendence training. This extreme training seemingly extracts all potential from the human body, maximizing its limits to unleash the utmost combat prowess. However, everyone knows the principle of equivalent exchange. Strength does not arise from thin air. Extracting one's potential equates to exhausting vitality. How long can one live? Xiao Yang gazed intently at Chu Donchan. I do not know, she replied, her voice hollow and numb. If a normal person lives to 80, one might only reach 55 or 40 now. In abnormal circumstances, one could perish at any moment during a mission. Her words posed a rather candid question. Would you desire a short-lived spouse? Perhaps a bit too honest? Xiao Yang was taken aback, questioning his very existence, as though fearing someone might marry her. Be confident. Remove the perhaps. It's not as though I'd settle for just anyone. Chu Donchan shot him a sideways glance. I'm not a scavenger. I want to take just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. What do you mean by that? Xiao Yang's face darkened, feeling a surge of aggression. Chu Dongshan regarded him in silence, her gaze implying, can you even defeat me? Xiao Yang. The sensation of shame engulfed him like a raging torrent. No, like a tsunami. After a moment, Xiao Yang asked, do you enjoy being a soldier? I didn't like it long ago, Chu Dongshan replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she gazed at the full moon above. But now, I find it quite rewarding. Is it worth it? Xiao Yang's brow furrowed deeply. Humans are inherently selfish. It is in our nature. Yet, someone must take action, Chu Dongshan remarked. She raised her hand and touched the long bench beneath them, surveying the surrounding scenery before finally gazing at the moon. A smile graced her lips. Xiao Yang understood. They could sit here quietly, savoring life, and enjoying the moonlight without a care in the world. How did such tranquility come to be? Many people in various countries struggle to find enough to eat, living in dire conditions. Why are they deprived of such moments? As Chu Dongshan stated, while humans can be selfish, ignorance is inexcusable. I seem to be getting hungry again. Shall we go for barbecue? Would you care to join? Xiao Yang raised his chin with an air of authority. You're treating. Haha, Chu Dongshan laughed heartily. All right. They slowly stood, exchanging smiles before stepping forward together under the moonlight. Chapter 23. Come. Let us examine the heart. Xiao Yang found himself ensnared in a dream that many may have experienced, a childhood nightmare for numerous individuals, the quest for a restroom. The terror of this dream lies not in the inability to find a restroom, but rather in waking up just as one arrives. Consequently, Xiao Yang was jolted awake, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. What is this soft sensation? He recalled that there were no pillows or plush toys on the bed. His sluggish mind quickly regained clarity, realizing he was holding someone. A woman. Not only was he holding her, but his face was also nestled within her magnificent bosom. If circumstances allowed, Xiao Yang would love to unbutton that bothersome shirt. But let there be no misunderstanding. They were civilized individuals. He merely wished to glimpse her heart. Reluctantly, he lifted his face, only to meet a pair of cold eyes fixed upon him. Xiao Yang. Winky face, Chu Dongshan. Good morning. Xiao Yang suppressed the overwhelming embarrassment churning within him. I'm pleased to see you. Chu Dongshan's demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an air of menace. Just how pleased are you? Perhaps very pleased? Xiao Yang's lips twitched. You may be too early in your delight. Chu Dongshan scoffed. Have you considered that you may soon meet your demise? Her thoughts aligned with mine. Xiao Yang, damn it. But who are you trying to intimidate? Suddenly, Xiao Yang lowered his head and buried his face once more in her embrace. Chu Dongshan. Even someone who can remain unflinching in the face of danger felt a moment of daze. How dare he? Yet Xiao Yang did dare. His psyche was often quite intricate. The more others pressed him, the bolder he became. It had nothing to do with fear or thrill. It was a character trait that compelled him to retaliate against anyone who provoked him, commonly referred to as reckless, not afraid of death. Chu Dongshan's voice was as chilling as glacial winds. In any case, you intend to kill me, so what use is fear? To her surprise, Xiao Yang even nudged his face into her bosom. A moment of introspection led to a conclusion. He was doomed. Chu Dongshan. Does he truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill him? Her eyes glimmered with a fierce intent, fixated on Xiao Yang in her embrace. Ultimately, she refrained from taking action. If, and I mean if, a muffled voice emerged from Xiao Yang. If I become a police officer, will you spare me? Huh? The fury in Chu Dongshan's eyes dissipated. Stop pretending. I see through your tricks. The cliches are worn thin. Xiao Yang dismissed her with disdain. It's merely a seduction scheme, feigning intimacy with the male lead, then departing. If the male lead wishes to reunite with the female lead, he must grow stronger, returning as a warrior to pursue her. At that moment, she would say, you finally caught up with me, leading to a grand union, impervious to the world, right? Chu Dongshan. Is he perhaps suffering from some delusion? Strangely, this plotline felt oddly satisfying. It seemed to cater to the vanity of certain women. The crux of the matter was, he could have made a splendid career writing web novels. Chu Dongshan found herself inexplicably amused. So what do you think? What if I don't wish to be a police officer? Xiao Yang sighed, afraid of death. Would he truly fear death? Chu Dongshan found it amusing. A young man who, after facing a minor setback, dared to chase down a group of intelligence agents like a rabid dog, confronting danger head-on. Did he truly expect her to believe he feared death? Chu Dongshan struggled to comprehend the workings of his mind. Yet one thing was certain. He genuinely wished to be a police officer, but hesitated. This had nothing to do with fear. I rather enjoyed your earlier mention of a melodramatic plot. Chu Dongchan playfully patted his head, teasingly. Why not indulge in some melodrama? At that moment, she seemed to forget Xiao Yang's face, which was intimately close to her chest. A female blogger once mentioned, when a boy can hold a girl's hand, he can embrace her waist. When he can unfasten her skirt, she feels emboldened to flaunt herself before him. Of course, if a girl tells a boy she is cold, the boy should be cautious, for she may be about to act mischievously. Xiao Yang felt a chuckle rising within him, relieved that the crisis had passed. Yet, he knew he must put an end to this moral degradation immediately. It was wrong to deceive an inexperienced woman. Chu Dongchan was intelligent, but her understanding of the dynamics between men and women was merely at a kindergarten level. She was too easy to fool. Xiao Yang felt a pang of reluctance to take advantage of her. So, was he truly going to become a police officer? A genuine thought surfaced within him. Yes, you're not dead yet. Xiao Yang squinted. After a long pause, he realized it was not about a former lover, but about himself. His previous relationships had ended cleanly. Xiao Yang sighed. Many boys harbor a dream of one day wielding a firearm. There are generally two paths to achieving this, becoming a police officer or a soldier. From a young age, boys understood what it meant to be a protector of the innocent. As they matured, they also grasped the reality of confronting evil. Wearing a police uniform meant upholding justice, while donning a military uniform meant safeguarding the nation. Indeed, this was the dream of many young boys. Had he made a decision? Xiao Yang questioned his heart. Yes. Since you wish for me to be a police officer, then I shall proceed. Xiao Yang feigned a pitiful demeanor, deliberately acting helpless in Chu Dongchan's embrace. Ha! She found his antics amusing. Suddenly, she pushed him away and kicked him off the bed, rising with a stern expression. What are you pretending for? Sitting on the floor, Xiao Yang felt a wave of despair. The wise sage once said, when seeking a partner, never choose a woman who is too intelligent, especially not a strong-willed and clever one, nor one with exceptional martial prowess. Otherwise, you shall meet a most unfortunate end. So, did they or did they not cross boundaries last night? Don't be ridiculous. We didn't even remove our clothes. We merely drank too much and shared the same bed. After both had freshened up, they settled on the living room sofa. Chu Dongchan pulled out her wallet and laid a stack of money on the coffee table. Xiao Yang, what is this? A fee for the night? Do you take me for a gigolo? Witnessing the pained expression on Xiao Yang's face, Chu Dongchan nearly burst into laughter. Someone is concerned about his grandson. So my grandmother sent me to deliver this to you. You're not thinking of something nefarious, are you? Xiao Yang replied earnestly. That is out of the question. I am not so superficial. Heh. Chu Dongchan didn't expose him. Instead, glancing at the special recruitment notice for police officers on the table. Have you considered a second career as a soldier? Huh? Xiao Yang was caught off guard. In truth, Chu Dongchan regarded him, saying, you are quite capable. Capable does not even begin to cover it. Setting aside the ridiculous notion of photographic memory, Xiao Yang could endure her attacks for 2 minutes without collapsing. To quote a film, with 20 years of training. How could you possibly withstand me? Chu Dongchan had trained rigorously since the age of 7, a full 20 years of grueling conditioning. Adhering to the old generation of Scouts' extreme training principles, a common person would struggle to withstand even a single strike. And yet Xiao Yang could endure for 2 minutes. This was truly remarkable. Chu Dongchan harbored no doubts. How could she? However, Xiao Yang's background was too pristine. Not only was his entire family composed of police officers, but his grandmother was. He had never been in a position to stand against the nation or its people. If he dared to, his family would uphold justice even at the cost of their own kin. How could one investigate such a person? There was simply no way. A soldier? Xiao Yang shook his head. There were too many rules. While he genuinely wished to wear a military uniform, he was too wild. Confinement in a barracks would drive him insane. The police profession was different. Though it came with its own restrictions, the rules were not as stringent. Goodbye. Chu Dongchan stood and walked towards the entrance. You're leaving just like that? Xiao Yang began to lose his composure. What else should I do? Pausing her action of putting on her shoes, Chu Dongchan regarded him. What do we now consider our relationship? Xiao Yang inquired with a smile. Chu Dongchan chuckled in response. What relationship do we have? It is often said that a night spent together creates 100 nights of affection. Xiao Yang smirked. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Even with a heart as steadfast as stone, a faint blush crept onto Chu Dongchan's cheeks. Shut up. Observing the flustered sister, Xiao Yang chuckled. At least leave me a means of contact? You said that yourself. Chu Dongchan's eyes sparkled playfully, The male lead must grow stronger to keep up with the female lead. So you fancy the strong female lead. Xiao Yang sighed, feeling exasperated. Chu Donchan departed, leaving behind a peculiar phone number. As he watched her leave, Xiao Yang felt an indescribable emotion welling within him. Closing the door, he turned to gaze out the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, watching the sun rise in the sky. Half of life is spent earning a living, and in between, one must pause, forget, and let the winds carry them. As for what lies ahead, let it be determined in due time. For now, Xiao Yang's face mirrored the brilliance of the sun outside. He had slapped himself in the face. He desired to become a police officer. Chapter 24. Have the morals of society become so impure? In Binhai City, at the police department's director's office. Have you made up your mind? A middle-aged man in an administrative jacket inquired with a smile. Xiao Yang felt a blush rising to his cheeks. He handed over the signed special recruitment notice for police officers. Haha. The other man laughed heartily. I was going to call an old classmate. But it seems that one tea be necessary. Xiao Yang was astonished. I was classmates with your mother. Zhang Digui laughed. From now on, just call me Uncle Zhang. Is there such a connection? Xiao Yang feigned shock, inwardly scoffing. Speaking of your mother, we all have great respect for her, Zhang Digui reminisced. In our cohort, only 9 of us chose to work in drug enforcement, and your mother was one of them. There are various branches of police work, including criminal investigation, public security, economic investigation, foreign affairs, detention centers, and drug enforcement, among others. It is well known that being a police officer is inherently dangerous, and the sacrifice rate among drug enforcement officers is 4.9 times that of regular officers, with an injury rate 10 times higher. It takes immense courage, especially for a woman, to choose drug enforcement. One cannot help but admire her. In the police system, there is a saying, no one envies the achievements or ranks of drug enforcement officers because those accolades are earned at the cost of lives, amidst bloodshed. No one dares to bully drug enforcement officers or their families, as it would make one an enemy of all drug enforcement officers. The consequences of being targeted by such ruthless individuals are indeed terrifying. Xiao Yang quietly listened, not interrupting, as he pondered the intent behind Zhang Digui's words. You are the top officer in the Binhai police system. What about your status? Zhang Digui chuckled. I just want to remind you that besides drug enforcement, you can choose other branches. Otherwise, I worry your mother might kill me. Xiao Yang remarked. That mother I have yet to meet is still in her prime, right? And you, a full department head, are afraid of her? Zhang Digui inquired. Xiao Yang nodded. Choosing criminal investigation. His previous studies were in investigative techniques, and naturally, he wished to confront the wrongdoers directly. Zhang Digui wasted no time. Calling his secretary to assist Xiao Yang in completing the necessary police paperwork. Once finalized, the secretary led Xiao Yang to a particular location, the Binhai City Public Security Bureau, Criminal Investigation Division. This division consists of the Criminal Police Team, Crime Investigation Team, Forensic Science and Technology Team, and K-9 Training Team. Primarily tasked with organizing and investigating major criminal cases across the city. The secretary escorted Xiao Yang to the director's office, where he met Director Yang Yong, a second-level police supervisor and deputy department head. Xiao Yang recognized him from 3 previous encounters. First, at a criminal police team event where he had supported him. Second, at a small restaurant where they collaborated on a case. And third, yesterday when he visited Yang Yong's residence alongside Zhang Digui. Uncle Yang. Xiao Yang greeted with a smile and a handshake. I will be relying on your assistance. Why this familiarity right off the bat? Because Yang Yong had previously supported him. Perhaps out of familial connection or the nuances of social relationships. Regardless, one must still address him as uncle. So you're becoming a police officer now? Yang Yong teased, patting Xiao Yang's shoulder. What could Xiao Yang say? To paraphrase a saying from online literature, as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls on others. I've seen your capabilities firsthand. It would be a shame to keep you in a lower position. Yang Yong's demeanor shifted to seriousness. I have a position that is quite suitable for you. What unit? Xiao Yang inquired, intrigued. The Criminal Investigation Division. Yang Yong replied. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of criminal investigation, the Criminal Investigation Division is synonymous with the fabled Major Crimes Unit. However, in reality, aside from Hong Kong, such units do not exist in the Dragon Kingdom. Do not be deceived by television dramas. Yet, due to Binhai's sub-provincial administrative status, it is termed the Criminal Investigation Division. Most cities refer to their criminal investigation departments as criminal investigation sections. The division's primary function is to combat serious criminal activity, focusing on major, serious, and special criminal cases. In layman's terms, it specializes in investigating significant cases. Isn't it a bit too much to overestimate my abilities? Xiao Yang chuckled awkwardly. I just graduated from the police academy. I genuinely hold you in high regard. Yang Yong laughed heartily. If you can handle those kinds of cases, if I were to underestimate you, I would be a fool. Xiao Yang's prowess was evident to anyone with eyes. Setting aside the cases, he single-handedly faced 4 assailants, 3 of whom were armed, and managed to eliminate them all. Such feats transcended mere bravery. His combat prowess could only be described as formidable. Furthermore, his deductive reasoning was equally remarkable. He deduced that the assailant's intent was not terrorism, but an attack on the criminal police team. He also uncovered that certain items were hidden within the police team headquarters and even pinpointed their location within a police officer's phone. Eventually, he orchestrated a significant operation involving the police, national security, and armed police, leading to the dismantling of an intelligence organization and neutralizing the mastermind. Yet, he still tried to maintain a low profile. Xiao Yang's lips twitched. He had nothing to retort. Henceforth, he resolved to embrace an aura of mystery. Refraining from mentioning his own good looks, the secretary departed, leaving Yang Yong to personally guide Xiao Yang to the Criminal Investigation Division. Upon arrival, Xiao Yang was slightly taken aback. Though it was labeled a divisional department, it occupied less than 200 square meters within a building. However, despite its small size, it was fully equipped, featuring a spacious office area, 2 private offices, an armory, and an archives room. Upon their arrival, there was only one young man engrossed in a video game on the computer. Observing the focused youth, Xiao Yang thought. Yang Yong cleared his throat, prompting the young man to jump in surprise. Director, what brings you here? He stuttered, clearly flustered. Mouse, I hope I'm not interrupting your game, Yang Yong inquired cheerfully. The young man, known as Go Hao, had previously been a brilliant cyber investigator, solving numerous high-profile cybercrimes and earning multiple commendations. At just 27, he held a position as a first-level police officer, specializing in cyber investigation and security, a true expert in his field. Are Lao Li and the others working on a case? Yang Yong asked coldly. Yes, they are investigating that dismemberment case assigned by the Bureau. They haven't returned in several days. Gu Hao quickly nodded. It was not unusual for officers to be away for several days when working on a case, especially when cross-regional investigations were involved. Oftentimes, they would eat and sleep outside, tirelessly working to solve cases without regard for traditional office hours. I'm bringing in a newcomer for your division, Yang Yong said, gesturing toward Xiao Yang. He will report tomorrow. Get acquainted with him. I'll call Lally now. With that, he nodded at Xiao Yang and exited the office, leaving Xiao Yang and Gu Hao to size each other up. Hello, I'm Gu Hao, the young man said with a smile, extending his hand. Pleased to meet you. Xiao Yang, he replied, shaking Gu Hao's hand and mimicking the cheerful tone from earlier that morning. How pleased am I? Gu Hao nearly lost composure, astonished at the lack of decorum in today's society. Chapter 25, Embarrassment. He almost found himself mortified. What on earth is a newcomer? Gu Hao stared blankly at the young man before him. Judging by his appearance, he seemed no more than a recent graduate from a police academy. Perhaps not even a fully fledged officer. As previously mentioned, the Criminal Investigation Department was a gathering place for big players. What kind of riffraff could possibly be here? Gu Hao's expression darkened, a chill creeping over him as a term came to mind. Gilded. Xiao Yang observed the subtle shifts in his expression, remaining silent. One cannot fault people for relishing the act of playing the fool while concealing their true prowess. It is rather delightful when others perceive you as a mere novice. Revealing your true identity as a formidable figure can be quite exhilarating. However, reality is not a novel. Gu Hao's face suddenly paled, and he gasped, Wait, are you the Xiao Yang? You see, it is clear that he is no fool. The horrific incident that transpired in Binching a few days prior could not be concealed from the discerning, especially not from those within the police force, particularly in a department as critical as criminal investigations. Holy crap! Seeing the other remain silent yet smiling, Gu Hao grew increasingly agitated. He grasped Xiao Yang's hands tightly, exclaiming, Master, please accept this humble subordinate's respect. At this rate, I might just blush, Xiao Yang replied, bemused. It was evident that Gu Hao was quite the lively character. A real joker. But I heard you aren't actually a police officer, are you? Gu Hao inquired with a grin. Were you specially recruited? Xiao Yang nodded. Gu Hao gave a thumbs up. Care to chat? That might not be feasible, Xiao Yang shook his head, indicating he had to maintain discretion. Such matters were routine. Details of cases could not be divulged, and he had been warned the day before. Gu Hao wore a pained expression, yet mischievously chuckled. How about just a few words? Please, explode in place, would you? Xiao Yang suggested, glancing around. First, show me the lay of the land. Of course. Gu Hao did not press further, guiding Xiao Yang through the Criminal Investigation Department, briefly discussing the personnel configuration: 2 department heads, 2 chief officers, and 4 deputy officers. Rather than a mere department, it functioned more like a specialized task force, with the authority to request personnel from other units as needed. Essentially, it was an elite task force, always ready for action, with substantial powers, as it handled special cases. Are you getting familiar? Yang Yong entered after finishing a call. Almost, Xiao Yang replied. You'll feel at ease working here. Yang Yong smiled. I've already informed your department head. When you arrive tomorrow, someone will deliver your uniform and credentials. As for your service weapon, you'll need to follow the protocol. They'll take you for shooting practice and you'll receive your certificate upon passing. If you have any questions, ask Hausi. By the way, it's lunchtime. Want to join me in the cafeteria? No, thank you. Xiao Yang shook his head. I need to share the good news with my family and prepare for tomorrow. All right then, I'll take my leave. Yang Yong paid no mind, pointing playfully at Gu Hao. Don't bully the newcomer. Of course not. How could I? Gu Hao chuckled. After Yang Yong departed, Xiao Yang waved to Gu Hao, ready to head home. See you tomorrow. Master, Gu Hao called cheerfully. On the way home, as Xiao Yang sat in the ride-hailing car, an image of a striking figure danced in his mind, causing him to unconsciously smile. He recalled the question, do you like cilantro? Since he felt a stirring in his heart, he decided to pursue it. There was no need to be overly serious. Let go of the facade. One shouldn't ponder whether to become lovers or friends. Rather, embrace the fate boldly. As the saying goes, the mountains and forests do not vow allegiance to the seasons, they wither according to fate. Xiao Yang took out his phone and dialed the peculiar number. A few seconds later, it connected. Is there something you need? Chu Dongchang's icy voice came through, as if she already knew it was him. Nothing much, Xiao Yang chuckled. I just consulted an oracle and it said we are fated. Chu Dongchang replied coldly. You can tell fortunes? Of course, Xiao Yang grinned. Do you believe that with just 4 questions, I could uncover the essence of your character? Childish. Chu Dongchang's tone remained flat. Very well, listen carefully, Xiao Yang inquired. Do you prefer spring or autumn? I prefer winter, came her indifferent response. Do you like beer or white liquor? I prefer juice. Do you fancy spicy hot pot or crossing the bridge rice noodles? I like meat sandwiches. Last question, Xiao Yang's eyes twinkled. Do you prefer brothers or sisters? I wish to have a younger brother. My divination is complete. Xiao Yang laughed mischievously. You are a sister who enjoys drinking juice in winter, relishing meat sandwiches, and wishes to care for a younger brother. Am I correct? Chu Dongchang was momentarily speechless. You've tricked me, she realized, having revealed her preferences. This was not fortune-telling. It was clearly deception. A scoundrel? Her voice turned icy. Then what do you think a scoundrel is? Xiao Yang smoothly countered. Trash, she replied without hesitation. This led to an intriguing question. Xiao Yang asked, why do you think people enjoy junk food? Chu Dongchang fell silent, unable to provide an answer. The reasoning was simple. Xiao Yang smirked. Junk food is unhealthy. Yet it is delicious. What exactly are you trying to say? She asked, her tone cold. When someone wishes to approach you, if you don't detest them, don't pretend to be aloof. Don't keep your distance on purpose. Xiao Yang's voice was calm. As a wise saying goes, no one will wait indefinitely for you. And if you lack the courage to pursue happiness, don't blame the potential beauties that might slip past you. Don't you want to take a chance? Silence ensued. And then the call ended. Does your conscience not ache? Xiao Yang thought about throwing his phone. Never mind. One cannot save a stubborn mule. The driver beside him regarded Xiao Yang as if he were a deity, eyes wide as if to say, Brother, if you want to learn the craft, kneel and listen. Xiao Yang ignored him, gazing out the window. Some cherish the flowers that fall in the evening breeze. Others adore the cats darting through alleyways. There's beauty in solitude while witnessing the sunset. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Xiao Yang picked it up, chuckling as he answered. Where are you? Chu Dongchang's frosty voice inquired. Getting ready to go sing, Xiao Yang grinned. Care to join? I can't sing, she replied. I'll teach you. Xiao Yang provided an address before hanging up. The driver was left astounded, speechless. In Bincheng, at a karaoke establishment, Xiao Yang stood at the entrance, spotting Chu Dongchang stepping out of a car. The two entered the KTV, first stopping at a self-service supermarket on the first floor to buy snacks and drinks, and then heading to a private room. Once Chu Donchong settled in, Xiao Yang, while selecting songs, said with a smile, "Sister Donchong, you must join me in a duet. I've practiced this song and sing it quite beautifully. There's no need for you to feel inferior. I will teach you." Chu Donchong glanced at him with mild disdain. Just then, the soothing accompaniment began to play. "I'll sing first, you follow." Xiao Yang dashed to sit beside Chu Donchong, handing her a microphone. Clearing his throat, he began his off-key rendition. "Do not pile on the nostalgia. It makes the plot trite. After loving for many years, why ruin the classics? Sister Donchong, your turn." Chu Donchong remained expressionless, but a flicker of amusement sparkled in her eyes as she took the microphone. "Now that we are adults, no dragging or debt. Wasting time is my choice. I would rather." Xiao Yang was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Chu Donchong's voice was soft yet possessed a distinctive rasp, exuding magnetism and beauty. Not only did she sing, but she sang exceptionally well, with a talent that could rival professional singers. As if she were an actress taking a bow, Xiao Yang watched the lights dim, captivated. Chu Donchong turned to gaze at the bewildered Xiao Yang, her eyes sparkling with delight, radiating beauty like two crescent moons. She was truly enjoying herself. "This song, I have practiced it well. There is no need for you to feel inferior when singing alongside me. My voice is quite melodious." Xiao Yang's mind buzzed as he gazed at the red antibacterial cover on the microphone, feeling an urge to remove it and place it on his nose. His emotions were complex, leaving him unable to discern between anger, joy, and embarrassment. An impulse to flee the KTV and leap into the sewer surged within him. The awkwardness nearly rendered him utterly mortified. Chapter 26. This scene is quite abstract as the sun dipped low in the sky. The horizon blossomed with brilliant shades of orange and red, cascading like molten gold upon the sea's surface. A couple sat quietly on the beach, the sea breeze gently caressing their faces. "You claim you cannot sing?" Xiao Yang, with drunken eyes, pounded the sand in frustration, expressing his discontent. "And do you truly possess the gift of divination?" Chu Donchong's lips curled into a smile, her eyes glimmering with warmth. Her gaze softened, no longer as frigid, now imbued with a touch of moisture. "Ah," the Xiao Yang huffed nervously, shaking his head to clear his mind. He wasn't merely pretending to be inebriated. He genuinely felt a bit tipsy. "Have you ever harbored dreams?" Chu Donchong, equally intoxicated, gazed at the sunset with a hint of allure in her eyes. "Certainly. One must have dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes us from idle fish?" Xiao Yang chuckled, reminiscing about the wish he made at the age of 18. He hoped to meet a stunning beauty, one of breathtaking allure, who was afflicted with a terminal illness. Fortuitously, he possessed the means to cure her. Although she was heir to a vast fortune, she professed her uncontrollable love for him, unwilling to part ways. Then her formidable sister arrived, and upon encountering the extraordinary me, she too fell deeply in love. Torn, I found myself at a crossroads, when suddenly a younger sister appeared, clinging to me with a soft whimper. Thus began a scandalous chapter of my life, with the three sisters residing in my home, constantly seeking to please and serve me. Their father, unable to endure the situation, approached me only to discover that I was his long-lost son, while the sisters were all adopted. Eventually, I was taken back to inherit the immense family fortune, embarking on a life devoid of shame with my two sisters and a younger sibling. The anticipation was palpable, and Xiao Yang rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Sister Donchong, do you think that wish is impressive?" Chu Donchong's gaze held a wary vigilance, as if assessing a lunatic. Suddenly, laughter and the joyful noise of children erupted nearby. They turned to see a group of children, backpacks slung over their shoulders, returning from school. The innocence radiating from their faces brought forth a smile. "They seem so happy," Chu Donchong remarked softly. "I hope they take their time growing up." Xiao Yang murmured, "The world of adults is not a happy one." Chu Donchong felt a jolt within her, locking eyes with him, but he had succumbed to his intoxication, collapsing with his head resting on her lap. Chu Donchong squinted, raising her hand, yet hesitating to let it fall. Her gaze returned to the group of children, gradually fading from view. "Donchong," he mumbled, "you sing beautifully. Oh, will you sing another song?" After a long pause, Chu Donchong began to sing softly, cradling the sofa, her eyes heavy with sleep, hair tousled, yearning to live as effortlessly as a movie star. Under the eaves, crows gathered densely, their presence a reflection of unexpressed, repressed emotions. Xiao Yang grinned, foolishly intoxicated, as the sunset's afterglow bathed the beach in a dreamlike radiance, weaving a tender and enchanting tableau. The next day, at 7 a.m., in the Criminal Investigation Division. Xiao Yang arrived punctually. As he pushed open the door, the silence echoed, just as it had the day before. Only Ge Hao was sprawled over his desk, snoring loudly. What should a newcomer typically do? Xiao Yang instinctively fetched a broom, dedicating over an hour to tidying up. At 8:15 a.m., the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Yang, entered carrying a fashion bag, momentarily stunned. He surveyed the immaculately clean division, questioning whether he had entered the correct place. When he spotted Xiao Yang emerging from the restroom with a basin of water and a cloth, Yang's eyelid twitched, and a meaningful smile graced his face. "Uncle Yang?" Xiao Yang greeted with a smile, placing the basin down and approaching. "I brought you something," Yang said, extending the fashion bag to see if it fit. "Is the director truly so idle?" Xiao Yang pondered as he accepted the bag, peering inside to find a police uniform and an identification card. Upon inspecting the card, he noticed the black leather wallet embossed with the police emblem, bearing the words, People's Police Certificate. Flipping it open revealed front, Xiao Yang, L Province. V City Public Security Bureau, Criminal Investigation Division, 04. Back, People's Police Certificate, China Police, name, Xiao Yang, blood type, O. Date of birth, position, Criminal Investigation Division staff, police rank, 3rd class inspector, valid until. Approved by the Ministry of Public Security along with 3rd class inspector, staff. Xiao Yang read with delight. Not only had he become a police officer, but he had also bypassed a year of public service internship to become a staff member. It felt utterly absurd. However, this was a special recruitment personally arranged by the head of the bureau, albeit with some steps overlooked, which was of little consequence. Xiao Yang, having graduated from the police academy, possessed formidable investigative skills and had solved a unique case, truly qualifying as special talent. The special recruitment merely skipped the joint examination, training, and internship, expediting his journey to becoming a formal officer. Xiao Yang proceeded to the changing room with the bag in hand. When he emerged, both Yang and the now awake Ge Hao stared in astonishment. Clad in a crisp navy blue police uniform, Xiao Yang's handsome visage was accentuated. His epaulettes gleamed, back straight, steps steady, exuding an air of confidence and intellect, each stride deliberate and powerful. 22:187. With that boyish face, how on earth does he look like that? It's outrageous. Ge Hao muttered in disbelief. Why be a police officer when he could be a star? Yang, regaining his senses, nearly slapped him. A star? What nonsense. How could they possibly compare to the police? Indeed, Yang remarked, nodding in satisfaction at Xiao Yang. Work diligently. With that, he departed, treating the esteemed director as if he had ample leisure. Brother, you were just too handsome, Ge Hao exclaimed, feigning admiration. You resemble me back in the day. Xiao Yang replied. Thank you, though I feel somewhat insulted. Suddenly, a figure entered the Criminal Investigation Division. A middle-aged man, approximately 170 centimeters tall, with a resolute face and defined features. Time had etched faint lines on his face, adding an air of composure and steadfastness. His sharp, deep-set eyes seemed capable of penetrating the darkness of the world. At this moment, he appeared visibly fatigued, but upon seeing Xiao Yang, he paused slightly, a smile breaking across his face. You must be Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang stood at attention, saluting. Xiao Yang, reporting for duty. This was no mere formality. It was the new recruit reporting, adhering to established protocols. Before him stood Li Huaqing, 41 years old, first-class police inspector, director of the Criminal Investigation Division, and Xiao Yang's future direct superior. All right, our division doesn't adhere to too many formalities, Li Huaqing replied, returning the salute. Have you familiarized yourself with the work environment? Quite well, Xiao Yang nodded. Excellent, Li Huaqing said, devoid of any airs of authority. I've heard from the bureau chief about your situation. Your capabilities are remarkable. We cannot treat you as a newcomer. Coincidentally, we have a case that has been troubling us for half a month. I will take you to the scene shortly to see if we can uncover any new leads. Yes, sir. Xiao Yang responded, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. The truth of going to the scene was both real and illusory. To ascertain the truth, one must venture forth and explore. They sought to weigh his worth, to uncover his depths. Housie, please retrieve the case files for Xiao Yang to examine. Li Huaqing instructed Ge Hao. Understood. Ge Hao approached a desk, opened his computer, and accessed the internal archives of the Criminal Investigation Department, retrieving a case file before saying to Xiao Yang, let us review the case files. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Seated in the chair, Xiao Yang gazed at the monitor displaying a criminal investigation case file. At first glance, he was bewildered. Case title: Suicide Dismemberment Case. It was perplexing. He recognized the individual words, yet when suicide was juxtaposed with dismemberment, he found himself at a loss. What could this mean? Had someone taken their own life only to subsequently dismember themselves? The imagery was quite abstract. Chapter 27. Why the lack of laughter? Is there no joy? Criminal file. Case title: Suicide Dismemberment Case. Case number: B19. Date filed: August 17, 2024, 14 days prior. Filing agency: El Province Binhai City Public Security Bureau Criminal Investigation Division. Filed by Li Huacheng. On the morning of August 17th, the Binhai 110 Emergency Response Center received a call. The caller, a resident of an apartment building, reported a strong, foul odor emanating from their bathroom. Upon summoning a maintenance worker for inspection, the technician determined that the stench originated from below, carried through the ventilation system into the caller's home. The caller then proceeded to the neighbor's apartment. Standing at the entrance, the foul smell intensified. After knocking yielded no response, the caller summoned property management to check the registered phone number, only to find it turned off. With no contact for 2 consecutive days and the odor becoming unbearable, the caller opted to call the police. Subsequently, local officers arrived, attempted to contact the homeowner in vain, and sought to force entry. Upon opening the door, the officers, assistant officers, and the caller were all taken aback. In the living room lay a peculiar machine, atop which rested a body barely recognizable as human. The corpse was in a state of dismemberment, heavily decomposed, with bodily fluids pooling on the floor. Given the severity of the case and the abnormal condition of the deceased, the local police reported the incident. Homicide investigations typically do not fall under the jurisdiction of local precincts, as they lack the authority for criminal investigation. Due to the suspicion of unnatural death, the case was escalated to the city bureau. The criminal investigation team took over, forming a task force that conducted investigations for 7 consecutive days before transferring the case to the Criminal Investigation Division. What transpired? The reason was that the investigators were utterly confounded. Their findings indicated that the deceased had committed suicide. Indeed, committed is not a typographical error. An official documentation can denote as. At times, it indicates a connection or relationship, confirming a matter. The higher-ups reviewing the file were equally perplexed. How could a person, having taken their own life, also dismember their own body? Was this not absurd? What a farce. Yet, the coroner's department and the criminal investigation team maintained this conclusion. Through autopsy, the coroner confirmed the presence of a toxic substance, tetramethylthiram disulfide. While the chemical name may be obscure to the layman, its common name is brodifacoum, a potent rodenticide. The autopsy revealed that the deceased had died from poisoning, followed by dismemberment. There was no indication of coercion, force, or harm. The crime scene examination indicated that the body was shredded by that peculiar machine, cleaved into 16 segments. The cutting mechanism was neither a knife nor a saw blade, but rather a wire saw. The principle involved placing the object on the machine, which then constricted with the wire. The motor was activated, causing the wire saw to tighten and slide, resulting in the dismemberment. Surveillance footage revealed that the machine had been brought into the deceased's home. Investigations showed that the deceased had previously visited a morning market and purchased 10 packets of rodenticide. The scene showed no signs of intrusion or the presence of a second party. Through trace evidence analysis, they identified rodenticide packaging, a cup, shoe prints, fingerprints, fiber remnants, and the deceased's habitual activity before death. Technicians utilized 3-dimensional simulation to reconstruct the crime scene. The deceased had ingested 10 packets of rodenticide using a cup, then lay on the machine, binding the wire saw around himself, subsequently setting the machine on a timer for activation and deactivation. After succumbing to poisoning, the machine dismembered him. This led to the conclusion that the deceased committed suicide. However, the implications of this case were staggering. It was akin to being hungry, ordering takeout, and then defecating on it before consuming the meal. Is this not insanity? The investigative conclusion was just as ludicrous. To commit suicide and then dismember oneself? What kind of madness must one possess to act thus? To die and then further desecrate one's own remains? Throughout history, there have been numerous documented cases of suicide, yet none have exhibited such bizarre behavior. Have we reached a new pinnacle of self-destruction? Yet, was it truly suicide? The notion seemed absurd. However, all traces at the scene pointed to the deceased having taken his own life, devoid of any signs or conditions indicative of homicide. Yet, any rational mind would find it inconceivable that a person would degrade their own death in such a manner. If it were impossible, then only one explanation remained: homicide. Or rather, a homicide so cleverly obscured that even seasoned investigators could not perceive it. Is this conceivable? In this world, nothing is ever absolute. The moment one begins to doubt, certain events have likely already transpired. This principle has been validated time and again, often in alarming ways. Ultimately, the case was handed over to the Criminal Investigation Division. Upon review, the findings remained unchanged. All available methods, experience, and technology were employed. It was evident that something was amiss with this case. Yet, the result was unequivocal. The deceased had committed suicide. After perusing the case file, Xiao Yang wore an expression of utter disbelief. The series of events he had encountered since his arrival in this world had been increasingly bizarre, each more peculiar than the last. In his previous life, as a master of eloquence, he would have been cursing. Was it impossible to proceed with any semblance of normalcy? Suddenly, he noticed that Li Huaqing and Gu Hao were standing beside him, both grinning as they observed him. Xiao Yang glanced at the clock on the wall. He had been so engrossed in the case file that he had lost track of time. It was now 10 o'clock. Any discoveries? Li Huaqing inquired with a smile. Xiao Yang recognized that he was indeed capable, but he was only 22 years old. While there exists a peculiar breed of prodigy, no matter how gifted one may be, one cannot possess innate experience. Experience is acquired over years through practical knowledge and skill, accumulated through personal encounters. To illustrate, take Wei Shun, a prodigy in gaming. Should he be tasked with unraveling a cold case, he too would falter due to a lack of investigative experience. Li Huaqing acknowledged that the young man before him possessed some acumen. However, that did not imply that Xiao Yang would unearth any leads immediately. If Xiao Yang were indeed so extraordinary, it would suggest that the seasoned investigators had been living in ignorance. But Xiao Yang's next statement not only stunned Li Huaqing, but also left Gu Hao momentarily speechless. I find it curious. Have you ever encountered a wire saw or the machinery associated with it? What was peculiar about this question that could render two veteran investigators dumbfounded? The overwhelming majority of ordinary individuals will never have seen a wire saw in their lifetime, let alone have the opportunity to purchase or even come into contact with one. As for the deceased, Hu Zhikong, a 29-year-old resident of Beihai City, he worked in social media, with his parents residing abroad, spending his days cloistered at home, rarely venturing outside. After reviewing the case file, Xiao Yang noted that the police had examined Hu Zhikong's computer and mobile phone, discovering that he had been searching online for wire saws with alarming frequency, 152 searches starting from August 8th. You read that correctly. As long as the police choose to investigate, they can access the entire digital footprint of an ordinary citizen. According to the coroner's estimate, Hu Zhikong's time of death was approximately between the 9th and 11th. Do not hold the forensic expert accountable for failing to provide an accurate time of death. Typically, when a human has been deceased for more than 24 to 48 hours, an autopsy can only yield an approximate time of death. In August, during the sweltering summer heat, the decomposition of the body accelerates due to various factors. For the forensic expert to narrow down the time of death to around the 9th to 11th is quite impressive. What significance lies in discussing such trivialities? Why would a 29-year-old who rarely leaves his home suddenly begin searching for a bandsaw? The average person seldom encounters or even hears the term bandsaw. Yet, Hu Zhikong inexplicably starts searching for it. Moreover, let us assume his time of death was on the 9th. You searched on the 8th, purchased the tool, and brought it home. On the 9th, you expertly operated the bandsaw to dismember yourself. Wouldn't an astute observer notice something amiss? Does it not seem peculiar how adept and swift Hu Zhikong's actions were? Wasn't everyone just laughing a moment ago? Xiao Yang chuckled, observing the bewildered expressions of Li Huaqing and Gu Hao. Why the sudden silence? Have they lost their sense of humor? Chapter 28, The Literary Rogue. Ruling the world, Li Huaqing and Gu Hao were momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that they had been caught off guard by Xiao Yang, failing to detect such significant discrepancies? Not at all. They were already aware of this doubt. However, it was hard to believe that a young recruit, only recently sworn in, could spot such an inconsistency after merely an hour of reviewing the case files. The investigators had spent an entire day examining the deceased's online search history before realizing the timing was off, leading to the discovery of the anomaly. Yet Xiao Yang managed to uncover it in just over an hour. Though the investigation report detailed the process, it provided no clues to the inconsistencies. making such a discovery exceedingly difficult under normal circumstances. Yet, Xiao Yang did it. This was not the level of acuity one would expect from a novice. Upon regaining their composure, Li Huaqing and Gu Hao exchanged glances. Indeed, those capable of handling such cases should not be underestimated merely due to their youth. They recalled the terrifying major case from a few days prior. Although they had not been involved, they were acutely aware of its severity. Gu Hao looked toward Li Huaqing, a silent question in his gaze. Should we continue our inquiries? Li Huaqing rolled his eyes, responding, What are you on about? Have you eaten breakfast this morning? Li Huaqing smiled at Xiao Yang. If you haven't eaten, let's grab a bite together before heading to the scene. Xiao Yang, beaming with enthusiasm, responded, Allow me to treat you. He remembered the first time they met when Li Huaqing mentioned a case that had troubled the entire criminal investigation department for several days. At that time, though we referred to the entire department, excluding Xiao Yang. Now, though we included him, indicating a shift in perception. Respect is earned, and one's position is established through strength. Those with abilities are treated as equals, those without are merely disregarded. Such is the reality. In Bincheng, on Jinshidan Street, the crime scene was located in a small high-rise residential area, characterized by 8-story buildings with duplex apartments. As Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing exited the police vehicle, they noticed several individuals squatting by a flower bed, eating their boxed meals. 6 pairs of eyes turned toward Xiao Yang, filled with curiosity, confusion, and surprise. These 6 individuals were members of the Criminal Investigation Department. The previous day, the chief had informed Li Huaqing of the arrival of a newcomer. But they had not paid much attention, assuming it was just another experienced officer assigned to assist with the case. They never anticipated a recruit so young. A handsome face in his 20s, a third-level police officer? Surely this must be a joke. Their thoughts mirrored those of Gu Hao from earlier. Could it be that he was merely here to gain experience? Li Huaqing had remained tight-lipped, not wanting to inform his subordinates prematurely. Those who cannot keep a secret in the police force often find themselves out of uniform. Let me introduce you, Li Huaqing said, gesturing toward Xiao Yang. This is Xiao Yang, personally sent by the director yesterday. At this announcement, silence fell. The name Xiao Yang had become quite popular within the police force, garnering considerable attention. Considering the director's personal introduction and Li Huaqing's formal demeanor, they quickly deduced the identity of the individual before them. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Yang. He greeted with a sunny smile. I look forward to working with you. Addressing them as masters exhibited his respect and humility. Nice to meet you. Several detectives responded warmly, rising to greet him. I am Dong Hu. This is Luo Jessen, Gu Fang, Zhou Zhang, and Qian Xiangqian. Upon reaching the last individual, a middle-aged man simply nodded, smiled, and extended his hand without introducing himself. What was this supposed to mean? Does he look down on me? Xiao Yang beamed, glancing at the man's hand but refraining from shaking it. This is Zhu Xiaojia, Li Huaqing explained. He previously worked in drug enforcement, went undercover, and after his cover was blown, he was doused with sulfuric acid. He survived, but his voice was ruined. Startled, Xiao Yang felt a surge of respect and extended both hands to grasp the man's single hand. Regulations state that individuals with disabilities cannot become police officers. But this applies only before applying. Officers who become disabled in the line of duty may continue to serve, with evaluations based on the extent of their disability and the nature of their work. Not being able to speak is hardly a significant issue. Please continue with your meal. I will take Xiao Yang upstairs for a look, Li Huaqing said, waving to his subordinates as he led Xiao Yang toward a nearby residential building, embodying the mentor-student dynamic. In reality, this was indeed the case. New recruits are typically mentored by seasoned officers during their training period. However, Xiao Yang was already a formally appointed officer. Having a department head personally mentor a newcomer was quite unprecedented. Upon entering the building, they took the elevator to the 7th floor. 2 auxiliary officers stood guard outside an apartment door and saluted briskly upon seeing Li Huaqing. Have you not forgotten the rules taught at the police academy? Li Huaqing accepted the gloves and shoe covers handed to him by the auxiliary officers. Xiao Yang nodded, swiftly donning the gloves and shoe covers. The 3 essential components of a crime scene investigation are 1. Wearing gloves, shoe covers, and a mask. 2. Minimizing personal traces and movement. 3. Avoiding contact with evidence and items at the scene. In reality, the presence of investigators at a crime scene constitutes a form of destruction. However, to solve the case, such interference is unavoidable, necessitating a reduction in the extent of the disturbance. As Li Huaqing opened the door to the apartment, Xiao Yang frowned. immediately detecting a nauseating stench of decay. Was there no ventilation to alleviate the odor? That would be madness. Certain cases require the sealing of the scene. Not only is it forbidden to air out the area, but it must also be sealed to prevent air circulation. As previously mentioned, the air contains dust, particulates, and particles. The movement of air can introduce these elements into the scene, not only aiding in evidence collection, but also posing a risk of contamination. Even the air itself can compromise a scene, necessitating containment. This starkly contrasts with portrayals in film and television, where police officers freely enter crime scenes, smoking or eating without consequence. In reality, such behavior would result in severe repercussions. Upon entering the crime scene, Xiao Yang's attention was immediately drawn to a peculiar machine resembling a lathe but lacking its typical heft, constructed from aluminum alloy. It featured a motor, transmission shaft, and control panel. The body had already been removed, yet the machine was stained with the foul remnants of decayed bodily fluids, and the floor bore similar traces. While Xiao Yang examined the scene, Li Huaqing scrutinized him. The more he observed, the more he sensed something was off. How can one articulate this sense of disquiet? There was a formidable aura about Xiao Yang, a presence marked by composure and perceptiveness that belied his youth. Individuals with such commanding presences often possess extensive life experiences, whether through encounters with life and death situations, profound realizations, or rebirth. Xiao Yang's spirit and mindset surpassed those of an ordinary individual, inadvertently emanating a sense of genuine decisiveness and assertiveness. He embodied the essence of both scholarly elegance and rogue charm, harmoniously complementing one another. As the ancient saying goes, a literate's rogue spirit reigns supreme. Li Huaqing's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Something about Xiao Yang seemed decidedly amiss. Chapter 29. A chillingly eerie arrangement. Xiao Yang shifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. The knowledge of criminal investigation he had previously acquired now resided in his memory. However, understanding criminal investigation does not equate to possessing practical experience. A meal must be consumed bite by bite, and experience should be accumulated gradually. This is common knowledge. The decision to cease observing that machine stemmed from a lack of necessity. Every detail pertaining to the case is meticulously recorded in the files. The insights possessed by seasoned detectives far surpass your own. Their wealth of experience could easily overwhelm you. The Criminal Investigation Team and the Criminal Investigation Department have thoroughly investigated all possible leads. Even the points of suspicion he uncovered had already been considered and explored by others. Li Huaqing provided an answer. Half a year ago, the deceased, Hu Zhikong, had encountered a bandsaw, was familiar with it, and had used it. Only one path remained for Xiao Yang, a road not traversed by other investigators, or perhaps one that had gone unnoticed. Should he fail to find it, he would find himself ensnared in a dead end like everyone else. Since he had chosen the path of a police officer, the desire to solve the case was compelling. Yet, there was an undeniable reluctance, for Xiao Yang lacked confidence in turning the tide. Suddenly, he felt a sense of dismay. Xiao Yang sighed softly, then flashed a smile. Why should he race along someone else's track when he possessed his own strengths, allowing himself to be led by the nose? It is akin to an argument. If you continually follow the rhythm set by another, victory will forever elude you. Do not underestimate the art of debate. It is a contest in its own right. You must draw your opponent into the realm where you excel, employing your strengths to overpower them. Otherwise, you are merely a fool. What is Xiao Yang's forte? Strategy, planning, intellect. Just days ago, he had unearthed a significant flaw, dismantling an intelligence network. Perhaps his intellect was not the most exceptional, but his strategic planning and layout surpassed that of the average individual by a considerable margin. If this were a game of chess, Xiao Yang mused, no, it is two games. 1. The murderer's scheme for murder. 2. The deceased's arrangement for suicide. In chess, there are three possible outcomes: loss, victory, or draw. Regardless of the result, once the game has commenced, the aim is to pursue victory. What does winning entail? At times, it can be perceived as a source of personal joy, happiness, and contentment, a form of self-interest, or perhaps a benefit. People do not engage in actions without reason. Our ancestors have clearly imparted to us, no gain without effort. Assuming both games at hand are motivated by self-interest, what is the incentive behind the murderer's plot? This is quite perplexing. If it were merely a straightforward act of murder, why resort to such elaborate measures? Is it to showcase one's skill, to flaunt one's prowess, to demonstrate an exceptional intellect? That would be foolish. The more intelligent one is, the less likely they are to act so naively. Because truly astute individuals understand a fundamental principle. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest culinary methods. The higher one's IQ, the more they contemplate the simplicity of their strategy, avoiding unnecessary complications and refraining from ostentatiously showcasing their methods. For the wise know the adage, even the most meticulous plan may have a flaw. The greater the difficulty, the more intricate the arrangement, the more opportunities for error arise. There can only be one outcome. Cleverness may backfire. Thus, is it homicide? If so, it can only be concluded that the murderer is not merely foolish, but perhaps mentally unstable or psychologically deranged. In criminal investigation theory, there exists a principle. To commit a crime without leaving traces, or to execute a perfect crime, there is but one possibility, an act of passion. Intelligent individuals are not to be feared. The real danger lies in a clever psychopath, for their thought processes are beyond the comprehension of the average mind. Diverging from conventional paths, they may not even be aware of their own actions, complicating the investigation further. However, the current situation bears the hallmarks of a perfect crime. Yet, no, there are too many inconsistencies. Xiao Yang shook his head. 1. 10 packets of rat poison. Under normal circumstances, a single packet of rat poison would suffice to kill. The deceased, Hu Zhikong, purchased 10 packets and consumed them all. Knowing that one packet could be lethal, why would he ingest 10, treating it as a meal? Does he have an unusual taste for rat poison? 2. A time switch. After consuming the rat poison, Hu Zhikong immediately lay upon the bandsaw machine, setting a timer for its operation. If he intended to dismember his own corpse, why not simply set the machine to run continuously? Was he trying to conserve electricity? Just these 2 points, if indeed orchestrated by someone, would leave behind glaring errors. Xiao Yang could conceive of these inconsistencies, and so could others. The fact that the murderer could devise such a scheme indicates intelligence. An intelligent person would surely recognize these flaws. After much contemplation, he could only dismiss the notion of homicide, for it appeared too foolish to be credible. If it is not murder, could it truly be suicide? The complexity of the situation seems implausible, extending beyond the realm of belief. Fine, let us assume it is suicide. What could be the motive behind Hu Zhikong's elaborate arrangement for his own demise? Without purpose, how deeply troubled must Hu Zhikong have been to consume 10 packets of rat poison and exert such effort to dismember himself? Investigations into Hu Zhikong's medical history have revealed no mental or psychological disorders, nor has he suffered significant trauma in recent years. As a self-employed individual with savings exceeding 400,000, enjoying a comfortable life with a house and a car, it would be difficult for him to develop psychological issues. Assuming Hu Zhikong was not mentally ill, his suicide must have been driven by a compelling motive, one so powerful that it necessitated such a drastic and grotesque method of death. The potential benefits of this motive could be exceedingly terrifying, tenfold, or even 100-fold. Some may question, with death impending, what benefit remains? There are indeed possibilities. If a person knows they are doomed, what actions might they take before their demise? 1. Insurance. To create the illusion of an unnatural death, to defraud. With a beneficiary in place. 2. Coercion. Someone compelling him to die in this manner for profit. 3. Revenge. To use his own death as a means of retaliation against certain individuals, bringing them down with him. Does the deceased have insurance? Xiao Yang inquired. None, replied Li Huaqing. Observing Xiao Yang closely. Are there any external threats or coercive influences? Xiao Yang continued to probe. No, Li Huaqing shook his head. We have practically exhausted all connections associated with the deceased in recent years and found no causal link to his death. Have you considered? Xiao Yang articulated slowly. Revenge? We have pondered that. Li Huaqing's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. You discerned it? Indeed, revenge. This hypothesis emerged as the closest approximation to the truth. Pieced together by the 2 investigative units, the Criminal Investigation Team and the Criminal Investigation Department, as they explored various possibilities. Some may struggle to comprehend the notion of employing suicide as a means of revenge. Yet, such cases have occurred in the annals of criminal investigation. Curiously, if the deceased sought revenge in this manner, he would undoubtedly leave behind some clue to implicate certain individuals. Otherwise, what value would such a death hold? However, nothing at the scene connected the deceased's suicide to any individuals. Something feels amiss. It is akin to someone laboriously excavating a pit, preparing to bury someone. Wouldn't they need to leave behind some bait to lure the person into the pit? Yet, in this case, it seems a pit has been dug. but no bait is present to entice anyone to jump in. This is illogical. It appears we have overlooked a critical detail. Xiao Yang's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Someone might indeed jump into the pit, someone we least expect. How could that be? Li Huaqing was taken aback. They have investigated every suspicious individual, leaving no stone unturned. Who else remains? Xiao Yang locked eyes with Li Huaqing, contemplating Hu Zhikong's death. Consider who would be the first to appear? No one has emerged. Wait. In an instant, Xiao Yang's words struck Li Huaqing like lightning, causing his eyes to widen in realization. The deceased Hu Zhikong's parents? A strange atmosphere began to permeate the air, enveloping them. Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment. This situation transcended mere peculiarity. It was almost unfathomable. One cannot fault the investigators for not considering this angle. Who could conceive that someone might target their own parents in such a manner? Is it feasible? Yes, for the police had attempted to reach the deceased's parents, but had failed to make contact. Chapter 30. Goodness gracious, this is outrageous. If my deductions are correct, a chill runs down Xiao Yang's spine. Li Huaqing also feels as though he is about to leap into a dark abyss. What a profound distortion of morals and degradation of humanity. Goodness gracious, this is truly outrageous. Let's investigate. Xiao Yang maintained a stoic expression, hoping that his reasoning was flawed. Well, given modern values, it shouldn't come to that. Li Huaqing echoed, though his countenance was grim as he turned to exit the door. You worry about it. But why bring up the core values of socialism? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. He could sympathize with Li Huaqing's feelings. At middle age, with children who must be growing up, if this case indeed involved children digging a grave for their parents, how would other parents feel? Wouldn't they be worried? If such a beast exists, there could be more, perhaps countless others. One must not delve into the darkness of human nature. It is a perilous endeavor. Once you explore it, your understanding may be mercilessly tossed into the cesspool of depravity. This case is quite alarming. Xiao Yang took a deep breath. It wasn't fear that gripped him, but rather a sense of revulsion. Of course, his reasoning could not be infallibly accurate. It was merely a new lead that had pried open a dead end like a dog hole. Whether there was an escape on the other side, or merely another wall remained unclear. Let us continue searching. Xiao Yang surveyed the crime scene once again. Smiling, consider it a lesson in situ. His mind recalled every detail from the case files, beginning to match them with the specifics of the scene. However, he did not linger in the hall but proceeded to the kitchen, bathroom, studio, and finally the bedroom, analyzing the deceased's daily life from a youthful perspective. Attempting to discern their mental state before death. Each individual's daily activities fluctuate with their psychological state. When joyful, one behaves differently than when angry or despondent. Criminal psychology does not merely unravel the thoughts and actions of suspects and victims. It is equally crucial during the investigative process. Xiao Yang slowly crouched down, his eyes fixated on the footprints on the floor. These shoe prints had been marked by investigators, reflecting the deceased's movements prior to death. Yet, as he continued to observe, his expression grew increasingly grim, even hair-raising. If a person were aware of their impending demise, what psychological reactions might they experience? Sadness? Fear? Anger? Helplessness? Burden? Yet what sent a shiver down Xiao Yang's spine was the sight of joy. How could someone on the brink of suicide be so elated? In truth, one can glean a person's psychological state through their footprints. When feeling angered or burdened, footsteps tend to be slow, short, heavy, and the pressure on the soles wide. Conversely, in an excited or joyful state, footsteps are quick, long, light, and the pressure on the soles narrow. Especially when someone is joyful, their strides are confident and buoyant. Marked by rapidity and vigor, Xiao Yang felt a surge of dread, his pupils contracting. At that moment, he was genuinely frightened, struck by an inexplicable eeriness. Have you ever encountered someone about to die who was genuinely happy? Certainly, Xiao Yang had not. Confusion, anger, and horror enveloped him. Confusion arose from his inability to comprehend why the deceased had been joyful. Anger stemmed from the feeling that his intelligence had been insulted. Horror emerged as he realized that his previous deductions might need to be overturned. Why had no one informed him of the deceased's state before death? Xiao Yang felt a surge of irritation as he turned to Li Huaqing, who had just entered. Li Huaqing was momentarily taken aback. Internally questioning why his junior was glaring at him, realizing it was somewhat inappropriate. However, he quickly regained his composure, wearing an awkward expression. Indeed, he had deliberately withheld the deceased's psychological state prior to death. Why? A mentor must first assess a disciple's capabilities before imparting knowledge. Have you ever seen a master reveal their craft to a novice without first gauging their understanding? They typically wait until they have a clear grasp of the disciple's abilities before offering targeted instruction. But this disciple was proving to be quite astute. Before Li Huaqing could test him, Xiao Yang had already discerned the truth, leaving him feeling foolish and embarrassed. Something was amiss. Xiao Yang's expression turned serious. He realized his previous reasoning might be invalidated. It could potentially be murder. Li Huaqing's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean? It means that the deceased's state before death was highly unusual, and I suspect you have noticed this as well. Xiao Yang's tone was icy. Do you suspect that there might be psychological issues at play? Otherwise, how could such a scene of suicide have been created? But this would only solidify the belief that it was indeed a suicide. Only someone with psychological issues would orchestrate such a scene. Yet a terrifying question emerged. What if his mental state was perfectly sound? Why then was he happy before death? How could one be joyful when facing death unless? Xiao Yang gazed at Li Huaqing. The two spoke in unison. Didn't he know he was going to die? If this hypothesis holds, a person oblivious to their impending demise, yet tragically deceased, could only imply one possibility: murder. If it were murder, Li Huaqing's eyes twitched, his heart racing. Why would someone go to such lengths? Might it be possible that some aspects of my previous reasoning were incorrect, yet still valid? Xiao Yang inhaled deeply, his gaze distant, as though lost in contemplation. Their objective was to draw out the parents of the deceased, Hu Zhikong, through this method. It had already been deduced that when a child dies, the first to appear would undoubtedly be the parents. Yet now, the complication arose. Hu Zhikong's parents resided abroad, and even the police could not reach them. The deceased's phone records and social media had also been scrutinized, revealing no contact with anyone overseas. Then another possibility emerged. Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing spoke in unison. Something is missing. What is missing? An item that would allow the deceased to contact his parents, a mobile phone, an app, or some means of communication. Something that even the police have been unable to locate. Xiao Yang's expression darkened, and Li Huaqing mirrored his concern. If murder were confirmed, it would raise three critical questions. 1. Who could orchestrate a crime so intricate that even the police failed to detect any clues? 2. What could the deceased's parents be? And what significance did they hold that warranted such a targeted approach? 3. The audacity of those who could devise such a scheme and commit murder implies a complete disregard for law enforcement. Reflecting on this, who possesses the audacity to so blatantly disregard the police? Xiao Yang entertained a bold notion. This case might lead to revelations far beyond imagination. A significant event loomed on the horizon. Chapter 31. I am a time traveler, but not a deity. Outside the residential building, Xiao Yang gazed at the 7 solemn-faced detectives before him. He longed to revel in their misfortune, yet found it impossible to take pleasure in their plight. After all, he was a police officer. If his colleagues were humiliated, wouldn't he share in that embarrassment? The police force is a family. When one thrives, all thrive. And when one suffers, all suffer. Currently, this was merely a deduction. Although the likelihood of this deduction aligning with reality was exceedingly high, it remained a hypothesis. It's not to say that the seasoned detectives had not considered the possibility of murder. The criminal investigation team and the criminal investigation department comprised the elite of the entire Binhai police force. How could they not suspect murder? The issue lies in the fact that if it were indeed murder, the perpetrator's methods might be terrifyingly advanced, so sophisticated that the police elite could not discern them. This could create a subconscious illusion among them. Look, we, the seasoned detectives, cannot identify any issues. Could it really be murder? Even Xiao Yang initially dismissed the idea of murder, nearly falling into deception. The brilliance of the perpetrator lay in deliberately presenting certain flaws to mislead one's thinking. You might conclude that someone capable of executing such a crime must be exceptionally intelligent. Yet how could such a clever individual leave such significant and numerous errors? How could intelligence lead to one's own downfall? Yet this was precisely what had occurred. The brilliance of the adversary lay in their profound understanding of human psychology, reaching a level that was truly frightening. Sometimes, the perfection of an object does not necessarily equate to its flawlessness. In fact, introducing a slight imperfection can render it truly unique. This notion is well understood by many. A seasoned detective, with a thumb raised in jest, remarked, "You youngsters are truly impressive, leaving us old-timers in the dust." Indeed. But let's refrain from misusing that term. Xiao Yang chuckled. We are on the brink of exhaustion. If we fail to uncover some clues soon, It may indeed be too late. The others nodded in agreement. No one present was a fool, and fools were not allowed in the criminal investigation department. Given Xiao Yang's reasoning held up, it could only imply one thing. There was an individual or a group intent on reaching the deceased, Hu Zhikang's parents. There was also a possibility that Hu Zhikang's parents had already arrived. Just moments ago, Xiao Yang and Li Hua had discovered a clue. Something was missing, an item that likely served as the means of communication between Hu Zhikang and his parents. If Hu Zhikang had met with misfortune, it was highly probable that his parents would soon learn of it. The tragic demise of their son would certainly compel any parent to appear. This is precisely the motive behind certain individuals committing murder. Waiting for Hu Zhikang's parents to show up, embodying the essence of the idiom waiting for rabbits by the tree stump. As long as they dared to come forth, that group would undoubtedly find a way to track them down. Xiao Yang's mention of too late stemmed from the fear that Hu Zhikang's parents might fall into the hands of that group upon their arrival. The Criminal Investigation Department had three primary tasks ahead. 1. Re-examine the scene to uncover clues and break the case. 2. Locate Hu Zhikang's parents before anyone else. 3. Ascertain the true identities of Hu Zhikang's parents. For the police, finding individuals and investigating people constituted their area of expertise. The 6 criminal investigators set out to find the missing persons. Li Hua's eyes sparkled as he focused intently on Xiao Yang, relying on him to uncover some leads. He understood Xiao Yang well enough. What warranted such confidence? Xiao Yang's background might be a secret to the ordinary, but to those with connections in the police force, it was no enigma. Just moments ago, Xiao Yang had been analyzing footprints and deciphering the deceased's final psychological state. Li Hua had made a phone call to the director, Yang Yang. Upon connecting, he inquired, "Who exactly is Xiao Yang? What is the matter?" Yang Yang chuckled. Li Hua replied gravely, "His prowess is formidable, far beyond that of an average youth. Few possess the scholar Rogora throughout history. Those who do invariably emerge as dominant figures, heroes, or even sovereigns. Historical greats like Cao Cao, Li Shimin, and Liu Bei exemplify this very charisma." Li Hua, after 2 decades of service leading the Criminal Investigation Department, was confident in his discernment. He had previously reviewed Xiao Yang's dossier upon his entry into the unit and discovered that a current official could not access Xiao Yang's family relations, as it was classified. Remarkable, isn't it? After a prolonged silence, Yang Yang remarked to his subordinate, "His mother is a narcotics officer, his father works in national security, and his grandfather is in the Ministry of Public Security. I trust that suffices?" Li Hua gasped, taken aback. The narcotics officer's file is strictly confidential, inaccessible even to internal personnel. If one were ever to see such a file exposed, it would imply that the officer was no longer alive, perhaps even without any relatives left. National security operates under utmost secrecy. As for the individual in the Ministry of Public Security, they must hold at least a departmental rank, if not higher. In light of Xiao Yang's relatives, which of them could you possibly investigate? Believe me, if you persist, someone will come seeking you for a chat. Yang Yang nearly warned his subordinate outright. Don't cross the line. No wonder he is so formidable, a narcotics officer, national security, and a lineage of veteran detectives. At that moment, Li Hua disregarded the director's caution, focusing instead on Xiao Yang's lineage, mistakenly assuming that Xiao Yang's capabilities stemmed from them. It was not a jest. It was a profound truth. In modern criminal investigations, technology plays a pivotal role, such as surveillance systems. In the past, however, there was no such technology. Detectives relied solely on their intellect and cunning to outsmart criminals. The most representative figures of that era were the 8 tigers of criminal investigation. With this thought, Li Hua exhaled, relieved. Otherwise, he might have begun to suspect that Xiao Yang was some kind of prodigy, his abilities far exceeding those of an average youth. "What do you expect from me? I am but a time traveler, not a deity," Xiao Yang silently scoffed. His superior made no attempt to hide his desire to utilize him as a mere tool. Upon their return to the scene, Li Hua adopted the role of a subordinate, allowing Xiao Yang to take the lead while he assisted. This was indeed the case. They had exhausted all avenues of inquiry and could not fathom how to continue. Yet Xiao Yang soon made a statement that left Li Hua blushing with embarrassment. There are definitely issues with the scene, 2 in particular. Xiao Yang was not ridiculing the older detectives. He was merely stating the facts. One issue pertained to the means of contact between the deceased and his parents, while the other related to the key factor that led to the deceased's suicide. Regardless of which issue it was, it indicated that certain individuals possessed remarkable skills and techniques, potentially beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, effectively entering the realm of the unknowing. It is akin to being a master in criminal investigation. You may be well-versed in various cases. But do you comprehend military tactics? Do you understand intelligence operations? Not to mention the more nuanced fields. Do you grasp finance? Do you comprehend chemistry? No matter how proficient you are in criminal investigation, in other domains, you remain a novice. If someone were to employ knowledge, skills, or methods from other fields to commit a crime, the police would be left in the dark. Li Hua's expression shifted dramatically as he uttered a niche term, cross-domain crime. How fitting. Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed. To break the case, traditional criminal investigation methods would not suffice. Li Hua felt overwhelmed. If this truly was a case of cross-domain crime, it would delve into the blind spots of criminal investigators' knowledge. How could one locate clues when they lacked understanding of the perpetrator's methods? Have you forgotten how I discerned the anomaly? Xiao Yang hinted. That itself is a clue. Li Hua paused, suddenly enlightened. The deceased's psychological state before death. Was he happy? Yes, happy. Xiao Yang teased. He was no fool. If he were mentally sound, why would he be happy to die? What could have brought such joy to the deceased? Alternatively, what could bring happiness to a young man? A psychologist once noted that the psyche of a man can occasionally mirror that of a child, sharing similarities in certain aspects, such as entertainment, toys, and women. Do children fancy women? Not in that sense. But men of all ages relish being pampered by women. To illustrate, endearing nicknames, playful antics, pleading, and flattery, all irresistible to men, regardless of age. Akin to a horse fueled with stimulants, an unending source of vitality. Isn't that true? The enthusiasm for entertainment and toys is undeniable. Men remain boys at heart. From age 6 to 60, they remain enamored with playthings. This truth resonated between Xiao Yang and Li Hua, their gazes locking in mutual understanding, revealing a smile that spoke volumes. A direction for the investigation had emerged. In the home of the deceased, Hu Zhikong, numerous toys and entertainment devices were present. Yet, nothing seemed capable of bringing a man such delight that he would willingly embrace death. As previously analyzed, it was highly likely that Hu Zhikong was unaware of his impending demise. Otherwise, it is exceedingly rare for a mentally stable individual to face death with joy. It would be far too coincidental for them to encounter such a fate. Not toys, not entertainment. Women? Xiao Yang scrutinized the saw machine before him, pondering deeply, and then glanced down at the floor. The Criminal Investigation Department had great confidence in the scene examination. At the time of the incident, it was assured that no one was present near the deceased, nor had any suspicious individuals entered the scene. However, the absence of evidence now does not imply there was none in the past. Have we checked the bedroom? Xiao Yang inquired, referring specifically to the bed. There were no signs of a second individual. Li Huacheng furrowed his brow, sensing a problem. What issue? Xiao Yang pressed. The gap between the mattress and the headboard had been cleaned, Li Huacheng noted. The last time it was done was approximately 3 months ago. Even in a tidy household, while some may diligently change their bedding, few would lift the mattress to clean the crevice between the mattress and headboard. Nowadays, mattresses are primarily made from latex, springs, coconut coir, and cotton. For women, the first few options are too heavy and cumbersome to move. But what about men? This is not to belittle men, nor is it an attack. How many men have lifted a mattress to clean the crevice and dust? Come, step forward if you have. Therefore, this point raises suspicion. Generally, those who prefer to stay indoors, regardless of gender, tend to be quite lazy. As a man who enjoys being a recluse, would he really take the time to clean the mattress crevice? That seems improbable. The crux of this discussion lies in the fact that the gap between the headboard and mattress could conceal items that an ordinary person would overlook. While sleeping, one inevitably sheds flakes of skin, hair, and dandruff. Those in the know should have realized DNA? Hair is indeed one of the means of verifying DNA. Skin flakes and dandruff consist of shed keratin cells, which also contain DNA. However, such materials are rarely utilized for identification, as the extraction process can easily introduce DNA from other microorganisms. For the police, the presence of extraneous DNA is of little concern. Their focus is to ascertain if anyone other than the deceased had slept on the bed. Initially, the police did not give this detail much thought, as they found no signs of a second person at the death scene. No one could connect the cleaning of the mattress crevice 3 months prior to this death case. Yet now, Xiao Yang's inquiry alerted Li Huacheng to a potential issue. Is there a possibility that the mattress was not cleaned by the deceased, but by someone else? Perhaps this was done to erase traces? This indicates that, indeed, a second person had been in the deceased's home 3 months ago. Could this individual be connected to the case, or even be the murderer? The expressions on Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing darkened. What sort of person would be aware that the police would inspect such details? Would an ordinary individual possess this knowledge? If the hypothesis holds true, it suggests that someone not only knew the police would investigate, but also took measures 3 months in advance to erase evidence related to this death case. Suddenly, Xiao Yang posed a chilling question. Are you implying that you left no trace behind? Xiao Yang surveyed the entire scene, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. You are clever, and so are others. Do you not understand the futility of trying to cover your tracks? The more you insist on this, the more it implies that you must have left behind something of greater significance, correct? Li Huaqing, observing Xiao Yang's seemingly air-conversing demeanor, was filled with uncertainty. Criminal psychology. The laws of crime scenes. Xiao Yang declared. Li Huaqing inhaled sharply. What on earth is the law of crime scenes? As previously mentioned, many criminals tend to return to the scene of their crime. Some even observe the police investigation process from afar. This phenomenon stems from a peculiar psychological factor, satisfaction, alleviation of anxiety, destruction of evidence, or reliving the crime, among others. Some even behave like artists, showcasing their masterpieces, regardless of the motive. These criminals share a common trait, pride. They take pride in believing that the police will never uncover their actions. Of course, this observation may not be intended solely for the police. As previously surmised, certain individuals may be targeting the deceased's parents. Xiao Yang's hint indicated to Li Huaqing that someone might be watching their investigation throughout. Is there anything more horrifying than this? If true, it implies that every move the police made over the past 2 weeks has been under this individual's watchful gaze. Li Huaqing shivered, goosebumps rising on his skin. Instantly, he glanced toward the window. No, there were no buildings across, nor mountains in the distance. They were on a high floor, thus, it would be nearly impossible for someone to observe them. It couldn't be a drone either. If one were present, the police would certainly have noticed. Recalling Xiao Yang's earlier soliloquy and his meticulous examination of the surroundings, Li Huaqing's expression shifted dramatically. Covering one's tracks? He understood now what Xiao Yang meant. That individual had left behind something that allowed them to observe the investigation in its entirety. While it appeared that all traces had been erased, the most significant evidence remained hidden. This evidence was right at the scene, in a place that all the police had overlooked or failed to investigate. This is what seasoned detectives do. Xiao Yang fixed his gaze on Li Huaqing. With just a hint, they could decipher one's thoughts. Perhaps that person's mind was not as sharp as yours, but their experience was more than enough to overwhelm you. This is what it means to draw inferences from a single instance. Li Huaqing's gaze shifted from the living room back to Xiao Yang, who nodded in affirmation. If Xiao Yang's reasoning was correct, the evidence lay within the living room. Then, considering that this person had observed them the entire time, where would this evidence be concealed? First, it must be hidden. Second, it must possess a vantage point. Lastly, it should likely be something akin to a camera or a listening device, right? As if on cue, both men lifted their heads, directing their gaze toward the ceiling. Suspended ceilings, chandeliers, night lights. Before long, the assistant officer brought over 2 ladders. Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing climbed the ladders to begin their search. After more than half an hour, they found nothing. Turn on the lights, Xiao Yang commanded. The assistant officer activated the chandelier and night lights. Then, Xiao Yang smirked, focusing intently on the chandelier. Li Huaqing's expression darkened as he too stared at the chandelier. Within one of its lampshades, they spotted a small shadow. They had found it. Suddenly, a voice erupted from within the lampshade. Impressive, dear police officer. I've taken note of you. Chapter 33, the grand reveal in an instant. Xiao Yang, perched on the ladder, lunged toward Li Huaqing. In the blink of an eye, they collided midair, tumbling onto the living room sofa. Boom. Without warning, the exquisite crystal chandelier shattered into pieces. Fragments, accompanied by furious sparks, scattered in every direction, raining down upon the living room like a meteor shower. Xiao Yang, shaken, felt a wave of relief as he realized that had he and Li Huaqing arrived just a second later, they might have been injured, or worse. How did he deduce this? Recovering from the shock, Li Huaqing first glanced at the destroyed chandelier before turning to Xiao Yang. There exists a principle known as the barking dog theory. Xiao Yang rose, stating, if you throw a stone into a doghouse, the dog that barks the loudest is the one that got hit. As you approach, if the dog is timid, it will only bark and flee. But if it is bold, it will retaliate, much like a person who feels humiliated. Would someone capable of such a crime be timid? When you uncover their traces, would they willingly leave them behind? No, such individuals are astute, even if they do leave traces. They will have contingency plans to prevent you from obtaining them. Prideful individuals, when their pride is trampled, can become exceedingly ferocious. They may lash out like a furious dog. Rather than being angered, Xiao Yang chuckled. Unfortunately for him, my intervention disrupted his plans, and I uncovered something rather intriguing. Li Huaqing stared intently at Xiao Yang for a long while, a sense of trepidation and fear beginning to take root in his heart. In this scenario, he could not fathom why a mere 22-year-old would exhibit such composure and tranquility. Many individuals, when confronted with a crisis, often find themselves in a state of turmoil, unable to maintain even a semblance of calm, let alone engage in thoughtful contemplation. Yet, Xiao Yang appeared utterly unperturbed by the crisis at hand. His mind was in constant motion, never pausing for a moment. It is one thing for an average person to falter, but even seasoned detectives who have weathered numerous storms would struggle to maintain such poise. What experiences had Xiao Yang endured in the past? Suddenly, Li Huaqing, lost in thought, instinctively inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" The items in question were intended for the parents of the deceased, Hu Zhikong, rather than for their benefit. Xiao Yang glanced at the chandelier that was about to be destroyed, scoffing at the notion that they were unworthy. In other words, he believed that someone was arrogantly confident that the police would never uncover this particular item. Li Huaqing felt a sense of humiliation. "Do you think the police are useless?" Xiao Yang posed a peculiar question. Li Huaqing, instead of becoming angry, pondered deeply, his eyes twitching. "You mean, the police were certainly not inept. On the contrary, they possessed formidable skills in criminal investigation. If they were not incompetent, and were indeed quite capable, who could afford to disregard their abilities and view them as ineffectual? It must be someone of even greater prowess, someone who might perceive the police as mere ants." Thus, it was not that the police were lacking. Rather, it was the strength of this individual that was beyond imagination. Special forces? Military personnel? What could it be? Li Huaqing's complexion drained of color, frightened by this alarming thought. "They are neither special forces nor military. I have encountered those individuals." Xiao Yang mused for a moment, noting that special forces typically operate discreetly, preferring to remain unseen. Even if visible, they would strive to conceal their presence rather than flaunt their strength with bravado. As for soldiers, they tend to be straightforward, lacking the convoluted schemes. This was the aspect that perplexed him. However, his encounters with special professions were limited, making it challenging to deduce who the other party might be. One thing was certain, the case before them was crystal clear, homicide, and the perpetrator was exceedingly formidable. The individuals they sought were not ordinary either. This was Xiao Yang's revelation. The surveillance equipment was specifically prepared for the parents of the victim, Hu Zhikong. Just based on this detail, how could he ascertain that Hu Zhikong's parents were not ordinary people? Consider why Hu Zhikong's parents had yet to appear. Xiao Yang had reason to suspect that they had already returned to the country, possibly even residing in Bin City. Yet, their identities must be questionable, preventing them from approaching the police. However, the issue remained: their child was deceased. If they were indeed the biological parents, they would undoubtedly seek the truth. Therefore, they would have to show up. With police officers present at the scene, they could not confront them. If they were ordinary individuals, could they gain access? The very existence of the surveillance equipment indicated to Xiao Yang that they could. This apparatus was designed for them, to confirm whether they would appear. If Hu Zhikong's parents could manage to be present unnoticed, what sort of individuals were they? Xiao Yang could hardly conceal his excitement as he turned to Li Huaqing and stated, "What we may face next could be more than just one adversary." Li Huaqing, equally astute, furrowed his brow and asked, "Hu Zhikong's parents should also be nearby, correct?" "Indeed," Xiao Yang nodded. "They may be reluctant to reveal themselves, but they will want to see their child." Li Huaqing's expression shifted slightly. "You mean, the Forensic Center?" Xiao Yang provided the answer. The full name being, the Forensic Judicial Identification Center. The body of the victim, Hu Zhikong, currently lay in the autopsy room of the Identification Center. "Not in a hurry?" Li Huaqing queried, his gaze curious. "Not at all," Xiao Yang replied with a cold smile. "I can imagine that the clever individual who orchestrated this crime is also aware of this. However, we are not the only intelligent ones in this world. Are Hu Zhikong's parents fools? If they too can deduce this, do you think they would willingly walk into a trap?" Thus, there was no need for haste. If Hu Zhikong's parents were indeed the astute individuals he suspected, it was highly likely that they had already seen through certain individual schemes. The pain of losing a child, though excruciating, must be endured. To act otherwise would risk their own lives. How could they seek vengeance for their child then? If they were intelligent, And everyone else was equally clever. Who would be the most anxious? Firstly, the police, driven to solve the case. Secondly, the mastermind behind the murder. Once Xiao Yang disrupted this person's plans, he had already revealed himself and was likely infuriated. If Hu Zhikang's parents had sufficient intelligence, they would be in no rush. They would likely observe the unfolding events from a distance. If Xiao Yang were in their position, he would wait until the police identified the murderer before taking action. That is what a wise person would do. Since their cover had been blown, the one who killed Hu Zhikang would not flee. No, he would not, for he was a proud and clever individual. He was also aware that Hu Zhikang's parents were now in Bin City. How could he possibly resign himself to the loss of a carefully constructed plan? Hence, an intriguing and exhilarating scenario unfolded before Xiao Yang. A battle of wits among three parties. What about fear of death? Xiao Yang earnestly inquired of Li Huaqing. Li Huaqing was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he realized something. Soon after, he broke into a grin. Do you think I became a police officer to seek power? Fear of death? Yes. Everyone fears death. However, when you choose the profession of a police officer, let me put it bluntly, if you're afraid of dying, why the hell would you become a police officer? Can we not belittle this profession? Many individuals who apply to police academies and don the uniform possess a certain awareness. Some may change over time, but some remain steadfast. Let us proceed to perform a play, a performance we must undertake. Xiao Yang walked towards the entrance, reminding, by the way, do you enjoy fishing? Yes, but I lack the time. What a coincidence, I enjoy it too. The two exited the room and descended the stairs. What about the scene? Forget it, he replied. They both understood that even if they investigated, they would uncover nothing. Instead, a grand spectacle awaited them outside the scene. Since certain individuals were furious and ashamed, what might they do? Even if this person was not angry, he would need to put on a show. For many clever individuals shared a fondness for fishing. As they stepped out of the residential building and into the community, the night was dark, and the sky had long since turned black. Suddenly, two vans screeched to a halt by the roadside, doors flung open, and a group of young men wielding machetes and clubs descended, their faces twisted in rage. This is society. Will we die? Li Huaqing asked, grinning and almost laughing. You won't. They are deliberately providing us with clues, allowing us to follow this trail to dig deeper. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. But that person certainly wishes for my demise. He has said, remember me. One of the young men, brandishing a machete, pointed at Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing, shouting, kill them. The grand performance begins. From an ordinary individual, he transformed into a lethal weapon. Almost at the moment the machete was about to strike his head, Xiao Yang sprang into action. Thud. His elbow crashed into the throat of the assailant wielding the knife. With the skills of a martial master, Xiao Yang was acutely aware of the hardness of his elbow, nearly as solid as human bone. The absence of soft tissue and muscle rendered the impact of his elbow strike even more terrifying than that of a fist. When Xiao Yang unleashed his full force, the elbow strike against the human body's most vulnerable neck would yield catastrophic consequences. Crack. The assailant's throat bone shattered under the blow, collapsing into the esophagus and trachea, rendering him incapable of breathing. Some may exclaim, you are a police officer. This is murder. Ironically, there were around 17 or 18 young men brandishing prohibited knives, all intent on taking his life. Had they ever contemplated the repercussions of their own hesitation and weakness? Xiao Yang could never comprehend those whose minds were clouded with ignorance. Was the life of a police officer not valuable? The young man, struck in the throat, gaped in shock, releasing his grip on the knife. Clutching his neck, he fell backward. At the instant the machete clattered to the ground, Xiao Yang deftly seized the handle. With a step forward, he swung his arm. Whoosh! The blade's edge sliced through the neck of another young man as Xiao Yang deftly maneuvered past him. Squelch! The sharp tip pierced the abdomen of a third assailant. Xiao Yang did not waste a moment extracting the weapon. As his thigh bent, he propelled himself into the air, landing before a fourth young man. Grasping the back of his head, he delivered a series of knee strikes, thud, 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 against the young man's face. Blood and bone shattered beneath his knees, a cacophony of violence erupting. Upon descending, Xiao Yang seized the steel rebar from the fallen assailant's hand. You heard correctly, a steel rebar. Do you comprehend the terror it inflicts upon the human body? Bang! The steel rebar made intimate contact with the head of a fifth young man. The sound of bones fracturing resonating ominously. The rebar had penetrated his skull, and the young man collapsed like a rag doll, devoid of sound. Crack! The steel rebar collided with a machete, sending it flying, along with the assailant's thumb and index finger. In the next moment, The rebar struck the cheek of a sixth young man. Crunch. His face caved in, shattered, his head slumping against his shoulder, rendered incapacitated. By the time Xiao Yang contemplated further action, it was too late. Both Li Huaqing and the remaining young men had retreated several paces in terror. Some gasped. Others wet themselves, trembling in fear, instinctively backing away. The scene fell into a profound silence. Li Huaqing's emotions were complex, tinged with trepidation. He had heard of Xiao Yang's achievements from days prior, knowing he had single-handedly taken down 4 armed assailants. It was exaggerated, somewhat unbelievable, yet undeniably impressive. However, Li Huaqing had never anticipated Xiao Yang's capacity for such terrifying brutality. 5 seconds. 6 seconds? He could not recall. All he remembered was the ferocity and ruthlessness displayed in that fleeting moment, the chilling coldness that sent shivers down his spine. To Li Huaqing, such slaughter transcended violence. It was an art, the art of killing. I will warn you only once. All of you, hands on your heads. Xiao Yang raised the steel rebar, pointing it at the group of young men kneel. Suddenly, one young man turned to flee. Xiao Yang's gaze remained impassive, yet the rebar flew from his hand as he swung his arm. Whoosh! The rebar, propelled by terrifying momentum, pierced the fleeing young man's lower back. He collapsed, a piercing scream escaping his lips. Gulp! All who witnessed this scene swallowed hard, their faces pale, eyes wide with terror, their hearts gripped by fear. Kneel! Xiao Yang's voice roared like a tempest from the depths of hell. Thud! The first young man knelt. Then the second, the third. A scene reminiscent of a prior rooftop encounter replayed itself. Once all the able-bodied young men had complied, hands on their heads in submission, Xiao Yang's eyes gradually regained clarity, dispelling the cold indifference as he turned to Li Huaqing. A chill shot through Li Huaqing, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. He did not falter but felt a prickling apprehension at the back of his neck. Just days earlier, they had been analyzing a case together, Xiao Yang appearing as a docile and clever young man. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he revealed his capacity to overpower 10 men, killing without a flicker of an eyelid. How could one endure such a transformation? Li Huaqing managed to maintain his composure. It was a testament to his mental fortitude. Nevertheless, when he cast his gaze upon the motionless young men lying on the ground, some already lifeless, he knew it was over. A disaster had unfolded. Too many lives had been lost. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of awkwardness. This was not his fault. He could only blame the formidable abilities bestowed by the system. None of this was of his doing. Xiao Yang contemplated calling someone. His parents? His grandfather? Perhaps his doting grandmother from memories past? Forget it. Whatever will be, will be. Qin Yongren, fear no one. Xiao Yang mused inwardly. Minutes later, several police cars, numerous officers, and ambulances arrived at the scene. 7 young men were carried away, 3 confirmed dead on the spot. The remaining individuals were handcuffed and escorted into police vehicles. Throughout this process, the officers regarded Xiao Yang with peculiar expressions. Soon after, the head of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Yang Yong, arrived, his gaze towards Xiao Yang laden with complexity, his mouth opening yet failing to articulate a single word. Another case to investigate, perhaps. Li Huaqing managed a wry smile. We need to process these individuals. They possess crucial leads. Understood, Yang Yong nodded. What more could be said? A police officer on his first day had inadvertently caused the deaths of 3 individuals. As the direct superior, he found himself rendered speechless. Fortunately, the assailants had attacked first. The situation was not overly dire, though the number of casualties was alarming. Yang Yong believed his superior could withstand the pressure, while he himself felt utterly inadequate. Inside the police vehicle, Xiao Yang Yong, and Li Huaqing exchanged intense glances. After a moment, Yang Yong broke the silence, if I recall correctly. You've claimed 7 lives in recent days? The thought alone sent shivers down the spine. 8. I also blew one up. Xiao Yang blinked, remaining silent. If one counted both direct and indirect casualties resulting from his actions, the number appeared even greater. Chu Dongchan had saved and protected him, yet had taken many lives in the process. Add them up, and it could easily surpass 20, right? Noticing the intense scrutiny from both superiors, Xiao Yang knew he could not remain silent. With a bashful smile, he declared, in truth, I am quite kind-hearted. I would never intentionally harm another. I wouldn't even crush an ant passing by. Yang Yong, Li Huaqing. Both men felt their minds overwhelmed by an unbearable storm, seriously questioning whether Xiao Yang was treating them as fools, and they possessed evidence. Chapter 35. Rest assured, I shall take action. In the interrogation room, Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing stared intently at the young man restrained in the interrogation chair. Shaved head, tattoos, dog collar, the quintessential gangster trifecta. The young man's face had turned ashen, his body trembling with fear. He had witnessed firsthand the gruesome fate of his subordinates and knew just how ruthless the young police officer across from him could be. He understood all too well that his fate was sealed. Ironically, the longer gangsters spent in their lifestyle, the more they understood the law, often more than ordinary citizens. They frequently interacted with criminals, witnessing the apprehension of individuals by the police, comprehending the consequences of criminal charges, sentencing, and imprisonment durations. At present, merely assaulting a police officer could lead to a sentence of 3 years or less. However, an organized assault on law enforcement with the intent to kill warranted charges of attempted murder, which could result in a sentence ranging from 3 to 10 years. The young man and his cohorts would not be leaving prison anytime soon. Would he confess for leniency, or resist and face a harsher sentence? Xiao Yang regarded the young man, casually jesting, "The choice is yours. Young man, is it really appropriate for you to speak like that?" "I." He lowered his eyes, unable to meet Xiao Yang's gaze. "I will confess." He had no choice. Failure to confess could lead to a 10-year sentence. Assaulting law enforcement personnel warrants severe penalties. Voluntary confession may indeed lead to a lesser sentence, but one is not obligated to disclose information. Xiao Yang expressed regret, stating, "I still have many methods at my disposal. Are you certain you don't wish to test them?" The young man replied, "Brother, you are a police officer." "A police officer indeed. I almost forgot." Xiao Yang smiled mischievously at the surveillance camera in the interrogation room, muttering, "This part needs to be cut. It cannot be broadcasted." The detectives in the monitoring room were taken aback, with Yang feeling an urge to curse, yet the others burst into laughter. Fully aware that this was merely an interrogation tactic. There are 7 methods of interrogation: direct approach, cross-examination, courtesy before aggression, targeting vulnerabilities, a mix of truth and deception, striking at critical points, and intimidation through threats and inducements. Xiao Yang was currently employing intimidation, creating psychological pressure. This method is somewhat outdated in modern criminal investigations, but can yield surprising results with timid offenders. The young man before him was already sweating profusely, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Originally, the results would not have been so effective, but recently, Xiao Yang had executed 7 individuals in front of this young man, with 3 dying on the spot. Could one doubt his words? Were they truly fearless? Subsequently, the young man confessed candidly. An hour ago, he and his subordinates were dining and drinking when a big brother from the underworld called him, requesting the elimination of 2 individuals, promising a reward of 200,000. The big brother informed him that these 2 were scammers posing as police officers, extorting others, including the big brother's friend, and they needed to be taught a lesson. The key detail was, the older one only needed to be injured, while if the younger one were killed, an additional 500,000 would be offered. One might wonder, are these thugs fools to believe such words and dare to act? Indeed, as Xiao Yang pointed out, they are fools. These criminals often lack financial means, relying on various illicit activities for income. Their so-called jobs involve intimidating clients, engaging in fights, and maintaining order for those who hire them. When not working, they linger in gaming halls, billiard rooms, or internet cafes, and sometimes serve as security in nightclubs or bars. When 200,000 was thrown their way, coupled with a few drinks, would they not dare to act? Especially with the promise of an additional 500,000, totaling 700,000. Under such influence, individuals become impulsive. They would not hesitate to attack even genuine police officers. Thus, when Li Huaqing revealed his identity as a police officer, the thugs dismissed him, already convinced they were facing imposters. Then, these fools were utterly terrified by Xiao Yang's brutality. The sequence of events unfolded in this manner. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. The timeline aligned perfectly with his earlier analysis on the scene with Li Huaqing. The cunning perpetrator had already begun arranging matters. This indicated that the individual was even more astute than Xiao Yang had presumed, anticipating the discovery of the surveillance equipment. When that moment of discovery arrived, the thugs sprang into action. It appeared as though they were acting out of embarrassment, but in reality, they were setting a trap. They used their actions to lure the police into further investigations, ultimately leading to the prepared puppet master. Were they ensnaring the police? No. They were baiting the parents of the victim, Hu Zhikong, who would likely follow the police closely. Once the police identified the assailant who murdered their son, Hu Zhikong's parents would appear, and at that moment, the true puppet master would emerge, possibly taking or even eliminating Hu Zhikang's parents before the police's very eyes. This line of reasoning was astoundingly coherent. Every detail aligned perfectly. The only uncertainty for Xiao Yang was whether the perpetrator intended to capture someone or to kill. If the aim was to capture, the variables could be numerous. However, if the intent was murder, Xiao Yang's expression grew grave, and he contemplated a particular profession. Assassins? The connection was fitting. Earlier, he had surmised that the assailant might belong to a special profession, due to a lack of experience. He could not pinpoint the exact vocation, but it was clear that they were not special forces or military personnel, as those would not dismiss the abilities of the police. Assassins, then, made sense. The reasoning was straightforward. An assassin who could be easily apprehended by the police hardly qualifies as an assassin, does it? The general populace often harbors misconceptions about assassins, envisioning them as figures engaged in dramatic killings, reminiscent of cinematic portrayals. Such notions are utterly misguided. In documented cases, assassins indeed represent a terrifying profession. Sometimes, even when they commit murder, it may appear as an accident, and more alarmingly, the victims are often ruled to have died of natural causes after police and forensic investigations. Is this not bewildering? People may die from falls, car accidents, drunkenness, or sudden illnesses, various coincidences that render the methods of killing not only chilling but perplexing. It is akin to witnessing someone unexpectedly die, only to realize nothing seemed amiss. But can one truly confirm that those deceased individuals met their end through natural means? Take the current case, the suicide dismemberment. Can the death of the victim be comprehended by a rational mind? Even the police took half a month to investigate, with 2 major units in Binching failing to reach a conclusion. If an assassin indeed orchestrated this, is that not terrifying? Once they exited the interrogation room and met Yang Yang, Xiao Yang shared his deductions, causing Li Huaqing and Yang Yang to feel a palpable tension in their chests, their expressions graver than ever before. While people are aware of the existence of assassins, it is not just ordinary citizens who are uninformed. Even law enforcement possesses significant gaps in knowledge regarding this profession. Since the founding of Longhua, how many assassins have been captured, and how many assassin cases have been solved? Now, uncertainty looms, yet even if it were true, Xiao Yang's tone exuded a spirit of fearlessness, assuring, "Rest assured, I will take action." Internally, he thought, "Fear not, I will make the necessary connections." Yang Yang was left speechless, and Li Huaqing was momentarily taken aback, pondering the peculiar nature of this young man. Suspecting he might be a fool, Xiao Yang was not jesting. Although the profession of an assassin is formidable when it comes solely to the act of killing, can one truly rival the efficiency of a military machine? Soldiers, they exist not to target individuals, but to fulfill their duty of warfare, whether in defense of the homeland or in conquest. Assassins? What a trivial comparison. When these two fields collide, the spectacle could be extraordinary. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Dear sister, your younger brother misses you." With this thought, Xiao Yang retrieved his phone and dialed Chu Dongchan. "What is it?" Her voice remained as cold as ever, unchanging over the years. "Let us break up," Xiao Yang stated earnestly. "I believe we are not suited for each other." The line fell silent for over 10 seconds. "May I ask when we were ever together?" Chu Dongchan's tone grew icier. "We have shared a bed," Xiao Yang replied, as if it were a matter of course. "Isn't that being together?" Another brief silence ensued, but her tone softened slightly. "Where are you? I have something to give you." Chapter 36. We are all dignified individuals. So what is the fuss? Do I still have a chance for redemption? After hanging up, Xiao Yang began to tremble. Just wait to die? He realized he seemed to relish teetering on the brink of life and death, oscillating back and forth. Perhaps humanity is a complex creature, drawn to the most stimulating and frightening experiences, only to inadvertently lead themselves to ruin. Xiao Yang departed the police station alone, heading to the location where he was to meet Chu Dongchan. Meet? He was no longer engaged in the investigation. As a police officer, he had killed 3 individuals on his first day. Let us not even discuss the notion of self-defense. Under normal circumstances, escaping scrutiny is a feat in itself. Of course, this was all part of Xiao Yang's act. It was only at this moment that he recognized an overlooked possibility. Could the perpetrator be waiting for the police to discover the surveillance? Is that not a perplexing thought? Xiao Yang initially felt bewildered, but upon reflection, a sense of dread enveloped him. How did he discern the truth? The timing of the thug's appearance was suspect. It was too opportune and swift, as if they had been meticulously prepared in advance. Just as he uncovered the surveillance, they materialized to confront him. Contemplate this. If this reasoning holds, It implies that the perpetrator was achieving multiple objectives at once. The first possibility is that the killer, utilizing the surveillance, sought to ascertain whether the victim Hu Zhikong's parents would show up. The second scenario suggests that the killer anticipated Hu Zhikong's parents would not be foolish enough to appear. If they did not, he would proceed with his secondary plan, employing the surveillance, the police, and a false assailant to lure them out. This meticulous preparation explains the thug's hastiness. Consequently, a third possibility arises. The killer intended to eliminate him. This is evidenced by a certain big brother who hastily offered 50,000 to take his life. Why? Referencing the historical figures of the three kingdoms, who were the most desired targets for Cao Cao, Zhou Yu, and Sima Zhuge Liang. His remarkable intellect made him capable of seeing through their schemes. Throughout history, individuals of such acumen are frequently the primary targets for elimination, often more formidable than renowned generals. Of course, in comparison to Zhuge Liang, Xiao Yang does not measure up. Yet, he possesses the ability to unravel the killer's plans. One must ponder whether the killer fears Xiao Yang's repeated insights that could potentially disrupt his strategy. Do not assume the killer is oblivious. He has been observing the police investigation over the past fortnight. Yet, after Xiao Yang's brief arrival, he has begun to unearth clues, discovering the surveillance. Such an individual is indeed formidable. Were you in the killer's position, would you dare to leave him alive? Rest assured, if you allow him to remain, he will shatter your carefully laid plans and expose you. Thus, Xiao Yang must perish. Even if he were not slain by thugs, his fate remains sealed. Xiao Yang even speculated that the adversary might be aware he could evade death at the hands of thugs, yet casualties were inevitable at that juncture. Xiao Yang would be unable to continue the investigation, as he would be temporarily suspended pending inquiry. Consequently, the case would require reassignment, a classic tactic to divert attention. With Xiao Yang no longer on the case, the killer could execute his original scheme unimpeded. Simultaneously, the killer harbors concerns that Xiao Yang may persist in his investigations, necessitating a complete resolution. This elucidates why Xiao Yang remarked on the killer's somewhat terrifying intellect. There is no need for speculation. One can already predict the killer's subsequent actions. Diverting attention not only facilitates Xiao Yang's departure from the case, but also provides an opportunity for the killer to eliminate him. Hence, Xiao Yang telephoned Chu Dongshan. You wish to engage in a battle of wits? If we were to weigh our intellects, I assure you, mine exceeds yours by a considerable margin. In Bin City, across from the Transportation University, there exists a small street of eateries. Upon alighting from a taxi, Xiao Yang encountered the stoic face of Chu Dongshan. How does one appease a woman on the verge of an outburst? He inquired. Sister Dongshan, have you noticed? Chu Dongshan narrowed her eyes. What am I supposed to notice? Those who harbor disdain for you tend to be quite unappealing, Xiao Yang earnestly remarked. Do you think I look handsome today? Chu Dongshan retorted. I have gained insight. Is this the pinnacle of clever banter that carbon-based life can muster? Her realization dawned. She had encountered someone who had taken shamelessness to an art form, remaining unperturbed. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, rather than feeling anger, she found herself less irate. The shift in her demeanor brought relief to Xiao Yang. To placate an irate woman, one must first master the art of humor. If she finds joy, her anger dissipates. In a barbecue restaurant, the server placed skewers grilled to medium rare beside the table's grill. They were not fully cooked to prevent them from cooling too quickly, allowing patrons to partake in the grilling experience. As Xiao Yang tended to the skewers, Chu Dongshan peeled garlic. Eating meat without garlic diminishes half the flavor, she stated, placing a dish of garlic cloves before him. I feel as though I'm on the brink of death. Xiao Yang feigned a pitiful expression, offering her a skewer of grilled meat. Oh, she responded, taking a bite of the meat with casual indifference. Xiao Yang, perplexed, asked, what is your reaction? Dragon Kingdom maintains stringent regulations on hazardous materials, she replied softly after swallowing. Xiao Yang comprehended her implication. As long as no high-powered weapons, such as firearms, were involved, he was unlikely to meet his demise. And indeed, it was true. If he could withstand a confrontation with a soldier for several minutes without weapons, the number of individuals capable of killing him would be few. The issue lay in the fact that Dragon Kingdom was notorious for its draconian weapon regulations. What are you so fearful of? Are you contemplating suicide? If you continue down this path, you may find yourself without a boyfriend, Xiao Yang jested, baring his teeth in a mock scare. Then I shall seek a girlfriend. Chu Dongshan replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yang, taken aback, pondered. I've heard that if one remains unmarried and childless, their assets may revert to the state. Are you not afraid? Why should I be? Chu Donchan smirked. Are you afraid? Fear of what? I wouldn't dare leave this world without exhausting my finances first. Xiao Yang exclaimed, before I depart. I shall ensure to take out a loan and swindle those unscrupulous small lenders. That approach is rather suffocating, she remarked. If everyone were to act in such a manner, those small lenders would be in for a world of trouble. Who wishes to kill you? Chu Donchan eventually inquired. I am uncertain, Xiao Yang mumbled, chewing on the grilled meat, but they may soon arrive. Chu Donchan expressed surprise, then laughed in disbelief. Are you attempting to pull my leg? With her intellect, she quickly grasped the implications. What do you mean? Am I to serve as your caretaker? Xiao Yang grinned. This is merely mutual assistance. Suddenly, Chu Donchan felt her command of the Chinese language was insufficient, as Xiao Yang's distorted vocabulary left her feeling bewildered. Enough of this nonsense, she said, her expression shifting to seriousness. Is the adversary formidable? That was an obvious statement. If he were not formidable, Xiao Yang would not have sought her out. What manner of person are we discussing? Xiao Yang feigned a woeful expression. A killer. Chu Donchan frowned. She understood the nature of assassins well and recognized that unless an assassin were deranged, they would not target the police. Have you ever seen someone poke a hornet's nest? Do you not fear a nationwide manhunt by the police? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. I am still uncertain if he is indeed an assassin. I wish to confirm. If someone were sent to kill him, confirmation would be achieved. If no one arrived, that would pose a problem. Suddenly, Xiao Yang paused, gazing at Chu Donchan before him and realized she seemed transformed. Indeed, transformed. She had shifted from being cold and aloof, resembling an ice goddess, to a warmth radiating from her enchanting visage as she regarded him with tenderness, akin to that of a neighborly sister watching her little sweetheart. What on earth? Xiao Yang was momentarily dumbfounded. Yet in an instant, he regained his composure. What had Chu Donchan discovered? Chapter 37. The gun cocoon and gunbone laughter, conversation, and the sizzling of grilled meat intertwined within the barbecue restaurant. Xiao Yang deftly turned the skewers on the grill, while Chu Donchan's gentle gaze remained fixed upon him. However, both of their peripheral visions were keenly observing a new couple at the adjacent table. This couple appeared to be in their mid-20s. The woman was of above-average beauty, while the man was rather ordinary. The slightly faded, apron-clad proprietress approached them, jotting down their barbecue orders. Everything seemed perfectly normal, devoid of any peculiarities. Xiao Yang pondered what could have triggered such a change in demeanor and vigilance from the formidable Chu Donchan. This was not unfounded. It was a matter of experience. Suddenly, Chu Donchan rose and settled beside him, drawing close in an intimate manner. She nestled against him like a delicate bird, her head resting in the crook of his neck. This left Xiao Yang utterly bewildered. He thought to himself, could she be trying to entice me? It is imperative for boys to be cautious when out in the world, to safeguard themselves. In these times, there are far too many wicked women. One must not allow them to succeed. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm, causing Xiao Yang to grimace. He glanced at Chu Donchan beside him and met her disdainful gaze. To his dismay, he realized that his arm had inadvertently found its way into her magnificent bosom. This was not my fault. My arm seemed to have a mind of its own. I am innocent. Xiao Yang forced an awkward smile. At that moment, Chu Donchan whispered sweetly into his ear, her words dancing around the themes of hands, calluses, joints, and firearms. Xiao Yang felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing. He furtively observed the couple nearby, his eyes narrowing. His gaze fell upon the man's hands, particularly his robust palm. It was thick and sturdy, reminiscent of well-worn stones. The calluses and distinct knuckles revealed the man's intimate relationship with firearms. Many are aware that the hands of farmers who toil in the fields differ from those who have never labored. They are coarse, dirty, with large joints, strong and calloused. This principle holds true in certain other domains as well, such as those who handle weapons. Individuals who frequently engage with firearms develop calluses in specific areas of their hands due to the recoil they endure. The pressure from firearms can be more intense than that of agricultural work, leading to peculiarities in their knuckles. This is something the average person does not comprehend, but those trained in weaponry are acutely aware. How could Chu Donchan's keen eyes possibly miss such details? This brings forth another question. A person who has cultivated calluses and hardened joints through constant exposure to firearms is likely to have access to weapons at any moment. In the Dragon Kingdom, who among the populace can maintain such a relationship with firearms? To put it bluntly, ordinary citizens, regular police officers, and even typical soldiers do not qualify. Only those in exceptional professions, such as special police, military specialists, or elite forces, possess this privilege. Once this is established, another question arises. These professionals exude a certain military aura, embodying the discipline of soldiers. Yet, this couple does not seem to fit that mold, suggesting they may not belong to such professions. If they are not from these occupations, where did their calluses and hardened joints originate? Where in the Dragon Kingdom can individuals outside of specialized roles train with firearms for an extended period? Reflecting on Chu Dongchan's earlier hints, hands, calluses, joints, firearms, and finally, appearance. Xiao Yang scrutinized the couple's faces, his eyelids twitching. They undoubtedly bore the features of Asian descent, yet there were subtle differences. The skin of the individuals was a lighter brown, their features more pronounced, with relatively darker eyes and larger pupils, their outer eye corners slightly raised, and their noses narrower than typical. Xiao Yang squinted, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity. He wrapped his arm around Chu Dongchan's slender waist, burying his face in her short hair, murmuring, "Foreigners? Smugglers?" At his movement, Chu Dongchan tensed momentarily but did not pull away, responding with a soft, Even if they are foreigners, could they not be long-term residents? Why assume they are smugglers? Earlier, the terms gun calluses and gun joints were introduced. If these individuals entered the Dragon Kingdom through legitimate channels, do you really think security checks are lax? Especially at points of entry linked with foreign nations. There are not only standard security personnel, but also specialized agents, such as national security, who conduct thorough vetting of potentially dangerous individuals. Do you believe these two, with their telltale signs of handling firearms, could elude the gaze of such specialized security? Thus, if they are indeed foreigners present in this locale, the only plausible explanation is smuggling. Though it seemed to unfold slowly, it was merely the blink of an eye. They appeared as a couple, intimately sharing barbecued delicacies. Xiao Yang even picked up a skewer of meat to feed the troublesome sister. Chu Dongchan remarked, "Isn't that excessive?" But they were merely acting, so she bore it. After tasting a piece, she noticed Xiao Yang continuing to feed her, this time a fatty cut. Chu Dongchan frowned. She did not relish fatty meat. Xiao Yang naturally bit into the fatty portion, offering the leaner meat to her lips. Chu Dongchan observed his every action, realizing they were instinctive. Her eyes focused elsewhere as she pondered. After a moment's hesitation, she bit into the barbecued meat, her body relaxing. Such is human nature. Once certain boundaries are crossed, all becomes permissible. She did not despise this suitor. He was simply too young. Chu Dongchan did not perceive herself as at a disadvantage. After all, she was 5 years his senior, and he was the one losing out. This exemplifies the differing worldviews between individuals. Suddenly, the woman from the neighboring couple stood, seemingly heading to the restroom. Yet, instead of proceeding directly, she approached Xiao Yang and Chu Dongchan's table, positioning herself to obscure their line of sight from the other side. In an instant, a glint of cold steel flashed at her waist, the speed almost blinding. A sharp blade arced toward Xiao Yang's neck. Yet he appeared blissfully unaware of the impending danger, a smile gracing his lips, exuding joy. He had come to a startling realization. He was not afraid of death. A long leg, impressively powerful, lifted just as the blade neared. With a resounding thud, a foot clad in canvas shoes clamped down on the wrist wielding the knife. The foot moved with astonishing agility, like a constrictor. It pinned the assailant's wrist, while the sole pressed against the woman's arm, as if hooking onto her wrist and forcefully pushing downward. The unexplainable strength sent the woman crashing to the ground, unable to resist against the power of that leg. In the moment she fell, another leg, longer than Xiao Yang's life, rose high. With a sudden drop, it thudded onto the woman's face. How ferocious! Xiao Yang's heart raced, contemplating whether he could withstand such powerful legs in the future. The answer would likely evoke a sense of despair in 99% of men. It would be fatal. However, Xiao Yang had no time to dwell on Chu Dongchan's legs. His eyes remained fixed on the man at the table. As the woman fell, the man sprang into action, his arm lifting in an instant. Concurrently, Xiao Yang moved with the swiftness of a leopard, covering the distance of 1.5 meters to stand beside the man, his hand landing on the man's wrist. It must be noted that Xiao Yang's reaction time, speed, and readiness were commendable. Yet, this was ultimately futile, as an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiao Yang had anticipated the man would produce a weapon, perhaps a firearm. Instead, the man held an unusual object, a spherical paper package. As Xiao Yang grasped the man's wrist, the package suddenly exploded. A blinding light erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. Xiao Yang found himself engulfed in darkness. A single thought racing through his mind. A flashbang? No, it lacked the deafening noise. It was a flash grenade, or perhaps a blinding grenade, or rather, a makeshift blinding device. Chapter 38. The True Nature of the Cunning Old Fox. I was careless. I did not evade. Now blinded. Xiao Yang began to question his very existence. A blinding grenade? The principle behind creating such devices is not overly complex. It utilizes burning magnesium or potassium to produce a dazzling light. The issue is that 9 years of compulsory education did not cover this. Yet the wrongdoers are well versed in it. Frustrating, isn't it? While the blinding projectile may prove useful to the average individual. For someone with the prowess of a seasoned warrior like Xiao Yang, it is akin to a mere jest. If one were a soldier, or an elite soldier at that, would blindness render them incapable of combat? In an instant, Xiao Yang tightened his grip on the man's wrist, palm facing down, and swiftly pressed downwards. A sickening pop echoed as the wrist dislocated. His assault did not cease. He continued to wrench the opponent's wrist backward with force. The impact of their bodies colliding was palpable. Through tactile sensation, the opponent's form crystallized in his mind. An elbow swung, striking the man beneath the arm, producing a sharp crack of bone. Simultaneously, Xiao Yang's knee connected with the man's groin. This sequence of attacks was far from random. By leveraging joint techniques to incapacitate the opponent's wrist, the excruciating pain and dislocation of tendons temporarily paralyzed the assailant's body. The armpit, too, is a human vulnerability. A powerful blow there can similarly render one defenseless. The groin, an undeniable weakness for any male. Xiao Yang's intentions were unmistakable. He offered no chance for retaliation. To allow a killer to strike first could mean death with but a single blow. Upon impact with the man's groin, Xiao Yang released his grip on the wrist. With a swift stride, relying on instinct and an assessment of the man's position, he positioned himself behind the adversary. Back to back, he interlaced his fingers, securing the man's neck over his shoulder. With a rapid bend of his body, akin to hoisting a sack, he utilized his back and arms, lifting the man effortlessly. Channeling all his explosive strength, he slammed downwards. The chilling sound of a fracture resonated. Xiao Yang released his grip. The man's neck hung limply, resembling a broken chopstick. He collapsed, convulsing, and soon thereafter, his breath ceased. Witnessing this scene, Chu Dongchan's pupils dilated as she dared not approach. In that moment, Xiao Yang exuded an aura of terrifying intent, his muscles taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to snap. Should anyone dare to approach him, they would undoubtedly invoke a tempest of fury. It's safe now, murmured Chu Dongchan softly. Xiao Yang shuddered, relaxing as he sank to the ground, exhaling a long breath. The barbecue restaurant erupted into chaos with screams and startled gasps. Some were blinded, while others witnessed murder. Everything transpired too swiftly. Mere seconds had passed before it was all over. Dongchan, I think I'm blind, Xiao Yang lamented, his face contorted in despair, feeling that only her embrace could provide him solace. Chu Dongchan replied, if it weren't for your temporary blindness, I would have kicked you for being such a fool. Even in this state, you still think about your desires. Is it truly that enticing? Indeed it is, Xiao Yang retorted. Chu Dongchan found his response both infuriating and amusing. You won't be blind for long, perhaps just a few uncomfortable days. What if I am? He sought consolation. As he was the sole heir of the Xiao family, yearning for a comforting hug. In truth, his vision had already returned. He merely feigned blindness. The intense light from magnesium or potassium could only impair human vision for a mere 3 to 10 seconds, far less dramatic than depicted in films or games. Chu Dongchan squinted, sensing something amiss. As she suspected, despite the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yang still had the audacity to tease her. She approached and crouched down, gently cradling his head. Xiao Yang buried his face in her neck, whispering close to her ear, someone is watching me. The killer might have listening devices. Find it, she commanded. Such professional matters required expert handling. Despite his remarkable skills, Xiao Yang lacked experience. It was akin to how every earthling knows the steps to slaughter a chicken, cutting its throat, draining its blood, plucking its feathers, but only through actual practice does one realize it is far more complex than imagined. Chu Dongchan narrowed her eyes, her expression unchanging. One arm wrapped around Xiao Yang, allowing him to rest in her embrace, while the other deftly retrieved her phone to dial the authorities, her gaze scanning the surroundings vigilantly. After a brief moment, she lowered her phone, frowning. Nothing. Perhaps they've fled. Her expression grew serious. If there truly was an individual lurking in the shadows, undetected by her senses, it was a terrifying prospect, indicating that the opponent's stealth capabilities were extraordinarily formidable. Just as I thought, Xiao Yang mumbled into her embrace. You knew he had escaped, yet you linger in my arms? Chu Dongchan's gaze turned perilous. Sensing her shifting demeanor, Xiao Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Testing the waters. Mutual probing, he pondered. Xiao Yang was confirming the identity of the assailant, while the adversary was equally assessing his capabilities. The intent to kill was genuine, but so was the intent to test his skills and methods. Should Xiao Yang perish, he would merely be regarded as a mere insect, unworthy of concern. However, if he survived and found a way to resolve the crisis, the opponent would be compelled to regard him as a true adversary, thereby altering the dynamics of their schemes. Why? Because the opponent was already aware that Xiao Yang was performing, confirming, and fishing for information. This indicated that all previous plans had been seen through by Xiao Yang. Continuing down this path would be tantamount to courting death. Once Chu Dongchan absorbed Xiao Yang's explanation, her expression shifted, regarding him as though he were a cunning fox. What does it mean to look 3 steps ahead? It refers to someone like Xiao Yang. Should one engage with such an individual without sufficient cunning, one might not even realize how they met their demise. Thus, the playful banter of a foolish youth was merely a fade. His true nature was that of a shrewd strategist, was it not? With a swift motion, Chu Dongchan slapped Xiao Yang on the head, her voice cold. Get up. Oh. He complied, rising from her embrace, no longer daring to feign innocence. Why be so clever when being a simpleton would suffice? It's truly exasperating. In less than 2 minutes, Li Huaqing led a team into the barbecue restaurant. Why such swiftness? They had been stationed nearby in coordination with Xiao Yang. Thus their speed was assured. However, to avoid detection by certain individuals, they utilized the city's surveillance systems from a distance to monitor the establishment, which was why Chu Dongchan had been unaware. Confirmed? Li Huaqing surveyed the lifeless male body and the unconscious female, his gaze complex as it fell upon Xiao Yang. It was evident that a killer had been involved. Xiao Yang nodded, but whether the puppet master was the killer remained uncertain. He gestured towards the fallen man and woman, indicating they might be foreign pawns, the trail now severed. Foreign? Li Huaqing's expression shifted as he watched a forensic officer retrieve a pen-like firearm from the body. It was a weapon that resembled a pen. Pulling the cap would chamber a round, and pressing the clip would fire a bullet. Unfortunately, the assailant had never even had the chance to use it before Xiao Yang ended his life. The other leads, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely vanish as well. Xiao Yang massaged his temples, reflecting on the police's current investigation into the gang's assault on an officer. Noting that since the adversary was aware he had seen through their schemes, they would refrain from pursuing further. With all leads severed, how would the police proceed? They could rely on the parents of the victim, Hu Zhikong. Each would have to employ their own methods to track them down. The case had originally stemmed from that family of 3, or rather, all consequences had arisen from them. Yet now the question remained, how to find them? No need to search, Xiao Yang smirked coldly. They will appear on their own. Chapter 39. See, they have just jumped out. The crowd was now filled with inquiries. What gave Xiao Yang the confidence to assert that the parents of the victim, Hu Zhikong, would come forth on their own? If they possessed any intelligence, they would undoubtedly make an appearance. Xiao Yang's expression was as calm as still water. Even we could discern that the murderer had deliberately sent thugs to lure us into investigation. If Hu Zhikong's parents were astute, wouldn't they also notice this? If they did perceive it, upon witnessing me slay 3 thugs without police intervention and depart alone, would they not harbor suspicions? Assuming they grasped something. As long as they were not foolish, they would likely follow me to ascertain my intentions, even if they could not discern that I was fishing for clues to confirm the murderer's identity. When the assassin attempted to eliminate me and I dispatched him on the spot, they would surely understand I was fishing for information. Aware that I had seen through the murderer's scheme, recognizing that following us was futile. 4. In continuing to follow, they could not uncover the true killer of their child. Since merely observing was no longer viable, what steps should they take to avenge their son? Xiao Yang blinked. The simplest and most direct method would be to draw the snake from its hole. But how to do it? The murderer's aim in killing Hu Zhikong was to draw out his parents. Once this couple made their appearance, would the true culprit not also emerge? After listening to Xiao Yang's reasoning, the expressions of those present transformed, their minds racing with realization. Such deductions could indeed be arrived at with careful thought. However, the remarkable aspect was that Xiao Yang had conceived this in an instant. This was not merely a matter of intellectual superiority. It was akin to pressing all their heads to the ground in submission. At times, people are envious of those with high intelligence, but does envy serve any purpose? When one strives to catch up through their own efforts, they soon discover that the chasm of intellect is insurmountable. Chu Donchan gazed at Xiao Yang, who was currently displaying his brilliance. She had to admit that he appeared rather handsome at this moment. As Stephen Chow famously said, some individuals are born to be protagonists. Shining like fireflies in the dark, their brilliance impossible to conceal. Chu Donchan felt a twinge of regret. A few days ago, upon discovering his high intelligence and formidable combat skills, why had she not taken him away to become a soldier? To place Xiao Yang in the police force seemed a waste. However, after a moment of contemplation, her eyes sparkled. It was not too late. The question was Li Huaqing furrowed his brow, pondering how they would locate Hu Zhikang's parents. I just mentioned, why search for them? Xiao Yang countered. What if there is a dining table, and many wish to partake? What is needed to secure a seat? Strength to sit at the table? Li Huaqing suddenly realized, his eyes lighting up. Equal footing? Precisely, Xiao Yang replied, narrowing his eyes. The current issue is that we, the murderer, and Hu Zhikang's parents possess unequal strength. We are the most powerful, the murderer second, while Hu Zhikang's parents are the weakest. If roles were reversed, and we were in their position, what should we do? The group suddenly understood. Balance the disparity in strength. Li Huaqing articulated the answer. Collaborate with the strongest? Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded, or perhaps leverage their strength. Moreover, this power would undoubtedly be extended by the police as they sought to solve the case. Yet, such power would not be granted frivolously. The police were indeed eager to resolve the case, but such opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Would they lend their strength without reason? As if to affirm Xiao Yang's deductions, a detective led a delivery worker into the barbecue restaurant. The delivery worker, who also held the role of a local errand runner, stated, 5 minutes ago, I received an order to deliver something to this barbecue restaurant for the youngest officer inside. The delivery worker appeared visibly anxious, glancing nervously at the sharp-eyed officers, swallowing hard. After speaking, he produced a USB drive and handed it over. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted to Xiao Yang. Was there a younger officer present than him? The room was filled with mixed reactions. Some were indignant, others resigned, some sighed, and others shook their heads or smiled bitterly. What did the scene signify? This group of seasoned detectives had been overlooked. In the eyes of some, they were not even worthy of communication, only Xiao Yang. The rookie officer held their attention. Were they not embarrassed? Yet, there was no shame to be had. They were overthinking the matter, for they were not facing ordinary criminals. The mere presence of those two assassins' firearms spoke volumes. Were any ordinary officers to fish for information like Xiao Yang had? They might not have survived without Chu Donchan's presence. Sister Donchan. Xiao Yang did not immediately take the USB drive from the delivery worker, but instead looked towards the astute elder sister. Chu Donchan inhaled, exhaled, suppressing the urge to strike him. As she raised her hand, 2 finger cuts appeared on her left thumb and index finger, and she accepted the USB drive. After examining it for any changes, she sniffed it and took out her phone to test for toxins, bacteria, or explosives, finding nothing. Casually, she tossed the USB drive to Xiao Yang. It's fine. Her actions left the nearby detectives in stunned silence, especially Li Huaqing, whose eyelids and heart raced. Years ago, he had received an award in the province and had encountered 2 prominent figures, witnessing their bodyguards. It was widely known that only individuals of ministerial rank and above were entitled to bodyguards. Yet, Chu Donchan's operation mirrored that of those bodyguards. Unfortunately, he was overthinking it. Even those bodyguards would not dare to brandish anti-material sniper rifles in the city. Xiao Yang disregarded the peculiar gazes of those around him and glanced at the USB drive. It had a Type-C port. He retrieved his phone, plugged it in, and saw the USB drive pop up on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered a document and an MP3 audio file. Xiao Yang clicked on the audio file and held the phone to his ear. Hello. A calm male voice emanated from the phone's speaker. I wish to collaborate with the police. I trust you have deduced my identity by now. Of course. To demonstrate my sincerity, I present you with a gift, hoping you won't disdain it. It was a list of members from a particular assassin organization. Though it was merely a small portion, just a few individuals, if we can collaborate, it may allow me to exact revenge. I will provide the police with a complete list. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang silently smiled. Look, they have emerged. Chapter 40. Spring arrives, and I do not speak first. Which insect dares to make a sound? After midnight, the barbecue restaurant remained brilliantly lit. Neon lights flickered, reflecting the bustling street. Xiao Yang and Chu Dongchan calmly observed as two forensic experts carried a body wrapped in a shroud onto a medical van. They also witnessed the female assassin being escorted into a police car. "It's been checked," Li Huaqing reported, his expression grave. "The identities of the 7 individuals on the USB drive are genuine. However, 6 are missing, and 1 has been apprehended in the hospital. Indeed, a killer." Xiao Yang listened to the report, his demeanor still calm, as if he were not at all surprised by the outcome. "Aren't you anxious?" Observing his subordinate's composed demeanor, Li Huaqing felt a bit worn out. "We are not the anxious ones, they are," Xiao Yang replied leisurely. "The murderer's target is that couple, and their target is the murderer. Yet the current situation is that if we do not assist them, they will not dare to reveal themselves. If they do not reveal themselves, the murderer will not locate them, and likewise, the murderer will not surface, preventing that couple from avenging their son. Both the murderer and that couple are acutely aware of this reality. As long as we do not act, neither will dare to move. Do you understand? There is a saying that rings true." Xiao Yang teased with a smile, "Spring arrives, and I do not speak first. Which insect dares to make a sound?" Chu Dongchan. Li Huaqing. How audacious. However, is this phrase used correctly? Upon reflection, it does seem to be the case. Finding a place to continue dining, filling our stomachs before indulging in a good night's sleep. Xiao Yang stretched lazily, for a grand performance awaits us. Li Huaqing opened his mouth, rendered speechless. It appears that not only has the initiative fallen into the hands of the police, but have you noticed that the authority is also subtly shifting into Xiao Yang's grasp? Chu Dongchan's gaze deepened with meaning, tinged with complexity, for she was quite familiar with this scene. Just days prior, a similar event unfolded, involving a group of police officers, including several in white shirts. Yet ultimately, the command fell to Xiao Yang, orchestrating the public security, national security, and armed police to dig a pit and ensnare certain individuals within it. This ability to seize control unnoticed by others is indeed remarkable, and everyone seems to accept it as a matter of course, without opposition. Isn't it intriguing? Chu Dongchan recalled a remark once made by an elder. There exist individuals endowed with extraordinary charisma, capable of earning the trust of those around them, compelling them to follow suit as if born with the gift of leadership. With a mere call to action, supporters gather. Once again, they found themselves in a barbecue restaurant. Just Xiao Yang and Chu Dongchan. He grilled meat while she peeled garlic. When Li Huaqing discovered that Chu Dongchan was Xiao Yang's blind date, he willingly led the other subordinates away, not wanting to be a third wheel. Since Xiao Yang had indicated there was no rush, Li Huaqing understood there must be sound reasoning behind it. After a day of interaction, he had completely come to admire this new subordinate. He finally grasped why those in higher positions had assigned Xiao Yang to the Criminal Investigation Department. His reasoning, scheming, and planning were formidable, almost monstrous. As Xiao Yang finished grilling the meat and placed a few skewers before her, Chu Dongchan suddenly posed a question. "Do you like me?" Xiao Yang stared at her, his expression akin to a rigid statue, taking a moment before nodding. "Yes, I do. I'm 27, and I've mentioned that I might not live long, that I could die at any moment during a mission." Chu Dongchan, like a solitary lotus under a cold moon, maintained her composure and indifference. "Are you out of your mind? A 27-year-old woman who may not live beyond 50 has no time for a normal romance, no time for children, constantly on missions. She has devoted her life, her time, and her energy to the country and its people. What normal man would want her, let alone like her? Are you sure you're sane?" Xiao Yang took a bite of the grilled meat, cheeks puffed. "Liking you doesn't mean I want to pursue you, nor does it imply I wish to sleep with you, let alone marry you. I'm not pressuring you in any way. So what if I like you? Are you out of your mind?" Chu Dongchan was momentarily at a loss for words. "Do you realize how unappealing your aloof demeanor is? You resemble my high school teacher." Xiao Yang retorted earnestly, "You act like a goddess all day. It's not endearing at all. But cute." Chu Dongchan's lips twitched. Having been in the military since the age of 7, when had the term cute ever been associated with her? "Are you provoking me?" Her expression remained cool. Her voice detached, yet her slightly halting enunciation betrayed her. "Why would I provoke you? I have money to spend." Xiao Yang's eyes darted playfully. "Of course. While you may appear as a cold goddess, you possess numerous merits, such as your stunning physique and beauty." "Crude." Chu Dongchan scoffed. Oddly, despite the coarseness of his words, she found herself less irritated and even somewhat pleased. Why? Then it dawned on her. At the end of the day, she was still a woman. Women, to some extent, harbor a hint of vanity. When a man praises you for your beauty and figure right before your eyes, it indeed satisfies that vanity. However, Chu Dongshan furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to outsmart me? Finally, she understood what was off. First, he belittled her, provoking her anger, and then he turned around to flatter her appearance and physique, creating a stark contrast that stirred her emotions up and down. Deftly manipulating her feelings, this was his strategy. You little rascal, you play quite well. Can't you pretend to be a fool? Xiao Yang sighed. Actually, men often prefer the sweet, docile types. If she is too clever, it can be intimidating. Is that so? A glimmer of mockery and annoyance flickered in Chu Dongchan's eyes. When you were nestled in my embrace like a baby, you certainly didn't say that. Goodness. Xiao Yang's face flushed crimson, nearly exploding with embarrassment. A rugged man of 187 centimeters reduced to a whimpering child in a woman's arms. If this were to leak out, how could he face the world? I thought you were guilt-free. Chu Dongchan smirked. So, you do possess a sense of shame? Spare me, O valiant woman. Xiao Yang nearly knelt in defeat. He realized that Chu Dongchan indeed harbored a queenly complex. As long as he submitted to her, amusing her and making her feel in control, he would strike her sweet spot. In a typical scenario, this would be the moment to shower her with sweet words, ensuring success. However, Xiao Yang chose not to bully her. She, though powerful and intelligent, seemed like a delicate flower in matters of love. Why the silence? Chu Dongchan, in high spirits, glimmered with amusement in her eyes. Sister Dongchan, do you know why cats are fond of playthings? Xiao Yang regarded her calmly. Chu Dongchan momentarily lost her train of thought. The nature of cats is cautious and curious. If you approach them with the intent to pounce, they will flee instantly and refuse to play. Xiao Yang mused aloud. However, if you take out a cat toy and wave it before them, it piques their curiosity, drawing them into play, and before long, they may find themselves caught. Chu Dongchan stood frozen. Was Xiao Yang speaking about cats? No, his words, though devoid of direct mention of women, were all about her. He was telling her that if he desired, she would inevitably become his woman. Yet, he did not wish to toy with her or deceive her. What was his intention? Once this case concludes, Xiao Yang's face radiated with a sunny smile. Shall we embark on a romance, the purest kind? Chapter 41. Where did this dog learn such behavior? As the effects of alcohol began to take hold, Chu Dongchan leaned on the table, resting her chin on her delicate hand. With half-closed alluring eyes and flushed cheeks, she resembled a captivating and tempting peony. Gazing at the young man across from her, merely 22 years old, he appeared to her, an older woman, as a mere puppy. Was she truly considering a romance with him? Suddenly, Chu Dongchan's previously hazy eyes sharpened, transforming into a cold blade, as she sensed danger encroaching. Noticing someone at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. No wonder Xiao Yang dared to drink so much in such a precarious situation. He had her protection. How could such a clever man be foolish enough to entrust his life to another? Yet, that was precisely what he did, placing his safety in Chu Dongchan's hands. Would you care for him? After one instance, two, three, you find it impossible to let him go. Where did this dog learn such behavior? Chu Dongchan bit her lip, filled with a desire to strike him. Hello. A middle-aged man stood before their table. In his 50s, his hair was graying but neatly styled. Time had etched deep lines on his face, his eyes carrying a hint of weariness, yet also madness. How wonderful. The seemingly intoxicated Xiao Yang raised his head. The man responded with silence, while Chu Dongchan nearly burst into laughter. He was indeed shameless. What should I call you? Xiao Yang inquired with a smile. Hu Jin. The man sighed. I am the father of the victim, Hu Zhikong, the murderer you seek. How did you know I would collaborate with you? Because you were waiting for me. Hu Jin maintained a serene demeanor as he awaited my arrival, clutching the USB drive, yet seemingly unperturbed. If I did not make an appearance personally, what collaboration could we possibly discuss? Who do you think you are? Xiao Yang scrutinized Hu Jin's hands, suspecting that Hu Zhikang's parents might very well be part of the assassination plot. After all, why would there be a hit list otherwise? Yet, he found no signs of calluses or gunshot residue on Hu Jin's hands. Do assassin organizations have administrative roles? Does my identity truly matter? Hu Jin met Xiao Yang's gaze directly, asserting, you seek to solve the case, while I yearn for vengeance. As long as we are clear on this, that suffices. You have misunderstood a crucial point, Xiao Yang retorted with a disdainful smile. While we indeed wish to unravel the mystery, we are equally indifferent to the concept of a dog-eat-dog scenario. My son is innocent. The madness in Hu Jin's eyes intensified. The notion of the progeny of criminals being innocent? Xiao Yang scoffed. Has your offspring not benefited from the gains you have reaped? When you acquired those profits, did you not ponder the calamity they might bestow upon your descendants? If you fail to consider this then, how can you now preach innocence, humanity, and lofty principles? Are you deserving of such a stance? If your son were to become a spirit after his demise, whom do you think he would loathe more, the one who ended his life, or you, his parents? Hu Jin's visage paled at Xiao Yang's words, the frenzy in his eyes gradually yielding to anguish. Indeed, who could he blame? The seeds he sowed had borne this fruit. Yet he still had the audacity to claim innocence. If he were truly innocent, then why did his son meet such a fate? But in an instant, the shadows in Hu Jin's eyes dissipated, revealing a strange calmness. Xiao Yang regarded him coldly, acknowledging the formidable aura, resilience, intellect, and composure he exhibited. Such a person was indeed daunting. What could possibly compel them to seek me out? In a hoarse voice, Hu Jin spoke, you will divulge the information. But do so swiftly, for... Xiao Yang lifted his glass, taking a sip of beer. It is time to conclude. Concluding, a term from the realm of chess, signified the endgame. With Hu Jin's arrival, it was akin to a general's presence. Would the mastermind emerge? Xiao Yang understood that his adversary undoubtedly possessed a trump card, while Hu Jin was aware that his nemesis would inevitably reveal themselves. Otherwise, he would not have appeared to collaborate with Xiao Yang. Of course, Hu Jin had his own contingencies. His wife had yet to make an appearance. The three parties engaged in this intellectual duel were not lacking in acumen. At this juncture, Xiao Yang needed to contemplate only two matters: the killer's hidden card and Hu Jin's backup. What could they possibly be? It no longer mattered. They would eventually reveal themselves. From the moment Hu Jin stepped onto the scene, it marked the killer's solitary opportunity. Even if the assailant recognized the trap, they would have to leap into it. Otherwise, once Xiao Yang escorted Hu Jin to the police station, the killer would lose their chance forever. As Xiao Yang raised his glass, he discovered it was empty. At that moment, a delicate hand holding a bottle of liquor reached forth to refill his glass. Xiao Yang regarded the hand with a sincere smile, proclaiming, I shall protect you from now on. Little brother, what can you do to protect me? Xu Dongchan dismissed his words. She harbored no faith in Xiao Yang's assurances, viewing them merely as schemes and traps. Yet, unbeknownst to her, his promise of protection was genuine. Once this case concluded, he would devise a way to leverage the system to acquire true power. Now, tell me, Xiao Yang turned his attention back to Hu Jin. What methods do you possess? All that you can conceive and more, Hu Jin replied with unwavering certainty. Any means of killing. To kill you? Xiao Yang inquired, hinting at something more. Never. Hu Jin shook his head. I will not die. Xiao Yang's gaze intensified. It appears you and your wife possess considerable skills, don't you? Do not attempt to extract information from me. Hu Jin's voice turned cold. That sum of money, considerable wealth, is something I took from another. That individual wishes for us to return the money and desires our demise. If we perish, the money will vanish. Hence, we must survive. Do you comprehend? Understood. Xiao Yang chuckled lightly. It was akin to someone attempting to seize a wealthy tycoon's company. Merely killing the tycoon would not suffice. One must have the tycoon sign a transfer agreement, relinquishing their shares. Only then could one acquire the company. If the tycoon were to die, there would be nothing left. What about the hit list? Xiao Yang stared intently into Hu Jin's eyes. I mentioned earlier, I possess a significant sum of money, Hu Jin reiterated. Ah, I see now. Xiao Yang nodded thoughtfully. Some individuals harbor the misconception that wealth can manipulate anything. In today's world, however, wealth enables one to command even the most elusive forces. For instance, American soldiers live streaming for fans, driven by the allure of profit, are willing to expose the inner workings of aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and submarine launch pads. Quite audacious, isn't it? For a price, they would dare to do anything. Given that assassins were sent to eliminate the Hu Jin couple, how could the couple refrain from retaliating? Was it truly so difficult to unearth the identities of the hitmen using money? The world is filled with wonders. The only limitations are those we impose upon ourselves. All doubts dissolved, a smile of delight graced Xiao Yang's face as he glanced toward the entrance of the barbecue shop. Had they finally arrived? Bang, bang, bang. The glass doors of the barbecue shop shattered. Objects began to fly within. Yet before they could reach the ground, a thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the space in blinding light and dense smoke. Chapter 42. The Perils of Cinematic Novels. The explosive sound was deafening, as the entire world was consumed by the brilliant light and smoke. What an array of tactics! Xiao Yang chuckled. having previously suffered from a blinding grenade. He was prepared this time. When he saw the object soar into the barbecue shop, he had already closed his eyes. After the roar subsided, upon reopening his eyes, he found the surroundings enveloped in a thick haze. Smoke bombs. Xiao Yang cursed inwardly. The creation of smoke and blinding grenades is not particularly advanced technology. The principles are quite simple: fuse, smoke agent, explosive tube. Yet, the educational system fails to impart such knowledge. It starkly illustrates the shortcomings of crisis management education. What's the next move? Will they storm in? Xiao Yang pondered. As if in response, something indeed breached the barbecue shop, but it was not a person. It was a vehicle. With a crash, the car barreled through the entrance, only to halt, blocking the doorway. The front door swung open, and two individuals emerged. Simultaneously, two more figures leapt through the already shattered windows, seemingly impervious to the smoke, making a beeline for Xiao Yang and his companions. This reckless strategy seemed misguided. Xiao Yang mused. Suddenly, a silver blade sliced through the smoke, aimed at his torso. Yet, he remained unfazed. With Chu Dongshan by his side, he felt invincible. A true man must exude such confidence. In an instant, a precise strike severed the smoke, landing on the assailant's throat. The sickening sound of a bone snapping echoed, halting their assault. Bang! The deafening gunfire erupted. Perhaps it was less than a second, or merely half a second. 3 shots rang out in unison, penetrating 3 foreheads and obliterating their brains. This indicated the use of a military-grade firearm, not one intended for police use. A police bullet may fail to kill even when the magazine is emptied. However, a single military round can swiftly claim a life. The disparity between the two types of ammunition is staggering. Chu Dongshan lowered her arm, returning her handgun to her waist, and looked toward Xiao Yang. As the smoke dissipated, Xiao Yang remained lost in thought. Look, are they not courting death? For assailants lay dead before us. Why such foolishness? If they are truly this dim-witted, how could they have orchestrated such a grand scheme? Suddenly, a series of beeps emanated from the car. Xiao Yang swiftly raised his head, stood up, and charged forward, leaping onto the hood of the vehicle, crouching down to peer inside. Damn! Xiao Yang erupted in expletives upon discovering a timer within the vehicle, attached to what appeared to be a bomb. The timer counted down, 8, 7, 6. Xiao Yang shouted at Chu Dongshan to take him away, not forward, but backward, toward the kitchen of the barbecue restaurant. The front door was blocked, and there wasn't enough time to escape through the window. It was evident that Hu Jin was already elderly. With his limited mobility, would 5 seconds suffice? The blocked door, the ambush, the bomb. Were they forcing them into the kitchen? As Xiao Yang ran, a frown creased his brow. How could they possibly know he would discover the bomb? What if they were just gambling on his instincts? Moreover, there was the electronic beeping as an ominous reminder. Fortunately, it was late at night, and the barbecue shop was nearly empty. The proprietors, a couple, were both in the kitchen. When Xiao Yang burst in, Chu Dongshan entered behind him, carrying Hu Jin as if he were a mere chick. Boom! An explosion resonated. Huh, it was not very powerful. Had he been deceived? Xiao Yang's eyelids twitched, his mind raced, and he directed his gaze toward the couple. This was their establishment, and it was Xiao Yang and Chu Dongshan's first visit. How could it be so coincidental that they would encounter trouble? Yet, Xiao Yang's eyes were fixated on them, scanning their faces intently. He noticed the owner's wife wore a mask of terror as she glanced at her husband. Under normal circumstances, in the event of an explosion, one would instinctively look toward the source of danger. Yet, her instinct was to turn toward her husband, her face betraying sheer fright. Kill. Xiao Yang's voice was cold. Without hesitation, Chu Dongshan darted past him. A triangular military dagger appeared as if conjured from thin air, clasped firmly in her hand, aimed at the owner. In an instant, the owner reacted, retreating swiftly, his reflexes far from ordinary. A smirk of disdain played upon Xiao Yang and Chu Dongshan's lips. It was merely a test, and their opponent had revealed himself. Why use a dagger when a gun was at hand? However, just as Chu Dongshan neared the owner, a sinister smile crept across his face. Her expression shifted dramatically as she halted mid-charge, twisting her body as if defying physics, and lunged forward to shield Xiao Yang. It reminded him of their earlier encounter at the restaurant, when she had asked if he liked cilantro. Xiao Yang's heart raced anew, but Hu Jin was still present. They would not resort to a bomb. It was not an all-or-nothing tactic. Did she not anticipate it, or was it instinct? Did she truly wish to protect him so fervently? Xiao Yang embraced Chu Dongshan, inhaling her scent. Boom! The thunderous roar erupted not from a bomb, but a tremendous sound accompanied by a cacophony. Xiao Yang felt an illusion wash over him, as though his ears, ossicles, and eardrums were being mercilessly hammered. All he could hear was a high-pitched ringing. Nothing else penetrated his consciousness. Not only could he not hear, but a violent dizziness assailed his mind, as if his body had lost all sense of direction. A stun grenade? As he fell, the answer dawned on him. Flashbangs, smoke grenades. And now even stun grenades were in play. No wonder Hu Jin had claimed that these individuals possessed any lethal method imaginable and beyond. This shattered Xiao Yang's preconceived notions of what it meant to be a killer. Indeed, the depictions in films and novels could lead one astray. Xiao Yang, Dongchan. And Hu Jin collapsed alongside the owner's wife. It seemed 4 bodies had lost all capacity for action. The owner merely swayed slightly, unfazed. Had anyone observed his ears, they would have noticed they were blocked, equipped with soundproof earplugs, prepared well in advance. Almost immediately following the onset of the explosion, the back door of the kitchen swung open, and a figure rushed in. He hoisted Hu Jin from the ground and exited through the rear. At that moment, Xiao Yang and Dongchan, who had been unconscious, opened their eyes simultaneously. The bait had taken the hook and was now fleeing. The question remained, could they escape when the bait was tethered to the line? You seem to enjoy playing with fire, muttered Dongchan with irritation. Aren't you the same? Xiao Yang retorted. They shared an understanding glance, as if their thoughts were intertwined, and exchanged smiles. Now, kindly remove your hand from my backside. This is your only warning. My hand has a mind of its own. I am innocent, he shot back. Slap. Spare me. I acknowledge my mistake. You don't just recognize your mistake. You understand the peril you face. Chapter 43, Mischievous Little One. Daddy is here to find you. The 2 individuals escorting Hu Jin emerged from the kitchen and entered a narrow alley behind the building. However, instead of fleeing outright, they swiftly approached a sewage manhole cover. They were acutely aware that the outside was a web of entrapment, and escape was impossible. Just then, the manhole cover flipped open, revealing a pair of hands below. They lowered Hu Jin into the opening, where the hands grasped him and pulled him into the sewage system. Although people lived in the city, few understood its sewage system, unaware that it formed a vast underground labyrinth. If one found the right drainage pipe, they could traverse the city's hidden passages. After several minutes, at a certain location above ground, an ambulance stood beside a manhole. Suddenly, the cover was thrust open. Hu Jin was lifted from below and placed onto a stretcher by 2 individuals in white coats, who donned oxygen masks on him. One of them produced a bottle and poured a crimson liquid over Hu Jin's head and face, not only creating the illusion of injury, but also obscuring his identity. The ambulance activated its lights and sirens, swiftly departing the scene. In the criminal investigation department, Guhao sat before a computer, a sardonic smile gracing his features. One monitor displayed a city map with a red dot moving across it. Another computer, linked to the city's surveillance system, constantly switched between camera feeds, each locking onto the ambulance. In a certain area of Bin City, numerous detectives sprang into action at a command, rapidly boarding several police vehicles that sped out of the precinct. Inside a police car, Yang Yang and Li Huaqing exchanged glances, both incredulous and even amused. What on earth was happening in Bin City? Was it transforming into Gotham? Their minds flashed to Xiao Yang's radiant, sunny smile. 2 incidents, or perhaps 2 events, curiously intertwined with this young man. Was it mere coincidence, or something more? I have a question, Li Huaqing ventured. Did you and the big boss intentionally send Xiao Yang to the criminal investigation department? If I say no, would you believe me? Yang Yang replied with an odd expression. When the big boss sent Xiao Yang, he had instructed to take care of him, mentioning he was the only child of an old classmate. Thus, Yang Yang had thought to let them mentor him, perhaps even gilding his reputation. But what happened next? In a deputy director's office, they shared a silent chuckle. What gilding? At this level of capability, does Xiao Yang even need it? Sometimes, life's most poignant moments are also the most tragic, not the younger generation pushing the older aside. Rather, you find yourself crushed on the beach without even realizing how you met your end. Is it possible that this police academy student is merely a FAAD for him, a nested doll? Li Huaqing gestured dramatically, grinning. You might be overthinking it. That young lady isn't a security guard, but she is even more terrifying. I can't elaborate, Yang Yang replied, rolling his eyes. As for Xiao Yang, rest assured, his identity and background are undoubtedly sound. Then I can relax, Li Huaqing smiled, handing a cigarette to his superior. You just handle the matters at hand. Puff. The cigarette he was about to smoke was abruptly exhaled. Yang Yang exclaimed in frustration. What do you mean handle? If anyone's to shoulder the burden, it should be the big boss. They exchanged knowing glances, mischief dancing in their eyes as they reached a mutual understanding. Target locked. They came to a halt. Exiting the vehicle, two suspects were seen escorting Hu Jin into a business building. Inside a police car, Xiao Yang listened intently to Gu Hao's report through his earpiece, his expression calm, yet seemingly lost in thought, leaving no one aware of the turmoil in his mind. Chu Dongchan has vanished, and no one is aware of her whereabouts. 5 minutes later, a police vehicle halted on the street outside a commercial building. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yang exited the car and observed countless police officers surrounding the structure. He cast a cursory glance at the edifice before shifting his gaze to the roadside, where he coldly regarded an ambulance. "Is that Hu Jin?" Xiao Yang inquired. "Probably," came Gu Hao's swift response through the earpiece, though his face was obscured. The Tracker-S location in the City-S surveillance had revealed no anomalies. It was likely him, a 90% certainty. 90%? Xiao Yang's expression remained impassive. Don't speak of 90%. Sometimes he does not even trust his own eyes. There was another point of suspicion. Xiao Yang had observed Hu Jin. He emanated an aura of authority, possessed intelligence, and exuded an unsettling calmness. Would he truly allow himself to be so easily taken? And what of his wife, who had never made an appearance? Would she stand idly by while her husband was in danger? Wait, his wife? Suddenly, Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. What have I overlooked? In an instant, the pieces fell into place. The case. How did the entire incident unfold? Returning to the origin, the suicide and dismemberment case of Hu Jikong. The victim was reportedly cheerful before his death. Such joy, if not derived from entertainment or a woman, what else could it be? Initially, Xiao Yang had failed to consider the most improbable scenarios. But now, a new possibility emerged. The victim's parents. Could it be that those who cleared the seams of the victim's mattress half a month ago were his parents, or at least one of them? Xiao Yang had previously speculated that the victim might have been unaware of his impending demise. Yet he still ingested rat poison and lay upon the saw machine he had purchased himself. If his mind was sound, would a normal person act in such a manner? And to do so with such apparent glee? Xiao Yang's mind boiled like water, akin to a violently overclocked CPU, as various theories and analyses surged forth, piecing together a mosaic of information. His eyes gradually brightened, though fatigue weighed heavily upon him. In a moment of clarity, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with revelation. Parents? Indeed. There exists a profound deception in this world, the most insidious and least suspected, familial bonds. For instance, can you recall how much red envelope money you have received? Where did all that money ultimately go? Having been deceived by parents countless times since childhood, do you still harbor no defenses against them? What if a father, or a mother, deceived you once more, coerced you into consuming rat poison, lured you to lie upon a saw machine? Would you be prepared against such treachery? An uncontrollable chill coursed through Xiao Yang, sending shivers down his spine. Then, a more terrifying question arose. Were the parents of the victim, Hu Jikong, complicit? If they were indeed in cahoots, how could they not fear retribution from those seeking vengeance for their misdeeds? How could they not ensure their child was well hidden, allowing him to be so easily found and slain? Xiao Yang exhaled deeply. In that instant, all the earlier doubts and irrationalities coalesced into clarity. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the front entrance of the commercial building. The earth trembled, and the windows shattered, sending shards flying like razor-sharp blades. Flames and smoke voraciously consumed everything, transforming the scene into a colossal furnace, barring all from approaching the edifice. A voice boomed through a loudspeaker. Anyone who dares to come closer will face the destruction of the entire building. The expressions of all the officers shifted dramatically. Yet Xiao Yang remained composed, a hint of derision gracing his features. Sister Dongchan. It was as though he spoke to the air. There may indeed be a bomb within the building, and perhaps a multitude of assassins, one of whom might enter this very structure, an elderly woman. If we locate her, she will likely be coerced, taken before she reveals her secrets. For as long as she remains silent, we can avert an even graver disaster. Should that elderly woman possess a high intellect, perhaps she will evade capture, forcing you to eliminate all potential threats within the building. Xiao Yang's gaze turned as cold as the frost of winter, instilling dread in those who understood. Do you comprehend? I understand. Chu Dongchan's voice echoed through the earpiece. In the shadows, a figure stealthily approached the commercial building, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang advanced toward the ambulance. Little rascal, Daddy has come to find you. If I don't extract your mess, I shall consider it well done. Chapter 44. The Old Fugitive Before the Ambulance. Within its cabin, 2 suspects, Hu Jin and 3 others? Xiao Yang smirked. Yet there were 4 distinct footprints? During the assault on the barbecue restaurant, he had instructed Chu Donchan to escort Hu Jin to the kitchen. In the process, she had stealthily placed a tracking device on him, as it was a crucial part of their fishing strategy. Their original plan was to use Hu Jin to lure out the hidden assailant. But was the tracking device still on Hu Jin? Was it possible that someone had already discovered it, and subsequently, a decoy had impersonated Hu Jin, entering the commercial building with the tracker, misleading others into believing Hu Jin was inside? Who could that individual be? The answer was now clear. The mastermind behind it all was none other than Hu Jin himself, the first assassin at the barbecue restaurant, the one who delivered the list of assassins, and the attacker of the second barbecue restaurant. All were Hu Jin's operatives. Who would have thought that the perpetrator stood right before you? Even if he stood in plain sight, you would struggle to conceive him as the killer, for it is challenging to fathom that a father would slay his own child. The motive for killing the child was to draw out the wife. That child would remain blissfully unaware of his father's murderous intent, cheerfully engaging in a suicide game with him. Had Xiao Yang not suddenly sensed something amiss and recognized Hu Jin as a truly terrifying figure, he might have continued to overlook critical details, becoming another pawn in Hu Jin's game. The rationale was quite straightforward. The building before them was encircled by police. Escape was impossible. If you were a villain, would you willingly walk into the police's net? If Hu Jin were not a fool, how would he act? He would execute a golden cicada's escape, leading everyone to believe he had entered the building, including his wife. When the barbecue restaurant was attacked and he was captured, this scene would play out in front of his wife's eyes. Hu Jin's ultimate aim was not merely to lure his wife into the building, but to orchestrate something dire involving her within its confines while also ensuring a clear escape route for himself, leaving the police's net to catch only air. One must marvel at the brilliance of such a scheme. Reflecting on Hu Jin's previous words, he mentioned having taken a sum of money from someone. Could it be that the money was indeed taken, but not by Hu Jin, rather by his wife? Might the implication of his words suggest that the assassins pursued him for financial reasons? Could one interpret it as the assassins being Hu Jin's own, targeting his wife? This revelation elucidates why Hu Jin could effortlessly produce the assassin list. This organization of killers was indeed his own. What kind of lie is the most terrifying? Truth intertwined with deception, or the so-called 9 truths and 1 falsehood? Neither. The most horrific lies in this world are those built upon veracity, the raw truth. When one reverses the order of truth and fact and entices, it transforms into the most terrifying and indiscernible of real lies. At this juncture, one might ponder, is there a flaw in this reasoning? Does Hu Jin's wife remain unaware that her husband is the mastermind behind a killer organization, incapable of discerning the ruse or realizing her husband has slain their child? Xiao Yang did not know. He was no oracle, unable to divine the truth. However, he was acutely aware that Hu Jin's wife would undoubtedly make an appearance, whether to rescue her husband or to eliminate him. There was no alternative possibility. The timing of her arrival was somewhat uncertain for Xiao Yang. Thus, he conveyed to Chu Donchan that an elderly woman might appear in the building, but it was not guaranteed, advising her to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. This was also the reason Xiao Yang kept his gaze fixed on the ambulance rather than the building. For Hu Jin had made his escape from here like a cicada shedding its shell. Xiao Yang's eyes shifted to the side door of the ambulance, landing on the sewage manhole cover on the ground beside it. He then surveyed his surroundings. Coincidentally, the position of the ambulance's side door fell within a blind spot of the city's surveillance network. Could this be the place? His gaze returned to the manhole cover, a cold smile gracing his features. Yet, he refrained from tampering with it. If he were Hu Jin, would he not be concerned about others discovering his escape route? Therefore, there would be watchful eyes monitoring any movement around the manhole cover or what lay beneath it. The moment it was disturbed, Hu Jin would be alerted. Xiao Yang departed. The city's sewage system was designed such that every 20 to 50 meters, there would invariably be a second manhole. He needed to evade Hu Jin's gaze and access the underground. This process could not involve other officers, as it would incite suspicion and lead to detection. If Hu Jin caught wind of his presence, he would flee. 70 meters from the location surrounded by police, there stood a commercial building. Suddenly, a manhole cover was pushed aside, and Xiao Yang swiftly emerged, glancing towards a location 40 meters away. There, too, was a manhole. He rotated his eyes, gradually moving towards the building with the manhole cover, making his way around to the rear entrance of the commercial building. Gu Hao, can you control the building's surveillance? Xiao Yang halted, awaiting a response. After a brief pause, Gu Hao replied, Approximately 10 seconds. Yes. I am heading to the surveillance room. Find a way to ensure they cannot see me. No problem. All right. Xiao Yang felt a pang of envy. Confirming the location of the surveillance room, he stood outside, inhaling deeply, his muscles tensing in preparation. If one were a villain or the head of a killer organization engaged in nefarious deeds within a commercial building, there would likely be some measures in place to prevent discovery. For instance, would you not manipulate the building's surveillance equipment? Provided Hu Jin was not a fool, he would undoubtedly have his own men in the surveillance room. For Xiao Yang to locate Hu Jin within the building, these individuals needed to be dealt with. Likewise, if he took action against those in the surveillance room, it could alert Hu Jin. It all depended on whether Xiao Yang could keep Hu Jin in the dark for a short time. His hand cautiously descended upon the doorknob. Oh heavens, grant me some favor, he whispered, pushing the door open. It had not been locked. Oh dear, I adore you. Xiao Yang entered. As he rushed into the surveillance room, he noticed a person bound and lying on the floor, and a man seated at the monitoring console, wearing headphones. There was also a dagger and a pen, or perhaps a pen gun, resting on the console, an item Xiao Yang had encountered on a would-be assassin who had sought to kill him, only to meet his own demise. At that moment, the seated man quickly turned his head, spotting Xiao Yang, his mouth agape. It was too late. A swift strike landed on the man's neck. The sound echoed as he was silenced, unable to utter a sound as Xiao Yang's hand darted to seize the dagger atop the console, with a thrust, avoiding the ribs. It pierced into his chest, angling upward, penetrating his heart. The man's body convulsed violently, yet he soon realized his arms were ensnared as if by a constricting serpent, rendering him utterly immobile. Gradually, he succumbed to weakness, falling silent, his form slumping in the chair. Xiao Yang exhaled in relief. Cautiously, he removed the man's headphones and donned them himself, his eyes darting across the numerous surveillance monitors before him, disregarding the terrified operator lying on the floor, who had witnessed the entire scene. Xiao Yang had no time to rescue him. He was racing against the clock, for Hu Jin could discover the anomaly at any moment. In an instant, his attention was drawn to a split-screen display on one of the monitors. Among the 4 small screens, one captured the rooftop. Not only did he see a familiar figure, but beside it lay a triangular wing, a notorious fugitive. Xiao Yang's expression hardened. If the adversary became aware of any irregularities, they could take flight in the next moment. Xiao Yang bolted from the surveillance room, heading straight for the building's elevator. Yet, a peculiar question lingered in his mind. Why do villains always seem to gravitate towards the rooftops? Such a strange phenomenon. He rushed into the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. Once the doors closed, the elevator ascended rapidly. The building boasted 24 floors, and as they reached the 23rd, it suddenly decelerated. Xiao Yang's expression shifted in an instant. This was bad. Those accustomed to riding elevators, especially in high-rise buildings, understood that it was rare for anyone to press the button to move only 1 floor up or down at such heights. The wait for the elevator could be excruciatingly long. With that time, one could have simply walked up a floor. Moreover, given the present situation on the 23rd floor, the elevator's halt indicated someone was about to ascend to the 24th floor. They were certainly not descending. The elevator would not stop for that. He pondered who might be waiting outside the elevator. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. To be honest, your intelligence frightens me. What kind of monster are you? The voice of Hu Jin echoed through the headphones Xiao Yang had taken. Unfortunately, you are about to die. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened. In that moment, figures exuding an aura of menace surged into the elevator. Chapter 45. The main course is served gazing at those who burst into the elevator. Xiao Yang maintained a tranquil expression, yet within him, a fervent flame of excitement blazed wildly. At times, he questioned whether he was a bit deranged. In the face of life and death, the vast majority of individuals are gripped by fear, yet he found exhilaration and thrill. Suddenly, Xiao Yang crouched, his thighs bending, feet pressed against the rear wall of the elevator. With a forceful push, he propelled himself forward with a resounding crash, akin to a leaping leopard. He collided with the legs of his assailants, sending them sprawling, tumbling outward from the elevator, regardless of one's strength. Even if one were a martial arts master or an elevator warrior, surrounded by a throng of armed assailants, the ultimate outcome would still be death. As Xiao Yang halted, he had already burst forth from the elevator, using his limbs for leverage to flip his body. Crack! 2 long blades struck where he had just stood, sending sparks flying from the ground. Xiao Yang launched himself forward, curling into a ball. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his head, striking the ground and shattering the marble. Upon the sound of gunfire, Xiao Yang executed evasive military maneuvers, narrowly dodging the bullet. His rolling body landed, crouching low before springing back up to confront a knife-wielding assailant. His leg lashed out like a whip, not to kick but to wrap around the man's neck, coiling like a python. With a swift motion, he tightened his grip, constricting the man's neck between his legs. Following that, leveraging his momentum, he twisted sharply in midair. Crack! The man's head abruptly turned from a forward gaze to one behind, confusion and bewilderment flickering in his eyes, as if asking, "What just happened? Why can I see behind me?" Yet he was oblivious to the fact that his head had twisted at an unnatural angle. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. His head hung limply on his back as his body crumpled to the ground. This bizarre method of killing left the other assassins spellbound. Yet, they remained oblivious to the truth. Xiao Yang was no longer an ordinary person but a weapon of destruction. Every muscle, bone, and even his teeth and joints had transformed into lethal instruments, tools for murder. As he snapped the neck of one man with his thigh, Xiao Yang, still airborne, assessed the situation. There were 6 individuals, or rather 5 assassins remaining. One had perished, armed with 4 knives and 2 guns, 1 pin gun and 1 cigarette box gun. One of the pin guns was rendered useless, capable of firing only a single bullet. He evaded the attack. Xiao Yang was determined not to give his opponent a chance to reload. The moment he hit the ground, his body lunged forward. With a loud thud, he collided with the killer, as if embracing him. At the moment of impact, his fist struck the opponent's side, targeting one of humanity's vulnerabilities, the flank, devoid of bone structure, where a blow can incapacitate and disorient. With his other hand, Xiao Yang seized the cigarette box gun from the assailant, twisting it swiftly. His fingers pressed against the adversary's, the gun now aimed at another killer. With a quick squeeze of the trigger, a gunshot rang out, and a spray of crimson erupted from the killer's chest as he fell to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. With the force of a bull, Xiao Yang charged forward, crashing into several more killers. 2 of them narrowly dodged his assault. This was the moment Xiao Yang had awaited. Human movement is difficult to halt and even harder to redirect. Much like a punch thrown with all one's might, retracting it is nearly impossible. In an instant, he darted toward a moving assailant, appearing before him with a look of horror etched upon his face. With a powerful knee strike to the groin and his head colliding with the opponent's face, Xiao Yang seized the killer's hand, gripping the one that wielded the knife. As the killer suffered from the dual agony of his lower body and face, his grip weakened. Xiao Yang effortlessly disarmed him, swinging his arm to deflect a descending blade with a resounding crack. In a swift motion, he turned and struck, targeting the throat of the killer who had been forced back earlier. With a single cut, blood gushed forth, fierce, precise, and merciless. In less than 4 seconds, he had slain 3 men. As he sheathed his knife, the remaining 3 killers were engulfed by an overwhelming chill, their hearts gripped by terror, questioning who the true killer was. Unfortunately, no one remained to provide them with an answer. Transformed into a weapon of human fury, Xiao Yang lunged at another killer. Like a tiger, he descended with ferocity, his knife slicing through the air. The killer raised his weapon in haste, but the clash of blades was devoid of elegance. One was fueled by intent, the other was merely defensive. The killer's blade failed to deter Xiao Yang's, which cleaved through, carving a gash into the side of his neck, blood spraying forth as it severed a significant portion of the throat. Releasing his grip, Xiao Yang turned just in time to encounter a dagger thrust towards him. There was no time to evade, but why should he? In a flash, he kicked out with his thigh, questioning whether arms or legs were longer. The moment the dagger appeared, his foot connected with the opponent's abdomen, sending him sprawling backward. The dagger now in Xiao Yang's left hand. With a reverse grip, he swiped backward, disarming the assailant's dagger with a sharp sound. Taking advantage of the momentum, he plunged the blade into the eye of the attacking killer, burying it to the hilt. At that moment, Xiao Yang did not even glance back. He surged forward, his thigh bending as he leaped into the air. The fallen killer, still on the ground, had yet to rise when he saw Xiao Yang above him, his legs drawn in as if preparing to strike. It resembled a pair of ram's horns, descending with tremendous force. The killer's face drained of color, panic filling his eyes. It was too late to evade. With a resounding crash, Xiao Yang's knee smashed into the killer's chest and neck. The sickening sound of bones fracturing accompanied by a thunderous impact. Not only did he break the killer's neck, but he also collapsed the chest cavity. As Xiao Yang rose, the killer was still alive, trembling uncontrollably as he writhed in agony. Xiao Yang observed him quietly, watching as the killer's eyes glazed over, until he lay still. Then he turned to the 5 lifeless bodies nearby, extending his tongue to lick his lips, reminiscent of a wolf finishing its meal. His eyes, glimmering with a cruel, sanguine light, gradually regained clarity, a silent smile crossing his face, as if he had just indulged in a sumptuous feast. Now, it was time for the main course. Xiao Yang made his way towards the staircase, pondering whether his survival would astonish anyone. Chapter 46. I almost wet myself watching you, so beastly in the early hours. The sky resembled a vast expanse of black satin, obscuring the stars. The horizon emerged in a dim blue-gray hue, reminiscent of diluted ink, exuding an aura of tranquility and serenity. On the rooftop, Hu Jin, cigarette in mouth, displayed a hint of calm in his gaze. Suddenly, the wind picked up, transforming from a gentle breeze to a violent gust, forcing Hu Jin to squint as he stood momentarily dazed. It was then he realized that this was no natural wind. In an instant, he looked up, his pupils constricting sharply. A figure descended rapidly from the sky, suspended by a parachute. Before Hu Jin could comprehend, the figure landed on the rooftop, discarding the parachute and backpack, which tumbled off the edge. I have followed you since I was 18, and at 19. I bore your child. Ji Kong is your flesh and blood. The figure approached, eyes ablaze with a frenzied fire. An angry roar echoing as if intent on consuming the world. Why? Why? A peculiar smile spread across Hu Jin's face as he regarded the approaching middle-aged woman. How long has it been since we last met? What do you mean? The woman's voice was laced with a deep-seated hatred as she clenched her teeth. As she drew closer, her features became discernible. She appeared to be in her mid-40s, around 5 feet 5 inches tall. If not for her twisted expression, one might have perceived her as a still attractive middle-aged woman. In that moment, she resembled a feral lioness that had lost its cubs. Hu Jin's smile grew increasingly sinister. Look at me. Am I still the same as before? The deranged woman halted, fixating intently on Hu Jin's face, struck dumb. Suddenly, she exclaimed, You. I never thought you could still recognize me in him at a glance. Hu Jin erupted into joyous laughter. Sister-in-law, it's been a long time. Yet, he was not Hu Jin. His true name was Hu Yu. The names Hu Jin and Hu Yu together refer to beautiful jade, a moniker meant for a pair of twins. He was the younger brother in this duo. The enigma that had perplexed Xiao Yang was now revealed. How could it be you? The woman's expression shifted, fury igniting within her. That brother of mine, who cared for me so deeply, is dead. Hu Yu continued to laugh heartily. Not only did I personally kill him, but I also took over the entire assassin organization. Oh, and by the way, I killed your son too. The woman's body nearly collapsed upon hearing this, swaying unsteadily. After a moment, her voice hoarse, she cried out, He treated you so well. Why? Because it's human nature. Hu Yu's face bore a sickly smile. Isn't that how humanity operates? When one sees something desirable, they wish to possess it. If they cannot have it, they resort to theft. If theft fails, they turn to hatred, and in their rage, they kill. In the face of human nature, what remains of familial ties? Only greed, only self-interest. What one possesses is the only reality. It is human nature that becomes a weakness. Sister-in-law, wouldn't you agree? You've gone mad. The woman's expression twisted in disbelief as she shrieked. Are you still human? How can you sink to such a base level? Being human is exhausting. Sometimes, it's not so bad to act like a beast. Hu Yu shrugged, his smile radiant. So, my sister-in-law, you should know what it is I desire, right? I know what you want. It's meant for Ji Kong. Yet now, the woman's eyes blazed with fury, as if flames were igniting within. Each word seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. Even if I die, I will take you with me. Even if you survive, you shall never think of it in this lifetime. Is that so? Hu Yu chuckled, sister-in-law. Have your parents abandoned you? By the way, you have a younger sister, who is married and has children. Yet now, they are all in my grasp. If I were to perish, they would share the same fate. Will you still attempt to kill me? The woman stood frozen, as if transformed into a statue. Meanwhile, Hu Yu, reveling in his delight, brazenly approached her, towering over her with an air of superiority. If you dare not kill me, then obediently hand over what I desire, and go to your demise. Do you comprehend, sister-in-law? What he sought was a private bank safe deposit box password, within which lay immense wealth, enough to afford a life of luxury without the fear of exhausting one's fortune. This wealth was originally intended for the victim, Ji Kong. Yet the key remained firmly in the woman's possession. All of Hu Yu's schemes and plots revolved around this singular objective. This was why he was willing to draw the woman out, even at the cost of her child or husband. He had devised a means to obtain the password. Do you not fear for your family's safety? One must admit, Hu Yu was not merely a beast. He had descended into a madness rarely encountered. Was he still human? Indeed, he was. For every malevolent deed imaginable in this world is wrought by human hands. Sometimes, people deride others as less than beasts. But let us not forget, beasts are not as wicked as humans. However, Hu Yu seemed to overlook one crucial detail. The woman before him was a mother. Some women, upon the death of their children, lose their sanity and may seek to annihilate the entire world. Suddenly, the woman's arm shot up, revealing a gun, which she swiftly aimed at Hu Yu. Bang! Before she could pull the trigger, Hu Yu's fist struck her face first. As she crumpled to the ground, he laughed. Futile. I was trained by my father from a young age, far superior to my brother. Even if I do not acquire that money, I would still kill you. The funds from the assassin organization would suffice for my indulgence throughout my lifetime. Drawing you out was merely to silence you. I must erase all traces of my brother from this world to inherit everything without fear of discovery. Do you understand? Hu Yu seized the woman's gun, grinning as he pointed it at her, presenting her with two choices: surrender the goods and die, allowing her family to live, or perish alongside them. Choose wisely. The woman's face contorted, almost unrecognizable, and yet a peculiar expression appeared as she stared intently at Hu Yu. Not at him, but rather at something behind him. Hu Yu's expression shifted, his body tensing in alarm. Before he could turn, a voice emerged from behind. I almost wet myself from witnessing such a beastly display. Chapter 47. Sister, think twice. In truth, Xiao Yang was astounded. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had encountered such a level of savagery. It dawned on him that in the presence of true beasts, he was merely a child, terrified. Yet, as he observed Hu Yu suddenly pivot, he regarded him with the same incredulity one would reserve for a fool. You're not dead? Hu Yu, equally astonished, found it hard to believe. Surprised, are you? How about you try killing me? You truly are a monster. Hu Yu ignored the taunt, his expression darkening. Something felt amiss. Since Xiao Yang had dispatched his underlings and stealthily approached him, why had he not seized the opportunity to disarm him? Just then, Hu Yu's face paled, his eyes widening in realization. A sharp pain pierced his palm. He had indeed felt something earlier, but it was dismissed as mere discomfort from striking the woman. However, this was different. It felt like a needle prick. Xiao Yang scrutinized him. Your sister-in-law was once a killer, albeit aged and less capable. Yet, I find it perplexing that you dared to handle a killer's weapon so carelessly. Remember when you eliminated a killer at the barbecue restaurant? The forensic team hesitated to touch the body, fearing contamination. They meticulously checked for any metallic objects before finally confirming it was safe to examine. Is such caution necessary? Absolutely. There was a case where a police officer was injured while inspecting the body of a deceased assassin, leading to his demise from a poisoned needle hidden within. Xiao Yang had witnessed Hu Yu's brutal assault on the woman, noted her dropping the gun, and observed the malevolent glint in her eyes as she fell. It was evident she understood she could not kill Hu Yu or avenge herself, so she had tampered with the weapon beforehand. A rational person's instinct would dictate that if their opponent had a gun and was incapacitated, they would want to seize the weapon. The optimal course of action would be to keep the gun in one's own possession. Thus, Xiao Yang had arrived too late to intervene. He regarded the woman with profound trepidation. He had never underestimated women. They were often far more formidable than they appeared. Now, an ordinary woman had displayed a terrifying level of cunning. Was he simply fortunate? Realizing the gravity of his situation, Hu Yu's eyes widened with fear and despair. As if witnessing the apocalypse, his body trembled involuntarily. Suddenly, he turned, aiming the gun at the woman, pulling the trigger. Yet both the woman and Xiao Yang merely scoffed. Bang! The gun exploded, not with the sound of a shot, but a detonation. Hu Yu's hand, along with the gun, was obliterated, blood gushing from the mangled remains. Ah! Hu Yu cried out in anguish, writhing on the ground, the excruciating pain overwhelming him. Impressive! Xiao Yang marveled at the woman. This was no mere handgun. It was a trap, laden with poison and explosives. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Hu Yu, a man of considerable intellect, who had orchestrated elaborate plots to ensnare others, was now the victim of a scheme himself. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. No one escapes retribution. Yet, allowing him to perish in such a manner would merely be a boon for him. Xiao Yang approached, producing a long knife seemingly from thin air, courtesy of the system's inventory, having secretly retrieved it earlier. He positioned himself before Hu Yu, bringing his foot down with a thud. Bang! Xiao Yang's foot pressed against Hu Yu's chest as he raised the knife. With a swift motion, he severed Hu Yu's arm. Uncertain of the toxin on the gun or whether there was still time for a remedy, he knew removing the arm was a prudent choice. Survival was now a matter of fate. No. The woman roared from behind, akin to a ferocious beast, brimming with unbridled rage and hatred. In an instant, she surged toward Hu Yu. Xiao Yang lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick to her face, sending her sprawling. Should he pity her? How deluded must one be to feel sympathy for a killer? Then, with a swift motion, Xiao Yang swung his arm again. Crack! 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 He severed Hu Yu's other hand and both feet. Do not misunderstand. It was merely a precaution to prevent Hu Yu from fleeing, with no other intentions. Truly, Hu Yu did not scream this time. After all, he was older now, and the pain caused him to faint. Xiao Yang retrieved his phone and dialed for emergency assistance. Subsequently, he plopped down on the ground, gazing at the unconscious Hu Yu, then at the equally unconscious woman beside him. A grin crept across his face as he looked towards the horizon. The dawn was poetic, the sunrise picturesque. The sun hung like a brilliant jewel embedded in the sky. Golden rays instantly illuminated the entire world, as if nature itself were proclaiming the arrival of a new day. Some individuals arrived on the rooftop, taking Hu Yu and the woman away. Yet, Xiao Yang remained lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the vibrant colors in the distance, until a figure gradually sat beside him, sharing the moment of sunrise. After a while, Sister Donchan. I feel so exhausted. Oh, may I rest my head on your thigh? Of course, it is not because of your alluring legs, nor am I curious about the sensation. And certainly not to take advantage of you. It is merely a fundamental human right to yearn for beauty. Is that permissible? Crack, crack. Chu Donchan glanced at him, her fingers playfully cracking in a crisp sound. Well, I was merely speaking impulsively. Can I retract that? Xiao Yang was nearly in tears. Sister, please think twice. Chu Donchan smiled sweetly, her eyes glistening with a soft, watery light. Too late. Chapter 48. After showing off, it's time to sleep, so comfortable at noon. The sunlight was just right. Exhausted, Xiao Yang sat smoking a cigarette outside the Criminal Investigation Department with Chu Donchan. Can you smoke? Chu Donchan frowned. No. Xiao Yang took a puff and expertly blew out a smoke ring. Chu Donchan. The urge to hit him was becoming urgent. Sometimes, when men smoke, they are inhaling loneliness, perhaps also the complexities of human relationships. Xiao Yang weakly remarked, if the head of the police department offered me a cigarette, would you accept it? If a high-ranking official offered you a cigarette, even if you didn't know how to smoke, you would have to accept it and learn. It's akin to a supermarket owner whose side business is stealing sweet potatoes. He never intended to open a branch elsewhere. But when the provincial party secretary and governor sat beside him, he decided to expand his business. The world is indeed marvelous, resembling a vast arena where everyone navigates through the intricacies of human connections. Chu Donchan glanced at the cigarette pack in Xiao Yang's hand, her lips twitching. Who would care if someone dared to borrow a cigarette from the head of the Binching police? I don't believe you. Sister Donchan, I've heard that elite soldiers are impressive. Xiao Yang looked at the icy beauty beside him. I'm referring to those truly seasoned veterans, the sergeants. I've heard that even generals salute them respectfully, acknowledging their prowess. Is that true? Previously, he often heard online exaggerations about those veteran sergeants being extraordinary. Is it really the case? In normal circumstances, Chu Donchan lightly bit her lip, a smile forming at the corner of her mouth. 3 years as a private, 3 years as a corporal, 4 years as a sergeant. 4 years as a staff sergeant, 5 years as a sergeant first class, 6 years as a second sergeant major, and 6 years as a first sergeant major. As for publicly available information regarding younger major generals born in the 1970s, like Su Rong, born in 1970, who was promoted to major general at 46 in 2016. Now, let's take a look at a general who has seen combat, Wei Chongjin, born in 1965, who was promoted to major general at 55 in 2020. Now, tell me about the sergeant majors you mentioned. How long have they served, and how long have the generals served? Without any medals of merit. Do they deserve a salute from the generals? Referring to a first sergeant major as old squad leader is often just a matter of courtesy. In terms of service years, which general has less than a second or first sergeant major's experience? How could the so-called old squad leaders be the ones to train generals? Chu Donchan's face, cold yet playful, bore a teasing expression. Little brother, have you been reading too many heroic tales? Xiao Yang, how am I a little brother? Do you believe I wouldn't frighten you if I revealed my true self? However, it seemed he had been misled by novels. He felt a twinge of sadness. Isn't the term elite soldier meant to refer to ordinary soldiers? Xiao Yang pondered. At the national level, even generals are soldiers, are they not? Chu Donchan looked at him as one would at a naive child. In the military realm, those with top-notch skills, capabilities, and martial prowess can all be referred to as elite soldiers. On the chessboard, everything is but a piece. Enlightenment dawned upon Xiao Yang as he finally grasped the essence of what an elite soldier truly is. So, who in the military is the most formidable? Xiao Yang was filled with curiosity about the army. The top 3 in martial arts competitions, suddenly promoted. Chu Donchan smiled softly. They are all quite formidable and ruthless. I see. Xiao Yang nodded thoughtfully. Do you admire soldiers? Chu Donchan gazed into his eyes. I do. Xiao Yang affirmed. For instance, I have always wished to be a man like Xiang Yu. Why? Chu Donchan was astonished. Does that even need to be asked? He is the pinnacle of human combat power. Xiao Yang spoke passionately. Leading 28 cavalry, he dared to confront Liu Bang's 5,000 riders head-on. A divine being, extraordinarily powerful, almost beyond human limits. If he hadn't been defeated, I would have starved. The most remarkable part is that Sima Qian dared to write about it. And old Liu actually acknowledged it. Both were men of honor, unconcerned with face saving. Of course, the most impressive tale is the Battle of Jiulu, where Xiang Yu, with 50,000 men, faced Qin's 400,000 in a direct confrontation. Can you believe he shattered the Qin army? It illustrated what it means to possess an advantage. If you're not convinced, then let us do this. Xiao Yang glanced at his sister with a mischievous grin. According to historical records, the only one who could withstand Xiang Yu's relentless assaults was Yu Ji. Chu Donchan. What do you mean? Why could Yu Ji withstand Xiang Yu? Unbeknownst to her, the wheels of fate had already turned against her. I'm so sleepy. Xiao Yang yawned dramatically and left. If he lingered any longer, his sister might catch on, and it would be disastrous. Chu Donchan. She sensed something was amiss but couldn't pinpoint what. Oh, by the way, Xiao Yang said earnestly, don't forget about our date tomorrow. Chu Donchan. When did I agree to a date with you? At the bus stop. Xiao Yang pondered. When will I be able to buy a car? He then remembered that it would be another month before his salary came in. Calculating how much he could save, his heart sank. After deducting expenses for food and other necessities, how little would remain from his meager salary? He couldn't even afford instant noodles, let alone think about a car. Better to sit on the bus and avoid pretense. Survival first. Speaking of instant noodles, Xiao Yang felt a wave of despair. After 2 trips to a barbecue the previous night, he had barely escaped disaster. What kind of fate was this? Why did protagonists in novels become extraordinary upon their arrival, while he nearly met his end within days? The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Shaking his head, Xiao Yang found himself devoid of further complaints. Suddenly, a military jeep with white plates pulled up in front of him. He looked up to see Chu Donchan inside. Are you hungry? Yes. Get in. All right. Once again, they found themselves at a barbecue restaurant. As Xiao Yang sat down, anxiety filled his heart. Surely, nothing else would go wrong, right? Observing Xiao Yang's cautious demeanor, Chu Donchan couldn't help but chuckle. Thankfully, this time, their meal proceeded without incident. By the time they exited the barbecue joint, it was already afternoon. Feeling a bit tipsy, Xiao Yang waved his hand. Let us go sing. Let me show you what a singing god sounds like. Chu Donchan finally burst into laughter. This guy truly had a short memory, forgetting the lessons of the past. The night was gentle, and the moonlight flowed like water. A pair of men and women emerged from the KTV, supporting each other as they strolled leisurely down the street. Their laughter and singing entwined, forming the most beautiful nocturne. Although I lack understanding of romance, am unable to navigate complexities, and do not possess an appealing demeanor, Xiao Yang smiled and sang, yet my heart was warmed by simple thoughts and devoid of bad habits. The fair complexion of Chu Donchan was tinged with a slight flush from inebriation, exuding allure. Her eyes, crinkled with laughter, resembled crescent moons. As they walked, they arrived at the long bench where they had sat previously. They settled down together, gazing at the starry night sky. Do you remember I mentioned something good last time? Chu Donchan spoke softly. What? Xiao Yang blinked, his eyes still hazy. Join the army, she said, her gaze fixed on the full moon. Why the silence? She turned to him. Leaning against her, Xiao Yang soon fell into a deep slumber. Chu Donchan sighed, her gaze returning to the night sky. Is this your answer? It's actually quite fine. We are from 2 different worlds. Meeting you and knowing you brings me joy. Farewell. Suddenly, he exclaimed, We agreed to date. If you dare run away. With bleary eyes, Xiao Yang added, I will break your legs. Chu Dongchan's mood unexpectedly brightened, almost making her want to laugh. Little brother, are you serious? But Xiao Yang could not respond, having succumbed to sleep in her embrace. What a comfortable way to indulge. As dawn's first light crept into the bedroom, it gently brushed against the bedside. Xiao Yang appeared to be dreaming blissfully, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Suddenly, he reached out beside him, only to find nothing. Huh? His eyes fluttered open, consciousness gradually returning. There had indeed been someone beside him last night. And it had felt quite pleasant. Was it merely a dream? Memories began to resurface. Dining, singing, strolling, the long bench, being escorted home while drunk. Someone urging him to freshen up, and then being carried to bed. Did he fall asleep right away? Damn. He opened his eyes wide, goosebumps rising. Was I really that brave? How wonderful it is to be alive. After a moment of shock, Xiao Yang was filled with thoughts he could not articulate. Entirely unlike his usual suave persona. Once he regained his composure, he tossed aside the covers and glanced beneath him, gritting his teeth. Little brother, what is wrong with you? We promised to fight side by side, yet you fell asleep last night. He swore that he would never drink again. Woof. Yet, recalling that he had spent the night holding Chu Dongchan, a chuckle escaped him, his laughter reminiscent of a silly worm squirming in bed, shattering his dashing image. Almost forgetting the matters at hand, he halted his foolish laughter as a sudden thought struck him. A virtual system template materialized before him. Host, Xiao Yang System, Biological Ability Replicator Ability, King of Soldiers Technique Replication, 0-5 days, Note, can replicate biological extreme talents, top skills, and unparalleled abilities through contact with living beings. Host must explore usage. 1 replication point is generated every 10 days and can accumulate. System space, zip ties x2. Long knife x1. Note, 10 cubic meters of storage space. Can store non-biological items that the host has physically touched and that do not exceed 10 cubic meters. 5 more days for a replication point? Xiao Yang lamented. I am parched with anticipation. Having traversed less than a week in this new world, he had faced 2 crises that nearly cost him his life. To attribute it to mere coincidence or to label it as extraordinary luck would be an insult to his intellect. Isn't it a bit unfair, heaven? However, equilibrium exists among all things. The law of equivalent exchange teaches that there is no such thing as good fortune. Heaven treats everyone equally. What it gives, it inevitably takes away. Xiao Yang winced, realizing that he had acquired the fabled troublesome physique. If all goes as expected, he would likely encounter calamity at every turn. To avoid being obliterated, one must strive fiercely to survive. Is that the truth? What nonsense. The system template vanished in an instant, and Xiao Yang scoffed. After all, he had merely snatched a life. Each day lived was a gain. Survival was out of the question. He would never accept that. Suddenly, a melodious and clear voice resonated from the doorway. You're awake? Xiao Yang's heart raced. She hasn't he left? He looked up to see her perfect figure leaning against the doorframe. Long legs, an A4 waist, and a 36D bust, crowned with a breathtakingly beautiful face. Who else could it be but Chu Dongchan? Get up and eat, she said, casting him a fleeting glance before turning away. Xiao Yang, bewildered, rushed to dress and hurried to the bathroom. In the living room, he approached the dining table where a simple yet steaming breakfast awaited. Congee, buns, and pickles. Plopping down, he began to eat, mumbling with his mouth full. Did you make this? Chu Dongchan shot him a withering look. What do you have at home? The subtext was clear. Your home has nothing. Do you think you can cook? Xiao Yang's face flushed. Expecting a pampered young man to whip up a meal was preposterous. This was not a matter of male pride. He simply lacked the skill. He could follow a recipe, yet the result was invariably inedible, leaving him bewildered. He begrudgingly acknowledged his culinary ineptitude. Naturally, one cannot be perfect. Xiao Yang rationalized, attributing it to his straightforward and clever nature since childhood. I'm leaving, she said, taking a bite of her bun. Is this a farewell meal? Xiao Yang mused, momentarily stunned, then smiled. Coincidentally, I've been wanting a few days off. Sister Dongchan, how about taking me to the army for a visit? Chu Dongchan raised an eyebrow. Is this guy sick? The army isn't a place just anyone can enter. Besides, those in my department are few in number across the nation. Don't you have other female friends? Her tone sounded casual, yet her eyes sparkled as they scrutinized his. Regardless of gender, is it truly beneficial to be surrounded by numerous members of the opposite sex? Xiao Yang continued to eat, mumbling incoherently. Be quiet and eat properly, Chu Dongchan replied, feigning anger, though amusement danced in her eyes. You asked first. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Oh, women. He adopted a pitiful expression, gazing at Chu Dongchan. What about our promise date? When confronting a strong female lead, one cannot appear overly proud. Rather, adopting a humble and pitiable demeanor is the way to win. The notion of outshining a strong woman is folly. Strength attracts strength. Mere observation reveals that behind many powerful women stand equally strong men. Conversely, the stronger a man is, the more virtuous and capable the women around him tend to be. The ancients have long taught us that extremes lead to opposites. Chu Dongchan fell silent, while Xiao Yang chuckled. At that moment, she appeared as helpless as a man. 5 days, Chu Dongchan stated calmly, her tone soft. I must return. 5 days it is. Xiao Yang sighed deeply. Such is love, if two hearts are meant to last. What does it matter whether they are together every moment? Chu Dongchan remained silent. Does he lack any sense of shame? We've only known each other for a few days. When did we become so intimate? Xiao Yang, forgetting his sense of propriety, acknowledged that sometimes one must cast aside shame to live more freely. I see through you. What do you want? Chu Dongchan's lips twisted in a smirk. Let us go on a date. Having satisfied his hunger, Xiao Yang stood, thumping his chest confidently. Trust me, after today, you will remember this for a lifetime. If I believe you, I may not fit into my pants anymore, Chu Dongchan retorted, casting him a flirtatious glance. In her heart, an inexplicable anticipation began to swell. Do not deceive me. I can inflict pain. Chapter 50. She disturbs my heart. When Xiao Yang first arrived at the Criminal Investigation Department, Chu Dongchan appeared somewhat distracted. Wasn't it supposed to be an unforgettable experience? Only this. At that moment, she realized she had misjudged him. I need to take a leave. Xiao Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Li Huaqing, then turned his gaze towards Chu Dongchan. This. Li Huaqing hesitated. A significant case was nearing its conclusion. And Xiao Yang was the key player, needed in many aspects. His contributions were monumental, no exaggeration. The apprehension of a killer organization hidden within Longwu would undoubtedly lead to its dismantling. Such an achievement guaranteed at least a second-class merit, with the possibility of first-class recognition. As the principal contributor, how could he be absent during the concluding stages? Yet, at that moment, Li Huaqing discovered that Xiao Yang seemed to place little value on the so-called merit, prioritizing a date with his romantic interest instead. Was he out of his mind? It's a trivial matter. You may as well take the day off. Li Huaqing, with the wisdom of experience, patted his subordinate's shoulder, encouraging him to enjoy himself. Not just a day, but 5 days, Xiao Yang replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? Li Huaqing squinted. She is a soldier. Xiao Yang explained that he would return to the army in 5 days, making future meetings challenging. So that's it. Li Huaqing's expression softened, revealing a smile. After a moment's hesitation, he conceded, all right, enjoy yourself. Though his words were decisive, inwardly he cursed. This case was significant, and the higher-ups would undoubtedly want to see Xiao Yang. How would he explain to them that Xiao Yang was on leave? Li Huaqing felt a pang of frustration. But such a break could not be denied. It was the privilege of the capable. Try asking a lesser colleague, Li Huaqing thought, almost wanting to slap him. Is this what you call respect? Upon leaving the Criminal Investigation Department, Xiao Yang turned to Chu Dongchan with a sense of noble sacrifice and asked, Are you ready? Ready for what? Chu Dongchan shot him a glance, her slightly upturned lips betraying her inner excitement. I will take you to discover the essence of living. The sunlight cascaded down, illuminating Xiao Yang's face, his smile radiant as the sun. The essence of living? Chu Dongchan was momentarily stunned. Before she could gather her thoughts, Xiao Yang took her hand. Come, let us embrace the youthful breeze. The second stop, Binhai City, the Kingdom of Discovery. After purchasing tickets, Xiao Yang held Chu Dongchan's hand, exuberantly leading her into the amusement park like an excited child. Chu Dongchan's heart raced. Since the age of 7, she had never set foot in an amusement park. Her parents forbade it, her status prohibited it, and her responsibilities barred it. After all, she was a soldier. Childhood. She felt unworthy of it. Her youth was consumed by study and rigorous training. As she matured and left that base, she had transformed into a meticulously crafted weapon of war. And now, after 2 decades, she was once again stepping into an amusement park. Throughout the day, Xiao Yang led Chu Dongchan on a whirlwind of playful adventures. They traversed the attractions, their faces radiant with childlike joy. Each gasp and peal of laughter seemed to release the deepest corners of their hearts, akin to 2 jubilant birds soaring freely in every nook and cranny of this vibrant world, reveling in pure delight. As dusk descended, Chu Dongshan paused at the park's exit, gazing at the grand entrance, lost in thought. Do not worry. Xiao Yang felt a surge of tenderness, filling him with affection. I will bring you here again. Shifting her gaze, Chu Dongshan scrunched her nose. At that moment, she was no longer the cold beauty. Xiao Yang had peeled away her frosty exterior, revealing a radiant smile. The glimmer in her enchanting eyes was both alluring and mesmerizing. The Ice Princess had not only come to life, but had blossomed into a sister who could smile sweetly. Do you understand? Xiao Yang inquired with a grin. Yes, Chu Dongshan nodded. Living is about happiness, joy. The essence of happiness is encapsulated in the joys of youth. Xiao Yang helped her reclaim that. The third stop, Binhai City, the night market. As night fell, the market was ablaze with lights, exuding a rich tapestry of life. It resembled a vibrant painting of human existence. Xiao Yang grasped Chu Dongshan's hand as they wove through the stalls, eating, laughing, and playing. Their faces radiated contentment, savoring the warmth and beauty of life's simple pleasures. Is it delicious? Xiao Yang, holding grilled squid, observed Chu Dongshan savoring octopus balls. Delicious, she replied. Cheeks puffed and eyes crinkled with delight. Xiao Yang was momentarily mesmerized. How could a 27-year-old woman be so adorable? My goodness, she can swallow such a large ball whole. Being her boyfriend must be blissful. But, wait, she was muddling with my heart. He then led Chu Dongshan from one end of the night market to the other, both satisfied and full. On their way home, Xiao Yang felt her hand relax in his grip, no longer tense as at first, but soft and yielding. This was the essence of genuine romance. Nothing like the dramatic extremes often depicted in novels, filled with misunderstandings. In reality, two people attracted to each other often find themselves together on the very first day. Why pretend in a world so chaotic? What was Xiao Yang offering Chu Dongshan but a pure love devoid of ulterior motives, benefits, or theatrics? Simply put, he liked her and wished to share his version of happiness with her, hoping they could revel in joy together. If she reciprocated, they would be together. How fortunate Xiao Yang was to find someone who resonated with him. My time is fleeting. Chu Dongshan's voice had a soft charm, devoid of its earlier chill. She recalled an online quote, which stated, Xiao Yang gazed at her, sincerity shining through. Liking someone is enough. Being able to connect with them is sufficient. Having spent time in each other's hearts is enough. As long as that person exists in this world, it is enough. In truth, being together every day is not as crucial. Sister, what do you think of that statement? Chu Dongshan's heart fluttered. What do you think? It is quite profound. If one can articulate well, they ought to express themselves more. I believe. Xiao Yang stated earnestly, it is nonsense. Chu Dongshan. Her thoughts nearly twisted with amusement at his absurdity. This rascal was truly infuriating. As Chu Dongshan departed, Xiao Yang was not surprised. The previous 2 nights spent in her embrace were merely innocent slumbers. Should he wish for more, he understood the importance of decorum. She was a girl who valued rituals and could not be trifled with. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Yang smiled. This day would surely remain etched in Chu Dongshan's memory forever, wouldn't he it? Chapter 51. Life is a play, all about performance. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Xiao Yang had taken Chu Dongshan on a whirlwind tour of Binhai City, exploring every delightful attraction. Their final destination, the forest zoo. Strolling along the paths flanked by lush trees and various animal enclosures, each step unveiled a new and wondrous creature, immersing them in a fantastical world of wildlife. Today, however, Xiao Yang's purpose extended beyond mere amusement. He aimed to accomplish a significant task. After 10 days in this realm, he had finally acquired a replication point. System, are you aware of how I have spent this time? Xiao Yang mentally grumbled. 2 recent incidents had illuminated the world's terrors, revealing the fearsome realities that lay beyond ordinary comprehension. Without the system and his skills as a soldier, he might have found himself in dire straits. Let us not entertain notions of heroism, or the idea that a mere mortal can contend with deities. The truth is, one merely needs to encounter a random assassin to understand the meaning of cruelty. Xiao Yang was in urgent need of strength. Thus, his presence at the forest zoo was unmistakable. He sought to draw power from the animals. Prior to his visit, Xiao Yang had meticulously prepared for this endeavor. The forest zoo offers a unique opportunity for animals and visitors to interact closely, allowing for intimate encounters with the creatures, but it comes at a price. Just the thought of his meager savings made Xiao Yang wince. Some suggested that he had achieved something significant, having solved 2 major cases, and that a generous reward would soon follow. However, He was acutely aware that any accolades would take time to materialize. The distant water could not quench his immediate thirst. He decided to disregard such trivialities. Xiao Yang grasped Chu Dongshan's hand, resembling a pair of young lovers meandering through the zoo. They indulged in various interactions with the animals, touching leopards, lions, and even tigers, with the polar bear being a notable highlight. Yet, he felt a sense of numbness, as the system provided no indication of his progress. What exactly were these ultimate talents, superior skills, and unparalleled abilities? Was it possible that he was approaching this incorrectly? Xiao Yang felt bewildered. Was it that the animal abilities in the zoo were inadequate? At the end of the day, just as he was about to conclude their outing with Chu Dongshan, they participated in the final, most inconspicuous interaction between humans and animals. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Unparalleled abilities successfully replicated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the strength of the giant elephant. Xiao Yang, seated atop the elephant, was taken aback. Was the elephant's power truly unparalleled? The answer was unequivocally affirmative. When it came to raw strength, the elephant stood virtually unrivaled among living beings. This was not merely a matter of comparing it to an ant, which might boast the ability to lift objects many times its weight. Underfoot, a human would easily crush an ant. Yet, when an elephant stomps, a human is doomed. This reflected true power. To what extent could an elephant's might reach? A single charge could effortlessly snap a tree trunk with a diameter of 40 centimeters, overturn a 10-ton armored vehicle, and send lions, tigers, and bears flying like mere playthings. Suddenly, a torrent of terrifying power surged from beneath the elephant, coursing into Xiao Yang's body. An indescribable, formidable energy flowed through him, racing through his veins, causing him to tremble with fear and remain utterly still. Thankfully, this power was easily controllable. He could summon the strength of the elephant at will or revert to his human capabilities. The system had provided him a switch. In that moment, Xiao Yang maintained a calm exterior while his heart surged with tumultuous waves. His mind echoed with two words, holy moly. In a moment of excitement, he embraced Chu Dongshan tightly, exclaiming, Sister, I am invincible. Chu Dongshan replied, I cannot ascertain your invincibility, but if you do not release me immediately, I fear your hand may soon be lost. Fortunately, Xiao Yang was quick-witted enough to let go. He smiled at Chu Dongshan as she turned to face him. Acknowledging one's mistakes is essential. One must stand firm when facing the consequences. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but appreciate the delightful sensation of her figure. There was even a hint of a defined abdomen. Was the strength of the elephant the absolute power Xiao Yang desired? Not at all. What he sought encompassed much more: strength, speed, defense, agility. All of these were essential. He would take it slowly, one by one, as long as the system was in place. He would surely obtain them all. After a day filled with frustration, Xiao Yang finally felt a surge of joy and excitement. Departing from the forest zoo, they found a restaurant. While dining, Xiao Yang intentionally got himself drunk, acknowledging that he could be ruthless, even to himself. Yet, there was no other way. Without inebriation, he lacked an excuse to draw Chu Dongshan into bed for the night. She had a penchant for engaging in some rather mischievous activities. If he didn't provide her with an excuse, she would never allow him to hold her while they slept. Perhaps this encapsulated the distinction between girls and women. Though she was 27, she still possessed the essence of a girl. Observing Xiao Yang, who was hilariously intoxicated and grinning foolishly, Chu Dongshan struggled to suppress a smile. Did he truly think she was oblivious to his intentions? It seemed to echo the adage, life is akin to a play, relying on performance. Ultimately, she assisted him home. And after showering and preparing for bed, he nestled his head in her embrace. Yet, in that moment of tranquility, Chu Dongshan's bright, clear eyes concealed a hint of shyness. Her heart softened, and with a silent sigh, she gently held him close, shutting her eyes. Tomorrow's departure loomed near. How swiftly time flew. As for Xiao Yang, happiness had arrived with unexpected swiftness, akin to a gentle breeze that left him dazed. Did she truly comprehend his charade, and yet play along so seamlessly? It was evident that he was indeed exceptional. With a smile, he closed his eyes, comfortably drifting into slumber in Chu Dongshan's embrace. In the dead of night, the moonlight streamed softly through the curtain's gaps, tenderly illuminating the pair entwined together. They nestled against each other, their breaths intertwining, relishing this warmth and tranquility that belonged solely to them. Suddenly, Chu Dongshan's eyes fluttered open, sparkling with a chilling, piercing intensity. The entrance door creaked open silently. A tall figure, ghost-like in his approach, entered the room. He stood approximately 185 centimeters tall, possessing a strikingly handsome middle-aged visage. His lips curved into a smile unique to mature men. His dark eyes, framed by sharp brows, radiated a hint of kindness as they surveyed the bedroom. However, that smile faltered when he noticed a crack in the bedroom door, through which a cold, emotionless, and spine-chilling gaze fixated upon him. Xiao Yang was momentarily bewildered. Was there someone else in his son's room? A woman. Chapter 52. Xiao Yang. Fear no one. Xiao Yang was quite busy but felt compelled to visit Beihai City to check on his son, having heard alarming rumors that his son had nearly perished. After inquiring about his son's recent experiences, he was left in shock. Is the person you're describing truly my son? It feels as though you're talking about someone else's child. Xiao Yang was unmistakably his flesh and blood, and Xiao Yang was well aware of his son's capabilities. Yes, he was smart, fond of witty banter, and a graduate of the police academy. However, could he really be outsmarting an intelligence organization? Had he managed to outmaneuver those intelligence operatives? Moreover, just days ago, his son had engaged with assassins, obliterating a killer organization and apprehending its leader. The most alarming detail, his son had already taken more than 10 lives. Upon hearing such news, Xiao Yang began to question his own existence. Yet, there was an even more terrifying revelation awaiting him. Someone had informed him of a dire situation. An investigation was being conducted on his son by the Special Investigation Department. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Yang felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill running down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. To frighten a high-ranking official within the National Security Agency to such an extent, one can only imagine the gravity of the situation. Perhaps those unfamiliar with the Special Investigation Department cannot comprehend its terror. To illustrate, the current National Security Agency was merely a fraction of what the Special Investigation Department had once cultivated. Could Xiao Yang be anything but terrified? With the Special Investigation Department watching, he felt as though his son was teetering on the brink of death, though not entirely gone yet. Thus, he ventured to see his son, only to be greeted by a sight that left him sweating profusely. The eye peering through the door crack was one of indifference to life and disregard for death. It was a gaze that had witnessed countless lives and deaths. Whoever owned such a gaze must have taken at least a dozen lives. Xiao Yang, known for his keen judgment of character, found himself feeling a sense of foreboding. Recently, however, a certain troublesome sister had spent several days playing with his little brother. Having racked up a body count exceeding 2 digits, Xiao Yang felt a strange sensation that any slight misstep on his part might lead to his own demise. Yet, in the next moment, that chilling gaze transformed. Surprise, confusion, panic, and a hint of shyness flickered in the eye. Xiao Yang. The door swung open, revealing Chu Dongchan clad in a white shirt and jeans. The expression in Xiao Yang's eyes shifted as he beheld the beautiful girl before him, filling him with immense relief. His son had grown up. Faced with the warmth reflected in the other's gaze, Chu Dongchan felt her cheeks flush. Unsure of how to express herself, she watched as Xiao Yang turned to leave. Pardon me, I was unaware you were here. Please inform my son to call me once he awakens, and feel free to visit our home anytime. Chu Dongchan stood in a daze, gazing at the closed door. The delicate visage, adorned with a rosy hue of shyness, exuded an enchanting allure. Just then, a pair of arms encircled her waist from behind, lifting her and returning her to the bed. You, don't speak, Xiao Yang murmured, burying his face in her embrace. What is there to be embarrassed about? We are lawful companions. Chu Dongchan blinked in surprise, quickly realizing the truth. They were indeed suitors, and their union was entirely natural. So why the blush? However, meeting Xiao Yang's father under such circumstances would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings. How would they face others in the future? She playfully patted his head, feigning annoyance. Still sleeping? Aren't you going to check? I've seen it for 22 years, in every conceivable way, Xiao Yang retorted. A few more hours won't matter. Chu Dongchan found herself amused by his antics. Truly, a son dutiful to his father. Did he genuinely wish to avoid the encounter? Xiao Yang was unprepared. Despite possessing the same body as in his past life, he simply could not bring himself to address strangers as his parents. It was not mere pretension. The words simply would not leave his lips, nor could he regard strangers as genuine parents. After a brief interlude, Xiao Yang stepped out of the apartment, casting his gaze toward the figure seated at the flower bed, smoking. Xiao Yang stared blankly at his approaching son. His initial reaction was one of unfamiliarity, followed by the undeniable recognition that this was indeed his son, yet there was something amiss. When Xiao Yang stood before him, their gazes met in a heavy silence. Xiao Yang scrutinized the man before him, who bore an identical face to that of his father from his previous life, feeling an overwhelming sense of blood connection stir within him. Yet, the father he remembered was youthful, whereas the man before him was a middle-aged gentleman. "Do you recall the time I took you to Tiananmen?" Xiao Yang suddenly asked with a smile. "Yes," Xiao Yang replied with a roll of his eyes, recalling an incident of youthful embarrassment. This man was indeed an old rascal. Cough. Had he already sensed something was amiss? Upon hearing his son's response, Xiao Guoqiang's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally settled. This was a matter known only to the two of them. Even his wife remained oblivious. If she were to discover that he had taken their son out and he had wet his pants, she would undoubtedly be furious. "It's been merely a few months since I last saw you, yet you've changed so much," Xiao Guoqiang remarked, puzzled. "I nearly died." Xiao Yang replied with a chuckle. "I've come to understand many things. I suppose I've matured." He glanced at the two cigarette butts on the ground. "You should smoke less. Someone might find out and give you a beating." Cough. Xiao Guoqiang choked on the smoke. "Who am I, Xiao Guoqiang, to fear anyone?" "Ha." Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Keep pretending." Xiao Guoqiang's face flushed with embarrassment. "You little rascal, now you're lecturing your father? How about you drop some gold coins? I'm quite broke at the moment." Xiao Yang crossed his arms. "You needn't tea. But don't blame me if I expose that you have 2 WeChat accounts, one of which contains secret savings." "How dare you?" Xiao Guoqiang jumped up, pointing at his son, teeth gritted. "Do you believe I could beat you until you call me grandpa? Come on then. Whoever refrains from striking is the grandson." Xiao Yang defiantly raised his chin, brimming with defiance. Suddenly, they both froze. Wait, had they just crossed a generational boundary? Covering their faces in silent dismay, they cursed inwardly. "Fool." Xiao Guoqiang sat down again, bewildered. "What is going on?" Xiao Yang, unreserved, recounted the 2 incidents in detail. As Xiao Yang spoke, his tone remained casual, while Xiao Guoqiang listened with increasing alarm, unable to resist interjecting, "You can kill an assassin barehanded?" "Indeed," Xiao Yang replied proudly. "I also possess an eidetic memory." Xiao Guoqiang's expression turned skeptical, suspecting his son was mocking him. "How long has it been since I last hit you?" He smiled warmly, affectionately patting his son's shoulder. The force of the pat nearly knocked Xiao Yang off balance, yet he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to deflect the more delicate questions through humor. "As long as you're safe," Xiao Guoqiang said, transferring 6,000 yuan to his son via mobile. "Take care of yourself." Xiao Yang, lost in thought, watched his father depart, uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. However, he noticed something peculiar. The 6,000 yuan was all of Xiao Guoqiang's secret savings. Any married man with hidden funds understood the significance of such a sum. It represented a man's very essence. Yet Xiao Guoqiang had bestowed his essence upon his son. Though he left with an air of nonchalance, it concealed an undercurrent of farewell. Xiao Yang's expression turned grave, as a foreboding sensation gripped him. Xiao Guoqiang was up to something significant that might entail life-threatening risks. Upon returning home, Xiao Yang felt restless, lying back on the bed. His head seemed magnetically drawn to the comforting embrace of his sister. Xu Dongshan gently massaged his furrowed brow, quickly discerning his troubled demeanor. "Sister, it seems he encountered some troubles at work. And, should I go take a look?" "Of course, but I'm just a child. Matters of national security must be perilous, right? Do you enjoy being a pampered child? Why have you gone silent?" Cough. "I feel I should immediately enlist to protect the homeland." "Is that so?" "Indeed. We, the youth, are imbued with lofty aspirations. National security matters are indeed dangerous. Aren't you afraid? Come on, let us mutually inflict harm. Who is afraid?" Xiao Yang pulled out his phone, contemplating, and sent a message to a certain phone number, his mother's contact. He recalled snippets of conversations with his predecessor and parents, then began typing. "Mom, I've discovered something unusual about Dad." He pressed send, uncertain if she would see it at this late hour. Within 10 seconds, a notification chimed. "Mom, you had better contemplate the focal points of this conversation. If your father's anomaly doesn't satisfy me, be wary of your legs." Xiao Yang. Is my mother really that intimidating? To his surprise, his sister beside him was laughing, reveling in his plight. "My father just gave me all his secret savings, 6,000 yuan. That's indeed unusual." "Exactly. Don't you think it's odd?" "Very much so. I recall your father having a total of 16,000 in secret savings, with 10,000 concealed in the bathroom ceiling and another 6,000 hidden in a different WeChat account." Xiao Yang. 16,000? Understood. Your father is likely setting a trap for you. Did he not feign a dramatic farewell, then leave you the money with an air of nonchalance? Mom, have you installed surveillance on me? You're not imagining things, are you? You believe your father is in some perilous situation, feeling uneasy, and sent me a message to manipulate me into investigating what he is up to. There's no need. How do you know? Hee hee. I'm a police officer. I've seen through your little schemes. You and your father's antics are mere child's play to me. Xiao Yang. Wow, that's ruthless. She saw through my tactics and wounded my pride. The most infuriating part is that she voiced it aloud. Tears unwittingly streamed down his face. But upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. At 39, my mother had already ascended to a significant position in the Drug Enforcement Department. Now, at 43, she was on the cusp of a promotion to deputy director. Was her intellect merely a gift? Rest assured, your father is merely attempting to scare you. He likely seeks to extract something from you. He is clever enough to survive while others perish, unless what? Unless there are internal issues at his workplace, or if his old comrades are in trouble. Otherwise, very few circumstances could place him in a life and death crisis. Was my father truly that formidable in this life? Xiao Yang was taken aback, for his memories of his predecessor regarding his parents' occupations were scant, shrouded in secrecy. He was only aware that his father worked in national security. Yet the specifics remained an enigma. At the age of 40, Xiao Yang was promoted to a rank equivalent to a department head, making him the 17th youngest in the nation to achieve such a position. Xiao Yang pondered aloud whether he should visit his father, suspecting that something significant might be amiss and perhaps he could offer assistance. His mother interjected with skepticism, questioning his capability to help, feeling slightly offended by her remarks. Xiao Yang was taken aback. His mother continued, asserting that despite his father's questionable morals, he likely wouldn't stoop so low as to entrap his own child. However, she quickly reconsidered, questioning why his father would seek him out and provide him with 6,000 yuan. Was it possible he had indeed set a trap? Xiao Yang, feeling a mix of incredulity and dread, recalled his father's connection to Zhang Deguai, the head of the police in Bin City, who had jokingly expressed concerns about his mother. This realization deepened his understanding of his mother's formidable nature. Their conversation turned into a game of wits, revealing that his recent activities had drawn his father's attention, perhaps due to their sensitive nature. Xiao Yang felt overwhelmed, grappling with the notion that his own father could have orchestrated such a scheme. He lamented the irony of being moved by the 6,000 yuan, only to discover it was part of a ploy. As he reflected on his family's dynamics, he marveled at his parents' unconventional approach to parenting, one that prioritized freedom and self-discovery over rigid rules and expectations. Feeling liberated from his previous worries, he decided he must check on Xiao Yang, regardless of the circumstances. Embracing his sister, he expressed his concerns, knowing she would understand. She, too, was aware of his unease and set about locating their father, utilizing her impressive skills. Within 20 minutes, they stood outside their apartment, where an imposing military helicopter descended, causing a stir in the streets. Xiao Yang's disbelief grew as he recognized the significance of such a vehicle entering the city. He felt a mix of admiration and trepidation towards his sister's decisiveness. As the helicopter landed and the doors opened, he rushed towards it, bolstered by her assurance that no one would reprimand him. Inside the helicopter, Xiao Yang donned a pair of noise-canceling headphones and received a military tablet displaying a peculiar electronic map, tracking a blute, indicative of a helicopter in flight. He realized that this was all orchestrated by his sister, and he couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of the situation. Imagining a dramatic narrative titled "My Sister is a Big Shot." Shouldn't you just take a fall and enjoy a comfortable life? Is that truly fair to yourself? Alas, let us not dwell on it. It's all tears. Xiao Yang only resents his own stubbornness. Clearly, he could thrive on his looks. Yet he foolishly insists on relying on his talents. Is that not foolish? He gazes out at the night sky, a self-deprecating smile creeping upon his lips. He swears that in his next life, he will toss his principles into the toilet and abandon the police force to become a rogue. Suddenly, the image of Chu Dongchan flashes in his mind. Has she also departed? Who would have thought their parting would come under such circumstances? It matters not. They shall meet again. I will come to find you. In H Province, Harbin, in the suburbs, a police helicopter descends slowly onto the roadway. With a composed expression, Xiao Yang steps down from the helicopter and boards a luxury vehicle. The helicopter ascends, while the vehicle makes its way into the city. Inside the car, Xiao Yang's gaze is icy as he scrutinizes the middle-aged man across from him, who wears an expression of deep shame. Is it truly him? Yes. The middle-aged man offers a bitter smile, confessing that they are all too familiar with their methods. He is adept at everything they are. And he is exceedingly formidable. Capturing him is no easy feat when a person becomes so powerful that you know exactly where he is, yet cannot find him. It transforms from mere might into sheer terror. Xiao remains silent for a prolonged moment, closing his eyes to mask the anger, bitterness, and confusion swirling within. Old comrade, what exactly has transpired to place you in opposition to the nation and its people? In an instant, Xiao opens his eyes and gives the order, seal the city. The middle-aged man pales at the command. This is Harbin, a sub-provincial city. You wish to seal it off? Do not make me repeat myself. Xiao's eyes cut like knives as he locks onto the other man's gaze. Suddenly, a vibration disrupts the tension, and both men frown in unison. During operations, their phones switch to a special mode, allowing only internal personnel to connect. It is nearly impossible to receive a call at this moment, yet Xiao's phone rings. Hello? He answers, confusion evident on his face, only to be greeted by laughter on the other end. Stop the car. Wait for your clever and handsome son. Xiao's expression shifts to one of disbelief. Chapter 55. Do not speak. Have some dignity. Xiao is well aware of his son's intelligence. From a young age, he was the epitome of what other parents aspire for their children to be. Yet, no matter how highly he regards his son, he cannot fathom how. Just after he sets a trap, his son sees through it and appears instantaneously. This transcends mere intellect. What kind of ability does his son possess to warrant such feats? The luxury vehicle halts. Upon witnessing the helicopter above and the traffic police swiftly blocking the roads, Xiao is left dumbfounded. What gives Xiao Yang the right to command such a presence? Then, he recalls that piercing gaze, and the girl. Then it dawns on him. The Special Operations Unit. The timing of the Special Operations investigation into his son and the appearance of Chu Dongchan is too coincidental. Perhaps only such a department could produce a woman so formidable. Special Operations, the girl, the helicopter? In that moment, Xiao's expression shifts to one of realization, and a thought strikes him. Good heavens! Is my son living off someone else? What kind of family is this? As a second-generation police officer, he cannot simply rely on charm to get by. This is intolerable. Xiao's face darkens as he watches Xiao Yang descend from the helicopter. He plans to call his wife and instruct her to discipline their son. Why not take action himself? Too familiar. It is difficult to confront. Impressive, my son, to have boarded a helicopter. As Xiao Yang approaches, Xiao smirks. Care to explain? Actually, Xiao Yang rolls his eyes. I have a friend. Xiao, should we just eliminate this little brat? Really, it's just a girlfriend. Xiao Yang chuckles. Haven't you met her? Son, we are a respectable family. Xiao adopts a stern demeanor, expressing his dismay. One cannot live off others. Xiao Yang retorts. What the hell is living off someone? Who am I living off of? Yet, he feels inexplicably guilty. Shouldn't, perhaps, this not count as such? After all, he has never spent a dime of the girl's money. With a mischievous grin, he adds, I heard from my mother that you were quite poor in your youth. Living off others, drinking their drinks, sleeping with them, do you know who she was referring to? Cough, cough, cough. Xiao looks down. Enough talking. Have some dignity. Enraged, he slaps his son on the head. Rubbing the back of his head, Xiao Yang grimaces, refraining from retaliating. He feels infuriated. If it were anyone else, they would be lucky to escape with their brains intact. Glancing at the helicopter ascending, Xiao shoots a glare at Xiao Yang. Get in the car. Father and son board the luxury vehicle. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Xiao Yang nods and smiles. The man returns the smile, but his eyes flicker with apprehension. Can one truly not be wary of a person who uses a helicopter as a mere mode of transport within the city? How did the call get to my phone? Xiao's expression turns grave, cold. When it pertains to national security, even familial bonds must take a back seat. Some matters are not to be trifled with. Sister Dongchan is helping me, Xiao Yang replies candidly. The Special Operations Unit's channels? Then it's nothing to worry about. Xiao breathes a sigh of relief. Realizing the implications. My mother informed me that you were trying to deceive me. Xiao Yang grits his teeth. Are you even my real father? Aren't you ashamed? Why should I feel ashamed? Xiao's gaze shifts. Let us not waste time. Are you not adept at finding people? More than adept. Xiao Yang has long been aware of the exploits he undertook in Bingcheng, all involving capturing, locating, and deceiving. It must be said, this lad is no ordinary rogue. His mind works rapidly, and his traps are ingeniously crafted. An intelligence organization and a killer group, both have fallen prey to Xiao Yang's schemes. Xiao Guoqiang finds himself in a similar predicament, also searching for someone. His intuition regarding his son was correct. He is indeed testing to see if Xiao Yang will come to his aid. Once Xiao Yang appears, Xiao Guoqiang feels no doubt this is truly his offspring. As Xiao Yang observes the warmth of pride, affection, and mirth in his father's eyes, he realizes that regardless of the familial ties, as long as one treats him well and embraces him like kin, he must call him dad. What is there to deliberate? Xiao Yang concedes. Let him be a father. At the very least, he can ensure more financial support in the future. If a father is not meant to be taken advantage of, then what purpose does he serve? Thus, the decision is made with delight. What do you need me to do? Xiao Yang inquires with a smile. Help your father find someone. Xiao Guoqiang grins. Who is it? Special operations. Are they formidable? In the realm of special operations, particularly in intelligence, there are perhaps no more than 50 who surpass him. Within the confines of Longhua? Or on a global scale? Xiao Yang is taken aback. This must truly be my father. You hold me in high regard. Am I worthy of contending with such a being? How did you come to be in Harbin? Returning to reality, Xiao Yang's expression darkens. He wishes to curse, but finds himself unable to. It is quite vexing. He is indeed in Harbin. Xiao Guoqiang provides the answer. Xiao Yang furrows his brow. How do you know? A figure ranked among the top 50 globally in special operations. This is not a matter of underestimating his father, but rather, how can he be aware that this individual is in Harbin? If you can ascertain this, does that person even belong in the top 50? How absurd. His family member has vanished in Harbin alongside him. Xiao Guoqiang's expression is grave. Our people have spotted him on the surveillance system. Such a person, if he wishes to hide, how could he possibly be discovered and appear on camera? Xiao Yang shakes his head. If even you know to use surveillance to locate someone, how could he not be aware? Xiao Guoqiang was momentarily taken aback by his son's retort, his expression shifting as he processed the moment. Once the words were spoken, both father and son instantly adopted identical solemn expressions, locking eyes with one another. Was it intentional? Upon arriving in Bincheng, what were your plans? Xiao Yang inquired with a furrowed brow. To implement a lockdown, Xiao Guoqiang replied. Is it because he is formidable? Xiao Yang fixated on his father's gaze. I know him well, Xiao Guoqiang sighed. Without a lockdown, I simply cannot apprehend him. Know him well? Xiao Yang pressed. Your friend? A brother, Xiao Guoqiang chuckled bitterly. Do not proceed with the lockdown. It is futile. Rubbing his temples, Xiao Yang remarked, if you understand him well, how could he possibly not understand you? How could he not anticipate you would impose a lockdown? Could you help your father look for him? Xiao Guoqiang asked with a hint of anticipation. You haven't even informed me of what this person has done, why he is being pursued, or what capabilities he possesses. Xiao Yang regarded his father as though he were a lunatic. Am I supposed to find a needle in a haystack? The expression on Xiao Guoqiang's face became peculiar. It's classified. I'll be damned. Forget it. I want to curse. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, utterly exasperated. At this moment, I should take my leave immediately. Chapter 56. Father is always right. Dispute, and I will strike you. Do you realize that if you weren't my biological father, it would be quite easy to get beaten up? Xiao Yang ground his teeth in frustration. However, he could not entirely blame Xiao Guoqiang. The National Security Bureau is not owned by the Xiao family. Classified information cannot be disclosed to outsiders, nor can it be discussed among family members. Otherwise, it would be considered a breach of confidentiality. Father is always right. Dispute me, and I will strike you. Xiao Guoqiang glared at him. If you have the ability, become my father in your next life. Xiao Yang retorted. Bow down to the Great One. You are indeed impressive, my father. I was wrong. Nonetheless, you are at least a high-ranking official. Why resort to such antics? A middle-aged onlooker, who had been silently observing the father-son banter, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Yet, this dynamic, resembling that of brothers rather than a father-son relationship, filled him with envy. Provide me with some credible information, or at least share what I can know. Xiao Yang's weary expression revealed his frustration. I don't even know who he is, or what he is like. How can I find him? Such a request was hardly unreasonable. In fact, it was exceedingly modest. If his father refused even this, then what was all this talk about confidentiality? He truly felt the urge to leave. Since Xiao Guoqiang was not in any life-threatening situation, he intended to return to Bincheng before dawn. He had already taken a 5-day leave. After all, he was still a police officer and needed to report back for duty. Well, Xiao Guoqiang hesitated. Identity information cannot be disclosed. As for what can be revealed, he is a genius. How much of a genius? Xiao Yang grimaced. He outshines our entire cohort of geniuses. Xiao Guoqiang's expression turned grave. He was recruited by the national security before graduation. Let me interrupt with a question. Xiao Yang inquired, curious. How does the national security select its personnel? Through 5 channels, Xiao Guoqiang elucidated. Police academies, military academies, armed police, the military, and special recruitment. I'm referring to confidential personnel, not the sort that ordinary individuals can associate with. I understand. Xiao Yang nodded. The 18th Bureau of National Security, correct? This referred not to the openly visible national security units in various provinces and cities, but to the genuine secretive agencies. Legend has it that there are 18 bureaus within national security, each boasting extraordinary capabilities. Any one of these bureaus could operate with impunity in the Dragon Country. When did you develop an interest in thrilling literature? Xiao Guoqiang chuckled at his son's jest. Do you admire the Dragon Team? Betrayal among kin is the most lethal. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. So, does the 18th Bureau actually exist? Xiao Guoqiang awkwardly smiled. It does. And you dare to smile about it. Xiao Yang felt his chest tighten with frustration. Tell me about this genius of yours. Is it strength, intellect, or something else? Xiao Guoqiang's expression shifted repeatedly as he uttered 2 words, all round. That is indeed remarkable. Xiao Yang ventured a question that might invite retribution. How do you compare to him, father? Xiao Guoqiang, rather than being angered, smiled with pride. It's a 50-50 chance. How could you say that with such confidence? Xiao Yang hesitated to mock, fearing the repercussions. I am not jesting, Xiao Guoqiang replied earnestly. Otherwise, do you think your father holds a high-ranking position because of mere chance? Do you think he would appear here at this moment without reason? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, observing his father with renewed depth. So formidable. There was no need for further probing. Xiao Guoqiang continued. He is proficient in foreign languages, martial arts, tracking, counter-tracking, interrogation, counter-interrogation, psychology, and establishing intelligence networks, among other skills. Pay attention. He is not merely capable. He is an expert. He has also executed numerous national-level critical missions, including apprehensions, sniper operations against significant criminals, intelligence gathering, and has infiltrated foreign territories to accomplish special assignments. At crucial moments, he is prepared to sacrifice himself unhesitatingly for greater interests and the necessity of confidentiality. He has received 6 commendations in police service, 2 of which were first-class honors, and 4 were second-class honors. In military service, he has received 3 commendations, all first class. Notably, he has also been awarded a military honor title. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang gasped in astonishment. This is exceedingly impressive. Wait, he suddenly realized a discrepancy. Frowning at his father, military and police honors? Does he serve dual roles as both a soldier and a police officer? Or is it a case of police and armed police? If it were a dual military police role, it would not be publicly acknowledged in the Dragon Country. The existence of police and armed police roles is indeed valid. Achievements in armed police service also count as military honors, in both times of war and peace. The National Security Bureau operates as police. Outwardly, they are always police, while armed police may sometimes act as police, but they are not military personnel. Xiao Guoqiang smiled and explained to his son, Yet, are there not things that only a police officer could accomplish? I see, Xiao Yang exclaimed, astonished. Special operations can indeed hold dual roles. This realization dawned on him, revealing how limited his previous worldview had been, confined from such realms. There are myriad matters unknown to ordinary individuals. It is akin to how some academicians have never served in the military, yet many possess military ranks. National heroes. Why would they betray their country? Xiao Yang fixed his gaze on his father, demanding an explanation. If I knew that, I wouldn't be in such a quandary. Xiao Guoqiang cast a disdainful glance at his son. What did he actually do? Are you certain he betrayed the country and was pursued all the way here? Xiao Yang felt a surge of frustration. Surely this had to be addressed? Well, Xiao Guoqiang gathered his thoughts. He took something of national significance, a crucial item, and killed a very important person. This item is unique. The individual who developed it was killed by him. Hence it is imperative to retrieve both the item and the person. I can only disclose this much. The rest is for you to deduce. If you cannot figure it out. Xiao Guoqiang's smile turned devilish. What use are you to me? Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming urge to strike his father, wishing to impart a lesson on cruelty. Externally, Xiao Guoqiang appeared composed, yet internally he was in a frenzy, fearing that his son might simply walk away, which would be a significant blow to his pride, especially with others watching. He merely wished to maintain a facade of superiority. Drawing in a deep breath, Xiao Yang quickly regained his composure. His logical reasoning became rigorous and clear once more. The more he analyzed, the more he sensed something amiss. He felt as though an invisible pit was beckoning him to leap into it. This was not to suggest that Xiao Guoqiang was deceiving him, but rather someone was digging a pit. It remained uncertain whether this pit was meant to ensnare him, the national security, or others. Regardless, it was indeed a pit. Xiao Yang suspected that this pit could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences for many, of a truly earth-shattering nature. The rationale behind such thoughts was straightforward. The individual the national security was pursuing did not seem right. A person ranked among the top 50 in the world, yet their current actions appeared rather foolish. Brother, you are a top-tier operative. How could you be discovered while committing murder, or caught stealing, or even be spotted in certain locations? Reflect on it. Was this truly a top-tier operative? Surely, this could not be the behavior of an imbecile. But what if this person was not a fool? There exists but one possibility, a trap. Chapter 57. To the unsung heroes in Harbin, at the National Security Bureau. A commercial vehicle came to a halt, and the father and son disembarked. Outside, a group of police officers stood, clad in white shirts while the rest were inspectors. The insignia on all their uniforms bore the words National Security. Xiao Guoqiang shook hands with the leading inspector. There was no small talk. They proceeded directly into the building. In the director's office, Xiao Guoqiang accepted a cigarette offered by the inspector. The inspector cast a glance at Xiao Yang and handed him one as well. Xiao Yang accepted it without hesitation, placing it between his lips. Witnessing this, Xiao Guoqiang's lips twitched, yet he refrained from comment. His son had grown bold enough to smoke before him. What does this mean? The inspector's brow furrowed. We must locate him swiftly. Xiao Guoqiang sighed, exhaling a plume of smoke. Given your impulsive nature, the inspector inquired with a laugh. You Haven T ordered a lockdown? Xiao Guoqiang remained silent. Glancing at his son, what are you looking at me for? I am merely an insignificant presence. Xiao Yang lowered his head, feigning innocence. The inspector turned to Xiao Yang, inquiring, and who might this be? This is my son, Xiao Guoqiang replied casually, leaving the inspector momentarily taken aback. What is the meaning of this? This young man possesses some capability. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xiao Guoqiang coughed lightly, offering a smile that was both uncomfortable yet polite. A few days ago, an incident occurred in Binqing. Has Lao Huang mentioned it to you? He brought it up briefly. The inspector's expression turned envious. Mentioning a significant case, although it seemed the Public Security Bureau bore the brunt, and Lao Huang merely received the leftovers. By the way, I heard it was a... Wait a moment. The inspector's eyes widened, fixating intently on Xiao Yang. Binqing? Xiao? Father and son? You are Xiao Yang? What sort of incident could provoke such a reaction from an inspector? A youth, not even a police officer, commanding the 3 major criminal organizations in Binqing, eliminating an intelligence network. Yet due to confidentiality, Lao Huang had merely shared the name of this formidable young man with the inspector, Xiao Yang. At that moment, he had not given it much thought, assuming it was merely a prodigy emerging from nowhere. However, now Xiao Guoqiang deliberately mentioned Binqing, suggested his son had some prowess, and referred to Lao Huang. One who occupies the position of director at the Harbin National Security Bureau cannot be lacking in discernment. Greetings, uncle. Xiao Yang flashed a bright, innocent smile, the kind that radiates sunshine. How should I address you? Qianyu. The inspector surprisingly extended his hand, a broad smile on his face. Heroes emerge from youth. We have long been connected in spirit. A young man capable of dismantling an intelligence organization. Do you truly believe he is merely an innocent rabbit? You are too kind. Uncle Qian. Xiao Yang grasped the inspector's hand, modestly denying any heroism, asserting that he and his father were the true heroes. Though adept at flattery, he felt there was something peculiar about the notion of a long-standing connection. After the handshake, Qian Yu understood why Xiao Guoqiang had brought his son along. They were not foolish. In the current predicament of failing to locate someone, they would surely resort to various means. Xiao Yang's abilities were indeed impressive. Had he a son like that, he too would surely make use of such talent to flaunt a little. I haven't disclosed anything to him. It's a matter of confidentiality. Xiao Guoqiang's expression darkened, lacking the mood for boasting. However, I did engage in a brief conversation, and my young cub has surmised some rather unsettling news. What? Qian Yu inquired, astonished. He seems to be digging a pit. Xiao Guoqiang's expression conveyed his distress. Otherwise, how could he possibly unveil so much information and still let us know he is in Harbin? If we connect the dots between murder, theft, and his presence in Harbin, Is it possible he is deliberately luring us, or perhaps others, here? Moreover, Xiao Guoqiang turned to Xiao Yang, urging him to continue. Just earlier in the vehicle, Xiao Yang had begun to speak but was interrupted upon their arrival at the Harbin National Security Bureau. With a grave expression, Qianyu gazed at Xiao Yang. His eyes filled with skepticism. Furthermore, his family has gone missing, hasn't it? Xiao Yang emphasized. How did they disappear? He was captured on surveillance upon arriving in Harbin. Qianyu replied swiftly. By the time we reached his relative's residence, it was already vacant. Uncle Qian, you seem to have misunderstood. I'm not inquiring about that. Xiao Yang articulated each word distinctly. I am asking, how did you come to know where that individual's relatives reside? The confidentiality level of special operations is among the highest in the entire Long Kingdom, reserved for only certain key figures. Their families are similarly afforded special care, protection, and surveillance. Yet, it is not within the purview of Harbin national security personnel to know such information. Some may not grasp this. Allow me to illustrate. Undercover agents. Many of them maintain singular lines of communication, or only a select few are privy to their identities. Their files remain classified, unknown to others. If you do not even know who he is, how could you possibly know where his family resides? The individual they seek possesses a file classification that Qianyu is unqualified to access, let alone knowledge of that person's relatives and their addresses. Please clarify. Why was it that upon discovering the individual, you were able to arrive at their relative's home so promptly? This young man is rather formidable. A look of astonishment, admiration, and envy crossed Qianyu's face as he glanced at the self-satisfied Xiao Guoqiang, pondering how he had raised such a child. Just a clever child, Xiao Guoqiang replied, adopting an air of wisdom. You have no idea how burdensome it is to be the parent of a mischievous child. Xiao Yang. Qianyu. Now that they were all so familiar, did he truly derive pleasure from showing off? Subsequently, Qianyu provided the answer, brother. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Earlier, it had been mentioned that the mortality rate among drug enforcement officers is alarmingly higher than that of regular police officers. However, few are aware that the mortality rate for national security officers, especially those in special operations, may reach levels unimaginable to the average person. Even in sacrifice, their identities remain undisclosed, permanently sealed, or entirely destroyed. Some may ask why? Because the covert frontline cannot be illuminated. There exists a group of unsung heroes who tread in darkness, bearing heavy burdens, forever hidden from ordinary knowledge. However, they have a band of brothers. Brothers who share the same calling, the most trusted of comrades. They often entrust their families to these brothers' care, allowing them peace of mind as they venture forth into peril. When Qianyu uttered the word brother, Xiao Yang's expression shifted. He stood, saluting. This was not merely a gesture to Qianyu, but a tribute to an unsung hero. Does he not possess a name? Qianyu did not return the salute but accepted it with grace. Xiao Yang smiled, and the two elders joined in the laughter. Yet, Xiao Yang's next words left the two elders' smiles frozen in shock. He is not hiding. He is calling for help, urging us to find him quickly. Chapter 58. Why must you insult our intelligence? Seeking help? Xiao Guoqiang and Qianyu were rendered speechless, staring at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Their expressions mirrored that of individuals encountering an extraordinary phenomenon, incredulous as if to ask, we bear no grievance towards you. Why must you insult our intelligence? If you did not comprehend, allow me to rephrase. Xiao Yang cleared his throat, adopting a teasing tone. O mighty king, come capture me. Hurry, let us play together. Xiao Guoqiang and Qianyu. Not only did they feel their intelligence insulted, but they were also filled with a strong desire to retaliate. Why must you provoke us when you have always been so audacious? Very well, I will be more straightforward. Xiao Yang could only offer a dry laugh, primarily out of fear of incurring their wrath. I have a hypothesis. It seems he is being controlled, and all his actions are not voluntary. He may even be unable to speak. He has devised a method, deliberately leaving traces in hopes of drawing you in to locate him. Or rather, it is not about seeking him. This type of person has long embraced the notion of sacrifice at any moment. His cries for help are not for himself, but for his family. Regrettably, your responsiveness has been sluggish, or perhaps your comprehension of his intentions has been delayed. He has provided far too many clues. Yet, his family remains missing. Xiao Yang sighed, leading to two possibilities. Either he could not wait to take them away himself, or they were taken by someone else. Xiao Guoqiang and Qianyu's expressions turned grim, their demeanor darkening. However, they did not interrupt the young one's reasoning. Awaiting further explanation. Have you ever contemplated a particular matter? Xiao Yang's mind began to race. Whether it was murder or theft, conventional methods could hardly confirm his involvement, correct? The reason you know it is him must stem from certain unique means, special traces or techniques employed to ascertain this. But have you considered that if such a person truly intended to act, he would undoubtedly do so without a trace? He is fully aware that certain traces and methods, once employed, would inevitably lead to discovery, yet he deliberately made use of them. Why? This suggests that the process of leaving no trace was intended for some, while the special traces were meant for you. He believes that you will surely notice, that you will uncover his betrayal. This serves as his initial hint to you. And this hint is, me, save me, find me, and perhaps also an indication to seek out my family. Do you understand why I say this? Because when the police identify certain criminals and confirm their identities, the first course of action is to approach the criminals' relatives and keep watch. Xiao Yang spoke solemnly. He has provided you with such an obvious hint, yet you have failed to notice? Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu's faces turned ashen. Is this so? The very fact that you have overlooked this detail has led to a second cry for help. Xiao Yang shook his head. He had to appear once more. This time with an even clearer indication, surfacing in Harbin, even under surveillance, back in his hometown. Alas, it was futile. Perhaps it had been discovered. Or his initial hint guessed. Before you could think of his relatives and visit them, he had to take them away prematurely, or perhaps they were taken by someone else. Of course, there may exist a third hint. He understands that you cannot prevent it, that it is too late to save his kin. Which is why he appears on camera. He knows you, is familiar with you, and is acutely aware of your character. Xiao Yang glanced at his father. He surmised you would come, that you might order a city lockdown. Because he understands you, you equally comprehend him. But why would he draw you here? Is it truly to compel you to seal the city, and what meaning lies therein? He is conveying to me. Xiao Guoqiang's face hardened, his teeth clenched. Sealing the city is futile, it cannot stop. But who can it not stop? Is it this person, or perhaps certain others? Or what sort of individuals cannot be halted even by a city lockdown? Reflecting on Xiao Yang's earlier words, what kind of person can control a top 50 special agent? Compelling him to act? The answer is becoming increasingly clear. They must have arrived. Qian Yu's expression darkened ominously. Speaking halfway, is this still human? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. There exists a particularly terrifying type of individual in this world. Xiao Guoqiang looked at his son. They could be operatives, spies, agents of any nation, and you cannot even ascertain whether they are mere spies, double agents, or even triple agents. Top 50 in the world? However, Xiao Yang blinked, adopting the expression of a naive schoolboy. Aren't operatives and spies essentially the same? While they are both special agents and intelligence personnel, the distinctions are profound. Xiao Guoqiang shook his head. Operatives primarily execute assassinations, seize, protect, escort, and conduct internal investigations. Spies primarily probe external situations, collect intelligence, and at times engage in sabotage, among other activities. Operatives typically possess formidable strength, while spies do not require brute force. They need intelligence, cunning, and capability. They can be old, middle-aged, young, or even children, and perhaps not even human, mechanical, or even a dog or an insect. What a revelation. Xiao Yang frowned. Father, you have said so much. Where lies the crux of your argument, and how does it relate to the they you wish to discuss? Perhaps I am merely suggesting. Xiao Guoqiang's expression became exceedingly grave. A master spy has arrived in Long Country. A master spy? Xiao Yang twitched his lips. The name sounds rather kitsch. Yet it is fitting. Every domain has its king. This is a consensus. The military has its king of soldiers. The police have their king of law enforcement. Surely, within spies, there exists a king of espionage. Regardless of the circumstances, since they have come to Long Country, wouldn't their purpose be straightforward? Yet Xiao Yang knew it would not be that simple. In order to target someone, you must at least know where they are. You cannot just play boxing with a shadow. Moreover, now, it is far too late for anyone to say anything. Someone has provided 3 hints, yet it seems the national security personnel failed to seize the opportunity. However, there may still be a chance for recovery. Xiao Yang smiled slyly. Father, Uncle Qian, you need not wear such troubled expressions. In truth, he has left behind a 4th hint. Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. Akin to drowning individuals grasping a life-saving straw. What hint? Chapter 59. The passing of a wild goose leaves a trace, just as a person leaves marks. What is the 4th hint? Xiao Yang looked at Qian Yu. What are you staring at? The seasoned police chief was taken aback, feeling a bit unnerved under the young one's gaze. What is it? Xiao Guoqiang interjected with a frown. Remember when I asked Uncle Qian a question? Xiao Yang presented the hint. How did you know the address of that person's relatives? The two elders frowned, an ominous premonition rising within them, their expressions darkening. At their level, intelligence is merely foundational. They are not lacking in intellect. Xiao Yang's hint instantly brought them to the crux of the matter. The young lad had already stated that the individual's family was missing, with two possibilities. 1. He took them away himself. 2. They were taken by someone else. Perhaps some did not grasp the severity of this issue. If it is the first scenario, there is no problem. However, if it is the second, then trouble arises. Because the identity information of that person is classified. As mentioned earlier, the identities of such individuals' family members, along with their residences, are also secrets. Before this secret is disclosed, how could anyone possibly know the address of his relatives? This is the crux of why Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu's faces turned grim. Someone has leaked information, and those privy to the secret are few, alarmingly so. Yet each of them holds high authority, just like the present Qian Yu, a department head. Impressive. Isn't it? Among these individuals, he is but a small fry. If a leak truly occurred, can you imagine the consequences? They dare not imagine. You need not overthink. This is merely one possibility among the fourth hint. Xiao Yang did not seek to further frighten them. Continuing, there exists a second possibility. The two elders' eyes lit up. Smack. Xiao Guoqiang slapped his son on the back of the head, exclaiming, "Spit it all out at once. This wretched child nearly scared me to death." Xiao Yang felt utterly vexed. The bloodline suppression from his physical form weighed heavily upon him. In the face of his biological parents, what difference does being a transmigrator make? He still had to kneel. I forgot to mention something. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, not concealing the glee on his face. The 10,000 yuan you hid in the bathroom ceiling and the 6,000 yuan in your WeChat private stash? Mother is fully aware yet pretends not to know. Can you guess why she hasn't exposed you? Revenge must be taken. It is imperative. In an instant, Xiao Guoqiang's visage turned pale, his face ashen. Beside him, Qian Yu gazed at Xiao Guoqiang as if he were a specter. Little brother, how could you possibly hide over 10,000 in secret funds? Are you aiming for the heavens? Recovering from his stupor, Xiao Guoqiang suddenly glared at his son. Speak quickly. If you don't, do not blame your father for his ruthlessness. It is always the sons that are bullied. Nothing else matters. Xiao Yang's smile faltered, and he mused with frustration. The second possibility is that the person was intentionally taken away, or perhaps under surveillance when taken. If that is the case, it leads to two scenarios. 1. He has betrayed the country. 2. He has not. If he truly has betrayed the country, then there is nothing more to be said. But if he has not, he must have left something behind, something that will surely impart some information to me. Xiao Yang's eyes flickered with determination. I must find it. What is the foundation of this reasoning? Why is he so certain? Because once that individual encounters trouble, the national security agents, regardless of their speed, will inevitably visit his family's residence. This may also be his last chance, the final clue. Before his disappearance, the only opportunity to leave something behind. It is clear that even if the national security agents cannot discern his previous hints, they will certainly appear here, in a commonplace residential community. Before a somewhat dilapidated old building, Xiao Yang gazed with a complex expression at the residence. He had been deceived by novels yet again. These stories often mention that the families of sensitive personnel reside in peculiar locations. While there is some truth to this, it is not absolute. Many relatives of sensitive personnel live in ordinary surroundings, leading lives akin to those of common folk, unless they choose to reveal their circumstances. No one knows that their kin are toiling for the nation. More likely, to maintain secrecy, they may not even confide in their loved ones, fearing repercussions. At times, Xiao Yang pondered the worth of it all. He then recalled Chu Dongchan, reminiscing about the night they sat together on a bench. Reflecting on her words, some things must be done by someone. If you don't do it, and I don't do it, will Longwa still exist? The door creaked open slowly. Donning shoe covers and gloves, Xiao Yang stepped into the modest abode. The owners, an elderly couple in their 60s, were the parents of that individual. No wife or children. Those who ponder this question likely do not grasp the nature of special operations. Some operatives may be assigned overseas duty, executing missions abroad for years, even decades, with little chance of return. Would one expect them to have spouses or prospects for offspring while in the country? It is a harsh reality, distressing yet true. As Xiao Yang stood at the entrance, he observed the floor, seemingly clean to perfection, frowning. There are no traces left, Qian Yu remarked gravely. For one person to achieve this level of thoroughness is incredibly rare. It requires a considerable investment of time. This was a message to Xiao Yang. The absence of any evidence suggests that it may not have been the work of a single individual. Upon our arrival, the state of the floor indicated that we were already too late. With a sigh, Yu attempted to preserve the scene as much as possible, conducting a search without causing damage. The outcome was clear. There were no clues whatsoever. Xiao Yang refrained from inquiring whether the surveillance outside the community had been checked or if any interviews had been conducted. First, one must understand the caliber of the individuals they are dealing with. The standard methods of ordinary criminal investigation appear utterly laughable in the face of elite operatives. It is akin to ordinary police apprehending spies. What need is there for national security in such cases? When they strike, they are certainly targeting reconnaissance at the level of national security. How could they possibly leave behind any traces? However, if Xiao Yang's deduction holds true, someone must have left behind an object capable of deceiving a discerning eye, such as that of a master spy. At that moment, Xiao Yang pondered. Was he being observed in every action he took? Entering the living room, he muttered to himself, "Is there a chance to conceal something here?" Yet, if he had not betrayed the country, under such circumstances, he would be compelled to leave behind something. He understood that national security would inevitably come, marking his final opportunity. In the realm of criminal investigation, there exists a principle, the Locard exchange principle. Whenever certain individuals enter a location and engage in activities, even if merely passing through, they will undoubtedly leave direct or indirect traces. As the ancients said, the geese leave a call, and humans leave marks. Xiao Yang surveyed his surroundings. So, where could one hide something? In Chapter 60, "You Are Truly Remarkable," Xiao Yang moved slowly within the room, his eyelids fluttering minimally. His gaze meticulously absorbed every detail of the space, striving to leave no corner unexamined. However, he was acutely aware that such efforts were in vain. For even if his investigative prowess was exceptional, it paled in comparison to that of the national security agents. Let us not speak of innate gifts or extraordinary talents. Some matters are not reliant on intelligence, but rather on experience. What Xiao Yang sought was something invisible to all, including the keenest eyes of a master spy. What could it be? In what form might it manifest? How could it deceive the collective gaze yet remain discoverable? Xiao Yang stood frozen, as if a marionette, contemplating. Invisible? Eyes. If the eyes cannot perceive it, then one must seek it through alternative means. If one does not use their eyes to search for or discern something, what other methods remain? Slowly, Xiao Yang shut his eyes, uttering a phrase before closing the door behind him, enveloping the room in silence. Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu were taken aback, uncertain of the child's intentions, yet they complied. Xiao Yang remained motionless, tilting his head, relying on his ears, listening intently in the stillness of the room. Time passed second by second, 10 minutes elapsed, yet he found nothing. Not through hearing? Xiao Yang gradually opened his eyes, murmuring, "Nose? Scent?" He then began to move slowly, employing his sense of smell. He traversed every corner of the dwelling, yet still uncovered nothing. Not through sight, not through hearing, not through smell. What else could there be? Xiao Yang's expression betrayed his fatigue, his mind racing without pause. Countless possibilities and theories surged within his thoughts. Form, sound, smell correspond to the eyes, ears, and nose. If none of these apply, only two senses remain, taste and touch. Taste, tongue, touch, body. Surely it cannot be the tongue. As a top-tier operative, how could one resort to such a crude method? Xiao Yang's handsome face paled at the thought of being compelled to lick every surface of the room, an utterly revolting idea. Surely, no elite operative would stoop to such depths. Thus, only one possibility remained, touch. A smile crept across Xiao Yang's face. Touch encompasses more than mere contact with the hands. Various parts of the body can make contact with certain objects. The absence of any evidence at the scene indicates that it was not the hands, nor the feet. At that moment, someone must have been watching your hands and feet, and you would not dare to move recklessly, right? Thus, one could only use other parts of the body to make contact, leaving behind something in the process. He recalled a character from an animated series, Crayon Shinchan. No way, could it be that he used his backside to retrieve something? Xiao Yang was taken aback. How extraordinary. No, he shook his head, dispelling distracting thoughts. It is highly probable that at that moment, he could not even manage bodily contact. If he were indeed controlled by someone, how could that person have allowed him any opportunity? They would not let him move even a fraction, would they? Did you intentionally expose your family's residence? Did you deliberately place your loved ones in that person's grasp? Only in this manner could you return home, thus leaving behind an object. Yet, if your body was in a constrained state, how could you have managed to leave that object behind? With a resounding slap, Xiao Yang struck his own face, cursing himself. Damn it. This scene rendered Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu speechless, both astonished. Has he lost his mind? What ensued next from Xiao Yang further fueled the suspicions of both individuals regarding his sanity. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yang was transformed into a Zongzi, with his hands and feet bound by tape, and his mouth sealed shut. Yet, this was entirely his own request. One might ponder whether he truly had lost his mind. Ignoring the peculiar glances from his father and Qian Yu, Xiao Yang lowered his head in contemplation. At that moment, you must have been in a similar state, where movement was utterly impossible. When others brought you out, you certainly did not stand upright. In the next instant, Xiao Yang collapsed onto the ground, initially lying flat on his back. No, that wasn't right. He then turned over onto his stomach. Still wrong. Subsequently, he lay on his side, continuing to conduct certain experiments. Meanwhile, Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu exchanged knowing glances, having already discerned that something was amiss. With grave expressions, they fixated on the boy's bizarre actions, speculating on what he was testing. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's body trembled, and his eyes widened. He inquired, if one is completely restrained, can anything remain? The answer was affirmative. For there exists one thing that undoubtedly persists, breathing. A person cannot survive without breath. Even if entirely bound, and with their mouth sealed, they must retain their nose for respiration, correct? One might wonder, what can breathing leave behind? Droplets. When a person speaks or breathes, the mucous membranes of the oral cavity and nasal passages secrete substances that contain moisture, salts, proteins, and possibly viruses or bacteria. The nose is one of the primary sites for droplet generation. After such a duration, do these droplets simply dry up? They do, but traces remain. And the bacteria and viruses within the droplets do not desiccate. Those knowledgeable about bacteria and viruses understand that they can sometimes endure for an exceedingly long time. The average person may not grasp this and might fail to detect these pathogens, yet forensic experts can. There are countless cases where droplets have been used to track down criminals. Upon discovering this, an elated Xiao Yang could hardly contain himself. He then tilted his neck and shook his head, testing whether he could utilize his nose and droplets too. Right. Even if he couldn't inscribe words, he could certainly leave behind some unique marks. Isn't this precisely the realm where intelligence operatives excel? Once the tape was removed, and Xiao Yang articulated his deductions, Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu gazed at him as if they had encountered a specter. They were seized by an overwhelming desire to pry open Xiao Yang's mind to unveil the brilliance within. After all, they all consumed the same sustenance. What warranted his exceptional prowess? Or were they merely different species? A contingent of forensic experts arrived at the scene, meticulously examining the area up to a height of approximately 50 centimeters from the ground, including the walls and baseboards. This height corresponded perfectly to a person lying on their side, capable of utilizing their head, nose, and breath to spray droplets. They found it. A forensic expert's exclamation pierced the air. It was not nasal droplets, but a mixture of oral saliva and nasal secretions. Xiao Yang exclaimed, "Huh?" He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. For instance, when one eats, food may occasionally go up the nose. If food can do so, why not saliva? If someone's mouth cannot be utilized, might they not resort to the method of introducing saliva into the nasal cavity to facilitate droplet spraying? Incredible, my brother. Xiao Yang nearly bowed in reverence. You are truly remarkable. Chapter 61. Apologies, I am insane as the morning sun rose, akin to a bashful maiden. Shyly peeking over the horizon and casting a gentle rosy hue upon the earth, it heralded the dawn of a new day. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Xiao Yang sat outside a residential building, idly exhaling puffs of smoke. Having already uncovered a lad, why was he not at the scene? Certain matters are beyond the gaze of ordinary individuals, such as unique markings left by certain individuals. Not only had he been expelled, but the forensic experts had also been shooed away after they restored the special markings. For it was classified. Hungry, Xiao Guoqiang approached his son with a beaming smile. Feeling good today? Xiao Yang glanced at his father and inquired with a grin. Confirmed? Confirmed, Xiao Guoqiang nodded. No treason. That's splendid. Xiao Yang continued to smoke. Cut down on that. Xiao Guoqiang shot a glare at his son. Your mother will kill you if she finds out. I'm an adult now, you know? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes dramatically. Why don't you go tell your mother that? Xiao Guoqiang smirked. Xiao Yang, recalling his conversation with his mother the previous night, shrank his neck, recalling the psychological trauma of watching horror films in his childhood, feeling a bit intimidated. Can we leave now? Xiao Yang shrugged. I'm a police officer now. I have to go to work. Work my foot. Stay put. Xiao Guoqiang glared at his son. I just called old Huang from the National Security Bureau in Binqing. He'll give your police team a heads up and help you take leave. Wait. Aren't you going to ask me first? Xiao Yang groaned. I'm your son. Can't you show a bit of respect? This brought to mind how his parents would never knock before entering his room. They would just barge in as if through a city gate, leaving him in exasperation. Respect. You say? Xiao Guoqiang chuckled, extending his hand. Since you're all grown up and presumably earning money, how about returning the 6,000 you borrowed last night? Xiao Yang, winky face, apologies, I'm insane. I shouldn't have spoken. You think you can escape that easily? Xiao Guoqiang smirked, but his expression quickly darkened. For the next few days, don't leave. Help your old man find someone. Not a chance, Xiao Yang shook his head. If this continues, we won't find anything. He referred to the so-called classified matters of the National Security Bureau. They won't disclose anything to him, nor allow him to know anything. What good would it be to have you help? The reason he could assist last night was due to Xiao Guoqiang's connections. It was his father's face that mattered. Otherwise, what was the National Security Bureau to him? He hadn't committed any crimes nor owed them anything. If it's classified and cannot be discussed, then they can keep their secrets. I shall not serve. Ha! Xiao Guoqiang laughed. This was his biological son, with the same fiery temper. Rest assured. He patted his son's shoulder, smiling. I've applied for you to have access. Whatever you wish to know, I'll disclose shortly. Moreover, you've made a significant contribution. If you can locate the person and recover the items, I'll guarantee you top honors in police merit. As if I don't have any top honors already. Xiao Yang was unimpressed, proudly extending 2 fingers. If all goes well, I'll soon have 2 more. Care to place a bet? Bet your other 10,000 in secret funds? Damn it. Xiao Guoqiang was furious. You're always coveting my money. That is my lifeblood. I'd die before I give it to you. You better think about how to explain this to my mom. Xiao Yang tossed his cigarette but aside, chuckling. If you give it to me, maybe my conscience will lead me to leave you a little. If it falls into my mother's hands. Ha ha ha. Xiao Guoqiang, thinking of his wife, made his scalp tingle. Of course, he did not perceive this as cowardice or fear of his wife, but as the composure expected of a grown man. It was about saving face. Enough of that. Let us discuss serious matters. Xiao Guoqiang suppressed his racing heart, frowning. He left behind 3 markings and uttered 3 phrases. Just as I suspected, Xiao Yang reached into his father's coat pocket, retrieved a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out, lit it, and casually placed the pack into his own pocket. And a lighter. Xiao Guoqiang, let me guess what these 3 phrases are. Xiao Yang cleverly diverted his father's attention. The first, safety. Xiao Guoqiang's eyelids twitched, silently acknowledging. The second, Xiao Yang exhaled a smoke ring. Watching it ascend into the sky, Spy King. This time, not only did Xiao Guoqiang's eyelids flutter, but his heart raced as well. The third, he*s digging a pit, isnt. Xiao Yang articulated each word, intending to expose the Spy King lurking within Long Country. Xiao Guoqiang's expression froze. Then, the way he looked at his son transformed, revealing an unprecedented wariness. How could he possibly know? Xiao Yang hadn't even seen those markings. How was this reasoning deduced with such precision, as if witnessed firsthand? Is it not curious why I assert that the mastermind lies hidden within our nation, rather than a recent arrival from abroad? Xiao Yang gazed at his father, the rationale being quite simple. If we were to become spies in another country and were discovered, the first course of action would be to eliminate any witnesses, prioritizing one's own safety. This is easily comprehensible, no matter how lucrative the rewards. The precondition is survival to enjoy them. What use is wealth if one is dead? Now, let us discuss this discovery. Has this gentleman been investigating something of late? After all, that is his profession, and it is quite likely that he has inadvertently exposed himself in the process. To have a figure ranked among the world's top 50 special operatives exposed speaks volumes of the threat he poses. May I propose a hypothesis? Perhaps this gentleman, upon realizing his exposure, devised a counter-scheme and feigned treasonous intentions, a baiting tactic? The value of a top-tier operative is self-evident. They harbor secrets so vast that any nation would consider them a treasure trove, a veritable gold mine that would tempt anyone. Let us not entertain the foolish notion that elite operatives would never betray. Otherwise, how do we account for the existence of top double agents and triple agents? Even a master spy would salivate at the sight of such riches, yearning to seize them. However, a master spy would hardly be so naive as to fall for such a ruse. Thus, this gentleman requires a token of allegiance. Yet, No one anticipated that this token would manifest in such grandiosity, rendering disbelief in his treachery impossible. Xiao Yang chuckled and asked his father what he thought of his reasoning. How was it? Xiao was nearly taken aback by his son's deductions. This intelligence was not merely impressive, it bordered on the extraordinary. Observing his father's astonished expression, Xiao Yang felt a sense of satisfaction, reveling in the display of his intellectual prowess. However, the term showing off felt too crude. This was nothing short of a divine revelation. Coming back to reality, Xiao conceded that he had been outmaneuvered by his son, feeling a mix of pride and concern. Was Xiao Yang's talent being wasted in the police force? Perhaps he should be placed in national security instead? Such decisions could be made later. For now, the immediate case demanded attention. What use is idle chatter? Xiao assumed the mantle of authority, pondering their current predicament. They may not even be in Longwa anymore. This line of thought was not unfounded. No one is a fool. Why remain after boasting only to await punishment? I hold a different view. They likely have not departed. They remain within Longwa. Xiao Yang shook his head, for otherwise, all the gentleman's efforts would be rendered meaningless. With a token of allegiance secured, even his family had been entrusted to the adversary, indicating a substantial commitment. I have stated before, his objective is to ensnare this master spy within Longwa. Are you certain of this? Xiao raised an eyebrow. What other possibility exists? Xiao Yang, wishing to tease yet hesitant, mused whether they were thinking that since the master spy had secured a token of allegiance and taken a Longwa operative hostage, it would be foolish not to escape while they could. Precisely, Xiao admitted. This was indeed the most rational course of action and the most defensible reasoning. Father, you are getting old, Xiao Yang remarked flatly. Xiao raised his hand to swat his son, only to have the boy evade him. If you do not clarify your thoughts, do not blame your father for his impatience. A blatant threat. Yet, Xiao Yang maintained the calm demeanor of a protagonist. Allow me to inquire, when you pursued my mother, what would you have done if my grandparents had disapproved? Ah, that? Xiao pondered briefly. We would have eloped, undoubtedly. Ah, is it any wonder I say you are aging, your mindset is antiquated? Xiao Yang scoffed. Do you know how today's youth behave when they wish to marry their girlfriends? What do? Xiao was genuinely perplexed, being a man of middle age. Xiao Yang grinned. What honesty, diligence, and dowry. They wouldn't tee off for a dime. They would not only plunder your garden, but also take your pot, consuming your resources while living off you. What? You disagree? Then do not be surprised if I become ruthless and insist on a second child. Xiao shuddered. Can such tactics still be employed? Fortunately, I have only one son. Had I a daughter, his heart sank at the thought. What I wish to convey is that human greed, ambition, and arrogance are insatiable. Xiao Yang composed himself, speaking deliberately. If I am not mistaken, the token of allegiance is merely the first step. Delivering his family is the second, and soon this gentleman will proceed to the third. You mean? Xiao heart raced with uncertainty. The trap is set, and the fish are lured. Xiao Yang lit a cigarette, squinting as he exhaled clouds of smoke. The most crucial bait must not be absent. What, then, is this bait? The fifth clue has emerged. Investigate, for he possesses another significant secret. In my assessment, he must have encountered something important, terrifying, and of staggering value in the past. He has the means and capability to acquire it. This constitutes the fifth clue he provides. And you should be able to ascertain the location of this item. His aim is likely to prepare national security in advance, setting the trap. When the time comes, he will lead the master spy, perhaps even an entire espionage organization, into the snare. What you must do is singular. Xiao Yang extended his hands, fingers interlaced, and proclaimed, "Seize it." Without a word, Xiao turned and departed. Xiao Yang observed his father's retreating figure, understanding he was off to make calls and gather information. They both knew well that fishing is never that simple, especially when one aims to catch a shark. A single misstep could result in not only losing the bait, but also being devoured by the very quarry one seeks. A master spy? Xiao Yang blinked, his eyes glimmering with excitement, anticipation, and danger. Then let us engage in a true battle of wits. 3 minutes later, Xinyu stood before Xiao Yang, offering him a mobile phone. The screen bore 2 red words, top secret. Xiao Yang inhaled deeply, tapping to open the dossier. Within lay personal information, or rather, a classified file. Name, Lu Qingyu position, special operations rank. Minutes later, after perusing the document, Xiao Yang's pupils dilated in disbelief. Incredible, astonishing. Such was the only way he could describe it. If one were to encapsulate this individual, it could only be summarized in 2 words: a miracle. After all he had endured, how had Lu Qingyu managed to survive? Xiao Yang set the phone down, murmuring to himself, setting aside what this person had accomplished domestically. He had been abroad at the tender age of 22, engaging in audacious exploits. Throughout his special operations career, he had undertaken 7 international missions, each concluded with resounding success. Subsequently, Lu Qingyu began to spearhead domestic counter-espionage efforts. Xiao Guoqiang's claim that this individual ranks among the world's top 50 operatives is no exaggeration. His loyalty to the nation speaks for itself. A person suddenly assassinated the head of a military research laboratory, seizing a significant research achievement, and then appeared in Harbin. Treason. Everyone was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation, and began tracking the investigation. This was the catalyst for the incident. Subsequently, a comprehensive investigation report was generated. Yet it proved to be of little value. The content largely mirrored the preliminary deductions made by Xiao Yang. At this juncture, Xiao Guoqiang returned to confront his son. His expression notably grim. "Did you find anything?" Xiao Yang inquired curiously, specifically about the bait that Lu Qingyu could access. After a long pause, Xiao Guoqiang uttered 3 words: 7th-generation aircraft. Xiao Yang nearly lost his composure. What a joke. Does Longwo possess a 7th-generation aircraft? Given the country's propensity, 1 generation is produced, another hidden, and a 3rd developed. This leads Xiao Yang to suspect that they might even be researching an 8th-generation aircraft. The information Xiao Guoqiang brought back was scant yet profoundly alarming. 2 years prior, Lu Qingyu had dealings with the 7th-generation Aircraft Research Institute due to counter-espionage efforts, having apprehended 2 foreign spies operating domestically. The key point is that Lu Qingyu knows the precise location of the 7th-generation Aircraft Research Institute. Suddenly, Xiao Yang felt a pervasive sense of paranoia. As if the entire world conspired against him. Fear gripped him, causing him to drop his sunflower seeds. Was it too late to flee now? The reasoning was simple. What kind of trivial matter was a 7th-generation aircraft? Believe it or not, if you are not a participant or a core member, discovering any secret could very well lead to your demise. Hypothetically, if Longwo truly possessed a 7th-generation aircraft, even a slight leak of core data could drive any nation on this planet into madness. What right did Lu Qingyu have to be associated with the 7th-generation aircraft? Even if he were a top-tier special agent, he wouldn't qualify. It defied logic. Yet there is a saying that rings true. When one observes absurdities, oftentimes, even more absurd events have already transpired. Quite normally, Xiao Guoqiang regained his composure, recalling how national security had previously interacted with the 6th-generation aircraft, intentionally releasing some data on it. Xiao Yang was left in a daze. Why had the world become so surreal? No, wait. Xiao Yang suddenly realized. Was the information released by national security authentic? It need not be entirely true. Even a fraction of its veracity would be sufficient to attract a swarm of flies. National security would then delightfully swat them away. Perfect. But the current situation was far from that. Shaking his head, Xiao Yang still felt something was amiss. If it were something else, he might have believed it. But using the 7th-generation aircraft as bait, don't think you can deceive my discerning eyes. Are you frightened? Xiao Guoqiang teased with a glint of mischief in his eyes. If you continue like this, I might have to call the police. Xiao Yang shot a glare at his father, urging him to be reasonable. I am the police. You are also a police officer now. What good would that do? Xiao Guoqiang chuckled, wrapping an arm around his son's shoulder. Come on, let's see if your guess is correct. Dear father, all I want to do now is flee. The tension on someone's face momentarily slackened. Allow me to have a drink of the 1993 Fuelenman to calm my nerves. In Jiacheng, Provincel, not only is it a crucial industrial city, but it also serves as a new industrial base. It borders Harbin to the north and Baishan to the south. Stepping off the police helicopter, Xiao Yang stood on the rooftop of a building, surveying the city. Would Lu Qingyu and that spy king make an appearance here? Xiao Yang only knew that the so-called 7th-generation Aircraft Research Institute should be located in this city. Descending the building, the group boarded their vehicles. Inside an SUV, Xiao Guoqiang shook hands with a middle-aged man. The latter was the head of national security in Jiangcheng, albeit of a slightly lower rank, a deputy bureau chief. Luo Yong, 43 years old, second-level police supervisor. Xiao Yang had no time to listen to his father exchanging pleasantries, as he slumped in his seat, desperately needing rest after a sleepless night. His heart raced, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. When he next opened his eyes, 2 hours had passed. The convoy halted at an industrial park on the outskirts. Before a vast array of factory buildings, Xiao Yang's muscles tensed suddenly. Every hair on his body stood on end. his eyes darting towards the exterior of the vehicle. Ever since acquiring the skills of a soldier, his perception had significantly heightened, granting him an extraordinary sensitivity to unknown dangers. Perhaps it was not a mere illusion. Xiao Yang sensed a pair of eyes sweeping across his face, evoking a feeling of being locked on. This sensation was reminiscent of a previous instance when he stood on a rooftop, being targeted by Chu Dongchan's sniper rifle. Identifying a sniper. Xiao Yang's expression shifted. Apart from specialized personnel like Chu Dongchan, the presence of a sniper in the city could imply only three possibilities: guarding a critical location, protecting a target, or eliminating a criminal. Bravely stepping out of the SUV alongside Xiao Yang glanced once more at the factory area, his eyes betraying a mix of wariness and vigilance. What on earth was happening? Xiao furrowed his brow, noticing his son's unease. I'm not Ningkai-chen. What ghostly matters are you sensing? Xiao Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to alert his father. Perhaps it was unnecessary. The national security personnel were likely military, merely observing. However, Xiao Yang abruptly lifted his gaze to a factory building approximately 20 meters tall. Am I being disrespected? Are you still aiming at me? 60 meters away. A sniper, crouched on the scorching rooftop, suddenly trembled. Had he been discovered? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the sniper's face expressed sheer shock, mouth agape in disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Recalling a previous instance when a team member was boasting, the captain had mentioned the existence of a class of experts with terrifying perception akin to that of a beast. Any hint of danger could be instantly sensed by such individuals. Attempting to execute a long-range assassination would be exceedingly challenging. At that time, a renowned team member had asked, "What if it's a close-range situation?" The captain had looked at him as if he were foolish. Don't even think about engaging them in close combat. You don't stand a chance. Here's a piece of advice. If you ever encounter such a person, run as fast as you can. Had Xiao Yang heard this, he would have recognized the captain's wisdom. His skills originated from Chu Dongchan. He had witnessed her formidable combat prowess firsthand. Engaging in close combat with Chu Dongchan? Were you asking for a swift demise? At least you were wise enough to recognize it. Xiao Yang diverted his gaze. That feeling of being targeted finally dissipated. Following his father through the guarded entrance, they entered the factory area. Xiao Yang rendered himself inconspicuous, yet his eyes remained vigilant. The factory was vast. Yet he did not believe this could genuinely be the 7th-generation Aircraft Research Institute. It appeared too rudimentary. From an external perspective, it resembled an ordinary factory. Furthermore, a place designated for the development of 7th-generation aircraft was hardly accessible to just anyone, not to mention his father. Even the upper echelons of the National Security Department might not have the clearance to enter. This was no joke. They would not even spare you a glance. What were his father and the others aiming to accomplish? Xiao Yang was engulfed in confusion. He did not comprehend, nor dared to inquire. Following the higher-ups into a factory building, they boarded an elevator. An elevator? Xiao Yang's pupils flickered. If memory served him correctly, this factory building had 5 floors. What need was there for an elevator? Suddenly, the elevator began to descend rapidly, heightening his sense of unease. It was not ascending, but descending. The elevator plunged down swiftly. Silence enveloping the group. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating 2 pressing questions. What lay beneath, and were there surveillance measures in place? As the elevator descended, the feeling of being locked on resurfaced, emanating from the elevator itself. This was inconsequential. The crucial question was, what existed below? Ding! The elevator halted, and the doors parted. A vast hall unfolded before them, where several fully armed soldiers stood 5 meters away. The group passed through security checks, proceeding along a steel corridor. Upon reaching the end, they were met with a massive metal door. Approximately 5 seconds later, the metallic door swung open, and Xiao Yang's pupils constricted. As the gate slid apart, a palace unfolded before his eyes. It was evident that this was a vast underground military research facility, a secret garden that encapsulated the wisdom and sweat of countless elites. The staff bustled about, and numerous instruments operated as if nurturing the weapons to defend the nation. In that instant, Xiao Yang's eyes widened as he beheld a colossal model of a fighter jet positioned prominently in the center of the base. Its fuselage measured an impressive 22 meters in length and over 4 meters in height, with a nose that deviated from traditional designs, resembling a duck's beak. Its appearance was strikingly futuristic. For military enthusiasts, this model was likely familiar, White Emperor. Yet, Xiao Yang felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Was this a jest? He finally comprehended why access to the 7th-generation Fighter Development Institute was so easily granted. Anyone with even a modicum of intellect understood the implications of the White Emperor model. It was part of a publicly disclosed plan from Longhua, intended for foreign observers. Southgate. Moreover, it plainly communicated to the outside world. Will you join us? Whether Longhua would implement this plan was secondary. If you wished to participate, it demanded an exorbitant financial commitment, vast resources, and countless manpower. A misstep could topple a superpower. If you chose not to engage, then so be it. Longhua would proceed with its ambitions. This encapsulated the wisdom of Longhua, a masterstroke of strategic deception. Was the White Emperor indeed a 7th-generation fighter? Undoubtedly, it was an aerospace combat aircraft. Yet, the pressing question remained, aside from the model, did the White Emperor truly exist? Beyond the core personnel of Longhua, no one knew. One could not ascertain if it was a mere smokescreen or a true nuclear capability. This ambiguity was precisely why Xiao Yang felt a blend of amusement and exasperation upon witnessing it. It was as if someone had pressed his head into the ground, reminding him of our mother. When it came to deception, they were not just fooling foreigners, but their own kind as well. However, one thing was certain. This was indeed the genuine 7th-generation Fighter Development Institute. As for whether it was legitimate research or a fade, Xiao Yang remained in the dark. Lu Qingyu had encountered this very place 2 years prior. Xiao Guoqiang gazed intently at the White Emperor model within the base, his eyes gleaming. Would you desire to possess it? Goodness. Father, please choose your words carefully. Xiao Yang feigned exaggeration. We cannot afford such a thing. It could cost lives. Not to mention that his father was merely a departmental-level official. Even if his grandfather held a ministerial rank, daring to engage would spell disaster. Then, Xiao Yang pondered a critical issue. It was over. All his deductions had been overturned. Why? Because the so-called 7th-generation fighter, the White Emperor. Without even considering the intelligence of the Spy King, Xiao Yang knew the White Emperor was a trap, a bottomless pit from which no one could escape. What means did Lu Qingyu employ to convince the Spy King of the White Emperor's authenticity and lure him in? Xiao Yang was acutely sensitive to such inexplicable details. Lowering his gaze, he contemplated the ground, or perhaps he was examining the 7th-generation Fighter Development Institute. One word echoed in his mind: greed. A seemingly simple term. Yet it encompassed a multitude of concepts: ambition, power, temptation, capability, desire, and obsession. Without these driving forces, one could hardly indulge in greed. Among those who stand atop the pinnacle of success, who is devoid of greedy thoughts? Without such inclinations, could one truly ascend to the summit? Aspie King, reigning atop the pinnacle, harbored a greed far more terrifying than the ordinary. What was beyond his reach? Consequences? Danger? Death? Non-existent. For such individuals, discovering something that ignited their greed leaves only one option: to act. But the White Emperor? How could it be the White Emperor? Xiao Yang murmured to himself. You must have known all along that this was a trap. If I can see through so much, surely you, being more astute than I, would not be blind to it. Yet, despite your awareness, you still choose to leap in, participating in this charade alongside Lu Qingyu. Why? Contemplating deeply, Xiao Yang recalled a line from a martial arts film. The adept is often solitary. Some may scoff at this notion, suggesting that solitude drives one to self-destruction. There exists a profession: mercenaries. Some pursue wealth, others are fugitives, while some are motivated by ideals. Yet, within this profession, there are those who fight not for money but for the thrill of battle and war. Why? To kill, to feel exhilaration, to find joy, to alleviate boredom, and to escape loneliness. They embrace the prospect of dying in passion rather than living like insects. It dawned on him. You are reveling in the thrill of it all. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled as he realized you are playing a game. If that is the case, have you seen through all of Lu Qingyu's machinations? Are you feigning ignorance, deliberately playing along, watching us dig our own graves? Then, just as we believe we are on the verge of success, poised to capture you, you turn the tables and bury us in the pit you have prepared. Xiao Yang shuddered. The game's design is indeed thus, isn't it? Suddenly, a fist came from behind, silently and swiftly striking. In an instant, Xiao Yang's eyes glimmered with a sharp, cutting coldness. He spun around, swinging his fist, unleashing the might of an elephant. His punch resembled that of a blacksmith wielding a great hammer, swift, relentless, and imbued with a violent beauty. But something felt amiss. Xiao Yang suddenly jolted. This was Longhua's military research facility. There should be no danger. Even as he regained his composure and retracted 99% of his strength, it was too late. Bang! Two fists collided without flourish. Crack! Under the suffocating force of Xiao Yang's punch, the opponent's fist crumpled, twisted, and shattered. Blood sprang forth. The owner of the fist was sent sprawling like a human sandbag, hurtling 3 to 4 meters away before crashing to the ground. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes glued to the spectacle. They glanced at the soldier lying on the ground, then shifted their gaze to Xiao Yang, each wearing expressions of disbelief, their eyelids twitching. Clatter! The sound of weapons being cocked echoed ominously. Numerous dart barrels were aimed at Xiao Yang. The expressions of Xiao Guoqiang and Luo Yang shifted dramatically, their gazes turning icy as they regarded the soldiers. Their bodies leaned forward, arms hanging by their sides, legs slowly bending, entering a state of readiness. At that moment, both national security personnel and those from the base, even the entire region, were shrouded in a tense atmosphere, ready to erupt. Chapter 65, The Protective Chu Dongchan. Suddenly, what is happening? Lower your weapons, stand at attention. A chilling command rang out. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers promptly lowered their weapons and stood at attention. Xiao Yang turned to the source of the voice. A middle-aged man in uniform approached, his posture erect, stride steady, eyes deep and piercing, exuding an undeniable military presence of authority without anger. Xiao Yang's gaze fell upon the man's shoulder, fixating on the gleaming star of rank, Major General. The Major General halted, first glancing at Xiao Yang's bloodied fist before turning to observe the injured soldier, who was now standing, cradling his deformed arm. It was then that everyone realized this was a captain. Hubei, what transpired? The Major General inquired coldly, sensing something amiss. The lieutenant, named Hubei, fixed his gaze on Xiao Yang, hurriedly reporting that he had accompanied national security personnel, yet he managed to detect a sniper concealed atop the building, and at the time, his body had instinctively adopted a military evasion posture. I was taken aback when I saw that maneuver through surveillance, as it originated from a rather formidable institution. I once spent a week there before being expelled. The lieutenant's face revealed an uncontainable fear as he uttered 4 words. Hunter School. Writing a novel or filming a movie. Is this a school? However, upon hearing the term Hunter School, the Major General's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Guoqiang and others also bore faces of shock, staring at Xiao Yang. Those who were unaware might wonder, does such a place truly exist? Not only is it present, but it is also exceedingly terrifying, akin to a soldier's purgatory. It represents the highest honor in contemporary military history. Each recipient of the prestigious Hunter Badge can be deemed among the strongest soldiers on Earth. However, dear sir, times have changed. Let us not speak of any Hunter School. A single drone equipped with explosives could wreak havoc upon even the mightiest of soldiers. Yet, since there is a connection to the Hunter School, something about Xiao Yang seems amiss. Young man, please enlighten us on how you acquired the skills of the Hunter School and what brings you to this base, amidst the ranks of national security. How could individuals from national security possibly receive training at the Hunter School? That is a realm reserved solely for soldiers. Given this revelation, it would be remiss of the lieutenant not to investigate further. He promptly led a team to conduct a covert assessment and swiftly discerned that something was amiss. Xiao Yang's responses, speed, and counterattacks, especially his strength, were utterly terrifying. The lieutenant's hand, which could effortlessly split red bricks, was shattered, and he was sent flying several meters away. One must ponder, what kind of strength is this? Is it truly human? Alas, the lieutenant will never realize how fortunate he was. Had Xiao Yang not noticed something was off and retracted much of his power, the lieutenant might have been grievously injured, perhaps even having his arm broken or shattered. Is the Hunter School truly this formidable? Xiao Yang was somewhat astonished. It is not his fault for being ignorant. He merely skimmed the surface of knowledge from Chu Dongchan and could not possibly grasp the entirety of the situation. Little one. The Major General's expression was grave, his gaze penetrating through the fog, fixed intently on Xiao Yang's eyes. Care to provide an explanation? I can explain nothing, Xiao Yang replied, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he regarded his father, Xiao Guoqiang, whose expression was complex, silent. There were burdens he could shoulder for his son, even risking his life, but the pressing issue at hand required an answer. Should Xiao Yang fail to provide one, dire consequences could ensue. At this critical juncture, faltering would be disastrous. Xiao Yang felt weary, averting his gaze from his father to the Major General, smiling faintly. Are you quite certain you wish for me to furnish an explanation? Absolutely certain, the Major General replied coldly. Xiao Yang wasted no time. He retrieved his phone and dialed Chu Dongchan. I truly wish to avoid any pretenses or melodrama. Why must you compel me? Upon connection. Xiao Yang's eyes darted as he feigned vulnerability. Sister, someone is bullying me. Xiao Guoqiang. Major General. Others. The legendary calling for parental intervention? Chu Dongchan's once soothing voice turned frigid and piercing. Did I not teach you a few things? You understand. Xiao Yang cast a glance at the Major General. Someone mentioned the Hunter School and demanded an explanation. Otherwise, there would be consequences. When did I ever say I would make things difficult for you? The Major General's lips twitched. Xiao Guoqiang silently covered his face. While others were caught between laughter and tears, Chu Dongchan paused, her voice chilling. Is that person beside you? Yes. Put it on speaker. Xiao Yang switched to speaker mode. Who are you? Chu Dongchan's cold tone felt like an invisible chill, devoid of warmth. The Major General's expression darkened. And who might you be? Director of the Action Department. Central Special Operations, Chu Dongchan. An indescribable aura of dominance emanated from her chilling words. The Major General's face drained of color, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Not only he, but anyone aware of the Central Special Operations would experience a profound change in expression. Special Operations. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened. Now he understood where his insufferable sister worked. This place seemed rather impressive. Why did the Major General appear on the verge of tears? And why did his father look equally terrified? Indeed, this little rascal has found a way to thrive. Faced with his son's gaze, Xiao Guoqiang rolled his eyes. Nonetheless, this dependency was rather remarkable. The Major General, staring at the phone, found himself at a loss for words. Everything I know, I taught him, Chu Dongchan interjected. Is there a problem? None at all. The Major General forced a smile, cutting the call. Once the call ended, Xiao Yang raised the phone to his ear. Sister. Silence. Chu Dongchan's tone was still sharp, yet no longer frigid. I only recall sparring with you. I do not believe I taught you the skills of the Hunter School. Xiao Yang. Winky face. When we meet again, you had best provide me with an explanation, otherwise. Chu Dongchan's tone took on a hint of jest. Watch your legs. Why must you imitate my mother? After ending the call, Xiao Yang's lips twitched. However, since his insufferable sister could joke, it indicated that the situation was not dire. An explanation? Throughout my life, I have never felt the need to justify my actions to anyone. Xiao Yang straightened, turning back to the Major General. Now, is it not your turn to provide me with an explanation? Why did your men ambush me? The Major General felt an overwhelming pressure. Enough, Xiao Guoqiang interjected promptly. First, let's tend to your wounds. Indeed, Xiao Yang's palm was injured. Chapter 66. All old manipulators possessing the strength of an elephant without the physique to match. What consequences would ensue if a human wielded such power? Xiao Yang gazed at his hand, resembling that of a mummy, and lamented. His physical resilience was insufficient. What to do? Simple. Augment his bodily strength to match that power, ensuring defense. A thought, and the system template emerged. Host, Xiao Yang System, Biological Ability Replicator Ability, Skills of a Warrior, Strength of an Elephant Replication, 9 days System Space, Long Knife, Police Uniform. 9 days to acquire a replication point? Xiao Yang felt weary but had already formulated a plan. Once he obtained replication points, he would prioritize defense, followed by speed. Anything related to physical prowess would be worth replicating. Everything else was mere distraction. Survival was paramount. The world before him was far too peculiar. As he envisioned, the chaos seemed to pursue him relentlessly. It was not merely encountering situations. Rather, events gravitated toward him, leaving no avenue for escape. Was this the price of traversing realms? Xiao Yang's once idyllic notions of reincarnation and crossing over were utterly shattered. Simply staying alive was a victory. What more could one desire? Yet, Xiao Yang gazed at his injured hand, his pupils dilating slightly. That punch had indeed inflicted severe damage, rendering it nearly immobile. But why was it now tingling, itching, and regaining movement? His body seemed to be undergoing an extraordinary transformation. His injured hand was healing at an incomprehensible speed. Xiao Yang felt a peculiar sensation. Perhaps within a day, his hand would be fully restored. Do traversers possess inherent buffs? Science? Science? What do you mean? Not everything can be explained scientifically. This is beyond my jurisdiction. Would I undergo mutations? Xiao Yang's complexion paled. Would his hand be all right? The door swung open, and Xiao Guoqiang entered. Should be all right? Xiao Yang was unsure how to articulate his feelings, torn with indecision. Should be. Xiao Guoqiang yearned to slap his son. What next? Why do you keep asking me? Isn't this your national security's responsibility? Xiao Yang was exasperated. Is the earth spinning without me? You have a keen mind, Xiao Guoqiang retorted, unabashed. What? You disagree? I possess dignity. Xiao Yang was about to erupt with anger when he noticed his father extending his hand, seemingly requesting money, prompting a swift change in his demeanor as he forced a smile. No need for words. I have always believed that greater ability entails greater responsibility. Since you think I can handle it, for the sake of world peace and human happiness, I shall do my utmost to resolve this case. And your dignity? Xiao Guqiang chuckled. What is dignity? Xiao Yang replied, wearing an expression of naive innocence. How shameless, just like me. Xiao Guqiang laughed, giving a thumbs up. All right. We can conclude this tedious display of paternal affection. Xiao Yang smirked, assuring, there's no need for concern. That person will reveal themselves in due time. What does that mean? Xiao Guqiang narrowed his eyes. To illustrate, Xiao Yang mimicked a frog with cunning intent. Imagine you're fishing and have prepared a bait to lure the fish. However, these fish are remarkably astute. They recognize the bait as a trap and refrain from entering, yet they still covet the bait. Father, if you were a fish, how would you go about consuming that bait? Xiao Guqiang's mind raced, clearly grasping what his son was implying. The trap set by the national security had been discerned. Alternatively, Lu Qingyu's scheme had been unveiled. Yet, the individual in question had not retreated. Instead, they appeared intent on seizing the bait aggressively. This was an affront to the national security, a blatant challenge. Xiao Guqiang felt a surge of anger, sensing an insult. But it was futile. The adversary was reckless, yet possessed the means to be so. The Spy King was formidable and terrifying, exceedingly difficult to apprehend, a consensus among global intelligence and security agencies. To capture someone, one must first ascertain their identity, location, and capabilities. How could one apprehend the unknown? But the situation had shifted. He would soon emerge. Yet, Xiao Guqiang struggled to comprehend his son's subsequent remarks. The fish desired the bait without leaping into the trap. The national security and research institutions could not possibly dispatch the 7th-generation aircraft. If the bait could not be removed, what alternative means remained to consume it? Suddenly, Xiao Guqiang's expression shifted, paling in realization. Are you suggesting? Xiao Yang regarded his father. If you lack this level of intelligence, I would doubt how you attained your position. Indeed, from the very beginning, his target was never the bait we prepared, but rather those of us fishing. Xiao Yang scoffed. He aims for us. As previously mentioned, a special agent is worth a fortune, laden with secrets. For instance, through this special agent, one could uncover an entire intelligence network or even an entire intelligence agency. It is akin to encountering a beautiful maiden and stripping her of all her garments. If one could achieve that with a single person, what if it were a group? This would equate to not only undressing the maiden, but also casting her onto the bed, free to indulge as one pleases. At that moment, the national security would appear as a sieve, allowing the adversary to infiltrate at will, departing whenever they wished. Moreover, it would be a deadlock. Even if one could see through it, there would be no solution, for one would still be led by the nose. Lu Qingyu and his family were in their grasp. Old Lu, Xiao Guqiang sighed. Are you implying he was foolish, that he attempted to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice? Xiao Yang shook his head. No, he is quite formidable. He has unearthed a spy king hidden within Longhua that none of you have noticed, and has managed to keep the opponent engaged without fleeing Longhua until we discovered it. That is no ordinary prowess. The crux lies in what you have overlooked. Lu Qingyu left behind 3 phrases. The first, safety. What grounds does he have for such confidence? Having fallen into the hands of a spy king, yet still daring to speak of safety? This indicates that Lu Qingyu must possess a backup plan. One that could potentially ensnare the spy king. I simply have yet to fathom what that backup entails. Have you noticed? Regardless of the outcome, since this spy king has not departed, it signifies he will inevitably reveal himself. Is this not aligned with Lu Qingyu's scheme? Xiao Yang lamented, all these old schemers. Smack. Xiao Guqiang playfully struck his son's head, chuckling, old schemers? That is your Uncle Lu, my brother. All right, your brother. Xiao Yang, feeling fatigued, urged. We must prepare, they may be arriving soon. Suddenly, Luo Yong, the head of the Jiangxing National Security, entered the room, visibly exhilarated. They have appeared. The father and son exchanged a glance. The game had commenced. Chapter 67, Squatting Straight versus Squatting Slanted. Squatting Slanted gets one shoot 200 meters outside the industrial park. At the edge of a shanty town, a vehicle was parked. Numerous individuals entered and exited their residences or visited others. One might observe a peculiar sight, a vehicle advertising CDs and USB drive stationed outside a residential area. Such vehicles not only frequent residential neighborhoods but also appear in remote locations, like the shantytown before them. One might wonder, in this day and age, how anyone could still engage in such a trade, and whether it is profitable. If you think this way, you are gravely mistaken. Despite the limited clientele, the profits they generate might far exceed what one could earn in a day's labor, even by multiples. There exists a colloquial term, nail. In layman's terms, it refers to watching out. This aptly describes them. These individuals are acutely aware that the items they sell are hardly in demand. With no inquiries made, they merely operate under the guise of selling CDs. Their mere presence often coincides with illicit activities, such as gambling, brothels, and illegal transactions. Such individuals can earn several hundred to thousands, even tens of thousands, daily. All while maintaining a semblance of safety, as serious trouble is unlikely. Typically, other nails are also present in the vicinity. If one were to interfere with that vehicle, others would be alerted. If one were to leave it be, they would continue their watch. As long as one cannot locate certain illicit venues and catch them in the act, they cannot be prosecuted. When that CD-selling vehicle appeared outside the industrial park, it had already caught the attention of the national security investigators. Would they apprehend it? No, but the vehicle was certainly suspicious. It was equipped with 4 cameras, 2 aimed at the road and 2 directed toward the industrial park, with one even pointed at the Military Research Institute. Most peculiar was the demeanor of the occupants inside, who appeared engrossed in their phones, hardly resembling lookouts. Their phones did not display the feeds from the 4 cameras. How to ascertain this? Xiao Yang grew curious, eager to learn the investigative methods of the national security. Since the surveillance footage isn't visible on their phones, where might it be? Xiao Yang explained, this is not merely a lookout. It is also bait, a classic tactic. Foreign intelligence operatives often favor such individuals, as it is easy to overlook their involvement with national security. They may also utilize them for photography, recording, and remote data theft through network transmission devices. The strategy is rather intricate. Xiao Yang nodded, absorbing the information. In his recollection, were not intelligence operatives often seen in restricted areas with cameras? Yet, in this era, they too had evolved, employing various ingenious tactics. How to uncover the truth? Xiao Yang diligently studied. Regardless of whether the transmission was wired or wireless, it necessitated a network. Xiao Yang continued, tracing wired connections is straightforward, while wireless ones pose more challenges. One must track data flow through nearby base stations to pinpoint locations. Of course, success is not guaranteed. It requires peeling back layers, pursuing leads. It becomes a race of speed and cunning. Intelligence warfare is akin to a battle of wits against the air. The first to reveal themselves meets their demise. In comparison to criminal cases, it seemed rather mundane. Xiao Yang shook his head. The location has been pinpointed. A national security technician reported, gesturing to a specialized laptop before him. It's right here in Jiangcheng. But curiously, the other party seems like a novice, lacking anti-surveillance awareness. Is that truly the case? Xiao Yang scoffed. No, they are not inept. They are fishing. Moreover, knowing they are fishing, one is compelled to engage. Can we afford to ignore it? Xiao Yang scrutinized Xiao Yang, posing a seemingly trivial question, yet testing his son's insight. If we ignore it, we will soon encounter corpses or dismembered remains. Xiao Yang asserted. Those would be the remains of Lu Qingyu's parents, or perhaps his own. The pattern of encircling corpses for support follows this trajectory. Even if one possesses a heart of stone and refrains from rescue, a psychological scar will remain for life. Xiao Yang sneered, vowing to disgust you for a lifetime. Xiao Yang sighed, his eyes revealing a mix of anger and helplessness, his expression grim. The answer his son provided was flawless, yet thoroughly revolting. In Changi District, at the Wanda Plaza, Xiao Yang stepped out of the car, gazing at the vast expanse of the mall before him. This was the designated location. Luo Yong spoke to Xiao Yang in a low voice. Second floor. The group entered through the main entrance and ascended directly to the second floor, heading towards the restroom. Thanks to the tracking technology of the national security personnel, they had pinpointed this location. The ladies' restroom had already been sealed off. Xiao Yang felt a surge of excitement. In his 2 lifetimes, it was his first time entering a ladies' restroom, and he was quite curious. He genuinely wondered what the slogans in the ladies' restroom might be. Akin to the men's restroom sign that read, "Do not mock other shortcomings, do not flaunt your own strengths, adhere to civility, and approach convenience." Then, Xiao Yang's gaze fell upon a wall where a slogan was displayed: "Squat straight, not askew. Squatting askew splashes a shoe. Squat down and pull back to avoid small splashes." Astonishing. Xiao Yang was impressed. Who said women couldn't come up with clever phrases? This was simply outrageous. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Yang looked towards the restroom window, where a tablet was affixed. The restroom windows were designed to prevent prying eyes and were rarely opened, especially in a ladies' restroom, so no one had noticed this tablet. Strangely, the screen was displaying 4 surveillance feeds in a segmented format. At this sight, the expressions of those present darkened. Through the window, they gazed into the distance. A tablet mounted on the window facing outside. Who was it meant for? Spider-Man? Certainly not. It was intended for someone far away. With just a telescope, they could easily observe. This method allowed them to avoid detection. Xiao Yang's gaze followed towards a cluster of high-rise residential buildings. His mind raced like a CPU, suddenly growing grave. He surmised that within those high-rise buildings, traps could very likely be laid out, traps that the national security personnel would have to contend with. After all, it was unlikely that the other party would lead them here out of mere boredom without setting a trap to play with. If Xiao Yang were in their position, he would undoubtedly do the same. Only a cunning individual understands the ways of another cunning individual. If it were him, how would he design this trap? What bait would he use? Simple, the parents of Lu Qingyu would suffice. But where would the architect of this trap be? Given their penchant for excitement, they would certainly want to engage up close. Xiao Yang scrutinized the high-rise buildings, contemplating the possibility of entering. With this thought, he turned and exited the restroom. He had to hide well. He was coming to play. As Xiao Yang entered the residential area, Xiao Guoqiang and others were securing the main entrances of the community. Luo Yong, the head of Jiangxing National Security, was also rallying support. As long as they could delay any issues for a few minutes, the entire residential area could be surrounded by the police. Criminal investigators, special police, and armed police could all be summoned, working in tandem with national security personnel for a thorough search. This was the extent of national security's authority. In times of necessity, they could mobilize land, sea, and air forces. In this era, who still fought alone? That would be foolish. The true path was to crush you with overwhelming force. To Xiao Yang's surprise, before he could even survey the several buildings within the community, a remote-controlled toy car, roughly the size of an adult shoe, sped towards him from a distance. Xiao Yang squinted, his muscles tensing, his legs poised to evade. He had a bit of a phobia regarding such devices. He remembered when he first traversed to this world. Someone had used a toy car with a remote control to deploy a bomb. Once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of ropes for 10 years. The toy car, which was supposed to zoom past him, suddenly halted. At this sight, Xiao Yang's expression changed abruptly. Without hesitation, he prepared to dart away. It must be you. A voice emanated from the toy car, laced with amusement. Xiao Yang's heart raced. The only thought in his mind was, the Spy King. He couldn't fathom why this thought struck him, but he instinctively knew it was the Spy King. It was as if the other party had uttered those peculiar words the moment they laid eyes on him. Who would have anticipated that their first meeting would occur in such a manner? It seems to be you. The voice from the toy car resonated again. I didn't expect you to be so young. Now that you've appeared, I suppose you've guessed something? Accompany me for a game. As long as I am pleased, I will grant you what you desire. If I am displeased, many will perish. You should be able to make the choice, yes? Before Xiao Yang could respond, the toy car swiftly reversed and sped away. Xiao Yang sighed, unable to control his impulsive nature, and charged after the toy car. He knew that acting recklessly could cost him his life. After all, that was the Spy King. Xiao Yang dashed towards a tall residential building, but sometimes certain actions must be taken. He had to honor the garment he wore, otherwise he shouldn't don it at all. Inside were 2 individuals. 2 people on the verge of death. The toy car suddenly stopped in front of the entrance of a residential unit. You have only 24 hours to find them. If you do not, they will die. Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. 2 individuals? A pair? Lu Qingyu's parents? Their target was indeed us, but Xiao Yang's expression fluctuated as he pondered a question. Even if someone were hidden within a building, it shouldn't take 24 hours to locate them. Yet, the other party had stated 24 hours. Why? 3 thoughts coursed through his mind. 1. The location is extremely secretive, beyond the imagination of ordinary people. 2. These 2 individuals would appear in unfamiliar forms. 3. As Xiao Yang rushed into the building, his expression changed once more. The individuals he sought were not present. Lu Qingyu's parents were not in the building. The other party was deliberately misleading them. If they were not there, forget 24 hours, they would never be found. What was the purpose of this? To buy time? Suddenly, Xiao Yang regained his composure, his mind racing again. Why would you want to delay? Your goal is not us, is it? Xiao Yang halted. Delay? Or perhaps you are creating a false impression, as though you are engaging in a game with us, leading us to believe you are focused on the 7th-generation machine, on playing games, on a battle of wits. Is that why you knew about the intricacies of the White Emperor, but chose to appear anyway? Lu Qingyu is stalling you. And you too wish to exploit this to delay us. Why the delay? What is your motive? What about the clues left by Lu Qingyu, the 5 hits? Were you deliberately enticing him, using Lu Qingyu to draw our attention away? The purpose is... Xiao Yang chuckled softly. Are you trying to divert attention? As he spoke, he exited the building and stood once more in front of the toy car. Yet, the toy car remained motionless, seemingly devoid of control, as if its operator had vanished. All along, your intent was to divert our focus elsewhere? Xiao Yang, hands in pockets, stood with the posture of a rogue, tilting his head with a devil-may-care grin as he regarded the toy car. Let me guess, why do you wish to divert attention? Firstly, Lu Qingyu's betrayal attracted all the attention of national security. A top-tier special operative's defection was akin to an earthquake. Later, we discovered he might be digging a pit, fishing for a shark. To gain the shark's trust, he offered a letter of loyalty, murdering a top scientist and seizing a one-of-a-kind item. Merely presenting a letter of loyalty was insufficient. Lu Qingyu felt insecure. To convince you of his genuine intent to betray, he sacrificed his own parents. After all, even a beast wouldn't stoop so low as to sell their own flesh and blood. Any normal person would find it hard to believe. But you are no ordinary person, for you have never trusted him. You are the Spy King. If you do not trust him, yet allow him to remain by your side, it must serve a singular purpose, to use him, to have him dig pits for us, to set traps for me, to engage us in a game of wits. From Lu Qingyu's home to the 7th-generation Machine Research Institute, it has indeed been so. You have actively led us to Wanda Plaza, to this very community. Everything feels like a game, making us believe you are indulging in excitement. And we almost fell for it. Xiao Yang smirked contemptuously. Yet you, in your elaborate scheming, have overlooked one crucial issue. What have I neglected? A voice emanated from the toy car, low and grave. Find someone, and we must search for 24 hours. Xiao Yang scoffed, pondering how one could derive pleasure from observing a group scouring for another for an entire day. You possess countless methods to ensnare us, to deceive us, to toy with our lives, yet you have chosen this particular route. This is no longer a game. You aim to ensnare not only us, but also the gaze of national security here. Are you preparing to depart? The purpose of diverting attention is solely because you intend to take something away. Otherwise, you would have left long ago. Why complicate matters? What you seek to take is undoubtedly troublesome, isn't it? I understand now. People, significant individuals, those you must remove. Xiao Yang articulated each word deliberately. Professor Wang Weiran. Am I correct? Who is Wang Weiran? The esteemed researcher brutally slain by Lu Qingyu, a half-academician, a figure everyone presumed dead. Can a deceased person not be a spy king? Chapter 69. What a fool you are. What grievances do you harbor? How could Xiao Yang possibly think of Professor Wang Weiran? Think of a dead man. Because Lu Qingyu did not betray the nation. If he did not betray, what reason could there be to murder a half-academician? No matter how formidable a spy king may be, he pales in comparison to an academician. Is it plausible to extinguish a half-academician for the sake of capturing a spy king? Initially, no one grasped the situation, overlooked it. In everyone's eyes, Professor Wang Weiran was indeed deceased. This was confirmed by national security personnel. How could there be an error? But if the individual in question is a spy king, the narrative shifts. For instance, the case Xiao Yang encountered days prior. A pair of twins, one brother killed the other and assumed his identity. If a mere assassin can employ such tactics, can a spy king not? Even if they are not twins, their methods are unfathomably vast. Yet, why feign death? Why orchestrate such a grand spectacle? Xiao Yang elucidated. This spy king intends to extract certain significant individuals, those he must take. Only through his death can he facilitate the departure of others. So what sort of individuals warrant such meticulous effort from a spy king? Relatives. It must be relatives. Some may jest. How absurd. Could not his family flee beforehand? Consider the important personnel. Might there be surveillance surrounding their relatives? Even if they were to emigrate, would there not be eyes upon them? Moreover, these relatives are not Navi. Should they venture abroad, they could easily fall under foreign control or capture. How desperate must one be to leave? Awaiting apprehension, awaiting control, to be leveraged against their own kin? The example of a certain notable individual serves as a testament. His daughter was incriminated to exert pressure. Is this invisible, or are they merely pretending it is? Thus, The more important the figure, the more their relatives dare not leave. They cannot leave. Perhaps some remain perplexed. If the Spy King is indeed Professor Wang Weiran, why must he die? Because with his demise, his relatives would no longer require protection from state surveillance. Once the significant individuals are gone, external forces will no longer covet his family. Is this not the case? As long as surveillance ceases, as long as no one pays heed, could he not stealthily escort his relatives away? Thus, he not only manipulated Lu Qingyu into feigning death, but also utilized him to project the illusion of a Spy King in Longhua, diverting all attention away. Simultaneously, his death would liberate his family from scrutiny. Even if they vanish, they would not attract immediate notice. By the time national security realizes, that family would already be abroad, living incognito, vanishing from public view. The mystery unfolds. Alas, it may be a tad late, yet far from too late. For as Xiao Yang conversed with another, national security initiated their actions. Did he truly believe standing casually, hands in pockets, in a posturing reminiscent of a small rogue, was akin to playing in those years? With hands in pockets, unaware of what a rival truly meant, Xiao Yang was not so idle. He discreetly utilized his phone to dial a number. The call to his father. Just moments ago, his words had reached Xiao Guoqiang's ears. Was the city not already under lockdown? Are all national entry and exit points not under scrutiny? Are national security personnel not pursuing Wang Weiran's relatives? Lu Qingyu discovered you, only to fall under your control, becoming your pawn. Xiao Yang gazed at the toy car, intending to ensnare you, to delay you, to disclose the address of your parents. You too exploited him, appearing under Harbin's surveillance, leading him to his parents, initiating your scheme, for you recognized he possessed a means of communication. Lu Qingyu sought to exploit the 7th-generation research institute to provoke your greed, while you, in turn, orchestrated a layout involving the institute, luring us here. Under the guise of a thrilling game, he was digging a pit to bury you, and you played right into his hands. Such cunning calculations. However, it has only been a little over a day, less than 2 days since your time of death, not even 3 days. Xiao Yang lifted his wrist to glance at his watch. Since I have uncovered your intentions, do you believe the individuals you wish to extract can escape? Will I grant them the opportunity to flee? Certainly, there remains a pivotal point. On what basis does Lu Qingyu possess such confidence in entrusting his parents to your care? Then I pondered a possibility that instilled in him such self-assurance. Perhaps it serves as his contingency. Has he not done something to your relatives, ensuring that should you harm his parents, your family would face dire consequences, mutual destruction? Of course, these are trivial matters, once outside Longhua. You possess ample means to deal with him. Yet, until you depart, you dare not act against his parents, is that not so? The toy car fell silent for a moment before uttering 2 words, Spy King. Those words carried uncertainty, disbelief, yet were laced with undeniable affirmation. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Yang nearly lost his composure, laughter bubbling forth. What could be more gratifying than gaining the acknowledgement of a top-tier spy? In that moment, nothing. Yet, the subsequent words from the other party caused Xiao Yang's smile to falter. Since you have deduced that this is my scheme, why do you still choose to appear? Indeed, I should not have engaged in national security matters. Xiao Yang felt a pang of discomfort. What was the original layout of the other party? Since Lu Qingyu's parents had not appeared, the adversary could not set a trap involving them. Surely, they intended something grand, to draw all firepower, attention, and personnel over. What would they do? Father, run. Xiao Yang managed to utter those 4 words. An anomaly occurred. Xiao Yang sensed himself being locked on. Bang. Gunfire erupted. However, in the instant of being targeted, Xiao Yang's body transitioned from stillness to explosive motion. That terrifying speed is beyond description. He shot forth like an arrow, more akin to lightning, propelled into the air, already 2 meters away in an instant, as if teleporting. Were anyone to witness this scene, it would leave an indelible impact on their psyche and vision, engendering a singular thought. Is this still a human? How could Xiao Yang achieve such a feat? Strength. The might of a giant converged in his legs. Propulsion. Xiao Yang felt as though his legs had shattered, yet this sacrifice yielded unparalleled speed. Otherwise, at the moment his head was targeted, no human could evade such a fate. No matter how swift, no bullet is slower. As Xiao Yang crashed to the ground, he beheld the spot he had recently occupied transformed into a crater. His mind was awash with questions. Such precise long-range shooting could not be executed by a homemade firearm. Where did the gun originate? This leads to another inquiry: biological, pharmaceutical, and controlled items. Why do certain individuals possess the means to smuggle them into the country? Sometimes, The world is truly surreal. You fail to comprehend, but that does not imply others are incapable. At this moment, Xiao Yang was not only targeted from afar, but also witnessed two individuals rush out from the entrance of the building, brandishing handguns. Simultaneously, a throng of people emerged from two residential buildings, hastening toward the location of Xiao Guoqiang and his associates. Their intent was unmistakable. They aimed to eliminate Xiao Yang and the national security personnel before the arrival of the police reinforcements. Should they succeed, the entire national security apparatus, and even Longwa's attention, would be diverted. Xiao Yang seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "What grudge do you hold against me?" In an instant, he rolled over, unleashing the full power of the mighty elephant within him. He disregarded whether his slender frame could withstand such force. His life was at stake, and concerns about his physique were irrelevant. As he propelled himself off the ground, he shot forward like a human cannonball, crashing into a gunman. The impact was staggering. Xiao Yang's speed, coupled with the terrifying might of the elephant, resulted in catastrophic consequences for the assailant. There was a sickening crunch as the man's chest caved in, creating a deep dent from the collision with Xiao Yang's shoulder. In that very moment, Xiao Yang seized the gunman's weapon, and as the man was sent sprawling, Xiao Yang landed deftly, the pistol now firmly in his grasp. The Browning M1906, a compact marvel of engineering, chambered for 6.35mm rounds. With an initial velocity of 318 meters per second and a 6-round magazine. The instant Xiao Yang grasped the firearm, a wealth of knowledge regarding its specifications flooded his mind, a testament to a soldier's expertise and understanding of weaponry. He comprehended not only the mechanics of the gun, but also the nuances of its operation and marksmanship. Bang! In a blur, Xiao Yang squeezed the trigger. The gunman beside him, caught unawares, had his eye explode in a spray of crimson. Initially, Xiao Yang had aimed for his forehead, but alas, he missed. No worries, he mused. Every man struggles with precision at first, but practice makes perfect. In the moment he fired, his arm shifted, aiming at the distant group of armed assailants targeting Xiao Guoqiang and others. Bang! In mere moments, or perhaps just a breath, the remaining 5 rounds in the magazine were expended. This extraordinary speed was a manifestation of a soldier's prowess. Yet, this was merely the limitation of the pistol. It did not represent the full extent of his capabilities. Had he wielded a high rate of fire handgun, one would witness the most brutal manifestation of his skill. As he released the spent weapon, his other hand grasped the gunman's still-warm firearm. Bang! In less than a second, the gun roared again in his hands. 6 more rounds discharged in rapid succession. Within 3 seconds, 11 bullets had been unleashed, resulting in several gunmen collapsing, some struck in the head, others in the body. Xiao Yang had done his utmost. If his father and the others could not manage the remaining few miscreants, they were unworthy of their roles in national security. However, Xiao Yang found himself bereft of further opportunities to fire. 3 seconds had provided ample time for the sniper to prepare and calculate various possibilities. Having missed the first shot, how could the sniper afford Xiao Yang a second chance? Conversely, with his preparations and the advantage of his soldier's skills, could he not dispatch any foe? No matter how trivial. In an instant, Xiao Yang took a half-step sideways, altering his orientation. By positioning himself sideways, he reduced the likelihood of being struck by bullets by 30%. Do not underestimate this margin. For a sniper, it would double the difficulty. A moving target is already challenging, and if the target shifts unexpectedly, the scope must adapt in tandem. An average person might not grasp the intricacies of adjusting a sniper scope, but an experienced marksman understands that even a minute deviation could result in a miss of several meters. Should Xiao Yang have taken a larger step back, the sniper could have anticipated his movement. However, it was this slight retreat, coupled with his lateral stance, that thwarted the sniper's aim. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Xiao Yang's back. The sniper's prediction had failed. Xiao Yang surged forward like a cheetah in pursuit of its prey, heading straight for the sniper's position. The soldier's training informed him that an adept sniper typically requires between 1.5 to 2.5 seconds to re-aim after firing. The recoil from the shot causes the scope to shift, necessitating recalibration and retargeting before the next shot can be taken. This is not a cinematic fantasy where one can fire consecutively without delay. That notion is sheer folly. Moreover, in the chaos of real combat, a sniper often has but one opportunity to fire. Why? Because once the shot is taken, remaining stationary would invite a deluge of retaliatory fire, rendering any cover laughable. Yet, this was not a battlefield, and Xiao Yang had no access to artillery. What was to be done? It was time to showcase true skill. At a distance of 110 meters, on the 9th floor of a high-rise, a sniper stood frozen, rifle with scope trained ahead, his mind blank. To become a sniper, one must possess a sharp intellect and keen eyesight, followed by shooting prowess. Yet now, his mind was paralyzed, unable to lock onto his target, let alone pull the trigger. For at this moment, the target was not only running but also moving erratically, sometimes stopping, sometimes shifting, sometimes crouching, sometimes charging. Alarmingly, he was even retreating. The most terrifying aspect was that with each change in movement, the time between actions never exceeded half a second. Even more daunting, each motion seemed to oscillate between feints and genuine maneuvers. How could a sniper hope to eliminate such a target? Even the world's foremost sharpshooters would falter before this spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the target vanished. The sniper's eyes widened in horror, his complexion drained of color. Breaths coming in rapid succession as if he were on the verge of asphyxiation. He must flee. In that instant, the sniper leaped to his feet, disregarding his weapon and equipment. As he reached for his waist, a circular metallic case, akin to a flattened football, became visible. With no hesitation, the sniper grasped the hook and yanked, producing a thin steel wire. As he raised his hand, the wire ensnared the aluminum window frame. He then bolted in the opposite direction, hurling himself toward the window. With a resounding crash, the sniper's body shattered the glass as he leaped from the 9th floor, plummeting 30 to 40 meters to the ground. Did he fear death from the fall? Not at all. The metallic case at his waist dispensed the wire, transforming into a zip line that facilitated a rapid descent at a speed deemed safe enough to avoid fatality. As he descended through the 8th, 7th, and 6th floors, the blood returned to the sniper's face, a triumphant smile emerging. He believed he had evaded the pursuer, thinking, surely, he is rushing into the building to apprehend me? Not a chance, I'm gone. However, as the sniper's feet touched the ground, a figure stood silently 2 meters away, eyes glinting with a chilling intensity, as if gazing at a corpse. Did you think I would ascend the building? Xiao Yang smiled, bemused. I could pull a single hair from my head and bury you with it. Suddenly, a handgun appeared in the sniper's grasp, aimed at Xiao Yang. In an instant, a fist materialized before the sniper, expanding rapidly. Bang! The sniper's nose shattered, facial bones crumbled, and skin ruptured, blood spraying forth. The fist, akin to a cannonball, drove into the sniper's head, slamming him against the wall behind. The impact reverberated with a thunderous roar, and as Xiao Yang withdrew his fist, the sniper's visage was grotesquely deformed, a sight too horrific to behold. As the palm traversed, it landed on the hand gripping the gun. In the system space, in an instant, the pistol vanished into thin air, reappearing within the confines of the space. Thud! Xiao Yang collapsed onto the ground, his body finally succumbing, especially his legs. He felt as though they were not merely cracked, but on the verge of breaking. This was the terrifying power of the giant elephant, far beyond what the human physique could endure. Lying on the ground, Xiao Yang, with bloodied hands, retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. After igniting it, he took a puff. Ah, bliss. The next ability must be physical strength. Xiao Yang chuckled to himself. Otherwise, he might become the first traveler to perish due to excessive strength. Just the thought was amusing. True to his expectations, the battle outside concluded in less than 3 minutes. Xiao Guoqiang rushed to Xiao Yang's side frantically. Seeing his son calmly smoking, he breathed a sigh of relief. An explanation was in order. How did a Browning pistol and a .22 sniper rifle appear within the borders of Dragon Country? Lying on the ground with a cigarette in his mouth, Xiao Yang shot a disapproving glance at his father. A .22 sniper rifle? Yes, you heard correctly. Those ignorant of firearms often assume that the .22 caliber cannot kill, unaware that its longest confirmed kill record is 640 meters, with its maximum kill count being that of an African elephant and a grizzly bear. Furthermore, there are over a dozen types of .22 ammunition, making it the most lethal bullet in all the firearm-related incidents in the United States. Don't you have an inkling about this? Xiao Guoqiang took the blood-stained cigarette pack and lighter from his son's hands, lighting one for himself. Like drugs and smuggling? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Drugs, after all, are a deadly trade, with countless casualties. Yet, they still managed to infiltrate Dragon Country. How did they do it? Let us just say, if the profit from firearms were on par with that of drugs, with high demand that creates addiction, just imagine how many guns would be circulating in Dragon Country. Indeed, Xiao Guoqiang sighed. If drugs can make it in, what has to say about guns? Some matters are simply unavoidable. You eliminate one wave, and another emerges. akin to cutting chives, harvest after harvest. Is it the incompetence of Dragon Country? Huh. Look at other nations, they resemble sieves. Dragon Country fares far better than them. It was time to get to work. Xiao Yang grinned as he sat up, glancing at his legs with a peculiar gaze. The legs that were on the brink of breaking were, astonishingly, beginning to heal after such a brief interval. If this scenario could be captured in a short video, it would surely be featured on Into Science for 10 episodes. Could it be possible? Xiao Yang looked at his son's bandaged hand with intrigue. If he recalled correctly, that hand had been fractured at the research facility, yet Xiao Yang had just pushed himself up with it. Quite miraculous. It's nothing, Xiao Yang replied, stretching his limbs and rotating his neck, turning to his father. Is the city locked down? Yes. Xiao Guoqiang's face was etched with seriousness, his brow furrowed. Wang Weiran, the Spy King? Xiao Yang shook his head, uncertain, but he was indeed quite formidable, nearly leading to his downfall. Had it not been for the system, he would have been in dire straits. Even with the system, facing such elite professionals merely leveled the playing field. Otherwise, would he stand a chance against them? If one acted without intelligence, their head would roll in an instant. Having been led by the nose for so long, was it now his turn? As Xiao Yang walked, he smiled. Just watch me deal with him. Ha! Xiao Guoqiang laughed heartily, putting his arm around his son's shoulder as they headed outside. His son had grown up. He was learning to show off. On the police helicopter, Xiao Yang perused a dossier on his phone. Wang Weiran, male, 57 years old. Associate professor, director of a key laboratory, chief scientist of a national key research and development program, head of a specialized research institute for a key discipline. Engaged in human gene research and biological signal system research. This personal file was monumental for someone like Xiao Yang. An associate professor equivalent to the Yangtze River Scholar, a recipient of numerous national awards across various fields, a leader in his discipline, and a primary figure in the research institute. Many academicians are associate professors. To call Wang Weiran a half-step academician would not be an exaggeration. Yet, this remarkably accomplished individual. A spy? Not merely a traitor, but a genuine spy. Who would have believed it had Xiao Yang not uncovered it? The attackers had been confirmed. Beside him, Xiao Guoqiang turned to his son, Little Devil. Xiao Yang was not surprised, as the assailants were all of Asian descent, closely resembling their compatriots. Rather, he was curious about the methods used by national security to extract confessions from these individuals. It was astonishingly swift. Physical build, appearance, skeletal features. But the most conspicuous was the thigh. Xiao Guoqiang patted his knee, which had become deformed due to frequent kneeling. Speaking of kneeling, Xiao Yang found it amusing. This sitting posture was a practice the Japanese had borrowed from Dragon Country in ancient times, yet they were oblivious to the fact that in Dragon Country, kneeling was done with seating. It may appear like kneeling, but in truth, it was sitting. Do you know what is most ridiculous? In ancient times, Dragon Country had gifted the Japanese many seating arrangements, yet they absurdly took them back to use as dining utensils. Can you believe it? Those unfamiliar can look into the ancient seating of Dragon Country and then compare it to the Japanese's specialized sushi dining ware. Because of kneeling, a significant portion of the Japanese populace has developed leg deformities, with 50% bow-legged and 30% suffering from other leg deformities. They can't even comprehend copying assignments correctly. Besides Sakura, there's another little fellow from the West. Just witness the plethora of floral wreaths at his wedding. It'll dazzle your eyes. Our enchanting ancestors taught them exceptionally well. Every lesson was a silent one. Wang Weiran's family had vanished. Xiao Guoqiang gazed at his son with an odd expression. Just 2 hours ago, Wang Weiran's family had gone missing, confirming Xiao Yang's deductions. Xiao Yang remained composed. This was not an act. He had anticipated it long ago. The city, the transportation, the borders, all locked down. Xiao Guoqiang nodded. Then that's settled. Xiao Yang yawned out of boredom, closing his eyes to rest. Wake me when it's time to find someone. Xiao Guoqiang. This show off. As a father, I give you full marks. Chapter 72. Are today's elderly so showy? Nightfall in Fengtian City. The helicopter descended onto the street. Amidst the fierce winds, Xiao father and son disembarked, boarding a blue and white police car emblazoned with the national security insignia. I feel an inexplicable connection to the northeast provinces now. Xiao Yang smiled as he gazed out the window, passing through Harbin and Jiangcheng. Now arriving in Fengtian, it was rather delightful. How about marrying a northeastern wife? Xiao Guoqiang teased with a grin. That might not be advisable, Xiao Yang replied, feigning modesty. They aren't that easygoing. Get lost. Xiao Guoqiang playfully swatted him. Speak properly. Don't disgust me. Then speak properly yourself. Why resort to knives and guns? Xiao Yang dodged. Father, how did you manage to win over my mother? You never talk about it. Why does a child need to ask so many questions? Xiao Guoqiang's expression stiffened, eyes darting. Don't ask what you shouldn't see. There's a story there. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course, excessive curiosity is as pointless as the condoms you stockpiled for the Double 11 sale. Clearly, his father wouldn't share. He'd have to ask his mother. Find a way to locate him. Xiao Guoqiang's face darkened. Don't bother. He won't escape. He'll likely come to us. Xiao Yang shook his head. What is the art of struggle? The exchange of interests. With sufficient incentives, even the heavens would bow. Consider the world wars on Earth. Every conflict began and ended with interests. Who would engage in a brawl without cause? That would be insanity. Let us place a bet. Xiao Yang grinned. When we find him, it will coincide with the moment Sakura contacts Dragon Country. I wager a dime. In his heart, the little devil was worth no more than this price. Some may wonder, isn't it too disdainful to look down on the little devil? Quite the contrary. Xiao Yang not only despised him, but was also capable of cursing. For instance, you little devil, I curse your mother. So what? Are you going to retaliate against me? Xiao Guoqiang. He was completely convinced by his own son's reasoning. Who's the fool in this gamble? No need to rush. Xiao Yang's mind was like a pot of boiling water, thoughts swirling, as he reasoned. He spoke. The likely method would be to first threaten the lives of Lu Qingyu's family, then negotiate interests, and finally exchange national benefits. This routine has been broadcasted on the news countless times. One could envision it even with their eyes closed. Are you willing to let him go? Xiao Guoqiang squinted. His gaze cold and somewhat dangerous. What if I'm unwilling? This is the harsh reality. Xiao Yang shrugged. Caught between a dog that has bitten you and a ton of gold. If someone offered a ton of gold for that dog, would you sell? Xiao Guoqiang fell silent. After a long pause, he posed a question to his son. If one day you had to annihilate a family, and after killing everyone, you discovered a 5-year-old girl, would you kill her? 3 options, the saint, the devil, and the moderate. Xiao Yang chuckled. How do you want me to respond? One shouldn't be too clever. Xiao Guoqiang sighed. That's not good. All right then, let me give you an answer you'll prefer. Xiao Yang feigned righteousness. I would give her a knife and a piece of candy. If she chooses the knife, it proves she has murderous intent, and she must not be spared. If she chooses the candy, it proves she has deep scheming, and she must not be spared. If she chooses both, it indicates insatiable greed, and she must not be spared. If she chooses neither, it proves she has rebellious tendencies. Should I keep her to turn against me? Xiao Guoqiang. Damn. Is that really how ruthless it is? The main point is that she cannot be left alive, right? But to be honest, Xiao Guoqiang was genuinely pleased with his son's response. A good person cannot be a policeman. So what are your true thoughts? Xiao Guoqiang was curious, eager to hear if his son could surprise him. Are you sure you want to know? Xiao Yang smiled and shook his head. I'm afraid it might be a blow to you. Xiao Guoqiang scoffed. You? This is precisely what you should be sharing. Xiao Yang put away his smile, looking at his father. If I were to discover that little girl while annihilating the family, I would ponder whether her appearance was intentional, whether she was bait, whether she was protecting someone. I would thoroughly search again, digging 3 feet into the ground. Since I am to annihilate, it must be done thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. Damn. Xiao Guoqiang felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of devil is this? Seeing his father's expression, Xiao Yang felt he had successfully played his part. His depth of thought was not something everyone could fathom. Study well, observe keenly. When Xiao Guoqiang regained his composure, he let out a wry smile, remembering what his son once told him. Dad, you're getting old. Indeed, we are truly aging. This is the era of the young. Xiao Guoqiang smiled, feeling content as he quietly watched his son. He had received Xiao Yang's answer. Was that the answer to the question? No. It was another answer. Those who are doomed will surely perish. By the time the Xiao father and son arrived at the National Security Bureau in Fengtian, Xiao Yang had eaten a meal, taken a shower, and immediately fell asleep to replenish his energy. A group of men in white shirts, including Xiao Guoqiang, gazed at Xiao Yang's resting room with complex expressions. It was quite miraculous. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yang had transformed into the commander. Even Xiao Guoqiang had to listen to his son and assist him. The entire Fengtian had already been sealed off. Everyone was anxious, waiting. Yet, the least anxious was Xiao Yang, who not only could eat but also sleep soundly. Soon, it was the next day, sleeping until well past noon. Xiao Yang yawned as he stepped out of the resting room. Upon seeing a group of executives with panda eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, do the elderly look like this now? What are you doing? Playing national treasures? You even know to get up? Xiao Guoqiang shot a glare at his son. You seem to have guessed wrong. Someone did not show up. Care to bet? Xiao Yang smirked, wagering his father's 10,000 in secret funds. Xiao Guoqiang. Son, are you always fixated on your father's little stash? Does your conscience not ache? Greed is humanity's original sin. Are you forcing your father to betray kinship? Just as Xiao Guoqiang was about to physically suppress Xiao Yang, it happened. A national security officer rushed over to report to everyone. The eyes of the crowd brightened in unison. In an instant, more than 10 pairs of eyes turned to Xiao Yang, as if gazing at a prodigy. Each expression resembled someone waking from a dream. How did you deduce this? Indeed, one still needs to show off. Xiao Yang ignored the surrounding gazes, focusing on the officer. Isn't this quite obvious? Yes. It seems as though we're not meant to see it. The officer spoke in a tone reminiscent of a subordinate reporting on Youth Street at a ramen shop. Youth Street, the central axis of Fengtian. A person who was already dead has come back to life. He is waiting for someone. Chapter 73. What are you pretending for? At noon, sunlight and shadows intertwined in the city, casting a patchy glow on the pavement, adding vibrancy and life. On Youth Street, in a ramen shop. The door swung open as a young man entered. The young waitress, about to greet the customer, froze upon seeing the young man's face. His eyes shone like stars. His eyebrows were like painted swords, and his exquisitely handsome features bore a hint of unruliness, with a smile reminiscent of the first rays of dawn. Hello. Regaining her composure, the waitress stammered. Hello to you too. Xiao Yang smiled. You carry on. I'm here to find someone. With that, he walked towards a table by the window. There sat an elderly man, embodying the essence of a cultured individual as he savored his ramen. Each bite taken with a sense of calm, as if relishing a gift from life. Approaching, Xiao Yang sat down and smiled at the elder across from him. Were you waiting for me? Indeed. Wang Weiren set down his chopsticks, his aged cheeks revealing a sense of nostalgia. Aren't you afraid of death? The man's demeanor only piqued Xiao Yang's interest further. People are happiest in ignorance, fearlessly so. Wang Weiren chuckled softly, but when one becomes aware, they live more cautiously, more timidly, for they understand how dark, cruel, and filthy this world is. Engaging in philosophy over trivial matters? Xiao Yang chuckled. I only know what filial piety is. What love is, what is the essence of existence. Wang Weiran. All are words of the Dragon Kingdom. Why does the combination of his words become incomprehensible? This is quite normal. How many seasoned veterans can understand Xiao Yang's words without reading the text? Enough with the pleasantries. Xiao Yang leaned back in his chair, displaying impatience. Your turn to make a move. Young man, are you so lacking in patience? Wang Weiran chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Little did he know. Xiao Yang extended his right hand, lifting the bowl of ramen. With a crash, the bowl was overturned onto the elder's face. Gently placing the empty bowl down, Xiao Yang looked at the bewildered elder. What are you pretending for? A distant gasp from the waitress echoed as she attempted to approach. Xiao Yang raised his hand, revealing a police badge and smiling at the waitress. The waitress obediently retreated. When I treat you like a person, you'd best act like one. Don't put on airs. Putting away the badge, Xiao Yang turned his attention back to the elder. Now covered in broth and noodles, if I were to treat you like a dog, I would use methods appropriate for a dog. Do you understand? Wang Weiren remained unfazed. Smiling gently, Lu Qingyu's family. Then let us proceed. Your life. Xiao Yang spoke nonchalantly. Wang Weiren frowned. The scientific achievements of the Dragon Kingdom must return to their rightful owner. Your life. Xiao Yang's tone remained indifferent. A spy network. Wang Weiran's expression darkened slightly. Your life. Xiao Yang yawned. Wang Weiran, speechless, pursed his lips, realizing he was somewhat out of sync with the rhythm of today's youth. If you don't wish to converse, Wang Weiran coldly replied, it concerns the lives of you and your entire family. Xiao Yang responded in a casual tone, causing Wang Weiran's breathing to hasten and his expression to stiffen. Do not waste your breath on trivialities, Xiao Yang said, his voice devoid of emotion. Present something that piques my interest, something more valuable than your life and that of your family, and do not squander my time further. What purpose does this charade serve? Wang Weiran's demeanor shifted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His gaze revealed a tranquility, a calmness born from enduring life's tempests. There is a question, Wang Weiran stated evenly. The one I posed to you last time. When was that? Xiao Yang inquired, his brow unfurling, eyes glinting with mockery. Am I the spy king? Does it truly matter? He chuckled inwardly, perplexed by his own defeat. Wang Weiran pondered briefly. The process of death bore no flaws. The national security agents failed to perceive it. Who would suspect a man already deceased? Yet, you, for some reason, thought of me, which is rather perplexing. Is death truly final? Xiao Yang smirked, scoffing. Do not speak of rebirth. I have traversed realms beyond comprehension. Is there truly anything absolute? You claim to have perished, and I am to accept that? Wang Weiran noticed a change in the young man's gaze, a wisdom born from a profound understanding of the world's complexities. One he had encountered before, a gaze reflecting a detachment from life and death. I had no intention of intervening. Wang Weiran regained his composure, merely out of curiosity. I wish to meet you. I understand, Xiao Yang nodded. If you capture a dog, its owner will inevitably appear. For the Sakura kingdom will trade for their interests. The unaware might ask, what gives you the right to demand such a trade? Is Long Country lacking in resources? What of your life? Very well. Let us not speak of money or interests, but of lives. Is it not true that only your nation can apprehend foreign spies? Can no other nation capture your special agents? Is there truly someone who fails to grasp this logic? If they were to negotiate with you, would you not comply? 1 is insufficient. 2 is inadequate. 5 is still lacking. If you refuse to trade, the hearts of those who sacrifice themselves for the nation will grow cold. This does not merely pertain to those captured, but to those still defending the homeland. If they witness their comrades treated thusly, how would you feel in their stead? If the hearts of the people scatter, what remains of the ranks? Is this logic not rather straightforward? And this, indeed, was the foundation upon which Wang Weiran dared to appear and boldly flaunt his bravado before Xiao Yang. Last night, Xiao Guoqiang posed a question to Xiao Yang. Did he truly believe the inquiry to be simple? At that moment, he was both furious and helpless. He could not allow this wretch to escape. Yet, for the sake of his comrades, there was no choice. Later, he found joy, but what was the source of that joy? His son provided him with an answer, assuring the old man, rest easy, those whom I intend to eliminate shall be utterly eradicated. And in the present circumstances, did Xiao Yang possess a solution? Indeed, he awaited. Just as Wang Weiran was also in a state of anticipation, awaiting the outcome of the exchange between their nations. Though they both knew the inevitable outcome, perhaps this was to be their final meeting. Wang Weiran's countenance remained serene, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is our final encounter. Xiao Yang regarded the elderly man before him, realizing they would not meet again. A flicker of unease arose within Wang Weiran. Suddenly, 2 mobile phones rang simultaneously, as if orchestrated by fate. Chapter 74. I must be dreaming in Fengtian. Within an underground cold storage facility, a group of individuals lay hidden, men and women, young and old. At that moment, an elderly couple stood weeping before a figure sprawled on the ground, their body a grotesque sight, bloodied and unrecognizable. The man had suffered immensely. His fingernails and toenails had been forcibly removed, his mouth devoid of teeth. One of his arms lay twisted and broken, his vacant eyes staring into nothingness. His frail form incapable of movement. Of course, no one would grant him the opportunity to move. His ankles were bound with zip ties, and his wrists were similarly secured. Nearby, 2 armed men stood, their cold gazes fixed upon him. Simultaneously, a richly dressed elderly woman and a middle-aged man observed. Strangely, both wore metallic collars, their weight apparent, with lights flickering intermittently. Time was of the essence. One of the armed men raised his hand, glancing at his watch. It's time, he announced coldly. At this pronouncement, the expressions of the elderly woman and the middle-aged man shifted to one of venomous anger as they approached the wretched middle-aged man lying on the ground. They needed him to input a code into the metallic collars every hour. Should he fail to do so, or if the collar were forcibly removed, or if certain vital signs were not detected, it would detonate, killing all within a radius of several dozen meters. Thus, that pitiful middle-aged man could not die. Even if someone longed to reduce him to ashes, he must remain alive. For if he perished, so too would the elderly woman and the middle-aged man. As long as he lived, no one dared to harm the elderly couple. This was an unbreakable deadlock. There was no need to guess. The identities of those present were already clear. The wretched middle-aged man was Lu Qingyu, and the elderly couple were his parents. The woman and the middle-aged man were Wang Weiran's wife and son. The armed men were agents from the Sakura kingdom. The moment to input the password had arrived. As the elderly woman and the middle-aged man approached Lu Qingyu, one of the armed agents seized his hair, lifting him. A small knife appeared, severing the zip ties binding Lu Qingyu's wrist. Another armed agent remained vigilant, eyes locked on Lu Qingyu, ready to act at the slightest hint of danger. At that moment, all eyes were focused on Lu Qingyu. Yet, in that instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. The once feeble Lu Qingyu cracked a toothless grin, slowly opening his mouth to reveal an empty cavity. Crimson blood surged from his lips, spilling forth in a macabre display. Witnessing this, the elderly woman and the middle-aged man, along with the two agents, felt a chill creep over them. All attention was riveted on him. However, it was at this moment that the most unexpected event transpired. The elderly couple, previously trembling with grief, suddenly moved. The zip ties binding them miraculously snapped. In that instant, Lu Qingyu sprang into action. His one remaining mobile arm lunged for an agent's weapon. Without hesitation, he propelled himself off the ground, crashing into the other agent. The agent could have fired. There was ample time to do so, yet he hesitated. If Lu Qingyu died, so too would the elderly woman and the middle-aged man. Such a sudden turn of events. A moment of indecision, and the elderly couple found themselves behind the two agents. Their hands silently descended upon the agents' jaws and heads, exerting all their strength in a swift twist. A resounding crack echoed in unison. Haraha! The weakened Lu Qingyu collapsed to the ground, disregarding the elderly woman's and middle-aged man's horrified screams, laughing joyously at the fallen agents. The laughter was euphoric, as if all grievances, heartaches, and pains had dissipated with that mirth. In a ramen shop, Xiao Yang retrieved his phone, glancing at the incoming call. He answered. At the same moment, Wang Weiran on the opposite side was also on a call. Who is it? Xiao Yang asked with a smile. The Ministry of State Security, Zhou Xiangqian. An elderly, deep voice emerged from the phone, both imposing and imbued with undeniable authority. Wow, the Ministry of State Security. Xiao Yang's smile faltered. To be honest, I'm not intimidated. That's just bravado. If this were ancient times, facing the commander of the Jinyui would surely terrify anyone. Hello. Xiao Yang immediately adjusted his demeanor. Not very well. Zhou Xiangqian's every word seemed laced with a subtle coldness. You've given us quite a headache. You? Xiao Yang blinked innocently. Who are you? Stop pretending to be a little rabbit. Others can see you. Indeed, Xiao Yang could swear that his every move, even the fine hairs on his face, were under scrutiny by certain individuals. Care to bet? Xiao Yang feigned unease, appearing unusually constrained. Is that my fault? Ha! Laughter erupted, and Zhou Xiangqian's tone softened considerably, reminiscent of an elder sister. Xiao Yang's mind raced, countless analyses and deductions flooding his thoughts. Elder sister? Not mother, that doesn't fit, age-wise. So, it must be grandmother. So similar? Courage? Tone? Demeanor? The level of intimidation? Or something else? It doesn't matter. What matters is, he is extending an olive branch, intentionally building rapport, isn't he? Xiao Yang shook his head and smiled. I must be imagining things. Otherwise, how could I think a significant figure would be so cordial with me? Am I worthy of such goodwill from the Ministry of State Security? Dispelling the distracting thoughts, Xiao Yang smiled. Are we done now? We're done. Zhou Xiangqian's tone regained its gravity and authority. Change of personnel? Xiao Yang inquired with a smile. Yes, change of personnel, came the response. So now, Xiao Yang wiped the smile from his face. Are you telling me I can leave? Smart. Zhou Xiangqian's words carried a hint of amusement. I once said something rather unpleasant to someone. Xiao Yang's words flowed like a tranquil lake, undisturbed. Do you wish to hear it? What? Zhou Xiangqian's tone suddenly chilled, laced with frost. This phrase is, when spring arrives, I do not speak first. Which insect dares to make a sound? In an instant, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence at his words. The Ministry of State Security is formidable? You've truly frightened me. Chapter 75. I apologize, I am insane. After hanging up, Xiao Yang trembled inwardly, contemplating a rather terrifying question. Will I die? Surely not. Right? Just the way Zhou Xiangqian referred to elder sister assures me of my safety. That's why I dared to act so brazenly. Otherwise, even my ministerial grandfather wouldn't be able to protect me. As for now, Xiao Yang lifted his head, stood up, and approached the astonished Wang Weiran, seizing the phone that was engaged in a video call. Now I shall represent the Dragon Nation in negotiations with you. Xiao Yang gazed at a middle-aged man on the screen, smiling. The man's expression was as cold and gloomy as a winter lake. Speaking in an odd dialect of dragon language, you can represent? It was mocking, disdainful, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a clown. Indeed, Xiao Yang replied, holding the phone in one hand while producing a long knife from his other hand, as if performing a magic trick. Look at this knife, crafted from high-grade steel. I acquired it from a killer. Xiao Yang grinned as he introduced the knife to the middle-aged man in the video. It hurts terribly when it cuts. Wang Weiran. Middle-aged man. Anyone who heard these words and witnessed this scene. Then, A thought emerged in everyone's minds. Could he be an escapee from a mental institution? Perhaps with your intellect, you haven tea yet grasped the ultimate meaning behind my words. Xiao Yang shifted his arm, the knife resting against Wang Weiran's neck. Do you understand now? However, neither Wang Weiran nor the middle-aged man in the video altered their expressions, still gazing at Xiao Yang as one would at a clown. At their level, life had become inconsequential, let alone a mere knife. Are you sure you're not just a jester from a circus? Moreover, do you dare to act? Not to mention that there are still some Dragon Nation operatives captured in Sakura country. Just consider that Wang Weiran still holds the lives of Lu Qingyu's family in his hands. Do you dare to make a move? Then, unexpectedly, a shocking scene unfolded. Xiao Yang raised his arm and brought the knife down. Crack! Wang Weiran's arm fell to the ground, blood splattering. Everyone stood in shock, including Wang Weiran himself, their expressions seemingly questioning. How dare you? Xiao Yang not only dared, but he also acted. Is the life of a spy king more valuable than that of an ordinary operative? Xiao Yang grinned at the furious middle-aged man on the video. Can you help me calculate? From that moment on, an unpredictable, audacious lunatic emerged, one who shattered conventions. Negotiations? You've got to be kidding. I've flipped the table. Wah! Wang Weiran's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as he clenched his teeth, a hand pressed against his bleeding shoulder. His eyes, filled with resentment and a strange glimmer, fixed intently on Xiao Yang. Has he lost his mind? Yes, at this moment. Xiao Yang was indeed a lunatic, a mad dog in the eyes of any sane person. Can one reason with a mad dog? Absolutely not. Until you can kill him. You wouldn't dare approach because you wouldn't know if he might leap at you in the next moment. Within an hour, Xiao Yang stared at the middle-aged man on the phone screen. I want to see the Dragon Nation operatives you promised to release appear at the airport, boarding a Dragon Nation flight. Otherwise, I will sever Wang Weiran's other arm, followed by his legs, and all that can be cut. It hurts terribly. Will they comply? They will. Because Wang Weiran is a spy king? Not just that. As previously mentioned, this is a video call. It's not just the middle-aged man witnessing this scene. Numerous operatives from Sakura country are also observing. Will you, Sakura country, intervene? This is a top-tier operative from Sakura country. At certain times, he embodies heroism, glory, and a role model, representing far too much. If it were a covert operation, it would simply be a matter of life and death, a sacrifice to be spoken of quietly. But now, it's different. Many eyes are watching. Clearly, they could save him, yet they allow Dragon Nation individuals to harm him in front of everyone, possibly leading to his demise. How would other operatives from Sakura country perceive that? The sentiment remains, when hearts are scattered, a team becomes difficult to lead. What Xiao Yang is doing is essentially returning the favor in kind. Just moments ago, Sakura country played the same game, using the lives of Dragon Nation operatives to threaten Dragon Nation for Wang Weiran's release. But now, the Dragon Nation individuals witnessing this scene couldn't help but chuckle. Well done. Both Wang Weiran and the middle-aged man's expressions darkened. They were astute individuals and could easily discern Xiao Yang's strategy. However, there was no recourse. Regardless of whether it was an act, the Xiao Yang before them was indeed a mad dog. An hour later, if the Dragon Nation operatives captured by Sakura country do not appear at the airport, do you think he would hesitate to sever Wang Weiran's other arm? Of course. Everyone knew that Xiao Yang wouldn't dare to truly kill someone, for Wang Weiran still held the trump card of the Lu Qingyu family. As long as this card remains, there is room for negotiation. Even if a few Dragon Nation operatives were released first, it wouldn't matter. They had already agreed to let them go, and those operatives held no value anymore. To Sakura country, operatives of no value are mere ants. Would you care about ants? Fine. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, uttering those two words. Wang Weiran must be rescued. This issue transcends mere face. It's a matter of their own worth. He would dare gamble on whether Wang Weiran would survive another strike from Xiao Yang. He is, after all, an elderly man nearing 60. He cannot afford to gamble. Had he only listened earlier, all of this could have been avoided. Xiao Yang wielded his long knife, striking Wang Weiran's face, revealing the despicable nature of the enemy, which explained their penchant for kneeling daily. Wang Weiran gritted his teeth, nearly shattering them, remaining silent. The middle-aged man in the video squinted, his gaze cold and venomous as a serpent. Xiao Yang paid no heed to his menacing stare, patiently awaiting the moment. 55 minutes later, his phone suddenly rang. Boarding was imminent. Zhou Xiaoqin's voice carried a hint of warmth. Xiao Yang replied coolly that they would discuss matters after crossing the border. Until they left the enemy territory, the risk of unforeseen events loomed large. Who doesn't he have a sense of urgency? Another hour passed. They had entered the borders of Longhua. Zhou Xianqian's tone turned slightly jovial. Xiao Yang smiled, raising his hand, and with a swift motion, severed Wang Weiron's other arm. He gazed at the elderly man, who could no longer endure the agony, and screamed in despair. I have tolerated you for far too long. Now, let me show you what unrestrained cruelty truly means. With a decisive snap, the phone used for video communication with the Sakura nation shattered in Xiao Yang's grip. There was no hesitation, no concern. Such actions held no significance. Xiao Yang felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, a refreshing sense of liberation, as he watched Wang Weiron writhe on the ground, blood pooling around him. A spy king? How absurd. I am precisely here to deal with you. Why? Wang Weiron howled, his voice laced with fury, defiance, confusion, and deep-seated malice. Bang! Xiao Yang pressed his foot onto Wang Weiron's chest, fully embracing the role of a ruthless thug. Why? Xiao Yang chuckled. With your intellect. How could you not fathom the answer? Impossible. Wang Weiron, on the brink of unconsciousness from pain, raged on, as long as I do not reveal their location. No one can find them. You will never locate them. If I die, they will perish too. Are you certain you wish for us to seek them out? Xiao Yang posed this peculiar question. Huh. Wang Weiron momentarily forgot his pain, bewildered. How could that be? Lu Qingyu has already been incapacitated. I was the one who rendered him powerless. A man already gravely wounded, devoid of any strength. What could he possibly do under the control of two Sakura operatives? Even if Lu Qingyu had any capacity to act, how could this mad dog possibly know? Because he left me a message, Xiao Yang replied, seemingly reading the old man's thoughts. Safety. What kind of confidence does it take to utter those words while under the control of a top-level spy? If he dared to speak them, Lu Qingyu must possess a means to turn the tide. Xiao Yang understood he was wagering on the belief that Longhua would ensure Wang Weiron's downfall. If he won this gamble, he could seize the opportune moment to disrupt the game. Wang Weiron's trump card would become a worthless hand. Of course, there existed another possibility. Longhua might fail to secure Wang Weiron. All his efforts, all his plans, would be rendered futile. Do not question why Lu Qingyu dared to play such a dangerous game, why he feared no death. This is the mission of Longhua's operatives. Death? What of it? Fear of death? Do you think a mere operative fears such a fate? Safety? Wang Weiron's expression turned vacant. You believe? I do, Xiao Yang affirmed with conviction. If I do not trust a compatriot willing to sacrifice their life for the nation, then who can I trust? And what if you're mistaken? Huh? Wang Weiron turned to the floor-to-ceiling window. A vehicle slowly came to a halt outside, and a bloodied figure trembled as it stepped out. Through the glass, their eyes locked. Lu Qingyu smiled, silently mouthing the words, I have one. In that instant, the color drained from Wang Weiron's face, leaving him ashen, his expression transforming into one of despair. How could this be? How did he achieve this? I cannot believe I am losing to an ordinary operative. The realization coalesced into two words. It is over. You see. Xiao Yang grinned like the sun, gazing at the figure outside. I am waiting for him. Whom are you waiting for? Then, a joke surfaced in his mind. Bear, what are you pretending to be? Man, 762. Bear. Isn't that amusing? The light faded from Wang Weiron's eyes, leaving them hollow and devoid of life, as if all brilliance had been extinguished, replaced by an oppressive gloom. Yet, he spoke with an air of indifference. You will not kill me, nor can you. Why? Xiao Yang asked coldly. Because I am a living asset. From me, Longhua can extract immense value. Benefits unimaginable to ordinary people. In the end, even if I am rendered useless, I can still be exchanged for valuable resources with the Sakura nation. Once more. A spark of life ignited in Wang Weiron's eyes as he regarded the young man before him. Do you truly not understand? Is that so? Xiao Yang's eyes glinted with a cruel light. Money and power. This is an old saying from your Longhua. Wang Weiron's face turned to ash, for he discerned the lethal intent lurking within Xiao Yang's gaze. You can disregard your life, but can you disregard the lives of others? Do you not care? They will not care either. To obstruct another's path to wealth is akin to slaying their kin. If you kill me, they will come for you. Do you not fear for your family? Surely, you understand this logic? Touch my family. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yang burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Wang Weiron was bewildered. He could not comprehend what he had said wrong. He was merely probing the deepest fears of humanity. Is this not what all people most dread? Why was he laughing? Forgive me, your words are simply too amusing, Xiao Yang chuckled, struggling to contain himself. Wang Weiron, what is so funny? Now, allow me to reintroduce myself, Xiao Yang said, a grin spreading across his face. I am a second-generation scion. As he uttered these words, certain individuals in various locations burst into laughter, some spitting out their drinks, others covering their faces in disbelief. It was the first time they had encountered someone introducing themselves in such a manner. Is Xiao Yang a fool? Clearly not. However, his actions were shockingly absurd. It is well known that second-generation heirs often have powerful backing. Xiao Yang smirked, addressing the bewildered elder. So, who on earth would dare to touch me? In response to this scene, some observers shook their heads, laughter dissipating any lingering apprehensions they previously held towards this young man. He is merely a child. After today's declaration, even if he were to err in judgment, everyone would simply attribute it to youthful impulsiveness. A child, after all, is not truly a child if they do not act impulsively. That would be a monster. To those listening, my groundwork is laid. Isn't it time to get to work? Xiao Yang grinned at the elderly man. Do you have any final words? There is a place where many of my secrets are hidden. Wang Weiran suddenly smiled. That place is no. The smile morphed into horror, then into a desperate howl, high-pitched and piercing, like a wounded beast's final struggle, sending chills down the spine. But alas, what significance does it hold? Xiao Yang raised his hand, striking it down in an instant. Crack! The blade cleaved through Wang Weiran's skull, blood and brain splattering. As he observed the lifeless body before him, Xiao Yang slowly stood, his expression serene. In your next life, if you happen to see me while pretending to be someone important, remember to hold back. Do you understand? Chapter 77. This is the rhythm of stepping on a sewing machine. Exhausted. After 3 continuous days of relentless travel, even after a night of sleep, Xiao Yang now felt like all his energy had been drained. Relaxing his mind, he slumped into the chair, utterly spent, gazing quietly out the window. I observed a similarly weary and frail figure. A sincere smile unfurled across my lips. I left him forever in the Dragon Kingdom. Rest assured. The door swung open, and under the trembling gaze of the waiter, Xiao Guoqiang strode in, accompanied by a cadre of national security personnel and fully armed special police. He glanced at his son, who leaned back in his chair, silently smoking, then looked at the dark muzzles of the guns raised by the special police. Originally, these weapons should have been aimed at Xiao Yang, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice their slight deviation. The firearms of the Dragon Kingdom's military and police would never be pointed at their own. However, orders are orders, they must be executed. As expected, the police were always the last to arrive. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Xiao Yang chose to ignore the guns, instead teasing his father with a grin. Get lost, Xiao Guoqiang chuckled. Aren't you a policeman yourself? Indeed? Xiao Yang snickered, but I always feel like I'm a phony cop. Tell me, which policeman chases after intelligence agents, then plays the assassin, and finally ends up killing a spy chief like a thug? It's quite unsettling. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's thoughts wandered to Chu Dongchan. How wonderful it would be to engage in honest matchmaking and transform into a charming young man who flatters older women. Of course, I, Xiao Yang, lead a life of integrity, only indulging in soft lifestyles. But here's the conundrum. Would that warrior's sister even consider a soft lifestyle man? Soon after, despair about the absurd future began to envelop Xiao Yang. Someone wishes to see you, Xiao Guoqiang said, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. His eyes shimmering with a complex light, forming an indescribable expression. Can I refuse? Xiao Yang's energy drained, his enthusiasm waning, a sinister premonition creeping into his heart. Oh no. It feels like I'm about to face the music. What do you think? Xiao Guoqiang glanced around at the guns. Father, be honest with me. Do we have a powerful backing? Xiao Yang stood up with a wry smile. Even if I turned the world upside down, I wouldn't die. Would I? The memories flickered in his mind, invoking thoughts of his grandmother and a certain family with whom she had severed ties. I had this dream when I was young, Xiao Guoqiang remarked, his lips twitching. After causing trouble, your grandfather would whip you with a belt. That's nothing. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, stepping toward the exit. Don't push me, or I might bring my sister. Xiao Guoqiang's expression immediately shifted, thinking, son, please don't play like that. It would frighten many people. There was no imagined escort, nor any so-called transport. Xiao Yang was led onto an airplane, taking off, and landing in the capital, where he then boarded a grand red flag vehicle. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yang felt an urge to call the police, yet hesitated. After all, the vehicle he occupied belonged to the second highest ranking official in the Dragon Kingdom's police force. One could argue it was the top. For the National Security Ministry and the Public Security Ministry held equal standing, though the latter occasionally held a slight edge in certain matters. Those in the know understood the intricacies. Outside the National Security Ministry, Xiao Yang appeared small and timid, his anxiety palpable, akin to a child who had erred. He had to put on a fade, their essay saying, "When you mix with the crowd, you eventually must pay the price. If you dare to act tough in front of someone, you must be prepared for a slap in the face. Isn't that normal? The issue is that the big shots don't even need to confront you directly. A mere glance suffices for their subordinates to handle you swiftly." Thus, being summoned to the National Security Ministry was indeed the most daunting prospect. What have I done? Xiao Yang was utterly bewildered. Even his sharp mind couldn't decipher the situation. A secretary emerged from the office, smiling as he addressed him. "Comrade Xiao Yang, please come in." Taking a breath, Xiao Yang stepped into the office, which was spacious and bright, harmoniously complemented by dark wooden furniture, exuding a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Behind a large desk sat an elderly gentleman clad in a simple administrative jacket, his stature unassuming yet commanding. At that moment, he was engrossed in reviewing documents. When Xiao Yang entered, the elder merely lifted his gaze slightly, casting a cursory glance in his direction. Instantly, Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming pressure, as if his very scalp would explode. What kind of eyes were those? If one were to describe them, they would be the eyes of someone who had distilled wisdom through trials of life and death, cold as ice and tranquil as a mirror. It felt as if they could pierce through the office space, carrying an air of chilling indifference that penetrated Xiao Yang's very being. Under such scrutiny, or in the presence of such a person, Xiao Yang had to concede that he was no more than a mere triviality. Suddenly, a voice laced with subdued mockery echoed, "When spring arrives, I do not speak first. Which creature dares to make a sound?" Xiao Yang trembled, his mind racing with unprintable thoughts. If someone were to witness this scene, they would surely inquire, "What's wrong, little brother? Why are you drenched in sweat? Aren't you the one who can act tough?" He feigned a pose of submission before the elder, not daring to utter a word. Whatever the elder wished to say, he would remain silent, playing the part of the obedient child. After a pause, the elder chuckled, "Get lost." Xiao Yang, bewildered, pondered the absurdity of the situation. Why the airplane, the grand vehicle, and then a visit to the National Security Ministry, merely to be mocked and scolded? His eyes brimmed with disbelief, and he found himself lost in contemplation about life. Observing the young man's confused expression as he departed, Zhou Xiangqian nearly burst into laughter, the pent-up frustration finally released. "Next time, let us see if you dare to act up again. If you do, I might just have to teach you a lesson." Yet, as Zhou Xiangqian chuckled, a hint of solemnity shadowed his aged features. Why had the young girl from the old Chu family contacted him? Why had she insisted on bringing him to the capital? Was this the Special Operations Directive? No, it was not. It was the girl protecting her own, fearing that they would bully her little love interest. How intriguing. Zhou Xiangqian smacked his lips and shook his head with a smile. Youth is indeed a beautiful thing. Outside the National Security Ministry, Xiao Yang continued to wear a look of bewilderment about life. The actions of the National Security Ministry had not only short-circuited his brain but had also left it smoldering. Who could provide me with an explanation? Coming back to his senses, Xiao Yang found the situation rather amusing. Where would he go next? Wait a moment. The capital. Isn't this my hometown? Only then did it dawn on him that he was still a Beijing native, and he found himself rather speechless. Just as he contemplated returning home, a vehicle approached and came to a halt before him. "Xiao Yang." The voice of Chu Donchan came through as the window rolled down, her clear gaze meeting his. "Get in." Delight flooded Xiao Yang's face as he hopped into the passenger seat. "Sister, what brings you to the National Security Ministry?" "Business," she replied, driving with a faint, cool smile playing on her lips. "Really?" Xiao Yang's signature eye roll ensued. She arrived at the National Security Ministry just after he did. What kind of coincidence was that? Given the National Security Ministry's baffling summons, it was all the more peculiar. After all, he had just killed someone. Although it was a spy, the usual procedure would dictate that he should first be detained and then interrogated. Regardless of right or wrong, the process must be observed. Yet, the National Security Ministry had commanded him to come to the capital and had merely teased him upon arrival. After exiting the National Security Ministry, Chu Donchan appeared as if on cue. One needn't possess high intelligence to deduce the implications. She was protecting him, fearing he would be bullied. Why would she do this for him? Xiao Yang was left in a daze. In a previous life, I have consumed a fair share of motivational platitudes, often directed at instructing men on how to woo women, how to love them, and how to protect them. But who, I wonder, offers guidance to men? Is it merely cigarettes and alcohol? Do men not also yearn for comfort, affection, and protection? What, then, is the true state of affairs? Ultimately, These platitudes remain just that, empty words. But now, sister, I will strive to earn a living by stealing electric bicycles to support you. Xiao Yang spoke with utmost seriousness. Chu Dongshan responded with silence, finally believing the adage, there will always be a man who comes into this world to torment you. At a time-worn eatery called by Anjifang, which has stood since the 14th year of the Yongle reign, over 6 centuries old, Xiao Yang devoured his meal voraciously, grease dripping from his mouth. Observing his gluttonous display, Chu Dongshan, who was not hungry before, suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Today, I rode in the National Security's #1 vehicle, Xiao Yang boasted. His words slurred by his mouthful. Oh, Chu Dongshan replied nonchalantly. If you dare to speak to me word by word like that again, I will show you just how terrifying a well-prepared younger brother can be. Xiao Yang regarded his sister with mischief. Sister, do you charge for conversation? Chu Dongshan lifted her head. You wish to be beaten? You cannot best me now. Xiao Yang beamed with pride. If I were to unleash my strength now, even I would be afraid. Chu Dongshan inquired lightly. Does that include being fully armed? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Why are you not following the script? Is strength all that matters? How naive. A gun is quick at 10 meters away and accurate at 10 meters close. Who, pray tell, would resort to fists when armed? His skills were merely a means for Chu Dongshan to exploit him. In the event of a fully armed conflict, who would emerge victorious? Frustratingly, it seemed she would still have the upper hand. Xiao Yang fell silent, feeling dejected. Noticing her brother's gloomy demeanor, Chu Dongshan smiled slightly. Fotian has done well. Fotian? Well? Xiao Yang paused, realization dawning. I might not be able to become a police officer in the future. He understood the gravity of the situation. This incident would have repercussions yet to come. For now, he felt free, but some matters would be unavoidable. If I managed to avoid the sewing machine, I would be grateful. That won't happen. Chu Dongshan's eyes glimmered. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Chu Dongshan did not elaborate. Once we finish eating, I will take you to Fengtian. Xiao Yang's heart raced. Was this soft life truly unavoidable? It was clear that Chu Dongshan intended to accompany him to Fengtian. At that moment, she would stand beside him, daring anyone to challenge her brother. What if someone tried to reason with Chu Dongshan? I am not here to reason. I am here to back him up. How exhilarating, Xiao Yang thought, grinning widely. Are you going to eat? Chu Dongshan asked, amused. Of course, Xiao Yang grinned. This is delicious. Chu Dongshan chuckled, her eyes shimmering with moisture. For some reason, being with him always brought her joy. Would there be a future? Uncertain. It is impossible for a person to make every step correctly. Rather than fear mistakes, one should follow their heart. In Fengtian, the airport at night sparkled with lights, resembling a luminous pearl embedded in the vast land, illuminating the path home and the hearts of travelers. A couple stepped out from the main entrance. The man, handsome as jade, the woman, cold and beautiful. Outside the airport, onlookers frequently glanced at the pair. Even Xiao Guoqiang, leaning against the car, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his son and Chu Dongshan. They were a striking match, almost too perfect. As for the 5-year age difference, who cared? Father, uncle, Xiao Yang greeted cheerfully, while Chu Dongshan maintained her poise. Good, Xiao Guoqiang replied, smiling broadly. When the father and son laughed together, it was as if they were cast from the same mold. Xiao Guoqiang began to speak. Don't say anything, Xiao Yang interrupted, his jovial facade fading. First, take me to see someone. There are matters that must be clarified. Xiao Guoqiang's expression shifted slightly, a sigh escaping him. Indeed, there was no escaping this. He led them directly to the Fengtian Armed Police Hospital. Outside a special care ward, through the glass window, they could see a middle-aged man lying on a bed, face gaunt and wearing an oxygen mask. Lu Qingyu. He had been utterly tormented. Xiao Guoqiang sighed. An ordinary person would not have survived such a fate. With 7 broken ribs, a fractured arm, and stripped of nails and teeth, his soft tissue damage was severe, bordering on deformity and dysfunction. Had this been an ordinary individual, they might have perished. Yet he had endured to this extent. Just as Xiao Guoqiang finished speaking, Lu Qingyu suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked toward Xiao Yang, giving a nod. Xiao Yang smiled back and stepped into the room, leaving Xiao Guoqiang and Chu Dongshan outside. The ensuing conversation would be solely between him and Lu Qingyu. Should Lu Qingyu fail to provide satisfactory answers, unfortunate events might unfold, something everyone wished to avoid. Chapter 79. See you in the next life. I wish to be your brother. Xiao Yang approached the bedside, gazing at the frail Lu Qingyu. They exchanged a silent look. Thank you. Lu Qingyu's words were somewhat slurred due to the absence of teeth. For what? Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, a hint of frost appearing within them. Was it not for leaving the Spy King of Sakura Nation within Longhua? Haha. I truly envy old Xiao for having such a clever son. Lu Qingyu appeared to reflect on something. You were quite clever as well. Xiao Yang's tone was icy. You know why I am here. Indeed, Lu Qingyu replied. It was never something that could be concealed. Answer me a few questions. Xiao Yang wished to avoid further pleasantries. Very well, Lu Qingyu replied readily. Did you discover Wang Weiran's issues early on? Xiao Yang posed the first inquiry. Indeed, Lu Qingyu nodded. You know what I am referring to? Xiao Yang's voice was cold. After I realized he had issues. Lu Qingyu sighed, withholding information. To discover a spy and not report it? Anyone with a functioning brain could understand the severity of such a situation. This was the very question that baffled Xiao Yang at the outset. A top-tier special agent should have had the means to notify national security before being compromised. This was the greatest flaw in this incident. Yet he preferred to let national security misinterpret his actions as treachery rather than reveal the truth. Ironically, after being compromised, he chose to inform national security in an alternative manner, assuring them of his safety and loyalty while digging a pit for them. Did he not understand the importance of contacting his colleagues immediately upon noticing abnormalities? He was fully aware, yet he chose inaction. Not only did he refrain from acting, but he also allowed national security and Longhua to fall into a passive state. What was his intention? Not only are you concealing the truth, Xiao Yang continued, but you also secretly prepared 2 bomb collars for Wang Weiran's family? Indeed, Lu Qingyu nodded. Only then would he dare not kill me. And what about your parents? Xiao Yang could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was also an aspect of the incident overlooked by everyone. A spy king deceived by 2 former special agents. Surprised? Astonished? Even now? Those in national security remained unaware that this elderly couple had once been special agents. For after their retirement, all information about them had been effectively sealed. Others may not know. But Lu Qingyu, who followed in his parents' footsteps, surely did. Who could have anticipated that this elderly couple was Lu Qingyu's ultimate trump card, the key to a miraculous reversal? Yes, Lu Qingyu smiled. Wang Weiran administered a truth serum on me, seeking the password for the bomb collars. I turned the tables on him. Though I did not divulge the password, I revealed my parents' address and the location of the 7th-generation research institute, setting a trap for him. Truth serum? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Does such a thing truly exist? It does, but its use is prohibited internationally for 2 reasons. 1. Due to its inability to achieve absolute effectiveness, it bears a striking resemblance to hypnosis. 2. The potential harm it inflicts upon the human brain is immense, often leading to severe mental disorders. It is a widely acknowledged truth that the more something is deemed forbidden, the more it tends to proliferate. If this entity had truly been eradicated long ago, why impose such prohibitions? He is aware of your awareness, and you are both engaged in a mutual game of strategy. Xiao Yang scoffed, recognizing the nature of their calculations. Indeed, Lu Qingyu sighed softly, acknowledging that intelligence work is fundamentally a contest of wits. Those lacking mental acuity often meet their demise first. It is a cerebral duel, a battle of intellect against the very air itself. Yet, its perilous nature far surpasses that of physical confrontations. You are acutely aware that he will inevitably exploit you to create diversions and draw everyone's attention away, thus employing manpower to fabricate the illusion of playing games with the National Security Agency. Xiao Yang's gaze wavered. Contemplating your initial objectives, to delay him and to eliminate the hidden operatives within Longhua, dismantling this espionage network? No matter how formidable the Spy King may be, he remains but an individual. What constitutes an espionage network? It is the culmination of countless years of effort, resources, and dedication expended by Yinghua Nation. Lu Qingyu's aim is to obliterate it entirely. Such ambition is bold and ruthless. Indeed, Lu Qingyu regarded the young man before him with a complex expression. What if? Xiao Yang queried with a hint of trepidation. There is no what if, Lu Qingyu replied with a smile. You have managed to accomplish it alongside them. Is to lead the correct term? Absolutely. He surmised that the young man before him was, in fact, the commander. I nearly met my demise. Xiao Yang's expression stiffened, a desire to retaliate brewing within him. Yet, the other was already suffering enough. He should be spared. As long as we succeed, it is inevitable that he will be recognized as Wang Weiran, and he will also be left behind. Xiao Yang locked eyes with him, recognizing this as your opportunity to turn the tide, a deft sleight of hand. Lu Qingyu's family is the last card Wang Weiran holds. Ultimately, this card has transformed into a blade, piercing him deeply. Reflecting on my ultimate objective, you have likely discerned it long ago. Lu Qingyu sighed, acknowledging that from the very beginning of my concealment, you had already surmised the truth, had you not? Perhaps some remain oblivious. What exactly is Lu Qingyu's scheme? From the outset, his primary goal has been to rescue the comrades of Yinhuan Nation. Is it not something few would have anticipated? This is the ultimate purpose behind his secrecy and the various traps he has laid. To employ an idiom, to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The Spy King, the espionage network, and the comrades. Why did Lu Qingyu refrain from revealing this from the start? Because he dared not gamble on human nature. The perspectives of individuals will never align perfectly. If he were to disclose the truth, would others not join him in madness? With the Spy King so blatantly before you, would you not seize the opportunity to take him down, thereby achieving merit and promotion? Do not claim otherwise. This is the innate tendency of the vast majority. When faced with immediate gains, they seldom contemplate deeper implications, let alone long-term consequences. Thus, Lu Qingyu refrained from taking the risk. He can place complete trust in the nation and his colleagues, willing to sacrifice his life for such faith. Yet, he cannot gamble on human nature. Human nature is the most terrifying element of all. Have you considered that your actions may lead to the demise of many? Xiao Yang's words were as frigid as ice. How could I be unaware? Lu Qingyu's eyes gradually reddened. But what of the brothers of Yinhuan Nation? What shall become of them? If I do not seize this opportunity, they may never return. I do not wish for them to perish abroad. They are my brothers, even in death. I wish for them to be laid to rest in Longhua, to return to their roots. Xiao Yang's heart ached, gripped by a profound sense of sorrow. Yet, this is the nature of clandestine warfare. It is brutally unforgiving. To be a part of this front, do you perceive them as fools? As if they are unaware of the possible outcomes? No, they are more aware than anyone, cognizant that they may meet a grim fate. Yet, they still choose to dive headfirst into the abyss. Lu Qingyu's actions merely draw them back to witness the light. In this lifetime, you can only be my uncle. Xiao Yang leaned down, patting Lu Qingyu's shoulder, saying, in the next life, may we meet earlier. I wish to be your brother. With that, he strode towards the door. Lu Qingyu smiled, genuinely delighted, gazing at the receding figure as if beholding a new sun rising. He murmured with a smile, good. Chapter 80. The Honest and Reliable Young Gentleman. Outside the armed police hospital, Xiao Guoqiang departed, doing so with great elegance, wishing to avoid being a third wheel. He understood well that an investigation, interrogation, and punishment awaited his son. As a father, he could not involve himself, nor could the officials. Was he truly unafraid that someone would bully his son? As his son was taken to the capital, did he not find Xiao Guoqiang's expression peculiar? Even while joking with his son, he suspected that someone had directly leveraged their connections to engage with the National Security Agency, forcibly taking Xiao Yang away for protection. Presently, the formidable Chu Dongcheng had arrived. Who could be safeguarding his son, if not her? Clearly, she was there to lend support. Would anyone dare to touch Xiao Yang? Yet, a rather bizarre and incomprehensible scene unfolded. Upon arriving in Fengtian, no one sought him out. Does that not seem strange? He had taken a life, killing a spy leader and effectively dismantling a significant interest. Now, it was as though nothing had transpired. Was it due to Chu Dongcheng? Let us not jest. If his older sister were truly that formidable, she would not need to accompany him. This indicated that there was pressure on her after the assassination of the spy leader, compelling her presence. Grandfather? No, he lacks sufficient stature to play such games. Grandmother? If that were the case, wouldn't he, his father, have informed him? The National Security Agency? Are they even acquainted enough to assist? Who, then, could it be? Xiao Yang's mind began to ache, struggling to identify this elusive individual. He then glanced at the icy beauty beside him. I do not know. Although Chu Dongcheng was astute, she too was at a loss. Forget it, it does not matter. Xiao Yang adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Even if he wished to know, it was futile when he did not know the other party's identity. Regardless, the one capable of suppressing this matter exuded a terrifying aura. Come, let us bathe. Xiao Yang grasped her hand, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Chu Dongcheng. Bathtub? After bathing, are we not to engage in other activities? As a woman, should she not prepare for something at this moment? What is the matter? Xiao Yang, taken aback, gazed at her in surprise. Too abrupt. Chu Dongcheng's words were somewhat frigid, her articulation slightly faltering. Too abrupt? Xiao Yang momentarily paused, suddenly comprehending, nearly laughing. Fengtian, the most renowned bathing paradise in the country. If they did not take this opportunity to experience it, would it not be a wasted visit? Sister, if you desire it, I could endure a bit of hardship. He did not expect her to possess such audacity. A peculiar smile spread across Xiao Yang's face. A blend of jest and teasing, undeniably mischievous. Hence, it is essential for young men to maintain their virtue, lest they fall prey to the allure of a seductive older sister. Chu Dongchang's face flushed crimson in an instant. In a heartbeat, a long leg came crashing down toward Xiao Yang's handsome face like a great axe. Watch out. Do not act impulsively. One must win others over with virtue. Xiao Yang broke into a cold sweat. Bang! He caught Chu Dongchang's leg with one hand. Chu Dongchang stared at his hand, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. He caught it. In an instant, her agile body propelled into the air, twisting at the waist. A second leg descended. I was wrong. Xiao Yang, on the verge of tears, realized he had spoken too rashly. Bang! He caught Chu Dongchang's second leg once more, fearing she might fall. With a swift motion, he tossed Chu Dongchang into the air and extended his arms to catch her from below. Little did he expect that Chu Dongchang would still manage to control her body midair. She stepped upon his hands, standing aloft while gazing down at Xiao Yang. His strength felt unusual. It turns out that light dance atop the hands was indeed real. Xiao Yang beamed with delight, gazing at her feet perched upon his hands, in stark contrast to his size 43 feet, appearing delicate and exquisite. A compelling urge to caress arises within one. In truth, the allure of a woman, her beauty and perfection, is significantly influenced by her feet. No matter how high her beauty or how splendid her figure, if her feet are unappealing, the overall aesthetic is instantly shattered. Lost in his musings, Xiao Yang forgets a crucial point. What force must a person possess to support another with both hands, standing firmly in place, without swaying, trembling, or tiring? Chu Dongchang squints, a smile playing on her lips, showing no inclination to descend. How can a true man claim to be weary? Xiao Yang, with a tone of conviction, asserts the necessity of having the resilience to endure and the audacity to charge forward. Yet, suddenly, Chu Dongchang's foot rests upon his face, her expression a mix of annoyance and disbelief. Do you take me for a fool, unaware of your antics? Ah, when did you become so clever? Xiao Yang responds with a sheepish grin. Sister, you've misunderstood. I am known as the immaculate young man, honest and reliable. What do I know of such antics? Truly ignorant? Chu Dongchang's delicate features harden, her gaze icy. What then? The flattery in Xiao Yang's smile falters, his lips twitching. The inception of a beautiful romance often requires one to play the rogue. Otherwise, how would it progress? You're quite the chatterbox. With a dismissive glance, she steps down, having thoroughly tested his strength. By the time she met Xiao Yang, his peculiarities were numerous. An extraordinary memory? Surely a jest. How did he acquire skills from the hunter school? Setting those aside, what about his current power? At this moment, the most logical course of action, Chu Dongchang thinks, is to surrender him to the state, allowing researchers to reveal the truth. But then, this is love. Xiao Yang shrugs. The essence of conversation lies in flirtation. The crux of dating in teasing, hand-holding, kissing, and intimacy, none of which are truly serious endeavors. If one were to approach frivolity with a serious mindset, sister, do you think success is attainable? Such nonsense. Chu Dongchang's expression is stern, yet her eyes resemble a misty haze. But nonsense is still reasoning. So, should we forego bathing? Xiao Yang blinks, red dripping her hand, feigning innocence. They say 18-year-old girls love to bathe. It's splendid for the skin. 18? Chu Dongchang's eyes soften, revealing a hint of chill. Are you implying I am aging? An old aunt? Sister Dongchang could never be an old aunt. Xiao Yang declared earnestly. Are you not an 18-year-old girl, just 108 months old? Chu Dongchang. With a sudden flick of her wrist, she strides away. Xiao Yang, is my earnest attempt merely a brush against the air? Why the hesitation? Are you leaving or not? Chu Dongchang halts, gazing at him, a smile teasing her lips, her eyes glinting with playful reproach. Ha! Xiao Yang laughs heartily, rushing to grasp her hand. A faint smile graces Chu Dongchang's lips. A line from a poem rings true. Never have we met, yet a smile precedes our encounter, and upon our first meeting, a bond is forged for life. Chapter 81. I am the mud that does not adhere to the wall upon entering the bathing center. Xiao Yang's eyes widen. Before him lies a luxurious palace, every detail exuding utmost grandeur and comfort. After settling the payment and receiving his hand tag and attire, he proceeds to select swimwear. In the process, Xiao Yang realizes a profound truth. The world is filled with malice towards men. It is profoundly unfair. Consider the vast array of women's swimwear, diverse and stylish. While men's options are merely a singular type of shorts, often adorned with gaudy floral patterns. This reflection evokes memories of his youthful desires in a past life. How he wished that all beauties would don no garments. After purchasing the swimwear and changing, Xiao Yang leads Chu Dongshan directly to the couple's hot spring. As the warm water envelopes his skin, a contented sigh escapes him. It feels as though all fatigue and worries dissipate into the steam, leaving only comfort and relaxation in their wake. His body seemingly possesses its own desires. Leaning towards the cold beauty beside him, Chu Dongshan, Xiao Yang. Feigning indifference, he allows her to strike and scold him, embodying the essence of a carefree spirit. Noticing that Chu Dongshan shows no intention of pushing him away, he inches closer, resting his head on her shoulder, closing his eyes in bliss. "Are you not afraid I might harm you?" Her irritated words linger in his ears. "Sister, why does one strive?" Xiao Yang deftly shifts the subject, pondering the futility of effort without reward. If one does not strive, surely there is no pressure? To articulate laziness with such eloquence is remarkable. Chu Dongshan scoffs. "Are you not concerned that lack of effort might lead to starvation? If life dares to strike me down, am I not entitled to lounge and play on my phone?" Xiao Yang beams, proclaiming, "No one shall assist my ambitions. I shall remain the mud that does not adhere to the wall." Chu Dongshan. What divine being is this? How can he be so unabashedly brazen? Yet, she fails to notice that she has forgotten Xiao Yang's presence nestled against her. Is it not time for some decorum? Chu Dongshan, bemused, pinches his cheek. What purpose does that serve? With a beaming smile, Xiao Yang replies, "Consider how many who value their pride end up with their initial beloved." Is that so? Chu Dongshan inquires, astonished. Indeed, pride breeds timidity, leading to countless missed opportunities. Xiao Yang nods, recalling a moment from their police academy graduation, where one classmate, overcome with emotion, cried and laughed simultaneously. On the eve of graduation, his first love had wed. Is this a common regret among boys? Chu Dongshan softly asks. Not quite. My classmate's regret was not the wedding itself. Xiao Yang positions himself at the edge of the hot spring, cradling Chu Dongshan in his lap. Before she can protest, he continues. At the time of their breakup, he lamented that if only he had more money, if only he and T attended the police academy, if only he had begun working sooner, if only she had not been so extraordinary. Then he weeps, exclaiming his folly, calling himself a fool. He attended the wedding of his first love and discovered her husband was utterly ordinary, so mundane that he felt as though he were gazing into a mirror, seeing the young man he once was. The classmate, bewildered, gazed at his first love and asked, "Why?" With a beaming smile, she replied, "He accompanies me on shopping trips, studies with me, shares snacks and milk tea. You once did all these things, yet he remains a poor boy. However, he will stay by my side for eternity." The classmate shared with us that it was only then he realized she was far more remarkable than he had ever perceived. He was unworthy of her. Someone asked, "If I become exceptional, can I pursue those I once fancied?" It is too late. Your self-respect and timidity have already caused you to miss the chance. Even if you were to regain it, they would not be the same as before. Chu Dongshan nestled against him, no longer struggling, but rather like a small bird seeking refuge. She understands. Xiao Yang imparts wisdom. If you encounter someone you adore, do not let your laughable pride hold you back. Be bold, take their hand. Do not let go. The following day, the young couple exits the bathing center. Xiao Yang no longer holds Chu Dongshan's hand. Instead, she links her arm with his, a significant step towards intimacy. Throughout the day, Xiao Yang and Chu Dongshan indulge in carefree escapades in Fengtian, transformed into two exuberant children. Should they heed the gazes of others? Not at all. The world's rules often attempt to subjugate you, demanding compliance, forcing you to exist within the purview of others. It is exhausting, and they are far too preoccupied. Cherishing every moment together, they revel until evening at the airport. Suddenly, Xiao Yang wraps his arms around Chu Dongshan and kisses her, just as he had imagined. Her lips are soft and inviting, a delightful sensation. Without waiting for Chu Dongshan to regain her senses, Xiao Yang dashed towards the security checkpoint, laughing as he waved goodbye to her. Chu Dongshan watched his retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Slowly, she raised her hand to touch her lips. Her eyes shimmering with emotion, her cheeks still flushed. She appeared simultaneously angry, teasing, smiling, and shy. Where was the demeanor of a female soldier king? In her current state, she could soften the resolve of any man. Damn it, you ran off too quickly. Next time, I shall teach you a lesson. In Binqing, Xiao Yang entered his apartment and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly lethargic. The memory of the forceful kiss he had given Chu Dongshan before leaving made him chuckle uncontrollably. Wasn't that exhilarating? Of course, I, Xiao Yang, am a person of dignity. How could I deceive a girl's kiss? It's not deception, it's romance. Just because Chu Dongshan is beautiful, it doesn't mean she can make him lose his composure. At the very least, the elder sister must be foolish enough. Unfortunately, she was far too clever. Deceiving her even once was no easy feat. What if it backfired? He could end up getting beaten to a pulp. Xiao Yang took out his phone and scrolled to Chu Dongshan's number, dialing it directly. However, no one answered. Xiao Yang? Little rascal. Have you learned the art of teasing? Suddenly, a message popped up. Chu Dongshan, busy. Xiao Yang, sister, how can you do this? When you're lonely. You call me sweetheart, and just 5 hours after parting, I'm already cowherd? Huh. Woman, just wait. Next time I'll kiss you senseless. In the capital, at the Special Operations Department, the conference room was shrouded in an eerie silence. No one. No, there sat dozens of figures exuding a terrifying aura. At that moment, everyone wore expressions of sheer disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they stared at the projection on the wall. It was someone's phone projection. They had just been in a meeting. Chu Dongshan silently covered her face. Xiao Yang, I will find you shortly. I have something wonderful to show you. Chapter 82, brother. I've been waiting for you for a long time. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yang, resembling a humble hamster, remained cooped up at home, indulging in 3 primary activities: browsing the internet, munching on snacks, and teasing his sister. Isn't he going to work? Well, who loves working? When the National Security Bureau was investigating, his dad had already helped him secure a leave. The Criminal Investigation Department had a group of heavyweights stationed there. Whether he was present or not made no difference. The world would keep spinning without him. Don't take yourself too seriously. The world won't explode without you. But he couldn't afford to be lazy. It was time to get to work. Xiao Yang crawled out of bed, stretching lazily. One thought crossed his mind as he looked up. Host, Xiao Yang system, biological ability, replicator ability, skills of a soldier king. Strength of an elephant replication, 1.10 days system space, Browning pistol, police uniform, button. Finally, I have replication points. Xiao Yang grinned widely. The reason he hadn't dared to venture outside during this time was due to 3 key factors. 1. Explosive properties wherever he went. 2. The need for physical strength. 3. Laziness. With explosive properties, would you really dare to go out and play? Moreover, his body's strength was daunting. Each use of the strength of an elephant felt akin to dismembering himself. Xiao Yang worried. Could it be possible that one day, his immense power might obliterate him? Thus, he urgently needed a robust physique. The priority was to enhance his physical strength to withstand the full force of the strength of an elephant. Otherwise, he might hesitate to step outside, fearing he might destroy himself. Now that he had replication points, what was he waiting for? After freshening up and dressing, Xiao Yang stepped out of his home, heading for Beijing St. Asia Ocean World. Was this the place where Xiao Yang could find the strength he sought? Indeed, one of the highest defensive species in the world. The hardness of this creature's body rivals that of diamonds. If he could truly acquire its physical abilities, it would allow Xiao Yang to endure the strength of an elephant without fear of shattering his own body. Its name was the Mola Mola, famously known as the sunfish. Upon arriving at the St. Asia Ocean World and purchasing a ticket, another challenge arose. How could Xiao Yang get close to the Mola Mola? He had already contemplated this. Did anyone think he had been idle during these 6 days? Perhaps some had noticed an extra item in Xiao Yang's system space. A button. This button belonged to his spy king, Wang Weiran. It was what Xiao Yang had taken before he dispatched Wang Weiran, having severed his arm before his demise. Wang Weiran had gazed at his severed limb 8 times. Initially, Xiao Yang assumed he mourned the loss of his arm. However, he later realized the focus of Wang Weiran's gaze had always been on the button. He had been clever enough to discreetly pocket the button, placing it into his system space. Xiao Yang didn't consider this theft. Rather, it was the wisdom of an adult, a precaution against unforeseen dangers. Right? Simultaneously, he harbored a small ulterior motive, guessing that this button might be significant, intending to present it to his father as a token of merit. Yet, his father, Xiao Yang, had darted away faster than a rabbit, leaving him no opportunity. Thus, it remained until now, finally proving its worth. Xiao Yang took out his phone and dialed Xiao Yang's number. What is the matter? Upon connection, Xiao Yang's cheerful yet teasing laughter echoed. Thinking of me? Do you think I would yearn for a father who treats his son as a tool? Xiao Yang retorted, feigning annoyance. Damn, that's excessive. Xiao Guoqiang felt a bit awkward, but maintained his stance. What's wrong? Am I not your father? All right, you are. Xiao Yang smirked. By the way, there's something beneficial. Do you want it? What is it? Xiao Guoqiang seemed a bit perplexed. It's that benefit Wang Weiran spoke of. Xiao Yang grinned mischievously. I might have it. Clang. Xiao Yang heard the sound of the phone dropping to the ground, and couldn't he help but laugh. He mused, Dad, you're not as composed as I thought. Whereas the demeanor of a high-ranking official. This was obvious. Who could remain calm when faced with the spy king's wealth, especially when a unique piece of research data vanished without a trace following Wang Weiran's death? Xiao Guoqiang, upon hearing this news, could he remain composed? Where are you? Xiao Guoqiang's tone turned grave. I'm watching sharks. Xiao Yang replied earnestly. Behind him was a glass wall, and indeed, numerous sharks swam within. Xiao Guoqiang, suddenly. He realized that his son seemed to have endured a rather sheltered life, and perhaps needed a reality check regarding the cruelty of society. Dad, you're not thinking of hitting me, are you? Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows, half-jokingly warning, I suggest you think twice. Brat, I'll count to 3. Xiao Guoqiang gritted his teeth. 1. St. Asia Ocean World. Xiao Yang dared not be cheeky, fearing a beating. He obediently stayed put. Xiao Guoqiang quickly ended the call. As Xiao Yang hung up, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fine, you're the dad. You make the rules. Within 15 minutes, a squad of national security officers, clad in uniforms, appeared before Xiao Yang at a sprinting pace. They surrounded him. Then he spotted a familiar face. One of the 2 national security officers who had previously accompanied the head of Bincheng's Public Security Bureau to his home. This one should be surnamed Huang, right? He remembered his father had mentioned this individual in conversations with the head of Harbin's National Security Bureau. Huang Jiqiang, the head of Bincheng's National Security Bureau. Hello. Uncle Huang. Xiao Yang greeted with a smile, taking the initiative. Hello. Huang Jiqiang nodded with a smile, waving his hand. Clear the area. His subordinates began to evacuate the surrounding tourists, simultaneously shutting down all surveillance cameras in the aquarium, copying the footage before erasing it, even taking the hard drives. Seeing this scene left Xiao Yang dumbfounded. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Was it truly that serious? Where's the item? Huang Jiqiang retracted his smile. His expression serious. How did you find out? Someone said something just before they died. Xiao Yang feigned a grave demeanor. St. Asia, aquarium, trash can. Diamond fish. The fox's tail has finally revealed itself. Utilizing a mere button not only allows one to bestow a commendation upon the father, but also secures personal advantages. It entices the diamond fish to leap gracefully into the bowl. Nevertheless, individuals of noble character, like Xiao Yang, never resort to deceit. He merely uttered a benign falsehood. In less than 20 minutes, a national security personnel, carrying a bucket, hurried towards Xiao Yang. Within the vessel was not just seawater, but also a splendid diamond fish. Xiao Yang smiled, gazing at the fish. Welcome, my dear brother. I have awaited your arrival. Chapter 83. The little fellow the national security desired the mention of pufferfish from the man's lips evoked a peculiar look from Huang Jiqiang, seemingly questioning. Are you jesting with Uncle Huang? Xiao Yang shared his bewilderment. As he spoke, his hand reached into the bucket, grasping the diamond fish from the briny depths. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Limitless talent replication successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the defense of the pufferfish. It has arrived, it has come rushing in. Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming urge for an emoji to articulate his inner exhilaration. In that moment, his body underwent an inexplicable transformation, feeling both strengthened and fortified. He became more compact and powerful, embodying a resilient essence. He could transition between human form and this enhanced state. Curiosity and urgency compelled Xiao Yang to experiment. Titan strength. Activate. A torrential force surged through his muscles, bones, and cells, engaging in an unknown fusion, colliding and releasing. A radiant light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Astonishment gleaming within. Did he endure? His physical form had indeed withstood the challenge. No cracks, no fractures, no injuries. Overwhelmed with joy, he could hardly contain his excitement. He no longer needed to worry about being unable to withstand the Titan's strength. How might one describe Xiao Yang's current physique? With the skills of a warrior. The might of a Titan, and the defense of a pufferfish, he was invincible in unarmed combat, provided he refrained from employing firearms or advanced weaponry. Even an elephant would kneel before him, for he possessed not only the strength of an elephant but also a defense surpassing it. Indestructible. However, Upon realizing he could replicate the abilities of marine creatures, Xiao Yang sensed an anomaly. Logically, there exist creatures with strength greater than that of an elephant, such as whales. Why could he replicate the power of an elephant but not that of a whale? Or could it be that he could replicate the capabilities of creatures from water, land, and air? He recalled the system's note. Through contact with creatures, one could replicate their ultimate talents, peak skills, and unparalleled abilities, requiring the host to explore their use. The crucial part of that statement lingered. The host must explore. How might one navigate this exploration? The ambiguity felt like a trap. Could it be interpreted that this replication is not absolute? For instance, upon acquiring the strength of an elephant, could he continue to gain powers from other beings? Much like traversing through various species across aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial realms, could he experience them all? Furthermore, regarding the warrior skills acquired from Chu Danchan, could he replicate the abilities of other soldiers, pilots, submariners, and many other warrior skills? A peculiar gleam appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes. Perhaps it was feasible, perhaps not. Or maybe there existed other possibilities. Yet, without replication points for experimentation, it was quite vexing. Was the system truly functioning in such a capricious manner? It felt like a riddle, necessitating one to deduce a method to acquire abilities. Xiao Yang chuckled wryly at the absurdity. Suddenly, clarity struck. It was a flash memory chip. A joyful exclamation escaped his lips. What on earth? Xiao Yang released the pufferfish from his grasp. Astonished to see national security technicians examining the button, this object resembled a USB drive, capable of data storage and characterized by data retention even after power loss. Suitable for long-term preservation. However, it was encrypted. Not his concern. If it remains unsolved, it becomes a national security issue. Xiao Yang sighed in relief. If, hypothetically, his bravado had been misplaced and the button contained nothing, it would lead to an embarrassing situation. The current outcome was indeed the most favorable. Uncle Huang. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Xiao Yang expressed with a smile to Huang Jiqiang, who was preparing for the next day's work. The attribute of unpredictability was rather bothersome to him. Any complications arising from his interactions with Huang Jiqiang would be regrettable. Very well, Huang Jiqiang nodded with a smile. After Xiao Yang departed, the smile faded from his face as he sighed in relief. He took out his phone and dialed a number. He has delivered the item, though through his father. It seems he is paying tribute to Xiao Guoqiang, and he has not tampered with the contents. Quite filial. Should we continue monitoring? No need. It appears he harbors no ulterior motives. Although there are minor anomalies, it is not a major concern. I know what to do. Otherwise, the pressure would be excessive. What are you afraid of? Are you worried his girlfriend will expose the National Security Agency? Aren't you concerned? At the National Security Minister's office, Zhou Xiangqian hung up the phone in silence. Wasn't he fearful? The Special Operations Department had been a blade hanging over everyone's head since before the establishment of the nation. Who could be unafraid? Who would dare not to be afraid? Zhou Xiangqian's thoughts drifted to Xiao Yang. Was the young lad acting deliberately or inadvertently? Did he truly believe no one could see him take that button? If it were unintentional, for his father's sake, then it could be excused. But if it was intentional, a performance for our benefit. A chill crept into Zhou Xiangqian's heart. If he were indeed that astute, it would be nothing short of genius. To say he was exceptionally clever would not be an exaggeration. At merely 22 years of age, was it conceivable? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, dismissing his overthinking. Yet, a glint of intrigue shone in Zhou Xiangqian's eyes. It seemed he needed to catch up with the older sister. This little fellow had piqued the interest of national security. Achoo! On his way home, Xiao Yang sneezed. Who was talking about him? It must be his annoying sister missing him. Xiao Yang grinned widely, contemplating a visit to Beijing in a few days to see Chu Danchan. Moreover, he felt compelled to return home and visit his mother, grandfather, and grandmother. He couldn't evade them forever. Night enveloped the bedroom in silence, resembling a tranquil harbor, where even the sound of breathing felt unusually distinct. Suddenly, as Xiao Yang slumbered soundly, his phone rang. Groggy. He reached for the device without glancing at the caller ID, answering with a disgruntled tone. At this hour, may I inquire if your sleeplessness stems from a lack of intimacy or from some mischief keeping you awake? The other party was utterly perplexed, glancing at the phone to confirm it was indeed Xiao Yang's number. How could he dare speak to me in such a manner? He must recognize I am his superior. Soon, a weary voice came through the receiver. Stop sleeping and come to the Criminal Investigation Department. We have a case. Where is the Criminal Investigation Department, and what case? Suddenly, Xiao Yang's drowsiness vanished, awakening with a start. The Criminal Investigation Department? A case? This was a calamity. His blissful life as a recluse had come to an abrupt end. Chapter 84. You are charming. I am compelling at 3 in the morning. The world lay in silence. The neighborhood was enveloped in profound stillness, occasionally punctuated by distant vehicles breaking the tranquility. Is hiding at home not an option? Stepping out of the residential building, Xiao Yang wore an expression of exasperation. This was no longer merely a matter of unpredictability. It seemed that trouble was now actively seeking him out. He hailed a rideshare vehicle, heading straight for the location of the Criminal Investigation Department. Upon arriving at the Criminal Investigation Bureau's building and approaching the door of the department, he hesitated, stepping back. A pungent cloud of smoke hit him. How many cigarettes had they smoked? Were they not afraid of their health? Upon entering, he was greeted by a haze of smoke that enveloped the office, the air thick with an acrid scent, obscured by a heavy fog of tobacco. He beheld weary figures, their eyes bloodshot and devoid of spirit. The entire Criminal Investigation Department was present. Through their current demeanor, it is not difficult to surmise that they have not had a proper rest for several days. Are you here? Li Huaqing smiled as he rose. The others nodded in agreement with smiles. Oh, isn't this the illustrious Yang from society? Go Hao, seated before his computer, set down his keyboard and inquired with a grin. I heard you've been working with the national security lately? Xiao Yang's expression faltered, resembling a face marred by dark lines, caught in a moment of embarrassment akin to being exposed as a traitor. After all, he is a police officer. Even if he has only been on duty for a few days, he is still part of the police force. Yet, here he was, involved in investigations for the National Security Bureau? This also revealed another matter. His collaboration with them was not a secret to the Criminal Investigation Department. The channels of information were rather impressive. How could it be? I just graduated from the police academy. I lack such capabilities. Xiao Yang responded with an awkward yet polite smile. I merely served tea and water for them. As a seasoned informant, he had engaged in far more dubious activities. In terms of an actor's self-cultivation, who has Xiao Yang ever feared? The others returned a smile that was more skin-deep than sincere. If they were not aware of Xiao Yang's talents, they might have almost believed him. After all, is it possible for someone fresh out of the police academy to simply serve tea at the National Security Bureau? They were not fools. Matters involving the national security should remain undiscussed, or better yet, avoided altogether. This was a matter of personal responsibility. One should not court disaster. What is going on? Xiao Yang inquired, perplexed as to why Li Huaqing, the director of the Criminal Investigation Department, would call at such an hour. If it were an urgent case, it would be understandable. Upon arriving at the department, he noticed that the atmosphere did not seem particularly urgent. This was indeed peculiar. Xiao Yang's words caused a shift in the expressions of those present, the mood becoming heavy once more. What astonished him most was the peculiar looks on their faces. How to describe it? It was akin to the expression of having consumed something distasteful, yet unable to expel it. This only heightened Xiao Yang's curiosity. What kind of case could possibly disturb the seasoned officers of the Binqing police force to such an extent? If I were to say we encountered a ghost, Li Huaqing's expression suggested he was grappling with constipation. What is your take? Xiao Yang asked. My take? I'd say we should promptly take our leave and steer clear of lunatics. By the way, I have the address of a psychiatric hospital. If needed, I can share it with you. Some might argue, you've traversed time and space. Isn't it normal for such occurrences, even involving ghosts, to manifest? But it was different. The world had taken on a strange hue. If it were truly a realm of the supernatural, a horror world, or even a bizarre dimension, then the abilities bestowed by the system would be questionable. Clearly, the case about to unfold had triggered his explosive presence trait, drawing him into it. This unfortunate trait was a divine gift, as was the system. What are ghosts? They are the harbingers of demise, striking before one can comprehend. If the heavens wished for his demise, why allow him to traverse time? Granting a system to replicate biological abilities, could those abilities counteract ghosts? In an instant, Xiao Yang deduced far too much. It was not disbelief, it was fear of belief. If ghosts truly existed, he would immediately shed his police uniform and seek refuge with Chu Donchan, allowing the elder sister to protect him. He sometimes acted recklessly, but he was not foolish. Why so silent? Go Hao, the Joker, asked with a grin. Xiao Yang tilted his head in his direction. Was he provoking him? He glanced around the room, noting that none of the others believed in ghosts. They merely sought to tease him. Yet, this ghost had indeed made its appearance. The group had just donned expressions of disgust. It was evident they had exhausted every possible avenue. Unable to break the deadlock and identify the crux of the matter, they had resorted to calling him. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang unraveled the cause and effect, asking with a smile, "Is someone dead?" In that moment, silence enveloped the room. The stillness was an affirmation. "Let me take a guess. The timing of this ghost's appearance is rather peculiar. Isn't it?" Xiao Yang surveyed the others. "You don't believe," which suggests that certain supernatural forces have not manifested. This isn't a case of a ghost directly committing murder, is it? However, you've seen a ghost, so may I hazard a guess that someone has indeed been murdered, and this ghost just happened to be at the scene? The condition of the murderer during the act must have been quite abnormal, leading one to suspect that a ghost was manipulating him to commit the murder. And has the murderer been apprehended? This is the key to why you can all remain seated here without investigating anything. Isn't it? The worry etched on your faces is due to confusion. You're not perplexed by the ghost itself. You don't believe in ghosts, but rather that the murderer is playing tricks. I see the murderer's body, mind, and psyche should be intact. Although he committed the act, he possesses no discernible motive to kill. This is the very aspect you find most baffling. Isn't it? A murder occurs, a ghost appears. And yet the murderer appears untroubled. Xiao Yang chuckled. Are you all bewildered? The atmosphere in the hall shifted. The eyes of the crowd widened, staring at Xiao Yang with expressions of utter disbelief, as though witnessing him strip in public and commit unspeakable acts. Why the lack of laughter? Xiao Yang tilted his head to scrutinize Go Hao, mimicking his earlier tone. Do you not enjoy smiling? Brother, I was wrong. Go Hao nearly wept. From now on, you are the handsome one. I'll be the charming one. We'll be the dashing duo. How does that sound? A promising future awaits. Xiao Yang's lip twitched. Yet, his deductions had astonished everyone. A thought crossed their minds. Could he have seen the dossier beforehand? Impossible. The case had not yet been filed, nor could it be. Would anyone believe that the word ghost would appear in the dossier, only for the higher-ups to slap it in your face? No. The gazes directed at Xiao Yang were akin to those witnessing a ghost. How could he have done it? Chapter 85. If you play like this, I might just wake up. Before the computer, Xiao Yang was examining an unfiled investigation report. The incident had been logged 3 days prior. Due to dispatch from the 110 emergency line, local police were sent to investigate the situation. When 2 police officers and 2 auxiliary officers arrived at the scene, they found a blood-soaked man, seemingly deranged, clutching a female corpse, with a child's body lying nearby. The man was wailing in gut-wrenching agony. It was immediately apparent that the 2 bodies bore significant stab wounds to their necks and abdomens, particularly the neck, which was nearly severed. If anyone could survive in such a state, it would be a medical miracle. The man was subdued, the criminal police took over, and forensic experts arrived on the scene. Through preliminary investigations and inquiries, it was determined that the man was related to the deceased as husband and father. The evidence, including the murder weapon and various traces, pointed unequivocally to his guilt. Under normal circumstances, this would be a closed case. There would be no possibility of a retraction, evasion, or overturning the evidence of the crime. However, an abnormal situation arose that left all the officers bewildered. The man, as if mad, denied killing anyone. Observing his demeanor, the expressions of seasoned detectives shifted. To share an amusing anecdote, many veteran detectives possess an almost uncanny ability to discern whether a suspect is lying. Sometimes, they can ascertain the nuances of a case merely based on the suspect's behavior. Occasionally, they can even identify a suspect amidst the throngs on a busy street. Most officers have dabbled in micro-expression psychology and criminal psychology. Through expressions, they can generally analyze whether a suspect is lying, evading responsibility, harboring murderous intent, or exhibiting a criminal mindset. Yet, the man's expressions, demeanor, and psychological responses conveyed a deeper truth. He had not killed anyone, not his wife or child. The seasoned detectives were left flabbergasted. Could it be that someone was framing him? No, that was not the case. The crime scene was under surveillance, and the footage confirmed that the man suddenly went mad, retrieved a kitchen knife, and viciously attacked his family. Some assert, isn't it all settled? It must be the man who committed the murder. Let's get him. Many may not have heard this phrase, which is a cautionary maxim often reiterated by instructors at police academies. During an investigation, one must never fully trust one's own eyes. For certain clues and evidence may very well be deliberately presented by the perpetrator for you to see. Take, for instance, the most straightforward example, magic. Even if one is aware that it is an illusion, without understanding the underlying principles or how to unravel it, the trick remains enchanting and can deceive any audience. Some may question, although this case seems off, surely it wouldn't leave all the officers bewildered? Precisely because it appears strange, the police initiated thorough examinations of the scene, repeatedly reviewing surveillance footage, only to discover a malfunction. A detective examining the footage suddenly gasped, his face drained of color. Police officers, accustomed to dealing with heinous criminals and grotesque remains, are not easily startled. Yet, he saw a ghost. Human beings often exhibit little fear of the known. Yet when confronted with the unknown, anxiety and terror ensue, unearthing the primal fears embedded deep within our very being. Subsequently, not only did this detective witness the apparition, his colleagues also beheld the so-called ghost. This spectral figure was located near the entrance, reflected within a wall-mounted mirror. Its appearance was fleeting, lasting less than a second. It was this ghost that, through the surveillance, revealed the suspect, who had been seated calmly on the living room sofa, suddenly erupting in rage, fearfully screaming. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. He leapt up, brandishing a kitchen knife, and rushed out, slaughtering his wife and child with the fervor of a lunatic. Why had the ghost not been noticed in the surveillance footage at first? Everyone's focus and thought processes were fixated on the suspect's violent actions. Hardly anyone glanced at the mirror, where the apparition appeared for less than a second. When the detectives finally discerned the presence of the ghost, they also witnessed the suspect's sudden madness, coupled with the suspect's adamant denial of murder. The seasoned detectives began to ponder. Could it be possible he truly did not commit the act? The case circulated within the police department, reaching the higher-ups. When the leadership learned of it, they were furious. What on earth is this? Investigate. After 2 days and nights of inquiry, Li Huaqing and his team were left perplexed. Unable to decipher the origin of the ghostly apparition, Li Huaqing thought of Xiao Yang but was uncertain if he was in Binqing. He had Gu Hao check his itinerary and discovered that Xiao Yang had returned to Binqing 6 days ago, which elicited both laughter and frustration. How could he return and not come to work? Did he not regard his superiors as human? Without regard for the late hour, a call was placed to Xiao Yang. Thus, the investigation proceeded. Upon reviewing the investigation report, Xiao Yang moved his mouse, clicking on a segment of surveillance footage. As the video played, it revealed a perspective that nearly encompassed the entire living room, including the entrance area. One could see the shoe rack, the coat cabinet, and a wall-mounted mirror. Without the report's indication, Xiao Yang would have likely overlooked the ordinary-looking mirror, measuring 150 centimeters high and 60 centimeters wide. His gaze would instinctively gravitate towards the cheerful family of 3 seated on the sofa, the husband and wife playfully entertaining their mischievous child while watching television. As the man engaged in playful antics with his son, he inadvertently glanced towards the entrance and suddenly froze, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. At that moment, a sinister shadow materialized within the mirror, silent yet suffused with an eerie chill. Its form was grotesque, bloodied, and disfigured. A terrifying sight that one could hardly bear to look at directly. As it manifested, it seemed to envelop the living room in an aura of dread. It was clad in a floral dress, cradling a small doll, a young girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, her body marred and bleeding. She appeared to gaze at the man with a horrifying grin, a chilling smile that vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Returning to his senses, Xiao Yang felt a bone-chilling dread wash over him, reminiscent of childhood fears while watching horror films. Despite the brutality of the act, the assailant was human and capable of fear, especially when confronted with incomprehensible phenomena. After a brief moment of mental paralysis, Xiao Yang smiled, thinking, "If you wish to play such games, I shall not succumb to fatigue." Chapter 86. The Unfairness of Heaven Investigated? Xiao Yang turned to the others. "Yes, the mirror is unblemished," replied a stout, middle-aged officer from the Criminal Investigation Department, Dong Hu, a Level 3 police supervisor with a background in technical investigations. Unlike Gu Hao, he did not specialize in computer science, but instead was responsible for employing high-tech methods in criminal investigations and handling various tech-related cases. After 2 days of investigation, they found no evidence of electronic devices, projection equipment, chemical substances, or special coatings that could have conjured the ghostly image in the mirror. The living room had been thoroughly examined, revealing no anomalies. As for the mirror, it was merely an ordinary hat and coat mirror, devoid of any peculiarities. Xiao Yang felt a sense of unease. Drawing from previous experiences with the suicide dismemberment case, he knew the Criminal Investigation Department would not overlook any detail. This indicated that the scene was indeed devoid of issues. Yet, how could an unblemished scene give rise to such a ghostly apparition? compelling a suspect to violently murder his own family? This dilemma transcended the realm of science. It ventured into the supernatural. Dear heaven, do not toy with us. Xiao Yang feigned a look of terror, surveying the group. It seems there truly is a ghost. How frightening. The others were taken aback, some stifling laughter. Others rolling their eyes. Yet, in that instant, they collectively realized that Xiao Yang's humorous remark had eased their tension. You all need to adjust your mindset, Xiao Yang admonished. His smile fading. Let us take a break. Pushing ourselves too hard can lead to dire consequences. This was no jest. Fatigue, stress, and prolonged exposure to darkness can lead not only to psychological issues, but also to physical strain, increasing the risk of sudden death. The mortality rate among frontline officers is among the highest across all professions. Having made his point, Xiao Yang suggested a break. Li Huaqing, showing consideration for his subordinates, acknowledged the toll of 2 sleepless days on their aging bodies. Head off now, you two. Xiao Yang glanced at Li Huaqing, then playfully pointed at Ge Hao. The 2 of us will go check the scene. Did you just call him that? It's how Ge Hao retorted, though he only dared to grumble internally after having just been chastised by Xiao Yang. All right. Li Huaqing nodded, a smile gracing his lips. It's your call. This carried a double meaning. The previous case had been one Xiao Yang had led them through, and everyone was aware of his capabilities. In the police force, those who possess the ability naturally rise to the occasion, especially within the criminal investigation department. This was not merely about rank or authority, it was about tackling cases. Once Li Huaqing and the others departed, Xiao Yang and Ge Hao climbed into a police vehicle, making their way to the crime scene. During the ride, under Xiao Yang's probing inquiries, Ge Hao shared information regarding the personnel within the criminal investigation department. Li Huaqing, head of the department. Ge Hao, computer expert. Dong Hu, technical investigator. Known as Smiling Tiger. Luo Jiasin, detective. Old Luo. Gu Feng, detective. The painter. Zhou Zheng, special police. The enforcer. Qian Xianqian, forensic expert. The knife. Zhuo Xiaojia, narcotics officer. The hedgehog. It could be said that the Criminal Investigation Department is a versatile task force, adept at handling intricate cases, sudden major incidents, and significant criminal activities. Since its inception, the team has never exceeded 10 members, and that refers to the formal roster. By the way, I heard your police merit is about to be awarded, Ge Hao remarked, his expression tinged with envy. Is it happening so soon? Xiao Yang responded with surprise. Hasn't it only been about 20 days? He referred to the case involving an intelligence organization. Not long ago, there was a case involving a killer's suicide and dismemberment. As for the national security case, let's not dwell on it. It's fortunate enough that they haven't dealt with him yet. Following standard procedures, closing a case, reporting achievements, and obtaining approvals could take several months, possibly even half a year. If his police merits were truly recognized that swiftly, the process would be flawed. How could I know? Ge Hao expressed envy. While he was on a call with the big boss, I inadvertently overheard a remark. I really envy you. Xiao Yang chuckled and asked, do you envy me for being more handsome? Ge Hao nearly drove into a ditch, exasperated. It's your brain, not your looks. Never mind. Xiao Yang shook his head. In the eyes of many, a smart person's intelligence is undervalued. In his previous life, he too had those he admired, the wealthy elders of the old generation and the younger generation's Weishan. Speaking of Weishan, in the eyes of those who understood, he was truly a genius. Yet, to those who didn't comprehend, he appeared foolish, unkempt, and eccentric, leading them to believe that living like him was not worth it. This exemplifies the vast differences among individuals. Distinct experiences, fields, and perceptions yield varied worldviews. As for looks, Ge Hao asked earnestly, brother, do you think I'm handsome? Xiao Yang responded, how could you even have the audacity to ask such a question? Is it the cricket or the cricket's younger brother? Unable to contain his laughter, Xiao Yang remarked, are you that reckless? Ge Hao's appearance was quite acceptable. Standing at 175 centimeters, he was reasonably handsome, nothing more to say. Can't we have a proper conversation? Ge Hao teased. Get to the point, Xiao Yang replied with a smirk. Well, considering your face. Ge Hao curiously inquired. You must have many admirers, right? Are you cursing me? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Those with many admirers are like sea kings. Good people don't dare to have so many. Why? Ge Hao asked, intrigued. Because my current partner would beat me to death. Xiao Yang lamented, it's terrifying. How could it not be terrifying? Do you really think that just because he has achieved physical defenses, he is invincible? The defense of a diamond fish is formidable. Yet against bullets, it's still vulnerable. Unless you prevent Chu Donchan from firing, otherwise, it's genuinely impossible to win. You're only 22 and already have a partner? Gu Hao expressed envy, jealousy, and frustration. It's outrageous. Being handsome is one thing, having brains is another, achieving merits is yet another, and now you have a partner. How unfair. Indeed, I also envy you, Xiao Yang quipped. What do you envy about me? Gu Hao was astonished. I envy that you can associate with the elite, the strikingly handsome me. Xiao Yang's gaze reflected both pity and schadenfreude. Incredible. Damn. Gu Hao offered him a middle finger. You're toxic. Their laughter continued as they drove for about an hour. In Binqing, Jinju District, on Xiangyang Street. Xiao Yang and Gu Hao exited the vehicle. The two approached a residential building and ascended to the third floor, where they observed two auxiliary police officers and a cordon at the entrance of a unit. They had arrived at the crime scene. Chapter 87. This is truly peculiar. After donning shoe covers and gloves, Xiao Yang and Gu Hao entered the premises and stepped into the living room. A nauseating scent of blood assaulted their senses, mingled with the stench of organs. The investigation report indicated that the suspect had not only nearly severed his wife's neck, but had also disemboweled his son. Approaching the sofa, Xiao Yang crouched down, examining various elements. The positioning of the victim's corpse post-mortem, signs of struggle at the scene, and evidence suggesting the suspect had cradled the victim on the ground after the killings. After half an hour, Xiao Yang stood up, glancing at the marked footprints on the floor as he made his way to the kitchen. Analyzing the footprints' cadence, stride, and gait revealed the suspect was likely in a state of running, rage, and fear. Standing before the kitchen counter, Xiao Yang scrutinized the overturned knife holder, with several kitchen knives scattered across the countertop. He then looked back at the floor's footprints, narrowing his eyes as his mind raced, swiftly deconstructing and reorganizing the complex information to deduce. A vivid image emerged in his mind. A person, initially seated on the sofa, suddenly stands up and, in a state of anger and fear, rushes to the kitchen, quickly seizing a kitchen knife before charging out. This is wrong. Xiao Yang's eyes widened. Did you not notice? I did, Gu Hao replied, his expression complex. You noticed too? Such insight is unparalleled. The state was inconsistent. The footprints reflected a psychological response, indicating feelings of anger and fear. Xiao Yang focused on the marked footprints on the floor. These two emotions are challenging to coexist. Anger elevates adrenaline and induces mental exhilaration, often leading to a loss of reason. Essentially, one becomes reckless. Elevated adrenaline also diminishes psychological fear. It's akin to someone who, in a heightened state, dares to do anything, disregarding rationality and fear. Fear, in essence, equates to anxiety and disquiet, often leading to caution. This principle is universally acknowledged. The simultaneous emergence of these two opposing emotions is exceedingly rare. Of course, this is not absolute. It often manifests in life-threatening situations. For instance, when a formidable antagonist threatens your life, you may feel furious for being unable to defeat them and terrified of impending death. When both anger and fear arise, it typically signifies one is in perilous circumstances. The question arises, was the suspect in a life-threatening situation? No. Rather, he acted like a demon, murdering his wife and child. If there was a reason for his actions, he would have only been enraged and struck out. At that moment, consumed by rage, how could he feel fear or apprehension? Xiao Yang looked up at the hallway mirror, his pupils contracting. Had he truly been controlled? The investigation report noted that the suspect denied killing his wife and child. What reason did he provide? He claimed to have no recollection of the event, asserting he simply zoned out, and upon waking up, found his wife and child lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. Who would believe such a statement? However, considering the shadow within that mirror, if there were truly a ghost, it would seem plausible. Yet, Xiao Yang smirked, a cold smile forming. Could it be hypnosis? Impressive, Gu Hao praised, shaking his head, but it's not hypnosis. Oh, Xiao Yang exclaimed, bewildered. How can you be so certain? Indeed, I am very certain, Gu Hao nodded, saying, after investigating for a day, we consulted a psychological expert the following day. He informed us not to be misled by movies. In a hypnotic state, one cannot commit murder, much less suicide. Why? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. Because hypnosis cannot breach individual psychological boundaries or limits, Gu Hao explained swiftly. Otherwise, it would forcibly disrupt the hypnotic state. Whether it's murder, suicide, or turning against loved ones, such actions surpass the thresholds of human psychology. Of course, this is not absolute. There are exceptions, a minority. For instance, the mentally ill, murderers, and deranged criminals. Some in these groups are unaware of psychological boundaries, while others have long transcended them, trampling their limits. They commit murder without impediments. Isn't that hypnosis? Xiao Yang relaxed his brow. Are there similar methods? Quite similar. Gu Hao shook his head. Whether it's brainwashing, thought control, or other techniques, the bottom line remains intact. They had already investigated the suspect's past, finding a clean record with no history of criminal activity. Medical reports were also clear, showing no psychological or mental disorders. The Criminal Investigation Department even conducted an inquiry into the deceased, performing a paternity test on the child. Likewise, no evidence surfaced indicating that the deceased had engaged in any green practices with the suspect. The child is indeed the biological offspring of the suspect. They also interviewed neighbors and friends of the deceased. In their eyes, the couple appeared deeply in love, and the family of 3 seemed harmonious. One might wonder, is this not strange? Another clue emerged. A glint of sharpness flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. A ghost. If it were not a ghost, then its identity must be that of a little girl. After utilizing AI technology to restore the ghostly visage, they conducted a nationwide search comparing it to female children aged 3 to 8. Gu Hao chuckled bitterly, having found no matching face. Impressive, Xiao Yang expressed surprise. How was this achieved? Indeed, how was it achieved? Gu Hao also found it difficult to comprehend. If it were not the ghost's doing, they could not fathom how a murderer could have executed such a deed. Let us go, Xiao Yang said, striding toward the door. Take me to meet the suspect. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. The more he pondered, the less he believed the ghostly notion. At the detention center, in the interrogation room, Xiao Yang sat behind the interrogation window, observing a man in his 30s being escorted in by a guard. Upon seeing the man's face, Xiao Yang frowned. It was a plain and somewhat wooden face, with clear lines and contours that conveyed a sense of simplicity. However, his facial muscles were in constant agitation, reflecting a spectrum of emotions: terror, anger, helplessness, and grotesqueness. An array of expressions transformed across his face. Particularly notable were his eyes, bloodshot and wild, exuding an indescribable madness, reminiscent of a complete lunatic. Gazing at this visage, Xiao Yang felt an unsettling heaviness in his heart. This was indeed troubling. Chapter 88. Astonishing. Incredible. Feng Jun, male, 31 years old, a resident of Bin City, employee of a technology company. As Xiao Yang read through the suspect's profile, he scrutinized the changing expressions of Feng Jun. Disappointment washed over him. The man before him seemed to have completely lost his mind. His eyes flickered with madness and despair, transformed into a creature fueled solely by rage. Observing this man, who was clearly in profound anguish, Xiao Yang paused and posed a peculiar question. Do you seek revenge? In that instant, Feng Jun transformed. His eyes turned feral, and he let out a primal howl of fury. Do you know who did it? It was no wonder that seasoned detectives believed he was innocent. Xiao Yang was nearly certain that Feng Jun was not the one who murdered his wife and child. Someone had manipulated him. Gradually rising, Xiao Yang realized there was no need for further interrogation, for the man had already become a beast consumed by vengeance. Outside the detention center, within the police vehicle, Xiao Yang exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting at the sky outside. The dawn began to break, enveloping the world in silence. The horizon gradually blushed with brilliant shades of orange and red as the sun slowly ascended. Do you also believe it wasn't him? Gu Hao inquired, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling smoke. No matter how one disguises themselves, the glint of death in their eyes cannot be feigned. Xiao Yang replied in a low, icy tone. After crossing over, he has taken many lives. I've witnessed the gaze of countless individuals in their final moments. Yes, he has completely lost it, Gu Hao sighed. If I were in his position, I too would likely succumb to madness. He understood that no gains could be derived from a lunatic. Rather than pitying him, it was more prudent to unearth the true culprit. Hence, one should not pity anyone or squander time. As police officers, they must swiftly bring wrongdoers to justice. For this is the greatest solace and respect they can offer the victims. Shall we return to the city? After finishing his cigarette, Gu Hao glanced at Xiao Yang, who appeared lost in thought in the passenger seat. Not yet. I'm contemplating a question. Xiao Yang's gaze wandered, pondering how one could control another to commit such a heinous act against their own family. We've all considered it. That state cannot be induced by drugs, which cannot compel a person to suddenly go insane. Gu Hao shook his head. Moreover, it is impossible to have no memory of the crime committed. Hypnosis is also ruled out. Such a method of murder would violate the very limits of the human psyche, making it equally unfeasible. There's almost no way to achieve it. Xiao Yang interrupted, furrowing his brow. What if it were possible without crossing that boundary? Could hypnosis be a viable option? He realized that his line of thought had been swayed by Gu Hao's assertions, causing him to dismiss certain possibilities. This was not right. It was akin to doubting one's own eyes while placing faith in the conclusions of others. Huh? Gu Hao's expression turned peculiar. Are you still questioning hypnosis? I've made it abundantly clear. It's impossible. Have you not yet answered me? Xiao Yang teased. That is obvious. Gu Hao paused, momentarily taken aback, questioning Xiao Yang's sanity. If one does not violate the psychological threshold, of course, it could be accomplished. May I propose a hypothesis? A glimmer of cold light shone in Xiao Yang's eyes. What if Feng Jun, in that moment, did not perceive himself as killing his family, but rather believed he was slaying something else? To kill is something that most cannot psychologically bear, he continued. But what if he believed he was killing a chicken, a dog, or some other entity? Gu Hao was momentarily stunned, his mind racing. Those who made it into the criminal investigation department were no fools, especially since he was a genius in computing. With a slight hint from Xiao Yang, he began to envision numerous possibilities, nearly gasping in shock. No way. Why not? Xiao Yang rubbed his temples. Do you recall when we discovered the suspect's anger and terror? Are you suggesting that he was in a state of believing he was facing a life-and-death crisis? Gu Hao's brain cells ignited in a frenzy. Didn't he think he was killing anyone? Have you perhaps forgotten something crucial? Xiao Yang prompted again. What is the crux of this case? I forgot. Gu Hao's expression suddenly turned blank, and a flash of insight exploded in his mind. A ghost? Yes, facing a life-and-death crisis, filled with anger and terror. What if he was killing a ghost? Xiao Yang enunciated each word clearly. Let us hypothesize that a ghost truly appeared before you. Would you be afraid? Would you panic? If you wished to survive, would you not fight back? Consequently, would you feel any psychological burden when killing a ghost? Would it violate your moral limits? And what of Feng Jun's fury? Let us further hypothesize. What if he perceived a ghost harming his family? Would you not feel anger in such a scenario? Thus, fear of ghosts and the instinct to survive would incite terror, while the threat to his family would evoke rage. This perfectly elucidated why Feng Jun suddenly descended into madness and why he rushed into the kitchen for a knife, returning to frantically attack his wife and child. In his eyes, he was not slaughtering them. He was battling a ghost. Gu Hao remained stunned for several seconds, and when he regained his senses, he stared blankly at Xiao Yang. Did you really think of that? Shouldn't you be exclaiming in astonishment, praising my brilliance and skill? Xiao Yang jested, remaining composed. Spare me the theatrics. The pride on your face is unmistakable, Gu Hao retorted, jealousy bubbling within him. Your intellect defies description. Enough chatter, let's get some food. Xiao Yang leaned back in his chair. Then, take me to consult that psychological expert. I have a few inquiries. He sought to validate whether his reasoning could indeed hold water. At 7 in the morning, an elderly man clad in traditional attire emerged from a residential building to take a stroll. Xiao Yang observed him quietly, recalling the details of the individual. Zhu Boyun, male, 71 years old, a resident of Bin City, a second-level professor, a distinguished expert, the specially appointed director of the Dragon Country Psychological Research Institute. The leading figure in the national key discipline of foundational psychology, the academic leader in first-level psychology, an executive member of the Dragon Country Psychological Society, and the chairman of the Psychological Education Working Committee, a luminary in the field of psychology. Then, Xiao Yang realized he was being scrutinized by a piercing gaze. A middle-aged man donned in athletic attire appeared for but a fleeting moment. In an instant, he transformed into an ordinary individual engaged in morning exercise. A guard? Quite ordinary indeed. It would be a jest if such a living national treasure were to lack protection. Xiao Yang approached the elder with a notion in mind. If he possessed a replication point, could he possibly extract the psychological abilities from the elderly gentleman? Greetings, esteemed Zhu Lao, Xiao Yang greeted, his sunny smile illuminating his face. I am Xiao Yang from the Criminal Investigation Department of Bin City, and I must trouble you once more. The last time the department sought a psychological expert to ascertain whether the suspect Feng Jun had been hypnotized, it was none other than this distinguished figure standing before him. Chapter 89. What an enigma! Zhu Boyun, with a gaunt visage, regarded the young man with a gentle smile that radiated warmth. Indeed, in the presence of this master, Xiao Yang adopted a humble demeanor, akin to a pupil before a teacher. Yesterday, my colleague consulted you regarding psychological matters, and I sensed an anomaly. I have come to seek your guidance once again. May I impose upon your generosity? Zhu Buiyun remained silent, his eyes sparkling with wisdom as they briefly scrutinized Xiao Yang's face. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his features. His eyes widened as they fixated on Xiao Yang's own. How could a young man of merely 20 possess such profound eyes? They were extraordinarily tranquil, like a placid well. Life and death, the passage of time. All seemed transparent to him, leaving only serenity and indifference in their wake. Such eyes are possessed only by those who have truly faced death. This young man is quite remarkable. Zhu Buiyun inquired with a smile. Very well. Thank you. Xiao Yang felt a shiver run through him as he sensed the elderly man's gaze, akin to a knife, penetrating the heart. Shall we take a seat over there? Zhu Buiyun gestured toward a nearby bench in the community activity area. These old limbs of mine can hardly endure standing for too long. Of course. Xiao Yang accompanied the elder to the seating area, where he listened intently. I have heard that humans cannot breach certain inner boundaries, commonly referred to as the bottom line of the heart. Otherwise, hypnosis may be forcibly undone? Yes, Zhu Buiyun replied, his demeanor benevolent. For instance, killing, whether oneself or a loved one. The list is extensive. Our ancestors spoke truly when they said that man is innately good. Certainly. Each individual harbors differing worldviews and psychological limits. To illustrate a rather grotesque example, if one were coerced into consuming excrement, nearly everyone would refuse. If someone were to force you, while in a hypnotic state, your mind would instinctively break free from the hypnosis. How remarkably lucid and didactic. Xiao Yang nodded. May I then surmise that as long as this boundary remains unbroken, one could remain in a state of hypnosis indefinitely until it is lifted? That is one interpretation. Though not entirely accurate, Zhu Buiyun's eyes sparkled with mirth. Do you understand what hypnosis entails? Well, Xiao Yang chuckled awkwardly. I have only encountered it in films, where it appears mystical, almost like sorcery. Yet, I find it rather exaggerated. I am aware that hypnosis exists, but it is not nearly as fantastical as portrayed. What do you think the success rate would be if a hypnotist attempted to hypnotize a stranger? Zhu Buiyun's demeanor radiated joy as he posed the question. Oh, how should I know? Perhaps I could consult my phone for answers? Xiao Yang noticed the elder seemed to be testing him. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, 20%? Or perhaps 10%. This was the highest success rate he could conceive, and he felt even that was overly generous. If hypnosis were genuinely that extraordinary, countless individuals would surely pursue its mastery rather than remain as they are, with the average person having no access to hypnotists, let alone even a glimpse of one. You are quite astute, yet your answer is incorrect. Zhu Buiyun appeared even more delighted, as if he had uncovered a revelation. Under normal circumstances, a hypnotist's success rate when attempting to hypnotize a stranger is 0. Xiao Yang's expression froze in realization. I comprehend your implication now. As long as one does not cooperate, success is unattainable. Even with cooperation, the likelihood remains minimal, correct? Ha ha ha, Zhu Buiyun laughed heartily, his joy resounding. Then allow me to inquire further. If you assert that even cooperation yields scant success, what is the reason behind it? Caution, Xiao Yang replied without hesitation. Each individual possesses a degree of wariness, whether slight or profound. Although he lacked knowledge of the processes, principles, and techniques of hypnosis, Xiao Yang understood human nature. It is precisely this nature that dictates whether an individual can be successfully hypnotized. To induce hypnosis, the subject must wholeheartedly cooperate. But how could that be possible? In this world, aside from one's kin, whom could you trust? Some individuals do not even trust their family. Who would willingly cooperate with a hypnotist, a complete stranger? Surrendering their very essence into the hands of another without an ounce of suspicion? Such trust exists only in the context of treating psychological ailments or in the presence of family. Otherwise, would one truly be so naive as to harbor no caution whatsoever? If there exists even a shred of wariness or psychological resistance, can hypnosis truly prevail? As Xiao Yang articulated his thoughts, Zhu Buiyun stood speechless, staring at him in a daze, seemingly taken aback. It appears I have inadvertently struck a blow to his pride as a teacher. Xiao Yang, sensing the moment, chose to remain silent. What a pity. Zhu Buiyun finally regained his composure and sighed. What do you lament? I lament my age, for I lack the energy to instruct a dedicated disciple. I lament not having encountered you sooner, for I have missed the chance to take you under my wing. It is indeed a pity that such a gifted mind in psychology has chosen the path of law enforcement. Xiao Yang remained mute, feigning ignorance. As a rather lethargic individual, he had no time to delve into the intricacies of psychology. He merely wished to seize the opportunity to glean knowledge from this venerable master in the future. You sought me out because, deep down, you already possess the answers. Zhu Buyan's expression softened, his gaze warm, seeking confirmation, verification, assurance. A true master possesses intellect that could easily overshadow tenfold. Is that an exaggeration? Is he genuinely that astute? Take, for instance, a certain luminary in the field of missile technology, Qian Lao. His lifetime of learning and experience is encapsulated within a singular tome. How many can claim to grasp it in its entirety? The so-called exceptional wisdom merely represents the threshold to their door. Without crossing that threshold, one lacks even the qualification to engage in conversation with them. Indeed, Xiao Yang replied, adopting a demeanor of dutiful compliance. Do you harbor doubts that the case in question involved hypnosis? Zhu Buyan recalled the inquiry posed by Li Huaqing, the director of the Criminal Investigation Department, and frowned slightly. Indeed, Xiao Yang affirmed. The deliberate manipulation led the suspect to misconstrue the act of murder as a mere killing of ghosts, ostensibly to protect his family, while in truth, he harmed his own. Subsequently, the suspect's memory of this episode was either obliterated or sealed away, resulting in total amnesia. Is such hypnosis feasible? Yet did you not just state that a person cannot be hypnotized without cooperation? Zhu Buyan suddenly inquired, his expression peculiar. Well, Xiao Yang's countenance revealed a mischievous smile. Do you truly wish for me to elucidate? Zhu Buyan's heart raced, and he could hardly restrain an expletive. What manner of enigma is this? Chapter 90. Long Out Yen, declined to submit. One might wonder, if cooperation is absent, can a person still be hypnotized? The answer is yes. Through the dialogue with Zhu Lao, Xiao Yang had surmised the method. It is accomplished through hypnotizing the subject without their knowledge. Unbeknownst to them, one would not anticipate being hypnotized and thus would harbor no wariness. Utilizing certain techniques, such as language, props, or methods, one covertly induces hypnotic suggestions. Once the subject succumbs to this state, the hypnotist may then delve deeper, exerting control over them. The capacity to alter one's psyche, thoughts, and memories. Even to a more sinister extent. What is this? It is nothing short of a crime. A luminary in psychology would never divulge such methods nor instruct others in their use. Yet, Xiao Yang could conceive such ideas, for he comprehends the intricacies of human nature. He contemplated the possibility of employing hypnosis as a means of committing an offense. This is precisely why he posed the question to Elder Zhu. Do you truly wish for me to articulate this? Zhu Buyan, with his remarkable intellect, could hardly be oblivious to what Xiao Yang was implying. The realization struck him, for the average individual remains utterly ignorant of what hypnosis entails, let alone its nuances. Here was a young man who not only surmised the concept but recognized it as a criminal technique. Was this intelligence not somewhat alarming? Xiao Yang rose, smiling at Elder Zhu, expressing gratitude for his clarification. Is it inappropriate to leave just like this? Zhu Buyan chuckled, teasingly questioning whether Xiao Yang regarded him merely as a tool. I did not. You misinterpret my intentions, Xiao Yang replied, feeling a bit awkward. He promptly settled beside the elder, adopting the demeanor of an obedient child. Haha. Zhu Buyan burst into laughter, suddenly patting Xiao Yang on the shoulder. You must be weary, yes? In that moment, Xiao Yang's expression became fixed. He deliberately portrayed a cheerful and sunny disposition, masking his true self. Zhu Buyan sighed, remarking that while one could maintain such an act for a short period, it would become exhausting over time. It seemed as though nothing had been explicitly stated, yet everything had been conveyed. The art of language relies heavily on interpretation. Indeed, my disguise could not deceive a master of psychology. Xiao Yang's gaze became distant and confused, pondering whether his desire for happiness was misguided. No. It is indeed right, Zhu Buyan replied with a smile. Who among us does not yearn for joy and happiness? Once a choice is made, one must remain steadfast and transform into the person one wishes to become. Keep pushing forward. Xiao Yang's previously bewildered expression gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented resolve. A radiant smile illuminated his face, akin to the brilliance of the sun. Thank you. Gerhao was taken aback, sensing a change in Xiao Yang upon his return to the passenger seat. The smile on his face had deepened, exuding a more vibrant aura. What transpired? Gerhao inquired. Elder Zhu suggested I check in on him and engage in conversation, Xiao Yang replied, filled with admiration for the adeptness of Zhu Buyan in the realm of psychology. His sentiments were grounded in the elder's subsequent remark, an unspoken truth that bridged the gap between mentor and friend. Perhaps having such a teacher is indeed a blessing. Is this what you meant? Gerhao asked, bemused. What about the case? Xiao Yang's smile faded as he confirmed the gravity of their situation. Guo Hao inhaled deeply, contemplating the implications of hypnosis. Before departing, Elder Zhu imparted a significant message. Xiao Yang's expression became serious, acknowledging the formidable nature of their opponent, one far beyond their expectations. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. This adversary could hypnotize without consent, all while remaining undetected. However, this does not imply that the individual possesses the ability to induce instant hypnosis. Their methods are more intricate, requiring an extended duration. The real fear lies in being ensnared without awareness, the hypnosis subtly taking root. Do not frighten me. Guo Hao's complexion shifted, grappling with the terrifying reality of hypnosis. He recalled the suspect, Feng Jun, accused of murdering his wife and child. It is indeed alarming. Allow me to share both good and bad news. Xiao Yang said with a smile. Why do you seem like someone from a cult, unable to speak plainly? Guo Hao retorted. What is the good news? There are no ghosts, Xiao Yang assured him. If there were, why bother with hypnosis? The logic is quite straightforward. And the bad news? Guo Hao's tone shifted to one of excitement. The bad news is, Xiao Yang succinctly stated, we are about to confront an adversary far more terrifying than any ghost. Guo Hao's expression darkened. Indeed, the situation was daunting, an absence of evidence, with no traces left behind. The perpetrator need not even be present to manipulate another into committing murder. What could be more fearsome than that? The most pressing question remains, how did they accomplish this? It was evident that the issue stemmed from the suspect. Feng Jun. Xiao Yang lit a cigarette, tossing the pack to Guo Hao, inhaling deeply as he spoke. Given that this individual orchestrated such a scenario, how could they possibly leave any clues behind? They must have severed all traces. Then how shall we proceed? Guo Hao frowned. Exhaling smoke. The investigative department has exhausted all avenues. We are at a standstill. There must be a solution, Xiao Yang smiled. The Locard's exchange principle. Guo Hao was taken aback. The Locard's exchange principle asserts that any perpetrator of a crime will inevitably leave behind direct or indirect evidence at the crime scene. This fundamental tenet of criminal investigation, known as the theory of crime scene correlation, has yet to be disproven. Simply put, if a crime has been committed, something will undoubtedly be left behind. The current investigative team, however, has failed to uncover such evidence. Clearly, the assailant is aware of this principle as well, employing a clever technique to obscure the traces. Should one fail to discern their methods, the outcome is an impeccable crime, those cases that remain unsolved. To speak bluntly, perfection is a myth. The only reason such a crime may be considered perfect is due to the inadequacies of the investigators, whose intellect has been thoroughly overshadowed. Though this may sound harsh, it is the truth. We all comprehend the rationale. Guo Hao wore an expression of defiance, exclaiming, but we truly cannot find anything. The absence of evidence indicates that the perpetrator has removed it from the scene, Xiao Yang stated, his eyes narrowing. Yet there must be a process that leaves behind some form of evidence. Without this process, Feng Jun could not have been hypnotized, nor could the phantom we perceive exist. Let us return to the scene. I intend to conduct a thorough investigation. Chapter 91. Assume the role of a ghost, and you shall encounter unforeseen perils. At noon, the sun shone brightly as Xiao Yang arrived at the crime scene. Guo Hao departed to rest, while Li Huaqing and others arrived. This group of middle-aged men, having regained their energy after a brief respite, grew solemn upon learning about the suspect Feng Jun's possible hypnosis, confirmed by the eminent psychologist Zhu Boyun. The expressions of the assembled individuals turned grave, casting peculiar glances at Xiao Yang. Were they incompetent? Certainly not, for otherwise, they would not be employed in such a department. If they were not inept, why was Xiao Yang able to conceive notions they could not? The seasoned colleagues exchanged glances, sharing bittersweet smiles, feeling as though their intellects had been insulted. Sometimes, one must accept the passage of time. Their era had indeed come to a close. What splendid weather! Xiao Yang greeted the leaders and seniors with a smile. What a fine day! Li Huaqing grimaced, irritation evident on his face. What else have you discovered? Nothing at all, Xiao Yang replied, gazing intently at the scene, preparing for a fresh examination. Having established that the suspect could only have committed the crime under hypnosis, they had traversed a dead end. The specter was an illusion artificially created. Although the true culprit concealed the process of creating this ghost, concealment itself necessitated a process. Waste does not materialize from thin air. One must first consume something. Where does that something originate? As Xiao Yang approached the mirror, Li Huaqing gestured to his subordinates to refrain from interrupting. The others vacated the premises, remaining outside. How was this achieved? Xiao Yang pondered, scrutinizing the mirror before him, reflecting. Focusing and observing, none of these were the answers. Surveillance footage revealed that the ghostly figure had indeed manifested in the mirror, despite the absence of anything in the mirror's vicinity. It appeared vividly within its confines. Another question arose. Why did the apparition take the form of a young girl? Through the analysis of facial recognition data from the residents of the Dragon Kingdom, no individual matched the description of the girl. Some may argue that this is absurd, as children do not possess identification cards for comparison. However, these individuals likely do not have children. Nowadays, children are documented from birth, with records such as birth certificates and social security entries. By the age of 3 or 4, children can attend kindergarten, where photographic records are required for identification and verification purposes. The same applies to primary and secondary schools. Even if one lacks an ID, a child's image and identity information have long been collected and stored in the Dragon Kingdom's extensive resident database. If a match is not found in this database, there are only two possibilities. Either the individual is from a remote area or they are not a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. As for the girl's appearance, her floral dress, doll, in the gruesome state of her being, something feels amiss. While this depiction may be terrifying, it lacks substance. For the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, true horror transcends mere shock value. For instance, Japanese horror often portrays indiscriminate attacks on nearby individuals. American horror tends to depict assaults on humanity as a whole, while Chinese horror is distinctly personal, targeting the individual. In foreign horror, there exists a chance of survival. One may flee and hope for the best. However, in domestic horror, the terror often manifests as an inescapable presence. When one glimpses a pair of embroidered shoes at the door, the decision of whether to close the door or run becomes inconsequential. Dressing up as a ghost on Halloween may evoke a sense of pride. Yet doing so during the Ghost Festival is a matter of life and death. Only those who comprehend the essence of Chinese horror can truly appreciate its depth of terror. Suppose you were a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom aiming to frighten others. Would you conjure the image of a bloodied girl clutching a doll? Such an idea reflects a lack of creativity. A more effective fright would stem from a menacing old woman. In his childhood, Xiao Yang watched a classic horror film featuring a ghostly figure of a woman, which nearly terrified him to the point of losing control. That was genuine horror. The floral dress, the doll, the gruesome appearance. Xiao Yang's heart raced. Perhaps it is not the creator's imagination that is lacking. Rather, they simply do not grasp the intricacies of Chinese horror, relying solely on their own perceptions to fabricate what they believe to be the scariest scene. But what of the girl? For now, that detail holds little significance. Xiao Yang shifted his gaze from the mirror to the sofa, his mind replaying the surveillance footage from the incident. A family of 3 sat together, enjoying a television show. No, the wife was engrossed in a drama, while the husband juggled watching TV, playing on his phone, and tending to their child. It was during this moment that the husband suddenly looked up, and in that instant, a ghostly figure appeared in the mirror for less than a second. Once the apparition vanished, the husband erupted in violence, seemingly driven mad to commit murder. It appeared as though he was under the control of the ghostly figure reflected in the mirror. Under normal circumstances, even if a ghost were present, witnessing it would merely provoke a brief shock. What was the purpose of the apparition? Was it hypnotism? Did it serve to trigger the husband into a hypnotic state? No. That did not seem correct. Why did the husband happen to look up at that precise moment? How could he have known the ghost would appear then? For such a fleeting moment, Xiao Yang's expression stiffened. What had he overlooked? He began to retrace his thoughts meticulously. Suddenly, the concept of a mobile phone struck him. His eyes lit up with realization. In contemporary society, particularly among individuals from adolescence to middle age, the smartphone is an inseparable companion. It is a tool for accomplishing tasks, providing leisure and entertainment, and even aiding in sleep. Hypnosis, too, could potentially be facilitated through a mobile device. Initially, this notion had not occurred to him, as he believed hypnotism required face-to-face interaction with a hypnotist to induce the subject into a trance. This was not merely a theory. It was a portrayal commonly seen in literature and film. But if a smartphone can accomplish so much, why could it not also be used for hypnosis? If that were the case, would it not imply that a hypnotist need not be physically present, nor require direct contact or props? The mere presence of a smartphone could suffice to perform the act of hypnosis successfully. Thus, the appearance of the ghostly figure served a true purpose, not to instill fear, nor to induce a hypnotic state, but to divert attention away from the phone. If Xiao Yang could conceive of this, surely the perpetrator could as well. Would they not erase any incriminating evidence? It is improbable. Even if they managed to eliminate traces from the phone, two elements would remain irretrievable. 1. Data records of usage. And 2. Network traffic and data flow. Whether wired or wireless, any actions taken through these mediums could eventually be traced by law enforcement. For instance, if one were to use a VPN to access the internet, the police would be aware, albeit disinterested. Under current cybersecurity laws, should they truly seek to apprehend you, incarceration would be inevitable. Xiao Yang called out to those outside, "Have the rats investigate all the apps. I suspect that particular software has been deleted. Yet there should still be records on the phone. Focus on whether the software consumed a significant amount of data and whether the suspect used it frequently and for extended periods." "Understood," came the response from Li Huaqing. The method of hypnosis had been identified. Xiao Yang surveyed his surroundings. Now, it was time to investigate how the ghostly apparition had been created. Chapter 92. This is not a mere whimsy, but a black hole. What method could be employed to generate a ghostly figure in the mirror? Xiao Yang stood before the mirror once more, deep in thought. His mind raced, akin to an activated engine, relentlessly deconstructing the problem and theorizing solutions. Suddenly, Xiao Yang slapped himself across the face. How foolish. While perhaps the individuals in the criminal investigation department may not possess his intellect, they are undoubtedly more skilled in their field. Since they had meticulously examined the scene countless times without uncovering clues, it could only imply one thing. Xiao Yang turned to the floor-to-ceiling window. The ghostly figure must have originated from outside. Could it be a drone? A balloon? A floating object? Xiao Yang shook his head. That was not the case. If it were, his colleagues would have surely considered it and investigated. They must have already interviewed residents and scrutinized the rooftop. It is evident that whatever created the ghostly figure was not located within this building. Xiao Yang's gaze swept the window, not spotting any surrounding buildings. An object capable of producing a ghostly figure would not work from a distance, just as a sniper struggles to hit a target from afar. How could one accurately manifest a ghostly image in the mirror from such a range? It would need to be close, outside. Yet, just over 30 meters beyond the building lay the street. A spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao Yang. The street? His mind flooded with possibilities: crane trucks, moving vans, repair vehicles, specialized work trucks. Could it be possible? The crime occurred at night. If such a vehicle were to appear, utilizing an extending arm to reach the scene through the window to create the ghostly figure, would that not be feasible? Of course, Xiao Yang exclaimed, "I have discovered something." Instantly, Li Huaqing and others rushed to the scene. There, Xiao Yang pointed towards the street over 30 meters away. If there were a specialized vehicle utilizing an extending arm to reach the window, then the expressions of the officers shifted, instantly comprehending the implication. "Find it," Li Huaqing commanded, and several subordinates hastily departed. In today's urban landscape, surveillance is ubiquitous. With extensive monitoring systems, any appearance of specialized vehicles outside a residential building would be quickly identified. An hour later, those who had ventured out returned, their faces grim, shaking their heads. No sign of any specialized vehicles. Yet, the others began to smile. It matters not. As long as we ascertain that such a method of creating a ghostly figure from outside is plausible, our thought process has expanded. Subsequently, some began brainstorming, while others revisited inquiries, seeking to collect testimonies from neighbors and passers-by regarding any unusual occurrences or strange objects spotted outside the building on the day of the incident. Eventually, a clue emerged. On the day of the crime, someone had observed a drone hovering above the building. A couple seated in the community garden had casually chatted when they heard a buzzing sound, but due to the darkness, they could not see clearly. A drone faintly glided through the sky, hovering over a residential building for approximately 2 to 3 minutes before departing. A drone? Including Xiao Yang. The crowd furrowed their brows in confusion. Something felt amiss. If it were indeed a drone, why was it circling above the rooftop rather than hovering outside the window of the crime scene? At such an altitude, how could one create a ghostly apparition with a drone? The mere considerations of distance and angle rendered it implausible. Just when everyone presumed it to be a mere coincidence and paid no further attention, a sudden realization struck. Was this a method to muffle sounds, perhaps to evade detection? A sharp glint flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, baffled by his cryptic words. "Find a drone," Xiao Yang instructed as he strode towards the exit. Urgency in his step. Li Huaqing and his subordinates exchanged glances, a wry smile creeping onto their faces. "All right, you're in command. We'll follow your lead." Once upon a time, young men like Xiao Yang were merely their apprentices. When Xiao Yang first arrived, Li Huaqing had intended to mentor him diligently. Yet, now they found themselves assisting Xiao Yang, almost as if they were mere tools. The discomfort and helplessness of the situation were palpable, leaving them feeling utterly embarrassed. Outside the building, Xiao Yang gazed up at the rooftop. Before long, a police drone arrived. After a brief familiarization with the controls, he piloted the drone skyward, directing it to hover above the rooftop. "Send someone to the top-floor residence and see if we can catch any sounds without opening the windows," he commanded. A colleague dashed upstairs. Moments later, Li Huaqing's phone rang. Upon answering, he listened intently for a few moments before shaking his head at Xiao Yang. "Nothing," he confirmed. As suspected, the perpetrator was quite cunning. Xiao Yang maneuvered the drone downwards, instructing, "Bring me a spool of fishing line." The line arrived swiftly, though the others remained perplexed. However, when Xiao Yang tied 2 strands of fishing line to the drone, securing the other ends to his mobile phone, comprehension dawned. As he piloted the drone back into the air, the phone dangled below, gradually revealing itself outside the crime scene window. The expressions of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically as they grasped Xiao Yang's intentions. The drone's elevation served to prevent detection and sound. The fishing line could not only suspend a phone but also other items. By manipulating the drone, they could create an illusion outside the window, a ghostly figure. At that moment, their minds buzzed with realization, nearly bringing them to their knees in admiration for Xiao Yang's ingenuity. "How did you conceive such a brilliant idea?" they marveled. "This isn't just a brainstorm. It's a veritable black hole of creativity." "Investigate," Xiao Yang commanded, tossing the remote to a nearby colleague. At night, the perpetrator likely wouldn't stray too far from here. Otherwise, it would complicate operations. They must have launched and landed the drone from a concealed location. We need to focus on identifying such areas. If no pedestrians witnessed anything, we must examine the vehicles. It's improbable they would carry the drone on foot, fearing detection. There should be a vehicle involved. Let us pinpoint the time of the crime and check surveillance footage from the sky and streets to see if any vehicles entered this area and subsequently vanished from the camera's view. Then, we can compare whether that vehicle reappeared after the incident. This logic was clear to many. If one drove into a surveillance blind spot, they would undoubtedly be recorded. Once they exited that blind spot, they would be tracked once more. Is there any suspicion? By correlating the vehicle's movements with the time of the crime, the answer would soon reveal itself. You can't escape now. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the vast sky, Xiao Yang sat in a small eatery, chopsticks in hand, devouring a plate of fried noodles while engaging in a garbled conversation with Xiao Guoqiang. "Dad, help me find something that can project a human image onto a mirror, as if it were materializing from thin air, like a ghostly apparition." "What's this? You now dare to command your father like a tool?" Xiao Guoqiang chuckled, half-jokingly reprimanding him. "If you want something for nothing, you ought to offer some benefit in return. Between father and son, it's not about taking advantage, it's about mutual assistance," Xiao Yang replied with a chuckle. "I understand your game. One favor leads to another. Soon, I'll become your cash cow, right?" Xiao Guoqiang retorted with a mocking laugh. "Fine, from this point on, let us forget our familial ties. When the time comes, don't come begging to me," Xiao Yang shot back playfully. "You've got some nerve." Xiao Guoqiang quipped back, "When you return home, I'll have your mother whip you into shape. Is that all you've got? Can't win an argument, so you resort to mom for backup?" Xiao Yang nearly choked on his noodles, finding the exchange amusing. "Just as long as I can handle you," Xiao Guoqiang boasted before changing the subject. "Encountered a case?" "It's rather troublesome," Xiao Yang admitted, a hint of frustration in his tone. "Hurry up, we're pressed for time." "Demanding favors while simultaneously rushing others? You've got some gall." Xiao Guoqiang laughed. "All right, I'll wait," he replied, ending the call. As Xiao Yang yawned and focused on his meal, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He hadn't rested properly since last night. "Should I develop a power that allows me to function without sleep?" he pondered. "Stop dreaming," he chided himself. "The system only grants a replication point every 10 days, and each time requires locating biological material for replication. Such wastefulness is absurd." Moreover, he had set his sights on acquiring a certain esteemed figure's psychological abilities. Once he obtained a replication point, he would act promptly. "Wait, something feels off." Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. He suddenly suspected that the system might be attempting to manipulate him. The vast array of biological abilities in existence meant that, with a replication point, almost any ability could be copied. However, the issue lay in the necessity of survival. Without enhancing his self-protection capabilities early on, he risked peril at any moment. This was no jest. If he squandered a replication point on an ability that proved temporarily useless, only to activate a highly volatile trait when confronted with a perilous case, Would he not be in grave danger? Damn system, you're rather sinister. Xiao Yang's expression darkened. If he hadn't recognized the anomaly, he might have faced dire consequences. Perhaps he was being overly cautious, but better safe than sorry. I've got it. Li Huaqing entered the eatery briskly. Xiao Yang remained silent, finishing his remaining noodles in haste before heading to pay. Once outside, the two men climbed into a police vehicle. Through a combination of aerial, street, and civilian surveillance, they unearthed the suspect vehicle. Li Huaqing handed Xiao Yang a phone. The timestamps correlated perfectly with the drone's appearance and the timing of the tragedy, precisely within the surveillance blind spot. As Xiao Yang listened to the report, he scrutinized the footage displayed on the phone. What progress have we made on the informant's end? We've confirmed that a particular software is indeed missing from the suspect's phone, along with traces of its usage and data, Li Huaqing continued. The software has seen frequent use since 6 months ago, primarily during the suspect's off hours, averaging about an hour of usage each time. Furthermore, analysis of the phone's usage patterns and angles suggests the suspect was consistently in a seated position, which raises some red flags. Can we deduce the suspect's posture from their phone usage? Indeed, modern phones are equipped with a gyroscope, enabling features such as screen rotation, stabilization, and navigation assistance. Certain applications leverage the gyroscope to analyze the user's current posture, whether sitting, lying down, or reclining. The inconsistency arises because home is where individuals typically feel most relaxed. Upon returning home, people tend to adopt the most comfortable positions. The current suspect is markedly different. Upon returning home, he sat upright for over an hour, holding his phone. This is neither for work nor entertainment, but rather for utilizing a particular software. Is this reasonable? What do you believe the suspect was engaged in during that hour at home? Xiao Yang scrutinized the surveillance footage on his phone, pressed pause, and zoomed in. Through the windshield, he discerned the driver's face, youthful, around 21 or 22 years old, sporting a stylish bowl cut, dyed a striking yellow. Hypnosis? Li Huaqing's expression turned serious. Otherwise, we would struggle to formulate a plausible explanation. Can the tracker pinpoint an exact location? Xiao Yang referred to the software used by the suspect. However, it was evident that this was A-Black software, akin to tools used for accessing the dark web. Indeed, Li Huaqing shook his head. The dark web is untraceable, and that software is merely a login tool, useless. Those familiar with the dark web would understand that accessing it is not as simple as entering a URL in a browser. It predominantly relies on keys, or so-called login software, like the commonly known Tor. Not surprising, Xiao Yang mused that if the suspect had left clues for them to discover, it would indeed be suspicious. However, as long as the origin of the issue is traced back to the suspect's phone, that suffices. It indicates that his reasoning is correct. It is highly probable that someone has exploited the suspect's phone to induce hypnosis, employing psychological suggestion to create certain illusions in the suspect's mind, compelling him to commit the heinous act of murdering his wife and child. Furthermore, a method was established to erase or seal the memories of the criminal act from the suspect's consciousness, leaving him entirely unaware upon awakening. Simultaneously, this would provoke feelings of collapse and madness within him. But why? The psychological master, Zhu Lao, provided this insight. In such a state, even if he were present, he would be unable to discern whether the suspect had been hypnotized, nor could he induce hypnosis on him. Thus, even if the suspect's memories were merely sealed and not erased, they remain inaccessible. The individual is rendered ineffective, void of any useful information. The perpetrator has executed their plan flawlessly, a formidable psychological expert. Xiao Yang gazed at the spirited young man driver on the phone, hoping to locate this little rascal, wishing he was still alive. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Guoqiang. Upon answering, before Xiao Yang could utter a word, Xiao Guoqiang's voice was grave as he posed a question. Are you certain someone conjured a ghost in the mirror? What transpired? Xiao Yang blinked twice, sensing something amiss. Given his father's serious tone, it suggested that the entity capable of transforming into a ghost was not merely problematic, but significantly so. What do you think? Xiao Guoqiang succinctly stated that it was an ancient phenomenon, known only to a few. How ancient? Xiao Yang retrieved a cigarette, placing it in his mouth without lighting it. In the 1860s, a man named Henry invented a technique called optical illusions. Xiao Guoqiang coldly declared, the Dex effect, and then, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, igniting the cigarette. At that time, Henry could create a ghostly apparition through mirrors. Xiao Guoqiang continued. Later, it was determined to be a phenomenon of ray optics. What is that? Xiao Yang felt a bit bewildered. Projection, Xiao Guoqiang replied. Xiao Yang's immediate reaction was skepticism. Surely his father wouldn't jest? No, that seemed unlikely. Given the gravity of his tone and the specific mention of ancient, the Dex effect, its name alone suggested foreign origins. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's pupils flickered as he comprehended what his father was implying. This technology, is it foreign? He articulated slowly. He recalled the ghost, its floral dress. The doll, a distinctly Western horror. Previously, he had suspected foreign involvement due to their unfamiliarity with Chinese horror. Now, his father had provided a clue, foreign? Why did Xiao Yang's tone become so weighty? Of course, as a security personnel, he would be sensitive to such matters. Quickly, tell me about the case you are currently handling, Xiao Yang urged. Xiao Yang recounted the details. Is that all? Xiao Yang's tone relaxed slightly. Just a murder case? Xiao Yang remained silent. This is indeed a matter of national security. Primarily, the national security apparatus operates at a much higher level than the police. The unspoken ridicule is most lethal. Otherwise, Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. I am a police officer, a public security officer. Xiao Yang, realizing he had overstepped, chuckled awkwardly. If you discover anything related to national security, promptly contact your Uncle Huang. Understood? Understood, Xiao Yang replied, donning a polite smile. By the way, Dad, did my mom speak to you? Is the remaining 10,000 of your private funds still intact? He ended the call swiftly, a broad smile on his face. At that moment, his father was undoubtedly furious, likely berating. That little rascal, I shall deal with you sooner or later. What is it? Li Huaqing queried as he drove. Chuckling, Xiao Yang had mentioned wanting to inquire about how the ghost was manifested. As for whom to consult? A few days prior, his younger brother had visited national security for a rendezvous, quite the capable individual. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded, his expression regaining composure, the Dex effect. Li Huaqing's eyes widened in realization. Observing his leader's dazed demeanor, Xiao Yang felt a surge of amusement, projection. I cannot bear this pressure of ridicule from my father alone, can I? Li Huaqing remarked. Little comrade, your manner of speaking is rather reckless. Do you not fear retribution? This technique is quite antiquated, one that modern individuals would hardly understand. Alarmed at the prospect of retribution, Xiao Yang clarified, emphasizing, it is of foreign origin. Li Huaqing's expression shifted dramatically. He comprehended instantly. The perpetrator could very well be a foreign national or someone who has studied foreign techniques. In a residential building, within a rental unit, the faces of the criminal investigation team were grim as they beheld two corpses. The individuals they sought were deceased. Was it Xiao Yang's ill-fated conjecture? No. He had merely anticipated that the spirited young man might be silenced. Furthermore, not only had the suspect died, but also a girl, his girlfriend, both perished within the rental unit. The cause of death was carbon monoxide poisoning, approximately 3 days prior. Xiao Yang examined the horrifying purplish-red liver mortis on the corpses, unmistakable signs of carbon monoxide poisoning. Given the state of the bodies, it was evident that they had been deceased for several days. Such a death was, unfortunately, common for the police. Each year, in every city, instances of carbon monoxide fatalities frequently occur, primarily due to improper gas usage and lack of safety awareness among the public. However, upon investigating the scene, an eerie revelation emerged. The gas valve in the kitchen was turned off, the sealing ring intact, with no signs of leakage. Additionally, a layer of dust coated the valve, indicating it had not been tampered with. This suggested that the young couple lacked culinary skills. In other words, the cause of death for the two victims did not originate from kitchen gas. When the criminal investigation team arrived, the front door was still locked, and no signs of forced entry were evident. So, from where did the carbon monoxide that claimed the couple's lives emanate? The team meticulously examined the rental unit. Suddenly, an old investigator noticed something on the wall, a ventilation fan. The others turned to look. This was not the kind of fan found in a bathroom, but a powerful indoor ventilation device, effective throughout the room. Through their investigation, they discovered traces. The exhaust duct showed signs of having been lightly disturbed, with dust indicating that an object had entered the room through the duct. They then confirmed signs of intrusion at the exterior wall's exhaust fan opening. Finally, on the rooftop of the residential building, they found further evidence of someone having accessed the rooftop. This outlined a clear motive and method for the crime. Upon reaching this point, the expressions of the team members grew grave, filled with confusion, as they looked toward Xiao Yang, whose brow was furrowed in concentration. Did you all notice as well? Xiao Yang's gaze revealed a hint of derision. The methods employed in the current case were laughably inferior when compared to those of a certain individual involved in our investigation. Indeed, it was laughable, A meticulously crafted plan juxtaposed with one riddled with flaws, the disparity was unmistakable. As seasoned detectives, how could they possibly be deceived? A singular thought consumed their minds. Were two groups responsible for the crime? An unsettling sensation surged within Xiao Yang. It was strange, an instinct whispering for him to halt the investigation. Danger loomed. In an instant, his mind raced like lightning, executing a complex process of reasoning in mere moments. His expression darkening with each passing second. Thoughts surged forth like a torrent. Analysis, deduction, reasoning. Suddenly, Xiao Yang uttered two words, trap. The others looked bewildered, questioning his sudden lapse into confusion despite his evident intelligence. Xiao Yang smirked. While eliminating witnesses was indeed correct, leaving behind such glaring evidence was a grave mistake. How could a clever individual act so foolishly? Yet, the adversary had not only committed the act, but had also left such conspicuous clues. What could this behavior suggest? A lure? An experienced detective quickly answered, indeed, a lure. Xiao Yang nodded, pondering the typical aftermath of such a tactic, setting a trap, digging a pit. Another detective chimed in, a trap. See, that is the answer. Chapter 95, Bring the Knife. Pursuing this lead could lead to fatalities. Are you afraid? Xiao Yang surveyed the solemn faces of his veteran colleagues. Laughter erupted, perhaps from an unknown source, yet soon everyone joined in. Was further clarification necessary? No, it wasn't. Xiao Yang flashed a grin, recalling his own decision to don the police uniform. Did one not realize they would face merciless criminals at every turn? Or that each case could potentially cost them their lives? Did they truly believe that maintaining law and order was merely a matter of words? Such convictions came at the expense of a police officer's life. Who isn't afraid of death? Everyone is. Yet, once one chooses this path, fear must be swallowed. Investigate. The unease within him dissipated, replaced by fervor. Xiao Yang commanded, if any anomalies arise, do not engage. Understood. Everyone but Li Huaqing quickly dispersed, following leads through vents, external walls, rooftops, and other clues. Are you not afraid? Li Huaqing quipped, teasing him. Do you think I could escape now? Xiao Yang retrieved a cigarette, offering one to his superior. I heard you initially had no desire to join the force. Li Huaqing accepted the cigarette, his expression laden with meaning as he inquired. What prompted you to wear the uniform? In life, one can choose from three paths: the good, the wicked, and the ineffectual. Xiao Yang inhaled deeply, declaring, I chose to be a policeman. Li Huaqing's deep-set eyes brightened momentarily. You chose the wicked, perhaps? Some were perplexed. Wicked equals policeman? Indeed, good people cannot become police officers, for they are always the first to perish in the face of evil. Kindness, in the eyes of villains, is the most laughable trait, a vulnerability they can exploit. One must be more ruthless, more cunning, and more brutal than the criminals to fully understand their psychology. When confronting offenders, one must not harbor mercy, enabling a battle of wits to ensue, ultimately leading to their capture rather than their demise. If one fails to grasp this, their mentor will undoubtedly inform them during their training. They are unsuited for the profession, and should they persist, death is likely. When I first joined the force, my mentor posed this dilemma to me, Li Huaqing remarked, exhaling a plume of smoke. Imagine a bank robbery where 12 hostages are taken, including you, a policeman. The robber, in a fit of rage, threatens to kill all hostages. You cannot discern whether he intends to kill or merely intimidate the police. Before you lies an opportunity to eliminate the robber. Two choices present themselves. 1. Kill one hostage to save the others, or 2. Do nothing. Betting the robber will not execute anyone and is merely bluffing. You have 10 seconds to decide. Li Huaqing fixed his gaze upon the young man before him. What do you think I chose? Kill one hostage, then take out the robber, Xiao Yang replied, his tone flat. Your mentor must have been disappointed. Indeed, Li Huaqing sighed. I knew your mind would arrive at the correct conclusion. What was the right answer? Xiao Yang asked. You too are a hostage, had you forgotten? Trading your life for the robberess. And how did you come to understand this? Xiao Yang continued, calmly smoking. My mentor unhesitatingly took 2 bullets for me. Sadness flickered in Li Huaqing's eyes. That was when I grasped the truth. It was indeed a sorrowful tale. Xiao Yang chuckled inwardly, thinking, are you teaching me how to act? While you may be ruthless toward villains, you show softness towards your own, which is a flaw. Li Huaqing retorted coldly. You should not be asking whether we are afraid. You should be issuing orders directly. If you cannot change this mindset, you will only become a mediocre leader. Not a great one. The fault lies not with me, but with you, Xiao Yang grinned. I merely aspire to be a simple, pure-hearted policeman. Li Huaqing appeared momentarily stunned, gazing intently at the young man before him, studying his handsome features for an extended period. Suddenly, he broke into a joyful smile, nodding, "I see now. I have erred. Forgetting my original intent. A dragon remains a dragon, regardless of its surroundings. A dragon plays in shallow waters only because it chooses to. If it desires, it can soar to great heights at any moment." Yet, Li Huaqing understood well, the shallow waters of their criminal investigation department were far too constricting to contain a proud dragon like Xiao Yang. Sooner or later, he would take flight. Just then, Li Huaqing's phone rang. After listening intently, his expression shifted, and he turned to Xiao Yang. "Two individuals. Then what are we waiting for?" Xiao Yang responded, striding towards the exit to ascertain who awaited them. In the stillness of the night, the flower beds of a residential complex exuded a faint fragrance, mingling with the night's essence, creating an atmosphere of unusual tranquility. Xiao Yang stood quietly in the shadows of the flower bed, observing his surroundings with a furrowed brow. His presence here was predicated on leads that pointed to two individuals, the most likely culprits in the murder of a young couple. 3 days prior, these two had been spotted outside the couple's rented apartment, burdened with a heavy gas canister, which was later retrieved by a scavenger. Surveillance footage indicated that the canister was no longer heavy, it was empty. Thus, these two individuals were of significant suspect. Moreover, they were two spirited young men, familiar with the victims. If Xiao Yang's deductions were accurate, both the victims and the suspects could potentially serve as bait in a trap laid for the police. Murdering officers? Preposterous. Who in their right mind would engage in such folly? Yet, this very unpredictability gnawed at Xiao Yang, deepening his unease. From the very outset, the case involving suspect Feng Jun and the murder of his family had felt amiss. The more he investigated, the more convoluted it appeared. At that moment, the two suspects were in hiding within an esports hotel inside a residential building, their every move under the watchful eye of the authorities. Even their current computer usage had been compromised by Go Hao, who was now in control. The perceptive instincts honed from his time as a soldier seemed oblivious to any impending danger in the vicinity. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang remained unconvinced that his unease was unfounded. Should he be wary of the villain's deceptive tactics? He narrowed his eyes. Am I to be cautious of the villains? Bring the knives. Xiao Yang emerged from the shadows of the flower bed, striding towards a residential building, commanding, "Do not move." This order was relayed through the earpiece, reaching both the criminal investigation unit and the special police team. Isn't this a bit reckless? Thought Li Huaqing and the others. However, they were unaware that Xiao Yang's audacity stemmed from the support he had behind him. A common individual might falter in such audacity, risking their life in an instant. In an instant, the skills of the soldier king, the might of the giant elephant, and the defense of the ball fish were activated. Standing before the entrance of an apartment building, Xiao Yang's expression shifted. Who is watching me? Chapter 96. What are you worried about? In the stillness of the night, Xiao Yang sensed an inexplicable chill. A pair of eyes pierced through the darkness, observing his every move. This was no mere illusion. It was the perception granted by the Soldier King's skills. A prickling sensation crept down his spine. 300 meters away, in a high-rise hotel, a man stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, holding a specialized telescope. He uttered a scornful remark. "If I had a rifle, Dragon Country Police, you would already be dead." This man, approximately 180 centimeters tall with an Asian visage, bore a cold, austere countenance reminiscent of the winter wind, exuding an aura of unapproachable chill. His eyes glinted like sharp blades, radiating a cruel, bloodthirsty light as he quietly observed his target in front of the residential building. Watching as his target opened the apartment door and stepped inside, the man's smile grew more sinister, as if anticipating a delightful spectacle. He then retrieved a mobile phone and dialed a number. "What is the situation?" "Indeed, those Dragon Country Police have discovered the trap you deliberately set. Then we shall proceed to the second phase of the plan. Killing them now? It's too early. We would miss out on a significant profit." "Very well. Let them linger for a few more days." "Huh?" The man's expression suddenly froze, a chilling smile vanishing from his face. "What's wrong?" came the puzzled inquiry from the other end of the line. "It seems there is an issue." Furrowing his brow, he adjusted the telescope to focus on the 5th floor. There lay a room in an esports hotel, housing 2 bait individuals. According to his calculations, the target should have emerged from the room by now. Should have knocked on the door. Yet those 2 bait individuals remained engrossed in their games, as if no one had knocked. Was the target not outside? Or perhaps the target had not ascended the stairs. Suddenly, the man's expression changed, eyes widening in shock. A troubling thought crept into his mind. Am I exposed? Is there someone who can detect my presence from 300 meters away? This is impossible. If not, then where has the target gone, and what is he doing? An unsettling anxiety gnawed at him, making him restless. He had unwavering faith in his instincts, which had saved his life in many fatal situations. Run? The man chuckled strangely. A swarm of ants? Do I need to flee? Killing them is all that is necessary. What have you discovered? The voice on the phone inquired coldly. Nothing. The man set down the telescope. Perhaps I am overthinking. I'll step outside for a moment. He ended the call, moving leisurely toward the door. Meanwhile, a figure burst into the hotel lobby like a cheetah. Is this the place? Xiao Yang's eyes glimmered like ice in a deep abyss, radiating an unsettling chill. Excuse me. Sir. A hotel bellboy approached, ready to speak. Police. Xiao Yang raised his hand, displaying his badge. Ignoring the bellboy's stunned expression, he approached the front desk. Showing his badge to the two receptionists. I need to check the guest information. Upon finishing, he seized the monitor from the front desk and placed it on the marble countertop, coldly glaring at the bewildered female staff. Hurry. One of the receptionists snapped back to reality and began retrieving guest information using the keyboard and mouse. Which floor were they on? Xiao Yang frowned. I'm not sure. I lack telescopic vision. I only sensed that someone was watching me from this building. It felt dangerous, bloody, with eyes filled with murderous intent. Then he entered the apartment building and jumped out of the stairwell window, circling around to quietly approach this very business building. I ordered that no one enter the apartment building where the two suspects are located, and to deploy SWAT to surround the hotel. Suddenly, as Xiao Yang reviewed the guest information, he heard the sound of the elevator doors opening in the lobby, followed by the sound of wheels. A figure clad in cleaning attire emerged from the elevator, pushing a cleaning cart. Xiao Yang's attention drifted back to the monitor. Preparing to continue his search when a chill ran down his spine. He sensed a pair of icy eyes sweep across him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the cleaner pushing the cart toward a corridor. Is it you? Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged until the cleaner vanished into the hallway, leaving the lobby devoid of any other personnel. In a split second, Xiao Yang's legs propelled him forward, as if driven by an invisible force, transforming into a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he surged toward the corridor, stirring up a whirlwind. The speed of humanity is derived from the explosive power of the body, with the strength of an elephant and a body capable of enduring such power. There were no words to describe Xiao Yang's velocity. In a mere breath, or perhaps a second or two, he halted beside the cleaner. Were you just staring at me? His words pierced the air, carrying an indescribable, chilling sensation that rendered the cleaner motionless. Suddenly, he turned and threw a punch toward Xiao Yang's face. The force behind the punch, propelled by speed, generated a strong gust of wind. This was the fastest punch the man could deliver. Yet to his astonishment, as he threw his punch, Xiao Yang's palm rose simultaneously, mirroring his movement but arriving first, reaching out to grasp the fist. Blocking the punch, the masked man's face twisted into a sneer, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. Bang! The fist and palm collided, producing a muffled thud. The man's expression froze, his eyes momentarily blank. How is this possible? In his mind, his fist should have shattered the opponent's hand. At the very least, it should have broken a few fingers. Yet not only did the opponent block it, but the man also felt an illusion that his fist had struck a steel plate. It was no illusion. He felt the searing pain in his knuckles, witnessing his fingers deform, blood splattering across his hand. Soon, the entirety of his hand lost all sensation. Then, a hand appeared beside him, accompanied by the realization that it was a slap. But it was too fast. So swift that he couldn't even move his body or head. Smack! Xiao Yang delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. Blood and teeth erupted from his mouth, sending him flying as if struck by a freight truck. Boom! He crashed against the wall, and even as he slid down to the ground, his cold eyes remained filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the source of such overwhelming power. Are you deaf? I asked you a question, can't you hear? Xiao Yang crouched before the man. What are you staring at? Chapter 97. Is it not good to be alive? Why seek death? Xiao Yang did not receive a retort of what are you looking at. Instead, he was met with a peculiar knife. The blade curved with a unique design, ideal for slashing and stabbing. As it sliced through the air with a cold glint like lightning, it came to rest against Xiao Yang's neck. Crack! The curved knife halted. The man's wrist was seized. The might of the giant elephant erupted in Xiao Yang's grasp. With a sickening crunch, the man's wrist was shattered. A fine little toy. Xiao Yang caught the fallen knife, glancing at the man. This will be mine now. The agony from his shattered wrist nearly caused the man to faint. Yet in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Despite both hands being incapacitated, the man suddenly rose, delivering a swift kick. "Have I given you face?" Xiao Yang sneered. Bang! He firmly grasped the man's ankle, swinging him through the air like a mere chicken. This time, there was no playfulness, as with Chu Donchan. Holding the man's ankle tightly, Xiao Yang swung his arm, as if lifting a sack of flour, and slammed him against the marble floor. Boom! The man's body hit the ground with a resounding thud, even bouncing slightly, accompanied by the jarring sound of cracking bones. In this brutal encounter, it remains uncertain how many bones were shattered. The leg that Xiao Yang had firmly grasped was twisted at an unnatural angle, fractured beyond repair. The force of the blow rendered the man momentarily unconscious. "Did I put you to sleep?" Crack! With a swift motion, Xiao Yang crushed the man's other ankle, eliciting a scream that pierced through the agonizing silence. The man, now rendered helpless, writhed on the ground, his cries infused with despair and torment. His body convulsed violently, as if it were a sieve, trembling uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. Thud! Xiao Yang's foot landed squarely on the man's chest, likely shattering several ribs, pinning him to the ground like a nail. "You are destined to die. I shall await you in hell." The man's face contorted into a grotesque smile, one that radiated malice and cruelty, sending chills down the spine. Yet, his words were oddly accented, reminiscent of a foreigner attempting to speak the language of Longua. Suddenly, Xiao Yang felt a disquieting sensation, as if a foreboding presence loomed. He instinctively retreated. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted from the man's waist, as though an unseen claw had seized him, tearing his body apart in an instant. Stepping back several meters, Xiao Yang's expression darkened as he witnessed the gruesome scene. The man was irrevocably dead, his body split in two, innards and flesh scattered across the ground, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. So ruthless? Yet something felt amiss. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he had deliberately shattered the man's limbs and pinned him down, observing no signs of abnormal movement. How could he have exploded? It wasn't self-detonation. Xiao Yang's demeanor turned cold, his eyes glinting with suspicion. Was it someone else? The capacity to kill one's own kind without hesitation spoke volumes of a malevolent heart. Xiao Yang acknowledged his inexperience and lack of preparation. Otherwise, he would never have afforded the man the chance to meet his demise. But he could hardly be blamed, having never encountered individuals of such special professions. At that moment, Li Huaqing and a contingent of special police arrived, only to be taken aback by the horrific sight of the dismembered corpse. They turned to Xiao Yang, who stood in a daze, clutching a peculiar, curved knife. "What happened?" Li Huaqing inquired solemnly. Moments earlier, Xiao Yang had abruptly left a residential building, and they were still trying to piece together the timeline. Upon hearing the explosion, they rushed to the nearby hotel, only to be shocked by the brutal scene before them. It became evident that Xiao Yang had stumbled upon something significant. "I inadvertently discovered their presence," Xiao Yang remarked, a strange smile playing on his lips. "We were not meant to find out this early. They were not meant to appear so soon. Blame it on a reckless fool who broke the rules of the game." As Li Huaqing approached the corpse, his expression shifted dramatically upon examining the man's face. He was not of Longwood descent. The man had a darker complexion, a prominent nose, large eyes, and long eyelashes, resembling a blend of individuals from the Indian subcontinent and the Uyghur ethnicity. Without a doubt, he was not from here. Xiao Yang's gaze fell once more upon the curved knife in his hand, a weapon not easily comprehensible to the average person. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, utilizing its image recognition feature to capture a photograph of the knife. Instantly, information regarding the weapon appeared before him. The Gurkha knife, colloquially known as the dog-leg knife or scimitar. This blade not only served as the national knife of a specific country, but also symbolized the honor of its soldiers. Recognized worldwide as the most mechanically efficient scimitar. During wartime, soldiers from this nation would typically engrave their names on the blade's spine, accompanied by it until retirement. Moreover, this country has been a primary source for mercenaries across various nations. Gurkha mercenaries, while not as legendary as the top 10 mercenaries, undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in Asia. Were they Gurkha soldiers? Or merely enthusiasts of the Gurkha knife? Setting aside his phone, Xiao Yang fixed his cold gaze upon the corpse. Regardless of the truth, their identities had been exposed. He was resolute in his belief that the perpetrators had committed this act for some ulterior motive, rather than for the sake of mere murder. The enigma that had plagued Xiao Yang's mind began to unravel at that moment. Why was he so certain that this was about profit? Because the man had accomplices, and it was one of them who triggered the explosion. A pure desire for bloodshed would suggest insanity. What are the odds that two insane individuals would cross paths? Furthermore, one among them was a formidable hypnotist, a person whose prowess would command respect even from a psychological expert. Such individuals cannot be classified as madmen. If not, it could only imply one thing: profit. Without incentive, who would engage in senseless killing? Without a motive, why would one engage in a battle of wits with law enforcement? And without a motive, why would one resort to murder to silence others? Indeed, the man had been silenced. But what was the nature of the profit? Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled, his mind racing with thoughts of motives tied to murder. Live streaming? Recording? Amusement? The dark web? Satisfying the perverse desires of certain individuals? Or perhaps something entirely different? The next target. Xiao Yang chuckled coldly. It must be us, the police. Is it not better to live? Why court death? Chapter 98. The enigma deepens after investigating both domestic and foreign leads. I found myself at an impasse. Closing his laptop, Gu Hao's expression was grave as he scrutinized the face of the corpse. In a bid to uncover the man's identity, he had resorted to employing some clandestine techniques. Despite scouring certain foreign residential databases, he found nothing. How is this possible? It is no secret that many identities in Longhua have long been sold off. Otherwise, how would one explain the barrage of nuisance calls? They appear to know your name with alarming precision. In the dark web, it is likely that nearly 90% of Longhua residents' information has been packaged and sold. As for how this man managed to check into the hotel, he had used a genuine fake ID for the registration. Regarding the origins of the counterfeit ID, for a mere few thousand, one could procure an ID from certain individuals, who might even assist in opening a bank account and selling you a bank card. This situation has evolved into a nefarious industry. The police have dismantled numerous rings involved in identity fraud. Tracing the origins is not impossible, but it is exceedingly time-consuming. One thing is certain, the man was not from Longhua. This was evident from the westernized nature of the case and the hints provided by Xiao Yang, suggesting that certain individuals had traveled from abroad to commit crimes within Longhua. Xiao Yang ruled out many motives associated with murder, such as dark web live streaming. If they intended to broadcast a murder, there should have been surveillance cameras nearby to monitor the scene. There were none. Had there been, the seasoned detectives would have surely noticed. The notion of recording a murder for profit seemed far-fetched. Xiao Yang deduced that the suspect, Feng Jun, had been compelled to murder his wife and child. The only devices present during the incident were a phone and a drone that appeared for a few minutes, leaving no other means of recording the act. A few minutes of footage would hardly fetch a considerable sum. Furthermore, the idea of a psychopath hiring someone to kill for amusement suggests that they would likely want to witness the act in its entirety. Otherwise, how could their twisted desires be fulfilled without exorbitant expense? The notion of vengeance was equally absurd. The investigation into Feng Jun's family had been exhaustive, encompassing 3 generations and extended relatives, with no evidence of grudges or vendettas. Was this not bizarre? What circumstances could compel a group to infiltrate Longhua, risking life and limb for sufficient profit to warrant murder? Xiao Yang found himself engulfed in confusion, instinctively attempting to apply knowledge from his past life to reason through the current predicament. Yet, he could not discern the underlying motive. He had uncovered some information. A criminal investigator approached Xiao Yang, revealing that through a reverse tracking investigation after the deceased checked into